MISTBRN. Sometimes I worry that I'm not the hero everyone thinks I am. The philosophers assure me that this is the time that the signs have been met, but I still wonder if they have the wrong man. So many people depend on me. They say I will hold the future of the entire world on my arms. What would they think if they knew that their champion, the hero of ages, their savior, doubted himself? Perhaps they wouldn't be shocked at all. In a way, this is what worries me most. Maybe in their hearts they wonder, just as I do. When they see me, do they see a liar? Lord Tresting frowned, glancing up at the ruddy midday sky as his servant scuttled forward, opening a parasol over Tresting and his distinguished guest. Weren't that uncommon in the final empire, but Tresting had hoped to avoid getting soot stains on his fine new suit coat and red vest, which had just arrived via canal boat from itself. Fortunately, there wasn't much wind. The parasol would likely be effective. Tresting stood with his guest on a small hilltop patio that overlooked the fields. Hundreds of people in brown smocks worked in the falling ash, caring for the crops. There was a sluggishness to their efforts, but of course that was the way of the peasants were an indolent, unproductive lot. They didn't complain, of course, they knew better than that. Instead, they simply worked with bowed heads, moving about their work with quiet apathy. The passing whip of a taskmaster would force them into dedicated motion for a few moments, but as soon as the taskmaster passed, they would return to their languor. Tresting turned to the man standing beside him on the hill. One would think, Tresting noted, that 1,000 years of working in fields would have bred them to be a little more effective at it. The obligator turned, raising an eyebrow, the motion done as if to highlight his most distinctive feature, the intricate tattoos that laced the skin around his eyes. The tattoos were enormous, reaching all the way across his brow and up the sides of his nose. This was a very important obligator indeed. Tresting had his own personal obligators back at the manor, but they were only minor functionaries, with barely a few marks around their eyes. This man had arrived from with the same canal boat that had brought Tresting's new suit. You should see City, Tresting, the obligator said, turning back to watch the workers. These are actually quite diligent compared to those inside. You have more direct control over your here. How many would you say you lose a month? Oh, a half dozen or so, Tresting said, some to beating, some to exhaustion. Runaway? Never, Tresting said. When I first inherited this land from my father, I had a few runaways, but I executed their families. The rest quickly lost heart. I've never understood men who have trouble with I find the creatures easy to control if you show a properly firm hand. The obligator nodded, standing quietly in his gray robes. He seemed pleased, which was a good thing. They weren't actually Tresting's property. Like all, they belonged to the Lord Ruler. Tresting only leased the workers from his god, much in the same way he paid for the services of his obligators. The obligator looked down, checking his pocket watch, then glanced up at the sun. Despite the sun was bright this day, shining a brilliant crimson red behind the smoky blackness of the upper sky. Tresting removed a handkerchief and wiped his brow, thankful for the parasol's shade against the midday heat. Very well, Tresting, the obligator said. I will carry your proposal to Lord Venture as requested. He will have a favorable report from me on your operations here. Tresting held in a sigh of relief. An obligator was required to witness any contract or business deal between noblemen. True, even a lowly obligator like the ones Tresting employed could serve as such a witness, but it meant so much more to impress Venture's own obligator. The obligator turned toward him. I will leave back down the canal this afternoon. So soon? Tresting asked. Wouldn't you care to stay for supper? No, the obligator replied, though there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. I came not only at the behest of Lord Venture, but to look in on some matters for the Canton of Inquisition. Rumors say that you like to dally with your women. Tresting felt a chill. The obligator smiled. He likely meant it to be disarming, but Tresting only found it eerie. Don't worry yourself, Tresting, the obligator said. If there had been any real worries about your actions, a steel inquisitor would have been sent here in my place. Tresting nodded slowly. Inquisitor. He'd never seen one of the inhuman creatures, but he had heard stories. I have been satisfied regarding your actions with the women, the obligator said, looking back over the fields. What I've seen and heard here indicate that you always clean up your messes. A man such as yourself, efficient, productive, could go far in. A few more years of work, some inspired mercantile deals, and who knows? The obligator turned away, and Tresting found himself smiling. It wasn't a promise, or even an endorsement. For the most part, obligators were more bureaucrats and witnesses than they were priests. But to hear such praise from one of the Lord Ruler's own servants, Tresting knew that some nobility considered the obligators to be unsettling. Some men even considered them a bother. But at that moment, Tresting could have kissed his distinguished guest. Tresting turned back toward who worked quietly beneath the bloody sun and the lazy flakes of ash. Tresting had always been a country nobleman, living on his plantation, dreaming of perhaps moving into itself. He had heard of the balls and the parties, the glamour and the intrigue, and it excited him to no end. I'll have to celebrate tonight, he thought. There was that young girl in the 14th hovel that he'd been watching for some time. He smiled again. A few more years of work, the obligator had said, but could Tresting perhaps speed that up if he worked a little harder? His population had been growing lately. Perhaps if he pushed them a bit more, he could bring in an extra harvest this summer and fulfill his contract with Lord Venture in extra measure. Tresting nodded as he watched the crowd of lazy, some working with their hoes, others on hands and knees, pushing the ash away from the fledgling crops. They didn't complain, they didn't hope, they barely dared think. That was the way it should be, for they were. Tresting froze as one of them looked up. The man met Tresting's eyes, a spark, no, a fire of defiance showing in his expression. Tresting had never seen anything like it, not in the face of a. Tresting stepped backward reflexively, a chill running through him as the strange held his eyes, and smiled. Tresting looked away. He snapped. The burly taskmaster rushed up the incline. Yes, my lord, Tresting turned, pointing at. He frowned. Where had that been standing, working with their heads bowed, bodies stained by soot and sweat? They were so hard to tell apart. Tresting paused, searching. He thought he knew the place. An empty spot where nobody now stood, but no, that couldn't be it. The man couldn't have disappeared from the group so quickly. Where would he have gone? He must be in there somewhere, working with his head now properly bowed. Still, his moment of apparent defiance was inexcusable. My lord, asked again. The obligator stood at the side, watching curiously. It would not be wise to let the man know that one of them had acted so brazenly. Work thee in that southern section a little harder, Tresting ordered, pointing. I see them being sluggish, even for. Beat a few of them, shrugged but nodded. It wasn't much of a reason for a beating, but then he didn't need much of a reason to give the workers a beating. They were, after all, only had heard stories. He had heard whispers of times when once long ago the sun had not been red, times when the sky hadn't been clogged by smoke and ash, when plants hadn't struggled to grow and when hadn't been slaves, times before the Lord Ruler. Those days, however, were nearly forgot. Even the legends were growing vague. Watched the sun, his eyes following the giant red disk as it crept toward the western horizon. He stood quietly for a long moment, alone in the empty fields. The day's work was done, that had been herded back to their hovels. Soon the mists would come. Eventually he sighed, then turned to pick his way across the furrows and pathways, weaving between large heaps of ash. He avoided stepping on the plants, though he wasn't sure why he bothered. The crops hardly seemed worth the effort. Wan with wilted brown leaves, the plants seemed as depressed as the people who tended them. The hovels loomed in the waning light. Already could see the mist beginning to form, clouding the air and giving the buildings a surreal, intangible look. The hovels stood unguarded. There was no need for watchers, for no would venture outside once night arrived. Their fear of the mist was far too strong. I'll have to cure them of that someday, thought as he approached one of the larger buildings. But all things in their own time. He pulled open the door and slipped inside. Conversation stopped immediately. Closed the door, then turned with a smile to confront the room of about 30. A fire pit burned weakly at the center, and the large cauldron beside it was filled with vegetable-dappled water, the beginnings of an evening meal. The soup would be bland, of course. Still, the smell was enticing. Good evening, everyone, said with a smile, resting his pack beside his feet and leaning against the door. How was your day? His words broke the silence, and the women returned to their dinner preparations. A group of men sitting at a crude table, however, continued to regard with dissatisfied expressions. Our day was filled with work, traveler, said one of the elders. Something you managed to avoid. Fieldwork hasn't ever really suited me, said. It's far too hard on my delicate skin. He smiled, holding up hands and arms that were lined with layers and layers of thin scars. They covered his skin, running lengthwise as if some beast had repeatedly raked its claws up and down his arms. Snorted. He was young to be an elder, probably barely into his 40s. At most, he might be 5 years senior. However, the scrawny man held himself with the air of one who liked to be in charge. This is no time for levity, said sternly. When we harbor a traveler, we expect him to behave himself and avoid suspicion. When you ducked away from the fields this morning, you could have earned a whipping for the men around you. True, said, but those men could also have been whipped for standing in the wrong place, for pausing too long, or for coughing when a taskmaster walked by. I once saw a man beaten because his master claimed that he had blinked inappropriately. Sat with narrow eyes and a stiff posture, his arm resting on the table. His expression was unyielding, sighed, rolling his eyes. Fine. If you want me to go, I'll be off then. He slung his pack up on his shoulder and nonchalantly pulled open the door. Thick mist immediately began to pour through the portal, drifting lazily across body, pooling on the floor and creeping across the dirt like a hesitant animal. Several people gasped in horror, though most of them were too stunned to make a sound. Stood for a moment staring out into the dark mists, their shifting currents lit feebly by the cooking pit's coals. Closed the door. His words were a plea, not a command. Did as requested, pushing the door closed and stemming the flood of white mist. The mist is not what you think, you fear it far too much. Men who venture into the mist lose their souls, a woman whispered. Her words raised a question. Had walked in the mists, what then had happened to his soul? If you only knew, thought. Well, I guess this means I'm staying. He waved for a boy to bring him a stool. It's a good thing, too. It would have been a shame for me to leave before I shared my news. More than one person perked up at the comment. This was the real reason they tolerated him. The reason even the timid peasants would harbor a man such as who the Lord Rulers will by traveling from plantation to plantation. A renegade he might be, a danger to the entire community, but he brought news from the outside world. I come from the north, said, from lands where the Lord Ruler's touch is less noticeable. He spoke in a clear voice, and people leaned unconsciously toward him as they worked. On the next day, words would be repeated to the several hundred people who lived in other hovels. They might be subservient, but they were incurable gossips. Local lords rule in the West, said, and they are far from the iron grip of the Lord Ruler and his obligators. Some of these distant noblemen are finding that happy make better workers than mistreated. One man lord has even ordered his taskmasters to stop unauthorized beatings. There are whispers that he's considering paying wages to his plantation like city craftsmen might earn. Nonsense, said. My apologies, said. I didn't realize that Goodman had been to Lord's estates recently. When you dined with him last, did he tell you something that he did not tell me? Blushed, did not travel, and they certainly didn't dine with lords. You think me a fool, traveler, said, but I know what you're doing. You're the one they call the survivor. Those scars on your arms give you away. You're a troublemaker. You travel the plantations, stirring up discontent. You eat our food, telling your grand stories and your lies, then you disappear and leave people like me to deal with the false hopes you give our children. Raised an eyebrow. Now, Goodman, he said, your worries are completely unfounded. Why, I have no intention of eating your food. I brought my own. With that, reached over and tossed his pack onto the earth before's table. The loose bag slumped to the side, dumping an array of foods to the ground. Fine breads, fruits, and even a few thick, cured sausages bounced free. It rolled across the packed earthen floor and bumped lightly against foot. The middle-aged regarded the fruit with stunned eyes. That's nobleman's food, snorted. Barely, for a man of renowned prestige and rank, your Lord Trusting has remarkably poor taste. His pantry is an embarrassment to his noble station. Paled even further. That's where you went this afternoon, he whispered. You went to the manor, you stole from the master, indeed, said. And might I add that while your Lord's taste in food is deplorable, his eye for soldiers is far more impressive. Sneaking into his manor during the day was quite a challenge. Was still staring at the bag of food. If the taskmasters find this here, well, I suggest you make it disappear then, said. I'd be willing to bet that it tastes a fair bit better than watered-down soup. 24 sets of hungry eyes studied the food. If intended further arguments, he didn't make them quickly enough, for his silent pause was taken as agreement. Within a few minutes, the bag's contents had been inspected and distributed, and the pot of soup sat bubbling and ignored as the feasted on a meal far more exotic. Settled back, leaning against the hovel's wooden wall and watching the people devour their food. He had spoken correctly. The pantry's offerings had been depressingly mundane. However, this was a people who had been fed on nothing but soup and gruel since they were children. To them, breads and fruits were rare delicacies, usually eaten only as aging discards brought down by the house servants. Your storytelling was cut short, young man, an elderly noted, hobbling over to sit on a stool beside. Oh, I suspect there will be time for more later, said. Once all evidence of my thievery has been properly devoured, don't you want any of it? No need, the old man said. The last time I tried Lord's food, I had stomach pains for 3 days. New tastes are like new ideas, young man. The older you get, the more difficult they are for you to stomach. Paused, the old man was hardly an imposing sight. His leathered skin and bald scalp made him look more frail than they did wise. Yet he had to be stronger than he looked. Few plantation lived to such ages. Many lords didn't allow the elderly to remain home from daily work, and the frequent beatings that made up his life took a terrible toll on the elderly. What was your name again? Asked. Glanced back at, so Goodman, tell me something. Why do you let him lead? Shrugged. When you get to be my age, you have to be very careful where you waste your energy. Some battles just aren't worth fighting. There was an implication in his eyes. He was referring to things greater than his own struggle with. You're satisfied with this then? Asked, nodding toward the hovel and its half-starved, overworked occupants. You're content with a life full of beatings and endless drudgery. At least it's a life, said. I know what wages malcontent and rebellion bring. The eye of the Lord Ruler and the ire of the Steel Ministry can be far more terrible than a few whippings. Men like you preach change, but I wonder, is this a battle we can really fight? You're fighting it already, Goodman, you're just losing horribly. Shrugged. But what do I know? I'm just a traveling miscreant, here to eat your food and impress your youths. Shook his head. You jest, but might have been right. I fear your visit will bring us grief. Smiled. That's why I didn't contradict him, at least not on the troublemaker point. He paused, then smiled more deeply. In fact, I'd say calling me a troublemaker is probably the only accurate thing has said since I got here. How do you do that? Asked, frowning. Smile so much. Oh, I'm just a happy person. Glanced down at its hands. I've only seen scars like those on one other person, and he was dead. His body was returned to Lord Trusting as proof that his punishment had been carried out. Looked up at, he'd been caught speaking of rebellion. Trusting sent him to the pits of where he had worked until he died. The lad lasted less than a month. Glanced down at his hands and forearms. They still burned sometimes, though he was certain the pain was only in his mind. He looked up at and smiled. You ask why I smile, Goodman? Well, the Lord Ruler thinks he has claimed laughter and joy for himself. I'm disinclined to let him do so. This is one battle that doesn't take very much effort to fight. Stared at, and for a moment thought the old man might smile in return, however eventually just shook his head. I don't know, I just don't. The scream cut him off. It came from outside, perhaps to the north, though the mists distorted sounds. The people in the hovel fell silent, listening to the faint, high-pitched yells. Despite the distance and the mist, could hear the pain contained in those screams. Burned tin, it was simple for him now after years of practice. The tin sat with other metals within his stomach, swallowed earlier, waiting for him to draw upon them. He reached inside with his mind and touched the tin, tapping powers he still barely understood. The tin flared to life within him, burning his stomach like the sensation of a hot drink swallowed too quickly. Power surged through his body, enhancing his senses. The room around him became crisp, the dull fire pit flaring to near blinding brightness. He could feel the grain in the wood of the stool beneath him. He could still taste the remnants of the loaf of bread he'd snacked on earlier. Most importantly, he could hear the screams with supernatural ears. Two separate people were yelling. One was an older woman, the other a younger woman, perhaps a child. The younger screams were getting farther and farther away. "Poor Jess," a nearby woman said, her voice booming in its enhanced ears. "That child of hers was a curse. It's better for not to have pretty daughters." Nodded. "Lord Trusting was sure to send for the girl sooner or later. We all knew it. Jess knew it." "Still a shame, though," another man said. The screams continued in the distance. Burning Tin was able to judge the direction accurately. Her voice was moving toward the Lord's manor. The sound set something off within him, and he felt his face flush with anger. Turned. "Does Lord Trusting ever return the girls after he's finished with them?" Old shook his head. "Lord Trusting is a law-abiding nobleman. He has the girls killed after a few weeks. He doesn't want to catch the eye of the Inquisitors. That was the Lord Ruler's command. He couldn't afford to have children running around, children who might possess powers that weren't even supposed to know existed." The screams waned, but his anger only built. The yells reminded him of other screams, a woman's screams from the past. He stood abruptly, stool toppling to the ground behind him. "Careful, lad," said apprehensively. "Remember what I said about wasting energy. You'll never raise that rebellion of yours if you get yourself killed tonight." Glanced toward the old man, then through the screams and the pain he forced himself to smile. "I'm not here to lead a rebellion among you, Goodman. I just want to stir up a little trouble." "What good could that do?" Smile deepened. "New days are coming. Survive a little longer and you just might see great happenings in the final empire. I bid you all thanks for your hospitality." With that, he pulled open the door and strode out into the mist. Lay awake in the early hours of morning. It seemed that the older he became, the more difficult it was for him to sleep. This was particularly true when he was troubled about something, such as the traveler's failure to return to the hovel. Hope that had come to his senses and decided to move on. However, that prospect seemed unlikely, had seen the fire in his eyes. It seemed such a shame that a man who had survived the pits would instead find death here, on a random plantation, trying to protect a girl everyone else had given up for dead. How would Lord Trusting react? He was said to be particularly harsh with anyone who interrupted his nighttime enjoyments. If it managed to disturb the master's pleasures, Trusting might easily decide to punish the rest of his by association. Eventually, the other began to awake. Lay on the hard earth, bones aching, back complaining, muscles exhausted, trying to decide if it was worth rising. Each day he nearly gave up. Each day it was a little harder. One day he would just stay in the hovel waiting until the taskmasters came to kill those who were too sick or too elderly to work. But not today. He could see too much fear in the eyes of they knew that nighttime activities would bring trouble. They looked to him. He needed to get up, and so he did. Once he started moving, the pains of age decreased slightly and he was able to shuffle out of the hovel toward the fields, leaning on a younger man for support. It was then that he caught a scent in the air. "What's that?" he asked. "Do you smell smoke?" The lad upon whom leaned paused. The last remnants of the night's mist had burned away and the red sun was rising behind the sky's usual haze of blackish clouds. "I always smell smoke lately," said. "They are violent this year." "No," said, feeling increasingly apprehensive. "This is different." He turned to the north toward where a group were gathering. He let go of shuffling toward the group, feet kicking up dust and ash as he moved. At the center of the group of people he found Jess. Her daughter, the one they all assumed had been taken by Lord Trusting, stood beside her. The young girl's eyes were red from lack of sleep, but she appeared unharmed. "She came back not long after they took her," the woman was explaining. "She came and pounded on the door, crying in the mist. Was sure it was just impersonating her, but I had to let her in. I don't care what he says, I'm not giving her up. I brought her out in the sunlight and she didn't disappear. That proves she's not a..." Stumbled back from the growing crowd. Did none of them see it? No taskmasters came to break up the group. No soldiers came to make the morning population counts. Something was very wrong. Continued to the north, moving frantically toward the manor house. By the time he arrived, others had noticed the twisting line of smoke that was just barely visible in the morning light. Wasn't the first to arrive at the edge of the short hilltop plateau, but the group made way for him when he did. The manor house was gone. Only a blackened, smoldering scar remained. "By the Lord Ruler," whispered. "What happened here? He killed them all." Turned. The speaker was Jess's girl. She stood looking down at the fallen house, a satisfied expression on her youthful face. "They were dead when he brought me out," she said. "All of them, the soldiers, the taskmasters, the lords, dead, even Lord Trusting and his obligators. The master had left me going to investigate when the noises began. On the way out, I saw him lying in his own blood, stab wounds in his chest. The man who saved me threw a torch in the building as we left. This man said. He had scars on his hands and arms, reaching past the elbows. The girl nodded silently. What kind of demon was that man? One of them muttered uncomfortably. Another whispered, apparently forgetting that had gone out during the day. But he did go out into the mist, thought, and how did he accomplish a feat like this? Lord Tresting kept over 24 soldiers, did have a hidden band of rebels, perhaps. Words from the night before sounded in his ears. New days are coming. But what of us? Asked, terrified. What will happen when the Lord Ruler hears this? He'll think that we did it. He'll send us to the pits, or maybe just send his to slaughter us outright. Why would that troublemaker do something like this? Doesn't he understand the damage he's done? He understands, said. He warned us. He came to stir up trouble. But why? Because he knew we'd never rebel on our own, so he gave us no choice. Paled Lord Ruler thought, I can't do this. I can barely get up in the mornings. I can't save this people. But what other choice was there? Turned. Gather the people. We must flee before word of this disaster reaches the Lord Ruler. Where will we go? The caves to the east, said. Travelers say there are rebels hiding in them. Perhaps they'll take us in. Paled further, but we'd have to travel for days, spend nights in the mist. We can do that, said, or we can stay here and die. Stood frozen for a moment and thought the shock of it all might have overwhelmed him. Eventually, however, the younger man off to gather the others as commanded. Sighed, looking up toward the trailing line of smoke, cursing the man quietly in his mind. New days indeed. Part 1. The Survivor. Of HATHSIN. I consider myself to be a man of principle. But what man does not? Even the cutthroat, I have noticed, considers his actions moral after a fashion. Perhaps another person reading of my life would name me a religious tyrant. He could call me arrogant. What is to make that man's opinion any less valid than my own? I guess it all comes down to one fact. In the end, I'm the one with the armies. Vin watched the downy flakes drift through the air. Leisurely, careless, free. The puffs of soot fell like black snowflakes descending upon the dark city of. They drifted in corners, blowing in the breeze and curling in tiny whirlwinds over the cobblestones. They seemed so uncaring. What would that be like? Vin sat quietly in one of the crew's watch holes, a hidden alcove built into the bricks on the side of the safe house. From within it, I could watch the street for signs of danger. Vin wasn't on duty. There was simply one of the few places where she could find solitude. And Vin likes solitude. When you're alone, no one can betray you. Words, her brother had taught her so many things, then had reinforced them by doing what he'd always promised he would by betraying her himself. It's the only way you'll learn. Anyone will betray you, Vin. Anyone. The ash continued to fall. Sometimes Vin imagined she was like the ash, or the wind, or the mist itself. A thing without thought, capable of simply being, not thinking, caring, or hurting. Then she could be free. She heard shuffling a short distance away, then the trapdoor at the back of the small chamber snapped open. Vin said, sticking his head into the room. There you are, been searching for you for a half hour. That's kind of why I hid in the first place. You should get going, said. The job's almost ready to begin, was a gangly boy. Nice after his own fashion, naive, if one who had grown up in the underworld could ever really be called naive. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't betray her. Betrayal had nothing to do with friendship, it was a simple fact of survival. Life was harsh on the streets, and if a thief wanted to keep from being caught and executed, he had to be practical. And ruthlessness was the very most practical of emotions. Another of sayings. Well, asked, you should go, mad. When is he not? However, Vin nodded, scrambling out of the cramped yet comforting confines of the watch hole. She brushed past and hopped out of the trapdoor, moving into a hallway, then a rundown pantry. The room was one of many at the back of the store that served as a front for the safe house. The crew's lair itself was hidden in a tunneled stone cavern beneath the building. She left the building through a back door, trailing behind her. The job would happen a few blocks away in a richer section of town. It was an intricate job, one of the most complex Vin had ever seen. Assuming wasn't caught, the payoff would be great indeed. If he was caught, well, scamming noblemen and obligators was a very dangerous profession, but it certainly beat working in the forges or the textile mills. Vin exited the alleyway, moving out onto a dark, tenement-lined street in one of the city's many slums. Too sick to work lay huddled in corners and gutters, ash drifting around them. Vin kept her head down and pulled up her cloak's hood against the still falling flakes. Free? No, I'll never be free, made certain of that when he left. There you are, lifted a squat, fat finger and jabbed it toward her face. Where were you? Vin didn't let hatred or rebellion show in her eyes. She simply looked down, giving what he expected to see. There were other ways to be strong. That lesson she had learned on her own. Growled slightly, then raised his hand and backhanded her across the face. The force of the blow threw Vin back against the wall and her cheek blazed with pain. She slumped against the wood but bore the punishment silently. Just another bruise. She was strong enough to deal with it. She'd done so before. Listen, hissed. This is an important job. It's worth thousands of boxings, worth more than you 100 times over. I won't have you fouling it up. Understand? Studied her for a moment, his pudgy face red with anger. Finally, he looked away, muttering to himself. He was annoyed about something more than just Vin. Perhaps he had heard about the rebellion several days to the north. One of the provincial lords trusting had apparently been murdered, his manor burned to the ground. Such disturbances were bad for business. They made the aristocracy more alert and less gullible. That in turn could cut seriously into his profits. He's looking for someone to punish, Vin thought. He always gets nervous before a job. She looked up tasting blood on her lip. She must have let some of her confidence show because he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and his expression darkened. He raised his hand as if to strike her again. Vin used up a bit of her luck. She expended just a smidgen. She'd need the rest for the job. She directed the luck at calming his nervousness. The paused, oblivious of Vin's touch, yet feeling its effects nonetheless. He stood for a moment, then he sighed, turning away and lowering his hand. Vin wiped her lip as waddled away. It looked very convincing in his nobleman's suit. It was as rich a costume as Vin had ever seen. It had a white shirt overlaid by a deep green vest with engraved gold buttons. The black suit coat was long after the current fashion, and he wore a matching black hat. His fingers sparkled with rings, and he even carried a fine dueling cane. Indeed, did an excellent job of imitating a nobleman when it came to playing a role. There were few thieves more competent than, assuming he could keep his temper under control. The room itself was less impressive. Vin pulled herself to her feet as began to snap at some of the other. They had rented one of the suites at the top of a local hotel. Not too lavish, but that was the idea. Was going to be playing the part of Lord, a country nobleman who had hit upon hard financial times and come to get some final desperate contracts. The main room had been transformed into a sort of audience chamber, set with a large desk for to sit behind, the walls decorated with cheap pieces of art. Two men stood beside the desk, dressed in formal steward's clothing. They would play the part of manservants. "What is this ruckus?" a man asked, entering the room. He was tall, dressed in a simple gray shirt and a pair of slacks with a thin sword tied at his waist. Was the other? This particular scam was actually his. He'd brought in as a partner. He needed someone to play Lord, and everyone knew that was one of the best. Looked up. Ruckus? Oh, that was just a minor discipline problem. Don't bother yourself, punctuated his remark with a dismissive wave of the hand. There was a reason he played such a good aristocrat. He was arrogant enough that he could have been from one of the great houses. Eyes narrowed. Vin knew what the man was probably thinking. He was deciding how risky it would be to put a knife in his fat back once the scam was over. Eventually, the taller looked away from glancing at Vin. "Who's this?" he asked. "Just a member of my crew," said. "I thought we didn't need anyone else." "Well, we need her," said. "Ignore her. My end of the operation is none of your concern." Eyed Vin, obviously nodding her bloodied lip. She glanced away. Eyes lingered on her, however, running down the length of her body. She wore a simple white buttoned shirt and a pair of overalls. Indeed, she was hardly enticing, scrawny with a youthful face. She supposedly didn't even look her 16 years. Some men preferred such women, however. She considered using a bit of luck on him, but eventually he turned away. "The obligator is nearly here," said. "Are you ready?" Rolled his eyes, settling his bulk down into the chair behind the desk. "Everything is perfect. Leave me be. Go back to your room and wait." Frowned, then spun and walked from the room, muttering to himself. Vin scanned the room, studying the decor, the servants, the atmosphere. Finally, she made her way to his desk. The sat riffling through a stack of papers, apparently trying to decide which ones to put out on the desktop. Vin said quietly, "The servants are too fine." Frowned, looking up. "What is that you're babbling?" "The servants," Vin repeated, still speaking in a soft whisper. "Lord is supposed to be desperate. He'd have rich clothing left over from before, but he wouldn't be able to afford such rich servants. Glared at her, but he paused. Physically, there was little difference between noblemen and the servants had appointed, however, were dressed as minor noblemen. They were allowed to wear colorful vests, and they stood a little more confidently. "The obligator has to think that you're nearly impoverished," Vin said. "Pack the room with a lot of servants instead." "What do you know?" said, scowling at her. "Enough." She immediately regretted the word. It sounded too rebellious. Raised a bejeweled hand, and Vin braced herself for another slap. She couldn't afford to use up any more luck. She had precious little remaining anyway, however didn't hit her. Instead, he sighed and rested a pudgy hand on her shoulder. "Why do you insist on provoking me, Vin? You know the debts your brother left when he ran away. Do you realize that a less merciful man than myself would have sold you to the whoremasters long ago? How would you like that, serving in some nobleman's bed until he grew tired of you and had you executed?" Vin looked down at her feet. His grip grew tight, his fingers pinching her skin where neck met shoulder, and she gasped in pain despite herself. He grinned at the reaction. "Honestly, I don't know why I keep you, Vin," he said, increasing the pressure of his grip. "I should have got rid of you months ago when your brother betrayed me. I suppose I just have too kindly a heart." He finally released her, then pointed for her to stand over by the side of the room next to a tall indoor plant. She did as ordered, orienting herself so she had a good view of the entire room. As soon as looked away, she rubbed her shoulder. "Just another pain. I can deal with pain." Sat for a few moments. Then, as expected, he waved to the two servants at his side. "You too," he said. "You're dressed too richly. Go put on something that makes you look like servants instead and bring back 6 more men with you when you come." Soon the room was filled as Vin had suggested. The obligator arrived a short time later. Vin watched Laird step haughtily into the room. Shaved bald like all obligators, he wore a set of dark gray robes. The ministry tattoos around his eyes identified him as a senior bureaucrat in the ministry's canton of finance. A set of lesser obligators trailed behind him, their eye tattoos far less intricate. Rose as they entered, a sign of respect, something even the highest of great house noblemen would show to an obligator of Laird's rank. Laird gave no bow or acknowledgement of his own, instead striding forward and taking the seat in front of his desk. One of the crewmen impersonating a servant rushed forward, bringing chilled wine and fruit for the obligator. Laird picked at the fruit, letting the servant stand obediently, holding the platter of food as if he were a piece of furniture. Lord, Laird finally said, I am glad we finally have the opportunity to meet. As am I, your grace said. Why is it again that you were unable to come to the Canton building, instead requiring that I visit you here? My knees, your grace said. My physicians recommend that I travel as little as possible. And you were rightly apprehensive about being drawn into a ministry stronghold, Vin thought. I see, Laird said. Bad knees, an unfortunate attribute in a man who deals in transportation. I don't have to go on the trips, your grace said, bowing his head. Just organize them. Good, Vin thought. Make sure you remain subservient. You need to seem desperate. Vin needed this scam to succeed, threatened her and he beat her, but he considered her a good luck charm. She wasn't sure if he knew why his plans went better when she was in the room, but he had apparently made the connection. That made her valuable, and had always said that the way to stay alive in the underworld was to make yourself indispensable. I see, Laird said again. Well, I fear that our meeting has come too late for your purposes. The Canton of Finance has already voted on your proposal. So soon? Asked with genuine surprise. Yes, Laird replied, taking a sip of his wine, still not dismissing the servant. We have decided not to accept your contract. Sat for a moment stunned. I'm sorry to hear that, your grace. Laird came to meet you, Vin thought. That means he's still in a position to negotiate. Indeed, continued, seeing what Vin had. That is especially unfortunate, as I was ready to make the ministry an even better offer. Laird raised a tattooed eyebrow. I doubt it will matter. There is an element of the council who feels that the Canton would receive better service if we found a more stable house to transport our people. That would be a grave mistake, said smoothly. Let us be frank, your grace. We both know that this contract is House's last chance. Now that we've lost the deal, we cannot afford to run our canal boats to anymore. Without the ministry's patronage, my house is financially doomed. This is doing very little to persuade me, your lordship. The obligator, isn't it? Ask yourself this, your grace, who will serve you better. Will it be the house that has dozens of contracts to divide its attention, or the house that views your contract as its last hope? The Canton of Finance will not find a more accommodating partner than a desperate one. Let my boats be the ones that bring your acolytes down from the north. Let my soldiers escort them, and you will not be disappointed. Goodvin thought. I see, the obligator said, now troubled. I would be willing to give you an extended contract, locked in at the price of 50 boxings a head per trip, your grace. Your acolytes would be able to travel our boats at their leisure and would always have the escorts they need. The obligator raised an eyebrow. That's half the former fee. I told you, said. We're desperate. My house needs to keep its boats running. 50 boxings will not make us a profit, but that doesn't matter. Once we have the ministry contract to bring us stability, we can find other contracts to fill our coffers. Laird looked thoughtful. It was a fabulous deal, one that might ordinarily have been suspicious. However, his presentation created the image of a house on the brink of financial collapse. The other had spent 5 years building, scamming, and finagling to create this moment. The ministry would be remiss not to consider the opportunity. Laird was realizing just that. The Steel Ministry was not just the force of bureaucracy and legal authority in the final empire. It was like a noble house unto itself. The more wealth it had, the better its own mercantile contracts, the more leverage the various ministry cantons had with each other and with the noble houses. Laird was still obviously hesitant, however. Vin could see the look in his eyes, the suspicion she knew well. He was not going to take the contract. Now Vin thought, it's my turn. Vin used her luck on Laird. She reached out tentatively, not even really sure what she was doing or why she could even do it. Yet her touch was instinctive, trained through years of subtle practice. She'd been 10 years old before she'd realized that other people couldn't do what she could. She pressed against Laird's emotions, dampening them. He became less suspicious, less afraid, docile. His worries melted away, and Vin could see a calm sense of control begin to assert itself in his eyes. Yet Laird still seemed slightly uncertain. Vin pushed harder. He cocked his head, looking thoughtful. He opened his mouth to speak, but she pushed against him again, desperately using up her last pinch of luck. He paused again. Very well, he finally said. I will take this new proposal to the council. Perhaps an agreement can still be reached. If men read these words, let them know that power is a heavy burden. Seek not to be bound by its chains. The prophecies say that I will have the power to save the world. They hint, however, that I will have the power to destroy it as well. In Kelsir's opinion, the city of seat of the Lord Ruler was a gloomy sight. Most of the buildings had been built from stone blocks, with tile roofs for the wealthy and simple, peaked wooden roofs for the rest. The structures were packed closely together, making them seem squat despite the fact that they were generally 3 stories high. The tenements and shops were uniform in appearance. This was not a place to draw attention to oneself, unless of course you were a member of the high nobility. Interspersed throughout the city were a dozen or so monolithic keeps. Intricate, with rows of spear-like spires or deep archways, these were the homes of the high nobility. In fact, they were the mark of a high noble family. Any family who could afford to build a keep and maintain a presence in was considered to be a great house. Most of the open ground in the city was around these keeps. The patches of space amid the tenements were like clearings in a forest, the keeps themselves like solitary mounts rising above the rest of the landscape. Black mountains. Like the rest of the city, the keeps were stained by countless years of. Virtually every structure had ever seen had been blackened to some degree. Even the city wall upon which now stood was blackened by a patina of soot. Structures were generally darkest at the top, where the ash gathered, but rainwaters and evening condensations had carried the stains over ledges and down walls. Like paint running down a canvas, the darkness seemed to creep down the sides of buildings in an uneven gradient. The streets, of course, were completely black. Stood waiting, scanning the city as a group of workers worked in the street below, clearing away the latest mounds of ash. They'd take it to the river, which ran through the center of the city, sending the piles of ash to be washed away, lest it pile up and eventually bury the city. Sometimes wondered why the entire empire wasn't just one big mound of ash. He supposed the ash must break down into soil eventually. Yet it took a ridiculous amount of effort to keep cities and fields clear enough to be used. Fortunately, there were always enough to do the work. The workers below him wore simple coats and trousers, ash-stained and worn. Like the plantation workers he had left behind several weeks before, they worked with beaten-down, despondent motions. Other groups have passed the workers, responding to the bells in the distance, chiming the hour and calling them to their morning's work at the forges or mills. Its main export was metal. The city was home to hundreds of forges and refineries. However, the of the river provided excellent locations for mills, both to grind grains and make textiles. They continued to work, turned away from them, looking up into the distance toward the city center where the Lord Ruler's palace loomed like some kind of massive multi-spined insect. Shaw, the hill of 1,000 spires. The palace was several times the size of any nobleman's keep, and was by far the largest building in the city. Another began as stood contemplating the city, the flakes falling lightly down upon the streets and buildings. A lot of lately, he thought, glad for the excuse to pull up the hood on his cloak. The must be active. It was unlikely that anyone would recognize him. It had been 3 years since his capture. Still, the hood was reassuring. If all went well, there would come a time when one would want to be seen and recognized. For now, anonymity was probably better. Eventually, a figure approached along the wall. The man was shorter than, and he had a squarish face that seemed well suited to his moderately stocky build. A nondescript brown hooded cloak covered his black hair, and he wore the same short half-beard that he'd sported since his face had first put forth whiskers some 20 years before. He wore a nobleman's suit, colored vest, dark coat and trousers, and a thin cloak to keep off the ash. The clothing wasn't rich, but it was aristocratic, indicative of the middle class. Most men of noble birth weren't wealthy enough to be considered part of a great house, yet in the final empire, nobility wasn't just about money. It was about lineage and history. The Lord Ruler was immortal, and he apparently still remembered the men who had supported him during the early years of his reign. The descendants of those men, no matter how poor they became, would always be favored. The clothing would keep passing guard patrols from asking too many questions. In the cases of course, that clothing was a lie. Neither was actually noble, though technically was it in many ways. However, that was worse than being just a normal. Strolled up next to, then leaned against the battlement, resting a pair of stout arms on the stone. "You're a few days late, Kell. I decided to make a few extra stops in the plantations to the north." "Ah," said. "You did have something to do with Lord Tresting's death." Smiled. "You could say that. His murder caused quite a stir among the local nobility." "That was kind of the intention," said, "though to be honest, I wasn't planning anything quite so dramatic. It was almost more of an accident than anything else." Raised an eyebrow. "How do you accidentally kill a nobleman in his own mansion?" "With a knife in the chest," said lightly. "Or rather a pair of knives in the chest. It always pays to be careful." Rolled his eyes. "His death isn't exactly a loss," Dox said. "Even among the nobility, Tresting had a reputation for cruelty." "I don't care about Tresting," said. "I'm just considering the state of insanity that led me to plan another job with you, attacking a provincial lord in his manor house surrounded by guards. Honestly, Kell, I'd nearly forgot how foolhardy you can be." "Foolhardy?" asked with a laugh. "That wasn't foolhardy, that was just a small diversion. You should see some of the things I'm planning to do." Stood for a moment, then he laughed too. "By the Lord Ruler, it's good to have you back, Kell. I'm afraid I've grown rather boring during the last few years." "We'll fix that," promised. He took a deep breath, ash falling lightly around him. Cleaning crews were already back at work on the streets below, brushing up the dark ash. Behind, a guard patrol passed, nodding to him. They waited in silence for the men to pass. "It's good to be back," finally said. "There's something homey about, even if it is a depressing, stark pit of a city. You have the meeting organized." Nodded. "We can't start until this evening, though. How'd you get in anyway?" "I had men watching the gates." "Oh, I snuck in last night." But Hal paused. "Oh, right, that's going to take some getting used to." Shrugged. "I don't see why you always work with mistings." "Yes, but this is different," said. He held up a hand to forestall further argument. "No need, Kell, I'm not hedging. I just said it would take some getting used to." "Fine, who's coming tonight?" Well, Breeze and Ham will be there, of course. They're very curious about this mystery job of ours, not to mention rather annoyed that I won't tell him what you've been up to these last few years. Good, said with a smile. Let them wonder. How about Trap? Shook his head. Trap's dead. The ministry finally caught up with him a couple months ago, didn't even bother sending him to the pits, they beheaded him on the spot. Closed his eyes, exhaling softly. It seemed that the Steel Ministry caught up with everyone eventually. Sometimes felt that a Misting's life wasn't so much about surviving as it was about picking the right time to die. This leaves us without a smoker, finally said, opening his eyes. You have any suggestions? Ruddy said, shook his head. Oh, he's a good smoker, but he's not a good enough man. Smiled, not a good enough man to be on a thieving crew. Kel, I have missed working with you. All right, who then? Thought for a moment. Is Club still running that shop of his? As far as I know, said slowly. He's supposed to be one of the best smokers in the city. I suppose, said, but isn't he supposed to be kind of hard to work with? He's not so bad, said, not once you get used to him. Besides, I think he might be amenable to this particular job. All right, said, shrugging, I'll invite him. I think one of his relatives is do you want me to invite him too? Sounds good, said. All right, said, well, beyond that there's just assuming he's still interested. He'll be there, said. He'd better be, said. He'll be the one paying us after all. Nodded, then frowned. You didn't mention Marsh. Shrugged. I warned you, your brother never did approve of our methods, and now, well, you know Marsh. He won't even have anything to do with the rebellion anymore, let alone with a bunch of criminals like us. I think we'll have to find someone else to infiltrate the obligators. No, said, he'll do it. I'll just have to stop by to persuade him. If you say so. Fell silent then, and the two stood for a moment, leaning against the railing and looking out over the ash-stained city. Finally shook his head. This is insane, eh? Smiled. Feels good, doesn't it? Nodded. Fantastic. It will be a job like no other, said, looking north across the city and toward the twisted building at its center. Stepped away from the wall. We have a few hours before the meeting. There's something I want to show you. I think there's still time if we hurry. Turned with curious eyes. Well, I was going to go and chastise my prude of a brother, but this will be worth your time, promised. Vin sat in the corner of the safe house's main lair. She kept to the shadows, as usual. The more she stayed out of sight, the more the others would ignore her. She couldn't afford to expend luck keeping the men's hands off of her. She'd barely had time to regenerate what she'd used a few days before during the meeting with the obligator. The usual rabble lounged at tables in the room, playing at dice or discussing minor jobs. Smoke from a dozen different pipes pooled at the top of the chamber, and the walls were stained dark from countless years of similar treatment. The floor was darkened with patches of ash. Like most thieving crews, Group wasn't known for its tidiness. There was a door at the back of the room, and beyond it lay a twisting stone stairway that led up to a false rain grate in an alleyway. This room, like so many others hidden in the imperial capital of, wasn't supposed to exist. Rough laughter came from the front of the chamber, where sat with a half-dozen cronies enjoying a typical afternoon of ale and crass jokes. Tables sat beside the bar, where the overpriced drinks were simply another way exploited those who worked for him. The criminal element had learned quite well from the lessons taught by the nobility. Vin tried her best to remain invisible. 6 months before, she wouldn't have believed that her life could actually get worse without. Yet, despite her brother's abusive anger, he had kept the other from having their way with Vin. There were relatively few women on thieving crews. Generally, those women who got involved with the underworld ended up as whores. Had always told her that a girl needed to be tougher even than a man if she wanted to survive. You think Sim is going to want a liability like you on his team, he had said. I don't even want to have to work with you, and I'm your brother. Her back still throbbed. Had whipped her the day before. The blood would ruin her shirt and she wouldn't be able to afford another one. Was already retaining her wages to pay the debts had left behind. But I am strong, she thought. That was the irony. The beatings almost didn't hurt anymore, for frequent abuses had left Vin resilient, while at the same time teaching her how to look pathetic and broken. In a way, the beatings were self-defeating. Bruises and welts mended, but each new lashing left Vin more hardened. Stronger stood up. He reached into his vest pocket and pulled out his golden pocket watch. He nodded to one of his companions, then he scanned the room, searching for her. His eyes locked on Vin. It's time. Vin frowned. Time for what? The ministry's canton of finance was an imposing structure, but then everything about the Steel Ministry tended to be imposing. Tall and blocky, the building had a massive rose window in the front, though the glass was dark from the outside. 2 large banners hung down beside the window, the soot-stained red cloth proclaiming praises to the Lord Ruler. Studied the building with a critical eye. Vin could sense his apprehension. The Canton of Finance was hardly the most threatening of ministry offices. The Canton of Inquisition or even the Canton of Orthodoxy had a far more ominous reputation. However, voluntarily entering any ministry office, putting yourself in the power of the obligators. Well, it was a thing to do only after serious consideration. Took a deep breath, then strode forward, his dueling cane tapping against the stones as he walked. He wore his rich nobleman's suit, and he was accompanied by a half-dozen, including Vin, to act as his servants. Vin followed up the steps, then waited as one of them jumped forward to pull the door open for his master. Of the 6 attendants, only Vin seemed to have been told nothing of his plan. Suspiciously, supposed partner in the ministry scam was nowhere to be seen. Vin entered the Canton building. Vibrant red light sparkled with lines of blue fell from the rose window. A single obligator with tattoos around his eyes sat behind a desk at the end of the extended entryway, approached, his cane thumping against the carpet as he walked. I am Lord, he said. What are you doing? Vin thought. You insisted that you wouldn't meet with Laird in his Canton office, yet now you're here. The obligator nodded, making a notation in his ledger. He waved to the side. You may take one attendant with you into the waiting chamber. The rest must remain here. His huff of disdain indicated what he thought of that prohibition. The obligator, however, didn't look up from his ledger, stood for a moment, and Vin couldn't tell if he was genuinely angry or just playing the part of an arrogant nobleman. Finally, he jabbed a finger at Vin's. Come, he said, turning and waddling toward the indicated door. The room beyond was lavish and plush, and several noblemen lounged in various postures of waiting. Chose a chair and settled into it, then pointed toward a table set with wine and red frosted cakes. Vin obediently fetched him a glass of wine and a plate of food, ignoring her own hunger. Began to pick hungrily at the cakes, smacking quietly as he ate. He's nervous, more nervous even than before. Once we get in you will say nothing, grumbled between bites. You're betraying, Vin whispered, nodded. But how? Why? Plan was complex in execution but simple in concept. Every year the ministry transferred its new acolyte obligators from a northern training facility south to for final instruction. Had discovered, however, that those acolytes and their overseers brought down with them large amounts of ministry funds, disguised as baggage to be strongholded in. Banditry was very difficult in the final empire, what with the constant patrols along canal routes. However, if one were running the very canal boats that the acolytes were sailing upon, a robbery could become possible. Arranged at just the right time, the guards turning on their passengers, a man could make quite a profit, then blame it all on banditry. His crew is weak, said quietly. He expended too many resources on this job, but the return he'll make, Vin said, will never happen if I take what I can now then run, said smiling. I'll talk the obligators into a down payment to get my caravan boats afloat, then disappear and leave to deal with the disaster when the ministry realizes that it's been scammed. Vin stood back, slightly shocked. Setting up a scam like this would have cost thousands upon thousands of boxings. If the deal fell through now, he would be ruined, and with the ministry hunting him, he wouldn't even have time to seek revenge. Would make a quick profit, as well as rid himself of one of his more powerful rivals. Was a fool to bring into this, she thought. But then the amount had promised to pay was great. He probably assumed that greed would keep him honest until himself could pull a double cross. It simply worked faster than anyone, even Vin, had expected. How could have known that would undermine the job itself, rather than wait and try and steal the entire haul from the caravan boats? Vin's stomach twisted. It's just another betrayal, she thought sickly. Why does it still bother me so? Everyone betrays everyone else. That's the way life is. She wanted to find a corner, someplace cramped and secluded, and hide. Alone, anyone will betray you. Anyone, but there was no place to go. Eventually, a minor obligator entered and called for Lord. Vin followed as they were ushered into an audience chamber. The man who waited inside, sitting behind the audience desk, was not Laird, paused in the doorway. The room was austere, bearing only the desk and simple gray carpeting. The stone walls were unadorned, the only window barely a handspan wide. The obligator who waited for them had some of the most intricate tattoos around his eyes that Vin had ever seen. She wasn't even certain what rank they implied, but they extended all the way back to the obligator's ears and up over his forehead. Lord, the strange obligator said. Like Laird, he wore gray robes, but he was very different from the stern, bureaucratic men had dealt with before. This man was lean in a muscular way, and his clean-shaven, triangular head gave him an almost predatory look. I was under the impression that I would be meeting with Laird, said, still not moving into the room. Laird has been called away on other business. I am high head of the board that was reviewing your proposal. You have a rare opportunity to address me directly. I normally don't hear cases in person, but Laird's absence has made it necessary for me to share in some of his work. Vin's instincts made her tense. We should go, now. Stood for a long moment, and Vin could see him considering. Run now or take a risk for the greater prize. Vin didn't care about prizes, she just wanted to live. However, had not become without the occasional gamble. He slowly moved into the room, eyes cautious as he took the seat opposite the obligator. Well, hi, said with a careful voice. I assume that since I have been called back for another appointment, the board is considering my offer. Indeed we are, the obligator said. Though I must admit, there are some council members who are apprehensive about dealing with a family that is so near to economic disaster. The ministry generally prefers to be conservative in its financial operations. I see, but said, there are others on the board who are quite eager to take advantage of the savings you offered us. And with which group do you identify, your grace? I, as of yet, have not made my decision. The obligator leaned forward. Which is why I noted that you have a rare opportunity. Convince me, Lord, and you will have your contract. Surely Laird outlined the details of our offer, said. Yes, but I would like to hear the arguments from you personally. Vin frowned. She remained near the back of the room, standing near the door, still half convinced she should run. Well, asked. We need this contract, your grace, said. Without it we won't be able to continue our canal shipping operations. Your contract would give us a much-needed period of stability, a chance to maintain our caravan boats for a time while we search for other contracts. Studied for a moment. Surely you can do better than that, Lord. Laird said that you were very persuasive. Let me hear you prove that you deserve our patronage. Vin prepared her luck. She could make more inclined to believe, but something restrained her. The situation felt wrong. We are your best choice, your grace said. You fear that my house will suffer economic failure. Well, if it does, what have you lost? At worst, my narrow boats would stop running and you would have to find other merchants to deal with. Yet if your patronage is enough to maintain my house, then you have found yourself an enviable long-term contract. I see, said lightly. And why the ministry? Why not make your deal with someone else? Surely there are other options for your boats, other groups who would jump at such rates. Frown. This isn't about money, your grace. It is about the victory, the showing of confidence that we would gain by having a ministry contract. If you trust us, others will too. I need your support. Was sweating now. He was probably beginning to regret this gamble. Had he been betrayed, was behind the odd meeting. The obligator waited quietly. He could destroy them, Vin knew. If he even suspected that they were scamming him, he could give them over to the Canton of Inquisition. More than one nobleman had entered a Canton building and never returned. Gritting her teeth, Vin reached out and used her luck on the obligator, making him less suspicious. Smiled. Well, you have convinced me, he suddenly declared, sighed in relief. Continued, your most recent letter suggested that you need 3,000 boxings as an advance to refurbish your equipment and resume shipping operations. See the scribe in the main hallway to finish the paperwork so that you may requisition the necessary funds. The obligator pulled a sheet of thick bureaucratic paper from a stack, then stamped a seal at the bottom. He proffered it to your contract, smiled deeply. I knew coming to the ministry was the wise choice, he said, accepting the contract. He stood, nodding respectfully to the obligator, then motioned for Vin to open the door for him. She did so. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. She paused as left, looking back at the obligator. He was still smiling. A happy obligator was always a bad sign, yet no one stopped them as they passed through the waiting room with its noble occupants. Sealed and delivered the contract to the appropriate scribe, and no soldiers appeared to arrest them. The scribe pulled out a small chest filled with coins and then handed it to with an indifferent hand. Then they simply left the Canton building, gathering his other attendants with obvious relief. No cries of alarm, no tromping of soldiers. They were free, had successfully scammed both the ministry and another crew leader. Apparently, stuffed another one of the little red frosted cakes into his mouth, chewing with satisfaction. The fat thief and his scrawny attendant passed through the waiting room, entering the entryway beyond. The obligator who had interviewed the two thieves remained in his office, apparently awaiting his next appointment. Well, asked, what do you think? Glanced at the cakes. They're quite good, he said, taking another one. The ministry has always had excellent taste. It makes sense that they would provide superior snacks. Rolled his eyes. About the girl, Kel smiled as he piled 4 of the cakes in his hand, then nodded toward the doorway. The Canton waiting room was growing too busy for the discussion of delicate matters. On the way out, he paused and told the obligator secretary in the corner that they needed to reschedule. Then the two crossed through the entry chamber, passing the overweight, who stood speaking with a scribe. Stepped out onto the street, pulled his hood up against the still falling ash, then led the way across the street. He paused beside an alleyway, standing where he and could watch the Canton building's doors. Munched contentedly on his cakes. How'd you find out about her? He asked between bites. Your brother, replied, tried to swindle Marsh a few months ago and he brought the girl with him then too. Actually, this little good luck charm is becoming moderately famous in the right circles. I'm still not sure if he knows what she is or not. You know how superstitious thieves can get. Nodded, dusting off his hands. How'd you know she'd be here today? Shrugged. A few bribes in the right place. I've been keeping an eye on the girl ever since Marsh pointed her out to me. I wanted to give you an opportunity to see her work for yourself. Across the street, the Canton building's door finally opened and made his way down the steps surrounded by a group of servants. The small, short-haired girl was with him. The sight of her made frown. She had a nervous anxiety to her step, and she jumped slightly whenever someone made a quick move. The right side of her face was still slightly discolored from a partially healed bruise. Eyed the self-important. I'll have to come up with something particularly suitable to do to that man. Poor thing, muttered, nodded. She'll be free of him soon enough. It's a wonder no one discovered her before this. Your brother was right then, nodded. She's at least a misting, and if Marsh says she's more, I'm inclined to believe him. I'm a bit surprised to see her using on a member of the ministry, especially inside a Canton building. I guess that she doesn't know that she's even using her abilities. Is that possible? Asked, nodded. Trace minerals in the water can be burned if just for a tiny bit of power. That's one of the reasons the Lord Ruler built his city here, lots of metals in the ground. I'd say that, trailed off, frowning slightly. Something was wrong. He glanced toward and his crew. They were still visible in the near distance, crossing the street and heading south. A figure appeared in the Canton building's doorway. Lean with a confident air, he bore the tattoos of a High of the Canton of Finance around his eyes. Probably the very man had met with shortly before. The obligator stepped out of the building and a second man exited behind beside, suddenly grew stiff. The second man was tall with a strong build. As he turned, was able to see that a thick metal spike had been pounded tip first through each of the man's eyes. With shafts as wide as an eye socket, the nail-like spikes were long enough that their sharp points jutted out about an inch from the back of the man's clean-shaven skull. The flat spike ends shone like two silvery discs sticking out of the sockets in the front where the eyes should have been. A steel inquisitor. "What's that doing here?" asked. "Stay calm," said, trying to force himself to do the same. The inquisitor looked toward them, spiked eyes regarding before turning in the direction that the girl had gone. Like all inquisitors, he wore intricate eye tattoos, mostly black, with one stark red line that marked him as a high-ranking member of the Canton of Inquisition. "He's not here for us," said. "I'm not burning anything. He'll think that we're just ordinary noblemen." The girl said, nodded. "You say's been running this scam on the ministry for a while." Well, the girl must have been detected by one of the obligators. They're trained to recognize when it tampers with their emotions. Frowned thoughtfully. Across the street, the inquisitor conferred with the other obligator, then the two of them turned to walk in the direction that had gone. There was no urgency to their pace. "They must have sent a tail to follow them," said. "This is the ministry," said. "There'll be 2 tails at least." Nodded. "We'll lead them directly back to his safe house. Dozens of men will die. They're not all the most admirable people, but they fight the final empire in their own way," said. "Besides, I'm not about to let a possible slip away from us. I want to talk to that girl. Can you deal with those tails?" "I said I'd become boring," Kel said. "Not sloppy. I can handle a couple of ministry flunkies." "Good," said, reaching into his cloak pocket and pulling out a small vial. A collection of metal flakes floated in an alcohol solution within. Iron, steel, tin, pewter, copper, bronze, zinc, and brass, the 8 basic metals, pulled off the stopper and down the contents in a single swift gulp. He pocketed the now empty vial, wiping his mouth. "I'll handle that inquisitor," looked apprehensive. "You're going to try and take him," shook his head. "Too dangerous. I'll just divert him now. Get going. We don't want those tails finding the safe house." Nodded. "Meet back at the 15th crossroad," he said before taking off down the alley and disappearing around a corner. Gave his friend a count of 10 before reaching within himself and burning his metals. His body came awash with strength, clarity, and power. Smiled, then burning zinc, he reached out and yanked firmly on the inquisitor's emotions. The creature froze in place, then spun, looking back toward the Canton building. "Let's have a chase now, you and I thought. We arrived in earlier this week, and I have to say I find the countryside beautiful. The great mountains to the north with their bald snowcaps and forested mantles stand like watchful gods over this land of green fertility. My own lands to the south are mostly flat. I think that they might look less dreary if there were a few mountains to vary the terrain. The people here are mostly herdsmen, though timber harvesters and farmers are not uncommon. It is a pastoral land, certainly. It seems odd that a place so remarkably agrarian could have produced the prophecies and theologies upon which the entire world now relies." Camon counted his coins, dropping the golden boxings one by one into the small chest on his table. He still looked a bit stunned, as well he should have. 3,000 boxings was a fabulous amount of money, far more than would earn in even a very good year. His closest cronies sat at the table with him, ale and laughter flowing freely. Vin sat in her corner, trying to understand her feelings of dread. 3,000 boxings. The ministry should never have let such a sum go so quickly. It seemed too cunning to be fooled with ease. Dropped another coin into the chest. Vin couldn't decide if he was being foolish or clever by making such a display of wealth. Underworld crews worked under a strict agreement. Everyone received a cut of earnings in proportion to their status in the group. While it was sometimes tempting to kill thee and take his money for yourself, a successful leader created more wealth for everyone. Kill him prematurely and you would cut off future earnings, not to mention earn the wrath of the other. Still, 3,000 boxings. That would be enough to tempt even the most logical thief. It was all wrong. "I have to get out of here," Vin decided. Get away from the lair in case something happens. And yet, leave by herself. She'd never been alone before. She'd always had. He'd been the one to lead her from city to city, joining different thieving crews. She loved solitude, but the thought of being by herself out in the city horrified her. That was why she'd never run away from. That was why she'd stayed with. She couldn't go, but she had to. She looked up from her corner, scanning the room. There weren't many people in the crew for whom she felt any sort of attachment. Yet there were a couple that she would be sorry to see hurt should the obligators actually move against the crew. A few men who hadn't tried to abuse her, or in very rare cases who had actually shown her some measure of kindness, was at the top of that list. He wasn't a friend, but he was the closest thing she had now that was gone. If he would go with her, then at least she wouldn't be alone. Cautiously, Vin stood and moved along the side of the room to where sat drinking with some of the other younger. She tugged on sleeve. He turned toward her, only slightly drunk. "Vin," she whispered, "we need to go." He frowned. Go where?" "Away," Vin whispered. "Out of here." Now, Vin nodded urgently, glanced back at his friends who were chuckling among themselves, shooting suggestive looks at Vin, and flushed. "You want to go somewhere, just you and I?" "Not like that," Vin said, "just. I need to leave the lair and I don't want to be alone." Frowned. He leaned closer, a slight stink of ale on his breath. "What is this about, Vin?" he asked quietly. Vin paused. "I think something might happen," she whispered. Something with the obligators, I just don't want to be in the lair. Right sat quietly for a moment. All right, he finally said. How long will this take? I don't know, Vin said. Until evening at least, but we have to go now. He nodded slowly. Wait here for a moment, Vin whispered, turning. She shot a glance at who was laughing at one of his own jokes. Then she quietly moved through the ash-stained, smoky chamber into the lair's back room. The crew's general sleeping quarters consisted of a simple, elongated corridor lined with bedrolls. It was crowded and uncomfortable, but it was far better than the cold alleyways she'd slept in during her years traveling with. Alleyways that I might have to get used to again, she thought. She had survived them before. She could do so again. She moved to her pallet, the muffled sounds of men laughing and drinking sounding from the other room. Vin knelt down regarding her few possessions. If something did happen to the crew, she wouldn't be able to come back to the lair. Ever, but she couldn't take the bedroll with her now. It was far too obvious. That left only the small box that contained her personal effects. A pebble from each city she'd visited, the earrings Vin's mother had given her, and a bit of obsidian the size of a large coin. It was chipped into an irregular pattern, had carried it as some kind of good luck charm. It was the only thing he'd left behind when he'd snuck away from the crew half a year before, abandoning her. Just like he always said he would, Vin told herself sternly. I never thought he'd actually go, and that's exactly why he had to leave. She gripped the bit of obsidian in her hand and pocketed the pebbles. The earring she put in her ear, it was a very simple thing. Little more than a stud, not even worth styling, which was why she didn't fear leaving it in the back room. Still, Vin had rarely worn it for fear that the ornamentation would make her look more feminine. She had no money, but had taught her how to scavenge and beg. Both were difficult in the final empire, especially but she would find a way if she had to. Vin left her box and bedroll, slipping back out into the common room. Maybe she was overreacting, perhaps nothing would happen to the crew, but if it did, well, if there was one thing it taught her, it was how to protect her neck. Bringing was a good idea. He had contacts in. If something happened to his crew, could probably get her and him jobs on. Vin froze just inside the main room, wasn't at the table where she had left him. Instead, he stood furtively near the front of the room, near the bar, near. What is this? Stood, his face red as sunlight. He pushed his stool out of the way, then lurched toward her half drunk. Running away, off to betray me to the ministry, are you? Vin dashed toward the stairwell door, desperately scrambling around tables and past. His hurled wooden stool hit her square in the back, throwing her to the ground. Pain flared between her shoulders. Several cried out as the stool bounced off of her and thumped against the floorboards nearby. Vin lay in a daze, then, something within her, something she knew of but didn't understand, gave her strength. Her head stopped swimming, her pain becoming a focus. She climbed awkwardly to her feet. Was there, he backhanded her even as she stood. Her head snapped to the side from the blow, twisting her neck so painfully that she barely felt herself hit the floor again. Bent over, grabbing her by the front of her shirt and pulling her up, raising his fist. Vin didn't pause to think or to speak. There was only one thing to do. She used up all of her luck in a single furious effort, pushing against, calming his fury. Teetered for a moment, his eyes softened. He lowered her slightly. Then the anger returned to his eyes, hard, terrifying. Damn wench, muttered, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her. That backstabbing brother of yours never respected me, and you're the same. I was too easy on you both. Should have. Vin tried to twist free, but his grip was firm. She searched desperately for aid from the other. However, she knew what she would find. Indifference. They turned away, their faces embarrassed but not concerned. Still stood near his table, looking down guiltily. In her mind, she thought she heard a voice whispering to her. Voice, fool. Ruthlessness, it's the most logical of emotions. You don't have any friends in the underworld. You'll never have any friends in the underworld. She renewed her struggles, but hit her again, knocking her to the ground. The blow stunned her, and she gasped, breath knocked from her lungs. Just endure, she thought, mind muddled. He won't kill me. He needs me. Yet as she turned weakly, she saw looming above her in the colliginous room, drunken fury showing in his face. She knew this time would be different. It would be no simple beating. He thought that she intended to betray him to the ministry. He wasn't in control. There was murder in his eyes. Please, Vin thought with desperation, reaching for her luck, trying to make it work. There was no response. Luck, such as it was, had failed her. Bent down, muttering to himself as he grabbed her by the shoulder. He raised an arm, his meaty hand forming another fist, his muscles tensing, an angry bead of sweat slipping off his chin and hitting her on the cheek. A few feet away, the stairwell door shook, then burst open. Paused, arm upraised as he glared toward the door, and whatever unfortunate had chosen such an inopportune moment to return to the lair. Vin seized the distraction. Ignoring the newcomer, she tried to shake herself free from his grip, but she was too weak. Her face blazed from where he'd hit her, and she tasted blood on her lip. Her shoulder had been twisted awkwardly, and her side ached from where she'd fallen. She clawed its hand, but she suddenly felt weak, her inner strength failing her just as her luck had. Her pain suddenly seemed greater, more daunting, more demanding. She turned toward the door desperately. She was close, painfully close. She had nearly escaped, just a little farther. Then she saw the man standing quietly in the stairwell doorway. He was unfamiliar to her. Tall and hawk-faced, he had light blonde hair and wore a relaxed nobleman's suit, his cloak hanging free. He was perhaps in his mid-30s. He wore no hat, nor did he carry a dueling cane, and he looked very, very angry. What is this? Demanded. Who are you? How did he get by the scouts? Vin thought, struggling to get her wits back. Pain, she could deal with pain. The obligators, did they send him? Newcomer looked down at Vin and his expression softened slightly. Then he looked up at and his eyes grew dark. Angry demands were cut off as he was thrown backward as if had been punched by a powerful force. His arm was ripped free from Vin's shoulder and he toppled to the ground, causing the floorboards to shake. The room fell quiet. Have to get away, Vin thought, forcing herself up to her knees. Groaned in pain from a few feet away, and Vin crawled away from him, slipping beneath an unoccupied table. The lair had a hidden exit, a trapdoor beside the far back wall. If she could crawl to it, suddenly Vin felt an overwhelming peace. The emotion slammed into her like a sudden weight, her emotions squished silent as if crushed by a forceful hand. Her fear puffed out like an extinguished candle, and even her pain seemed unimportant. She slowed, wondering why she had been so worried. She stood up, pausing as she faced the trapdoor. She breathed heavily, still a little dazed. Just tried to kill me. The logical part of her mind warned, and someone else is attacking the lair. I have to get away. However, her emotions didn't match the logic. She felt serene, unworried, and more than a little bit curious. Someone had just used luck on her. She recognized it somehow, even though she'd never felt it upon her before. She paused beside the table, one hand on the wood, then slowly turned around. The newcomer still stood in the stairwell doorway. He studied her with a critical eye, then smiled in a disarming sort of way. What is going on? The newcomer finally stepped into the room. The rest of his crew remained sitting at their tables. They looked surprised, but oddly unworried. He's using luck on them all. But how can he do it to so many at once? Vin had never been able to store up enough luck to do more than give the occasional brief push. As the newcomer entered the room, Vin could finally see that a second person stood in the stairwell behind him. This second man was less imposing. He was shorter, with a dark half-beard and close-cropped straight hair. He also wore a nobleman's suit, though his was less sharply tailored. On the other side of the room, groaned and sat up, holding his head. He glanced at the newcomers. Master, why, well, this is a surprise. Indeed, said the shorter man. Vin frowned, realizing she sensed a slight familiarity to these men. She recognized them from somewhere, the Canton of Finance. They were sitting in the waiting room when I left, climbed to his feet studying the blonde newcomer. Looked down at the man's hands, both of which were lined with strange overlapping scars. By the Lord Ruler, whispered. The survivor of. Vin frowned. The title was unfamiliar to her. Should she know this man? Her wounds still throbbed despite the peace she felt, and her head was dizzy. She leaned on the table for support but did not sit. Whoever this newcomer was obviously thought him important. Why, master, sputtered. This is a rare honor. The newcomer shook his head. You know, I'm not really interested in listening to you. Let out enough pain as he was thrown backward again, made no obvious gesture to perform the feat, yet collapsed to the ground as if shoved by some unseen force, fell quiet and scanned the room. The rest of you know who I am. Many of them nodded. Good, I've come to your lair because you, my friends, owe me a great debt. The room was silent save for groans. Finally, one of the crewmen spoke. We do, master. Indeed you do. You see, master, and I just saved your lives. You're rather incompetent. Left the ministry's Canton of Finance about an hour ago, returning directly to this safe house. He was followed by 2 ministry scouts, one high-ranking, and a single steel inquisitor. No one spoke. Oh Lord, Vin thought she'd been right, she just hadn't been fast enough. If there was an inquisitor, I dealt with the inquisitor, said. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. What kind of person could so lightly claim to have dealt with an inquisitor? Rumors said the creatures were immortal, that they could see a man's soul, and that they were unmatched warriors. I require payment for services rendered, said. Didn't get up this time. He had fallen hard and he was obviously disoriented. The room remained still. Finally, the dark-skinned man who was second scooped up the coffer of ministry boxings and dashed forward with it. He proffered it too. The money got from the ministry, explained. 3,000 boxings. Is so eager to please him, Vin thought. This is more than just luck, either that or it's some sort of luck I've never been able to use. Paused, then accepted the coin chest. And you are, master. Well, I will consider this payment satisfactory, assuming you do one other thing for me. Paused. What would that be? Nodded toward the near unconscious. Deal with him. Of course, said. I want him to live, said, holding up a finger, but I don't want him to enjoy it. Nodded. We'll make him a beggar. The Lord Ruler disapproves of the profession, won't have an easy time of it herein, and will dispose of him anyway as soon as he thinks this isn't paying attention. Good, said. Then he opened the coin chest and began counting out some golden boxings. You're a resourceful man, quick on your feet and not as easily intimidated as the others. I've had dealings with mistings before, master, said. Nodded. Docs, he said, addressing his companion, where were we going to have our meeting tonight? I was thinking that we should use Clubs' shop, said the second man. Hardly a neutral location, said, especially if he decides not to join us. True, look to. I'm planning a job in this area. It would be useful to have the support of some locals. He held out a pile of what looked like 100 boxings. We'll require use of your safe house for the evening. This can be arranged. Of course, said, taking the coins eagerly. Good, said. Now get out. Out, asked hesitantly. Yes, said. Take your men, including your former leader, and leave. I want to have a private conversation with Mistress Vin. The room grew silent again, and Vin knew she wasn't the only one wondering how knew her name. Well, you heard him, snapped. He waved for a group of thugs to go grab, then he shooed the rest of the up the stairs. Vin watched them go, growing apprehensive. This was a powerful man, and instinct told her that powerful men were dangerous. Did he know of her luck? Obviously, what other reason would he have for singling her out? How is this going to try and use me? She thought, rubbing her arm where she'd hit the floor. By the way, said idly. When I say private, I mean that I don't want to be spied on by the 4 men watching us through peekholes behind the far wall. Kindly take them up into the alley with you. Paled, of course, master. Good, and in the alleyway you'll find the 2 dead ministry spies. Kindly dispose of the corpses for us. Nodded, turning, and added, turn back again. See that none of your men betray us, said quietly, and Vin felt it again, a renewed pressure on her emotions. This crew already has the eye of the steel ministry. Do not make an enemy of me as well. Nodded sharply, then disappeared into the stairwell, pulling the door closed behind him. A few moments later, Vin heard footsteps from the peak room, then all was still. She was alone with a man who was, for some reason, so singularly impressive that he could intimidate an entire room full of cutthroats and thieves. She eyed the bolt door, was watching her. What would he do if she ran? He claims to have killed an inquisitor, Vin thought, and he used luck. I have to stay if just long enough to find out what he knows. Smile deepened, then finally he laughed. That was far too much fun, Docs. The other man, the one had called, snorted and walked toward the front of the room. Vin tensed, but he didn't move toward her, instead strolled to the bar. You were insufferable enough before, Kel said. I don't know how I'm going to handle this new reputation of yours. At least I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it and maintain a straight face. You're jealous. Yes, that's it, said. I'm terribly jealous of your ability to intimidate petty criminals. If it's of any note to you, I think you were too harsh on. Walked over and took a seat at one of the room's tables. His mirth darkened slightly as he spoke. You saw what he was doing to the girl. Actually, I didn't, said dryly, rummaging through the bar's stores. Someone was blocking the doorway. Shrugged. Look at her, Docs. The poor thing's been beaten nearly senseless. I don't feel any sympathy for the man. Vin remained where she was, keeping watch on both men. As the tension of the moment grew weaker, her wounds began to throb again. The blow between her shoulder blades, that would be a large bruise, and the slap to her face burned as well. She was still a little dizzy, was watching her. Vin clenched her teeth. Pain, she could deal with pain. You need anything, child? Asked. A wet handkerchief for that face, perhaps. She didn't respond, instead remaining focused on, come on, tell me what you want with me, make your play. Finally shrugged, then ducked beneath the bar for a moment. He eventually came up with a couple of bottles. Anything good? Asked, turning. What do you think? Asked. Even among thieves, isn't exactly known for his refinement. I have socks worth more than this wine. Sighed, give me a cup anyway. Then he glanced back at Vin. You want anything? Smiled, don't worry, we're far less frightening than your friends think. I don't think they were her friends, Kel said from behind the bar. Good point, said. Regardless, child, you don't have anything to fear from us, other than Doc's breath. Rolled his eye, or Kel's jokes. Vin stood quietly. She could act weak the way she had with, but instincts told her that these men wouldn't respond well to that tactic. So she remained where she was, assessing the situation. The calmness fell upon her again. It encouraged her to be at ease, to be trusting, to simply do as the men were suggesting. No, she stayed where she was, raised an eyebrow. That's unexpected. What? Asked as he poured a cup of wine. Nothing, said, studying Vin. You want a drink or not, lass? Asked. Vin said nothing. All her life, as long as she could remember, she'd had her luck. It made her strong, and it gave her an edge over other thieves. It was probably why she was still alive. Yet all that time, she'd never really known what it was or why she could use it. Logic and instinct now told her the same thing, that she needed to find out what this man knew. However he intended to use her, whatever his plans were, she needed to endure them. She had to find out how he'd grown so powerful. Ale, she finally said. Ale asked. That's it, Vin nodded, watching him carefully. I like it, rubbed his chin. We'll have to work on that, he said. Anyway, have a seat. Hesitant, Vin walked over and sat down opposite at the small table. Her wounds throbbed, but she couldn't afford to show weakness. Weakness killed. She had to pretend to ignore the pain. At least, sitting as she was, her head cleared. Joined them a moment later, giving a glass of wine and Vin her mug of ale. She didn't take a drink. Who are you? She asked in a quiet voice, raised an eyebrow. You're a blunt one, eh? Vin didn't reply, sighed. So much for my intriguing air of mystery. Snorted quietly, smiled. My name is, I'm what you might call but I run a crew that isn't like any you've probably known. Men along with his crew, like to think of themselves as predators, feeding off of the nobility and the various organizations of the ministry. Vin shook her head. Not predators, scavengers. One would have thought perhaps that so close to the Lord Ruler such things as thieving crews would not be able to exist. Yet had shown her that the opposite was true. Powerful, rich nobility congregated around the Lord Ruler. And where power and riches existed, so did corruption, especially since the Lord Ruler tended to police his nobility far less than he did it had to do apparently with his fondness for their ancestors. Either way, thieving crews were the rats who fed on the city's corruption. And like rats, they were impossible to entirely exterminate, especially in a city with the population of scavengers, said, smiling. Apparently he did that a lot. That's an appropriate description, Vin. Well, Docs and I were scavengers too. We're just a higher quality of scavenger. We're more well-bred, you might say, or perhaps just more ambitious. She frowned. Your noblemen, Lord no, said, or at least said not full-blooded ones. Half-breeds aren't supposed to exist, Vin said carefully. The ministry hunts them, raised an eyebrow. Half-breeds like you, Vin felt a shock. How? Even the Steel Ministry isn't infallible, Vin said. If they can miss you, then they can miss others. Vin paused thoughtfully. He called you mistings. Those are some kind of right, glanced at. She's observant, the shorter man said with an appreciative nod. Indeed, agreed. The man did call us mistings, Vin, though the appellation was a bit hasty since neither Docs nor I are technically mistings. We do, however, associate with them quite a bit. Vin sat quietly for a moment, sitting beneath the scrutiny of the two men. The mystical power held by the nobility, granted to them by the Lord Ruler some 1,000 years before as a reward for their loyalty. It was basic ministry doctrine, even alike Vin knew that much. The nobility had in privilege because of their ancestors that were punished for the same reason. The truth was, however, that she didn't really know what was. It had something to do with fighting, she'd always assumed. One misting, as they were called, was said to be dangerous enough to kill an entire thieving team. Yet the she knew spoke of the power in whispered, uncertain tones. Before this moment, she never even paused to consider the possibility that it might simply be the same thing as her luck. Tell me, Vin said, leaning forward with interest. Do you realize what you did to that obligator in the Canton of Finance? I used my luck, Vin said quietly. I use it to make people less angry. Or less suspicious, said. Easier to scam, held up a finger. There are a lot of things you're going to have to learn, techniques, rules, and exercises. One lesson, however, cannot wait. Never use emotional on an obligator. They're all trained to recognize when their passions are being manipulated. Even the high nobility are forbidden from pulling or pushing the emotions of an obligator. You're what caused that obligator to send for an inquisitor. Pray the creature never catches your trail again, lass, said quietly, sipping his wine. Vin paled. You didn't kill the inquisitor, shook his head. I just distracted him for a bit, which was quite dangerous enough, I might add. Don't worry, many of the rumors about them aren't true. Now that he's lost your trail, he won't be able to find you again. Most likely, said. Vin glanced at the shorter man apprehensively. Most likely, agreed. There are a lot of things we don't know about the inquisitors. They don't seem to follow the normal rules. Those spikes through their eyes, for instance, should kill them. Nothing I've learned about has ever provided an explanation for how those creatures keep living. If it were only a regular misting seeker on your trail, we wouldn't need to worry. And, well, you'll want to keep your eyes open. Of course, you already seem pretty good at that. Vin sat uncomfortably for a moment, eventually nodded to her mug of ale. You aren't drinking. You might have slipped something in it, Vin said. Oh, there was no need for me to sneak something into your drink, said with a smile, pulling an object out of his suit coat pocket. After all, you're going to drink this vial of mysterious liquid quite willingly. He set a small glass vial on the tabletop. Vin frowned, regarding the liquid within. There was a dark residue at its bottom. What is it? If I told you it wouldn't be mysterious, said with a smile, rolled his eyes. The vial is filled with an alcohol solution and some flakes of metal, Vin. Metal? She asked with a frown. 2 of the 8 basic metals, said. We need to do some tests. Vin eyed the vial, shrugged. You'll have to drink it if you want to know any more about this luck of yours. You drink half first, Vin said, raised an eyebrow. A bit on the paranoid side, I see. Finally, he sighed, picking up the vial and pulling off the plug. Shake it up first, Vin said, so you get some of the sediment. Rolled his eyes, but did as requested, shaking the vial, then downing half of its content. He set it back on the table with a click. Vin frowned, then she eyed, who smiled. He knew that he had her. He had shown off his power, had tempted her with it. The only reason to be subservient to those with power is so that you can learn to someday take what they have. Words. Vin reached out and took the vial, then she downed its contents. She sat, waiting for some magical transformation or surge of power or even signs of poison. She felt nothing. How anticlimactic. She frowned, leaning back in her chair. Out of curiosity, she felt at her luck, and felt her eyes widen in shock. It was there like a massive golden hoard. A storage of power so incredible that it stretched her understanding. Always before she had needed to be a scrimp with her luck, holding it in reserve, using up morsels sparingly. Now she felt like a starving woman invited to a high nobleman's feast. She sat stunned, regarding the enormous wealth within her. So, said with a prodding voice, try it, soothe me. Vin reached out, tentatively touching her newfound mass of luck. She took a bit and directed it at, good, leaned forward eagerly. We already knew you could do that. Now the real test, Vin, can you go the other way? You can dampen my emotions, but can you inflame them too? Vin frowned. She'd never used her luck in such a way she hadn't even realized that she could. Why was he so eager, suspicious? Vin reached for her source of luck. As she did so, she noticed something interesting. What she had first interpreted as one massive source of power was actually 2 different sources of power. There were different types of luck. 8. He'd said there were 8 of them, but what do the others do? Was still waiting. Vin reached to the second unfamiliar source of luck, doing as she'd done before and directing it at him. Smile deepened and he sat back, glancing at, that's it then, she did it, shook his head. To be honest, Kel, I'm not sure what to think. Having one of you around was unsettling enough, too, though. Vin regarded them with narrow, dubious eyes. 2 what? Even among the nobility, Vin is modestly rare, said. True, it's a hereditary skill, with most of its powerful lines among the high nobility. However, breeding alone doesn't guarantee strength. Many high noblemen only have access to a single skill. People like that, those who can only perform in one of its 8 basic aspects, are called mistings. Sometimes these abilities appear in, but only if that has noble blood in his or her near ancestry. You can usually find one misting in, about 10,000 mixed breed. The better and closer the noble ancestry, the more likely he is to be a misting. Who were your parents? Vin asked. Do you remember them? I was raised by my half-brother, Vin said quietly, uncomfortable. These were not things she discussed with others. Did he speak of your mother and father? Asked. Occasionally, she admitted. Said that our mother was a whore, not out of choice but the underworld. She trailed off. Her mother had tried to kill her once when she was very young. She vaguely remembered the event had saved her. What about your father? Vin asked. Vin looked up. He is a high in the steel ministry, whistled softly. Now that's a slightly ironic breach of duty. Vin looked down at the table. Finally, she reached over and took a healthy pull on her mug of ale, smiled. Most ranking obligators in the ministry are high noblemen. Your father gave you a rare gift in that blood of yours. So, I'm one of these mistings you mentioned, shook his head. Actually no, you see, this is what made you so interesting to us, Vin. Mistings only have access to one skill, you just proved you have 2. And if you have access to at least 2 of the 8, then you have access to the rest as well. That's the way it works. If you're in, you either get one skill or you get them all. Lean forward. You, Vin, are what is generally called, even amongst the nobility, they're incredibly rare. Amongst, well, let's just say I've only met one other in my entire life. Somehow the room seemed to grow more quiet, more still. Vin stared at her mug with distracted, uncomfortable eyes. She'd heard the stories, of course, the legends, and sat quietly letting her think. Eventually she spoke. So, what does this all mean? Smiled. It means that you, Vin, are a very special person. You have a power that most high noblemen envy. It is a power that, had you been born an aristocrat, would have made you one of the most deadly and influential people in all of the final empire. Leaned forward again. But you weren't born an aristocrat. You're not noble, Vin. You don't have to play by their rules, and that makes you even more powerful. Apparently the next stage of my quest will take us up into the highlands of. This is said to be a cold, unforgiving place, a land where the mountains themselves are made of ice. Our normal attendants will not do for such a trip. We should probably hire some packmen to carry our gear. You heard what he said. He's planning a job. Eyes shone with excitement. I wonder which of the great houses he's going to strike. It'll be one of the most powerful ones, said one of his head pointmen. He was missing a hand, but his eyes and ears were among the keenest in the crew. Never bothers himself with small-time jobs. Vin sat quietly, her mug of ale, the same one had given her, still sitting mostly full on the tabletop. Her table was crowded with people, had let the thieves return to their home for a bit before his meeting began. Vin, however, would have preferred to remain by herself. Life had accustomed her to loneliness. If you let someone get too close, it would just give them better opportunities to betray you. Even after his disappearance, Vin had kept to herself. She hadn't been willing to leave, however, she also hadn't felt the need to become familiar with the other. They had in turn been perfectly willing to let her alone. Vin's position had been precarious, and associating with her could have tainted them by association. Only had made any moves to befriend her. If you let someone get close to you, it will only hurt more when they betray you, seemed to whisper in her mind. Had even really been her friend, he'd certainly sold her out quickly enough. In addition, that had taken Vin's beating and sudden rescue in stride, never mentioning their betrayal or refusal to help her. They'd only done what was expected. The survivor hasn't bothered himself with any jobs lately, said Harmon, an older, scraggly bearded burglar. He's barely been seen in a handful of times during the last few years. In fact, he hasn't pulled any jobs since. This is the first one, asked eagerly. The first since he escaped the pits, then it's bound to be something spectacular. Did he say anything about it? Vin asked. Vin, he waved a stumpy arm in her direction, catching her attention. What? She asked, looking up. She had cleaned herself slightly since her beating its hand, finally accepting a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face. There was little she could do about the bruises, however. Those still throbbed. Hopefully nothing was broken. Repeated. Did he say anything about the job he's planning? Vin shook her head. She glanced down at the bloodied handkerchief, and had left a short time ago, promising to return after she'd had some time to think about the things they had told her. There was an implication in their words, however, an offer. Whatever job they were planning, she was invited to participate. Why'd he pick you to be his anyway? Vin asked. Did he say anything about that? That's what the crew assumed, that had chosen her to be his contact with. Crew, there were 2 sides to the underground. There were the regular crews like, then there were the special ones. Groups composed of the extremely skillful, the extremely foolhardy, or the extremely talented. The 2 sides of the underworld didn't mix. Regular thieves left their betters alone. However, occasionally one of these misting crews hired a regular team to do some of its more mundane work, and they would choose a go-between to work with both crews, hence its assumption about Vin. Noticed her and turned to another topic, mistings. They spoke of with uncertain, whispered tones, and she listened, uncomfortable. How could she be associated with something they held in such awe? Her luck, was something small, something she used to survive, but something really quite unimportant. But such power, she thought, looking in at her luck reserve. What's been doing these last few years, I wonder? Asked. He had seemed a bit uncomfortable around her at the beginning of the conversation, but that had passed quickly. He betrayed her, but this was the underworld. No friends, it didn't seem that way between them. They appeared to trust each other. A front, or were they simply one of those rare teams that actually didn't worry about each other's betrayal? The most unsettling thing about it had been their openness with her. They seemed willing to trust, even accept Vin after a relatively short time. It couldn't be genuine, no one could survive in the underworld following such tactics. Still, their friendliness was disconcerting. 2 years, said a flat-faced, quiet thug. He must have spent the entire time planning for this job. It must be some job indeed, said. Tell me about him, Vin said quietly. Asked. They didn't talk about down south. He was the best in, explained. A legend even among the misting. He robbed some of the wealthiest great houses in the city. And Vin asked. Someone betrayed him, Harmon said in a quiet voice. Of course, Vin thought. The Lord Ruler himself, Caught said. Sent and his wife to the pits but he escaped. He escaped from the pits, Vin. He's the only one who ever has. And the wife, Vin asked, glanced at Harmon, who shook his head. She didn't make it, so he's lost someone too. How can he laugh so much, so honestly? That's where he got those scars, said. The ones on his arms. He got them at the pits from the rocks on a sheer wall he had to climb to escape. Harmon snorted. That's not how he got them. He killed an inquisitor while escaping. That's where he got the scars. I heard he got them fighting one of the monsters that guard the pits, said. He reached into its mouth and strangled it from the inside. The teeth scraped his arms, frowned. How do you strangle someone from the inside? Shrugged. That's just what I heard. The man isn't natural, muttered. Something happened to him in the pits, something bad. He wasn't in before then, Entered the pits irregular and now. Well, he's a misting for sure if he's even human anymore. Been out in the mist a lot, that one has. Some say that the real is dead, that the thing wearing his face is something else. Harmon shook his head. Now that's just plantation foolishness. We've all gone out in the mists. Not in the mists outside the city, insisted. They are out there. They'll grab a man and take his face, sure as the Lord Ruler. Harmon rolled his eye. It's right about one thing, said. That man isn't human. He might not be but he's not either. I've heard of him doing things like only they can do. The ones that come out at night, you saw what he did to, Harmon muttered. Vin had heard the term before, had mentioned it to her, of course. Who hadn't? Yet the rumors about made stories of inquisitors and misting seem rational. It was said that were heralds of the mist themselves, endowed with great powers by the Lord Ruler. Only high noblemen could be. They were said to be a secret sect of assassins who served him, only going out at night. Had always taught her that they were a myth, and Vin had assumed he was right, and says I like he himself am one of them. How could she be what he said? Child of a prostitute, she was nobody, she was nothing. Never trust a man who tells you good news, had always said. It's the oldest but easiest way to con someone, yet she did have her luck. She could still sense the reserves Vile had given her and had tested her powers on the. No longer limited to just a bit of luck a day, she found she could produce far more striking effects. Vin was coming to realize that her old goal in life, simply staying alive, was uninspired. There was so much more she could be doing. She had been a slave to, she would be a slave to this too if it would lead her to eventual freedom. At his table, looked at his pocket watch, then stood. All right, everyone out. The room began to clear in preparation for meeting. Vin remained where she was, had made it quite clear to the others that she was invited. She sat quietly for a bit, the room feeling far more comfortable to her now that it was empty. Friends began to arrive a short time later. The first man down the steps had the build of a soldier. He wore a loose, sleeveless shirt that exposed a pair of well-sculpted arms. He was impressively muscular but not massive and had close-cropped hair that stuck up slightly on his head. The soldier's companion was a sharply dressed man in a nobleman's suit, plum vest, gold buttons, black overcoat, complete with short-brimmed hat and dueling cane. He was older than the soldier and was a bit portly. He removed his hat upon entering the room, revealing a head of well-styled black hair. The two men were chatting amiably as they walked, but they paused when they saw the empty room. Ah, this must be ours, said the man in the suit. Has arrived yet, my dear. He spoke with a simple familiarity, as if they were long-time friends. Suddenly, despite herself, Vin found herself liking this well-dressed, articulate man. No, she said quietly. Though overalls and a work shirt had always suited her, she suddenly wished that she owned something nicer. This man's very bearing seemed to demand a more formal atmosphere. Should have known that Kel would be late to his own meeting, the soldier said, sitting down at one of the tables near the center of the room. Indeed, said the suited man. I suppose his tardiness leaves us with a chance for some refreshment. I could sew you something to drink. Let me get you something, Vin said quickly, jumping to her feet. How gracious of you, the suited man said, choosing a chair next to the soldier. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his dueling cane held to the side, tip against the floor, one hand resting on the top. Vin walked to the bar and began rummaging for drinks. Breeze. Soldier said with a warning tone as Vin selected a bottle of his most expensive wine and began pouring a cup. The suited man said, raising an eyebrow. The soldier nodded toward Vin. Oh, very well, the suited man said with a sigh. Vin paused, wine half poured, and frowned slightly. What am I doing? I swear, Ham, the suited man said. You're dreadfully stiff sometimes. Just because you can push someone around doesn't mean you should breeze. Vin stood dumbfounded. He used luck on me. When I'd tried to manipulate her, she'd felt his touch and had been able to resist. This time, however, she hadn't even realized what she was doing. She looked up at the man, thinning her eyes. The suited man breezed, chuckled. Hardly's the only you're likely to ever meet, my dear, and pray you never are in a situation where you meet a noble one. No, I'm just an ordinary, humble misting. Humble, Ham asked. Breeze shrugged. Vin looked down at the half-full cup of wine. You pulled on my emotions with, I pushed on them actually, Breeze said. Pulling makes a person less trusting and more determined. Pushing on emotions, soothing them makes a person more trusting. Regardless, you controlled me, Vin said. You made me fetch you a drink. Oh, I wouldn't say that I made you do it, Breeze said. I just altered your emotions slightly, putting you in a frame of mind where you'd be more likely to do as I wished. Ham rubbed his chin. I don't know, Breeze, it's an interesting question. By influencing her emotions, did you take away her ability to choose? If, for instance, she were to kill or steal while under your control, would the crime be hers or yours? Breeze rolled his eyes. There's really no question to it at all. You shouldn't think about such things, Hammond, you'll hurt your brain. I offered her encouragement. I simply did it through an irregular means. But I'm not going to argue it with you, Ham. The beefy man sighed, looking a little bit forlorn. Are you going to bring me the drink? Breeze asked hopefully, looking at Vin. You're already up, and you're going to have to come back this direction to reach your seat anyway. Vin examined her emotions. Did she feel irregularly drawn to do as the man asked? Was he manipulating her again? Finally, she simply walked away from the bar, leaving the drink where it was. Breeze sighed. He didn't stand to go get the drink himself, however. Vin walked tentatively toward the two men's table. She was accustomed to shadows and corners, close enough to eavesdrop but far enough away to escape. Yet she couldn't hide from these men, not while the room was so empty. So she chose a chair at the table beside the one that the two men were using, then sat cautiously. She needed information. As long as she was ignorant, she was going to be at a severe disadvantage in this new world of misting crews. Breeze chuckled. Nervous little thing, aren't you? Vin ignored the comment. You, Vin said, nodding to Ham. You're a misting too, Ham nodded. I'm a thug. Vin frowned in confusion. I burn pewter, Ham said. Again, Vin looked at him questioningly. He can make himself stronger, my dear, Breeze said. He hits things, particularly other people who try to interfere with what the rest of us are doing. There's much more to it than that, Ham said. I run general security for jobs, providing with manpower and warriors, assuming such are necessary. And he'll try and bore you with random philosophy when it isn't, Breeze added. Ham sighed. Breeze, honestly, sometimes I don't know why I. Ham trailed off as the door opened again, admitting another man. The newcomer wore a dull tan overcoat, a pair of brown trousers, and a simple white shirt. However, his face was far more distinctive than his clothing. It was knotted and gnarled, like a twisted piece of wood, and his eyes shone with the level of disapproving dissatisfaction only the elderly can display. Vin couldn't quite place his age. He was young enough that he wasn't stooped over, yet he was old enough that he made even the Breeze look youthful. The newcomer looked over Vin and the others, huffed disdainfully, then walked to a table on the other side of the room and sat down. His steps were marked by a distinct limp. Breeze sighed. I'm going to miss Trap. We all will, Ham said quietly. Clubs is very good, though. I've worked with him before. Breeze studied the newcomer. I wonder if I could get him to bring my drink over. Ham chuckled. I'd pay money to see you try it. I'm sure you would, Breeze said. Vin eyed the newcomer, who seemed perfectly content to ignore her and the other two men. What's he? Clubs, Breeze asked. He, my dear, is a smoker. He is what will keep the rest of us from being discovered by an inquisitor. Vin chewed on her lip, digesting the new information as she studied clubs. The man shot her a glare and she looked away. As she turned, she noticed that Ham was looking at her. I like you, kid, he said. The other I've worked with have either been too intimidated to talk to us or they've been jealous of us for moving into their territory. Indeed, Breeze said, you're not like most crumbs. Of course I'd like you a great deal more if you go fetch me that glass of wine. Vin ignored him, glancing at Ham. Crumb, that's what some of the more self-important members of our society call lesser thieves, Ham said. They call you crumbs since you tend to be involved with less inspired projects. No offense intended, of course, Breeze said. Oh, I wouldn't ever take offense at. Vin paused, feeling an irregular desire to please the well-dressed man. She glared at Breeze. Stop that. See there, Breeze said, glancing at Ham. She still retains her ability to choose. You're hopeless. They assume I'm a Vin thought, so hasn't told them what I am. Why? Time constraints, or was the secret too valuable to share? How trustworthy were these men? And if they thought her a simple crumb, why were they being so nice to her? Who else are we waiting upon? Breeze asked, glancing at the doorway. Besides Kel and Dox, I mean. Ham said. Breeze frowned with a sour expression. Ah yes, I agree, Ham said, but I'd be willing to bet that he feels the same way about us. I don't even see why he was invited, Breeze said. Ham shrugged. Something to do with Kel's plan, obviously. Ah, the infamous plan, Breeze said musingly. What job could it be? What indeed? Ham shook his head. Kel and his cursed sense of drama. Indeed. The door opened a few moments later and the one they had spoken of entered. He turned out to be an unassuming man, and Vin had trouble understanding why the other two were so displeased about his attendance. Short with curly brown hair, was dressed in simple gray clothing and a patched, soot-stained brown worker's coat. He regarded the surroundings with a look of disapproval, but he was nowhere near as openly hostile as Clubs, who still sat on the other side of the room scowling at anyone who looked in his direction. Not a very big crew, Vin thought. Within that makes 6 of them. Of course, Ham had said that he led a group of thugs. Were the men at this meeting simply representatives, the leaders of smaller, more specialized groups? Some crews worked that way. Breeze checked his pocket watch 3 more times before finally arrived. The burst through the door with his cheery enthusiasm, sauntering along behind. Ham stood immediately, smiling broadly and clasping hands with. Breeze stood as well, and while his greeting was a bit more reserved, Vin had to admit that she had never seen any welcomed so happily by his men. Ah, said, looking toward the other side of the room. Clubs in 2, so everyone's here. Good, I absolutely loathe being made to wait. Breeze raised an eyebrow as he and Ham settled back into their chairs, taking a seat at the same table. Are we to receive any explanation for your tardiness? And I were visiting my brother, explained, walking toward the front of the lair. He turned and leaned back against the bar, scanning the room. When his eyes fell on Vin, he winked. Your brother, Ham said, is Marsh coming to the meeting? And shared a look. Not tonight, said, but he'll join the crew eventually. Vin studied the others. They were skeptical, tension between and his brother perhaps. Breeze raised his dueling cane, pointing the tip at. All right, you've kept this job secret from us for 8 months now. We know it's big, we know you're excited, and we're all properly annoyed at you for being so secretive. So why don't you just go ahead and tell us what it is? Smiled. Then he stood up straight, waving a hand toward the dirty, plain-looking, meet your new employer. This was apparently quite a shocking statement. Him. I'm asked, Him said with a nod. What? Asked, speaking for the first time. You have trouble working with someone who actually has morals. It's not that, my dear man, Breeze said, setting his dueling cane across his lap. It's just that, well, I was under the strange impression that you didn't like our types very much. I don't, said flatly. You're selfish, undisciplined, and you've turned your backs on the rest of the you dress nicely, but on the inside you're dirty as ash. Ham snorted. I can already see that this job is going to be great for crew morale. Vin watched quietly, chewing on her lip. Was obviously a worker, probably a member of a forge or textile mill. What connection did he have with the underground? And how would he be able to afford the services of a thieving crew, especially one as apparently specialized as team? Perhaps noticed her confusion, for she found him looking at her as the others continued to speak. I'm still a little confused, Ham said. We're all aware of how you regard thieves, so why hire us? Squirmed a bit. Because, he finally said, everyone knows how effective you are. Breeze chuckled. Disapproving of our morals doesn't make you unwilling to make use of our skills, I see. So what is the job then? What does the rebellion wish of us? Rebellion, Vin thought, a piece of the conversation falling into place. There were 2 sides to the underworld. The far larger portion was made up of the thieves, crews, whores, and beggars who tried to survive outside of mainstream culture. And then there were the rebels. The people who worked against the final empire had always called them fools, a sentiment shared by most of the people, both and regular, that Vin had met. All eyes slowly turned to who leaned back against the bar again. The rebellion, courtesy of its leader, has hired us for something very specific. What? Ham asked. Robbery. Assassination? A little of both, said, and at the same time neither one. This isn't going to be a regular job, it's going to be different from anything any crew has ever tried to pull. We're going to help overthrow the final empire. Silence. Excuse me, Ham asked. You heard me right, Ham said. That's the job I've been planning, the destruction of the final empire, or at least its center of government. Has hired us to supply him with an army, then provide him with a favorable opportunity to seize control of this city. Ham sat back, then shared a glance with Breeze. Both men turned toward, who nodded solemnly. The room remained quiet for a moment longer, then the silence was broken as began to laugh ruefully to himself. I should never have agreed to this, said, shaking his head. Now that you say it, I realize how ridiculous it all sounds. Trust me, said, these men have made a habit of pulling off plans that seem ridiculous at first glance. That may be true, Kel, Breeze said. But in this case, I find myself agreeing with our disapproving friend. Overthrow the final empire. That is something that rebels have been working toward for 1,000 years. What makes you think that we can achieve anything where those men have failed? Smiled. We'll succeed because we have vision, Breeze. That's something the rebellion has always lacked. Excuse me, said indignantly. It's true, unfortunately, said. The rebellion condemns people like us because of our greed, but for all their high morals, which, by the way, I respect, they never get anything done. Your men hide in woods and in hills, plotting how they'll someday rise up and lead a glorious war against the final empire. But your kind has no idea how to develop and execute a proper plan. His expression grew dark, and you have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, said lightly. Tell me, what has your rebellion accomplished during its 1,000-year struggle? Where are your successes and your victories? The massacre of 3 centuries ago, where 7,000 rebels were slaughtered, the occasional raid of a traveling canal boat, or the kidnapping of a minor noble official, flushed. That's the best we can manage with the people we have. Don't blame my men for their failures, blame the rest of we can't ever get them to help. They've been beaten down for a millennium, they haven't got any spirit left. It's difficult enough to get 1 in 1,000 to listen to us, let alone rebel. Peace said, holding up a hand. I'm not trying to insult your courage. We're on the same side, remember. You came to me specifically because you were having trouble recruiting people for your army. I'm regretting that decision more and more, Thief said. Well, you've already paid us, said, so it's a little late to back out now, but we'll get you that army. The men in this room are the most capable, most clever, and most skilled in the city, you'll see. The room grew quiet again. Vin sat at her table, watching the interaction with a frown. What is your game? His words about overthrowing the final empire were obviously a front. It seemed most likely to her that he intended to scam the rebellion. But if he'd already been paid, then why continue the charade? Turned from to Breeze and Ham. All right, what do you think? The two men shared a look. Finally, Breeze spoke. Lord Ruler knows I've never been one to turn down a challenge, but Kel, I do question your reasoning. Are you sure we can do this? I'm positive, said. Previous attempts to overthrow the Lord Ruler have failed because they lack proper organization and planning. We're thieves, and we're extraordinarily good ones. We can rob thee and fool the unfoolable. We know how to take an incredibly large task and break it down to manageable pieces, then deal with each of those pieces. We know how to get what we want. These things make us perfect for this particular task. Breeze frowned. And how much are we getting paid for achieving the impossible? 30,000 boxings, said. Half now, half when you deliver the army. 30,000, Ham said. For an operation this big, that will barely cover expenses. We'll need a spy among the nobility to watch for rumors. We'll need a couple of safe houses, not to mention someplace big enough to hide and train an entire army. No use haggling now, Thief snapped. 30,000 may not sound like much to your type, but it's the result of decades of saving on our parts. We can't pay you more because we don't have anything more. It's good work, noted, joining the conversation for the first time. Yes, well, that's all great, Breeze said. I consider myself a nice enough fellow, but this just seems a bit too altruistic, not to mention stupid. Well, said, there might be a little bit more in it for us. Vin perked up and Breeze smiled. The Lord Ruler's treasury, said. The plan, as it stands now, is to provide with an army and an opportunity to seize the city. Once he takes the palace, he'll capture the treasury and use its funds to secure power. And central to that treasury is the Lord Ruler's, Breeze said, nodded. Our agreement with promises us half of the reserves we find in the palace, no matter how vast they may be. Vin had heard of the metal, but she had never actually seen any. It was incredibly rare, supposedly used only by noblemen. Ham was smiling. Well now, he said slowly, that's almost a big enough prize to be tempting. That stockpile is supposed to be enormous, said. The Lord Ruler sells the metal only in small bits, charging outrageous sums to the nobility. He has to keep a huge reserve of it to make certain he controls the market and to make certain he has enough wealth for emergencies. True, Breeze said, but are you sure you want to try something like this so soon after? What happened the last time we tried getting into the palace? We're going to do things differently this time, said. I'll be frank with you, this isn't going to be an easy job, but it can work. The plan is simple. We're going to find a way to neutralize the garrison, leaving the area without a policing force. Then we're going to throw the city into chaos. We've got a couple of options on how to do that, said, but we can talk about that later. Nodded. Then in that chaos we'll march his army into and seize the palace, taking the Lord Ruler prisoner. While secures the city, we'll pilfer we'll give half to him, then disappear with the other half. After that, it's his job to hang on to what he's grabbed. Sounds a little dangerous for you, Ham noted, glancing at the rebel leader. He shrugged. Perhaps. But if we do, by some miracle, end up in control of the palace, then we'll have at least done something no rebellion has ever achieved before. For my men, this isn't just about riches, it isn't even about surviving. It's about doing something grand, something wonderful to give the hope. But I don't expect you people to understand things like that. Shot a quieting glance at, and the man sniffed and sat back. Did he use? Vin wondered. She'd seen employer-crew relationships before, and it seemed that was much more in his pocket than the other way around. Turned back to Ham and Breeze. There's more to all this than simply a show of daring. If we do manage to steal that, it will be a sound blow to the Lord Ruler's financial foundation. He depends on the money that provides. Without it, he could very well be left without the means to pay his armies. Even if he escapes our trap, or if we decide to take the city when he's gone to minimize having to deal with him, he'll be financially ruined. He won't be able to march soldiers in to take the city away from. If this works right, we'll have the city in chaos anyway, and the nobility will be too weak to react against the rebel forces. The Lord Ruler will be left confused and unable to mount a sizable army. And the Ham asked quietly, paused. If he marches those creatures on his own capital city, the destruction it would cause could be even more dangerous than financial instability. In the chaos, the provincial noblemen will rebel and set themselves up as kings, and the Lord Ruler won't have the troops to bring them into line. Rebels will be able to hold, and we, my friends, will be very, very rich. Everyone gets what they want. You're forgetting the Steel Ministry, Club snapped, sitting almost forgotten at the side of the room. Those inquisitors won't just let us throw their pretty theocracy into chaos. Paused, turning toward the gnarled man. We will have to find a way to deal with the ministry. I've got a few plans for that. Either way, problems like that are the things that we as a crew will have to work out. We have to get rid of the garrison. There's no way we'll be able to get anything done with them policing the streets. We'll have to come up with an appropriate way to throw the city into chaos, and we'll have to find a way to keep the obligators off our trail. But if we play this right, we might be able to force the Lord Ruler to send the palace guard, maybe even the inquisitors, into the city to restore order. That will leave the palace itself exposed, giving a perfect opportunity to strike. After that, it won't matter what happens with the ministry or the garrison. The Lord Ruler won't have the money to maintain control of his empire. I don't know, Kel, Breeze said, shaking his head. His flippancy was subdued. He seemed to be honestly considering the plan. The Lord Ruler got that somewhere. What if he just goes and mines some more? Ham nodded. No one even knows where the mine is. I wouldn't say no one, said with a smile. Breeze and Ham shared a look. You know, Ham asked. Of course, said. I spent a year of my life working there. The pits? Ham asked with surprise, nodded. That's why the Lord Ruler makes certain nobody survives working there. He can't afford to let his secret out. It's not just a penal colony, not just a hellhole we're sent to die. It's a mine. Of course, Breeze said. Stood up straight, stepping away from the bar and walking toward Ham and Breeze's table. We have a chance here, a chance to do something great, something no other thieving crew has ever done. We'll rob from the Lord Ruler himself. But there's more. The pits nearly killed me, and I've seen things differently since I escaped. I see the working without hope. I see the thieving crews trying to survive on aristocratic leavings, often getting themselves and other killed in the process. I see the rebellion trying so hard to resist the Lord Ruler and never making any progress. The rebellion fails because it's too unwieldy and spread out. Anytime one of its many pieces gains momentum, the Steel Ministry crushes it. That's not the way to defeat the final empire, but a small team specialized and highly skilled has a hope. We can work without great risk of exposure. We know how to avoid the Steel Ministry's tendrils. We understand how the high nobility thinks and how to exploit its members. We can do this. He paused beside Breeze and Ham's table. I don't know, Kel, Ham said. It's not that I'm disagreeing with your motives. It's just that, well, this seems a bit foolhardy. Smiled. I know it does, but you're going to go along with it anyway, aren't you? Ham paused, then nodded. You know I'll join your crew no matter what the job. This sounds crazy, but so do most of your plans. Just tell me, are you serious about overthrowing the Lord Ruler? Nodded. For some reason, Vin was almost tempted to believe Ham nodded firmly. All right, then I'm in, Breeze asked. The well-dressed man shook his head. I'm not sure, Kel. This is a bit extreme even for you. We need you, Breeze, Kel said. No one can sue the crowd like you can. If we're going to raise an army, we'll need your powers. Well, that much is true, Breeze said, but even still. Smiled, then he set something on the table. The cup of wine Vin had poured for Breeze. She hadn't even noticed that it had grabbed it off of the bar. Think of the challenge, Breeze said. Breeze glanced at the cup, then looked up at. Finally, he laughed, reaching for the wine. Fine, I'm in. It's impossible, a gruff voice said from the back of the room. Club sat with folded arms, regarding with a scowl. What are you really planning? I'm being honest, replied. I plan to take the Lord Rulers and overthrow his empire. You can't, the man said. It's idiocy. The Inquisitors will hang us all by hooks through our throats. Perhaps, said, but think of the reward if we succeed. Wealth, power, and a land where they can live like men rather than slaves. Club snorted loudly. Then he stood, his chair toppling backward onto the floor behind him. No reward would be enough. The Lord Ruler tried to have you killed once. I see that you won't be satisfied until he gets it right. With that, the older man turned and stalked in a limping gait from the room, slamming the door behind him. The lair grew quiet. Well, guess we'll need a different smoker, said. You're just going to let him go, demanded. He knows everything, Breeze chuckled. Aren't you supposed to be the moral one in this little group? Morals doesn't have anything to do with it, said. Letting someone go like that is foolish. He could bring the obligators down on us in minutes. Vin nodded in agreement, but just shook his head. I don't work that way. I invited Clubs to a meeting where I outlined a dangerous plan, one some people might even call stupid. I'm not going to have him assassinated because he decided it was too dangerous. If you do things like that, pretty soon nobody will come listen to your plans in the first place. Besides, said. We wouldn't invite someone to one of these meetings unless we trusted him not to betray us. Impossible, Vin thought, frowning. He had to be bluffing to keep up crew morale. Nobody was that trusting. After all, hadn't the others said this failure a few years before the event that had sent him to the pits had come because of a betrayal? He probably had assassins following Clubs at that very moment, watching to make certain he didn't go to the authorities. All right, said, getting back to business. They accepted. The plan is on. Are you still in? Will you give the rebellion's money back if I say no? Asked. The only response to that was a quiet chuckle from Ham. Expression darkened, but he just shook his head. If I had any other option. Oh, stop complaining, said. You're officially part of a thieving crew now, so you might as well come over here and sit with us. Paused for a moment, then sighed and walked over to sit at Breeze Hammond's table, beside which was still standing. Vin still sat at the next table over, turned looking over toward Vin. What about you, Vin? She paused. Why is he asking me? He already knows he has a hold over me. The job doesn't matter as long as I learn what he knows. Waited expectantly. I'm in, Vin said, assuming that was what he wanted to hear. She must have guessed correctly, for smiled, then nodded to the last chair at the table. Vin sighed, but did as he indicated, standing and walking over to take the last seat. Who is the child? Asked. Bree said. Cocked an eyebrow. Actually, Vin is something of a new recruit. My brother caught her soothing his emotions a few months back. Soother, eh? Ham asked. Guess we can always use another of those. Actually noted, it seems she can riot people's emotions as well. Breeze started. Really? Ham asked. Nodded. Docs and I tested her just a few hours ago. Breeze chuckled. And here I was telling her that she'd probably never meet another besides yourself. A second on the team. Ham said appreciatively. Well, that increases our chances somewhat. What are you saying? Sputtered. Can't be, I'm not even sure if exist. I've certainly never met one. Breeze raised an eyebrow, then laid a hand on his shoulder. You should try not to talk so much, friend, he suggested. You'll sound far less stupid that way. Shook off Breeze's hand and Ham laughed. Vin, however, sat quietly, considering the implications of what it said. The part about stealing the reserves was tempting, but seizing the city to do it, were these men really that reckless? Pulled a chair over to the table for himself and sat down on it the wrong way, resting his arms on the. All right, he said. We have a crew. We'll plan specifics at the next meeting, but I want you all to be thinking about the job. I have some plans, but I want fresh minds to consider our task. We'll need to discuss ways to get the garrison out of the city, and ways that we can throw this place into so much chaos that the great houses can't mobilize their forces to stop the army when it attacks. The members of the group, save, nodded. Before we end for the evening, however, continued, there is one more part of the plan I want to warn you about. More? Breeze asked with a chuckle. Stealing the Lord Ruler's fortune and overthrowing his empire aren't enough. No, said, if I can, I'm going to kill him too. Silence. Ham said slowly. The Lord Ruler is the sliver of infinity. He's a piece of God himself. You can't kill him. Even capturing him will probably prove impossible. Didn't reply. His eyes, however, were determined. That's it, Vin thought. He has to be insane. The Lord Ruler and I said quietly, we have an unsettled debt. He took Mare from me, and he nearly took my own sanity as well. I'll admit to you all that part of my reason for this plan is to get revenge on him. We're going to take his government, his home, and his fortune from however, for that to work, we'll have to get rid of him. Perhaps imprison him in his own dungeons. At the very least, we'll have to get him out of the city. However, I can think of something far better than either option. Down those pits where he sent me, I snapped and came to an awakening of my powers. Now I intend to use them to kill him. Reached into his suit pocket and pulled something out. He set it on the table. In the north they have a legend, said. It teaches that the Lord Ruler isn't immortal, not completely. They say he can be killed with the right metal. The 11th metal, that metal. Eyes turned toward the object on the table. It was a thin bar of metal, perhaps as long and wide as Vin's small finger with straight sides. It was silvery white in color. The 11th metal, Breeze asked uncertainly. I've heard of no such legend. The Lord Ruler has suppressed it, said, but it can still be found if you know where to look. Theory teaches of 10 metals, the 8 basic metals and the 2 high metals. There's another one, however, unknown to most, one far more powerful even than the other 10. Breeze frowned skeptically. However, appeared intrigued. And this metal can somehow kill the Lord Ruler, nodded. It's his weakness. The Steel Ministry wants you to believe that he's immortal, but even he can be killed by burning this. Ham reached out, picking up the thin bar of metal. Where did you get it? In the north, said. In a land near the far peninsula, a land where people still remember what their old kingdom was called in the days before the Ascension. How does it work? Breeze asked. I'm not sure, said frankly, but I intend to find out. Ham regarded the porcelain-colored metal, turning it over his fingers. Kill the Lord Ruler, Vin thought. The Lord Ruler was a force like the winds or the mists. One did not kill such things. They didn't live really. They simply were. Regardless, said, accepting the metal back from Ham, you don't need to worry about this. Killing the Lord Ruler is my task. If it proves impossible, we'll settle for tricking him outside of the city, then robbing him silly. I just thought that you should know what I'm planning. I've bound myself to a madman, Vin thought with resignation, but that didn't really matter, not as long as he taught her. I don't even understand what I'm supposed to do. The philosophers claim that I'll know my duty when the time comes, but that's a small comfort. The deepness must be destroyed, and apparently I'm the only one who can do so. It ravages the world even now. If I don't stop it soon, there will be nothing left of this land but bones and dust. Aha! Kelsiar's triumphant figure popped up from behind Spar, a look of satisfaction on his face. He brought his arm up and thunked a dusty wine bottle down on the countertop. Looked over with amusement. Where'd you find it? One of the secret drawers, said, dusting off the bottle. I thought I'd found all of those, said. You did. One of them had a false back. Chuckled. Clever, nodded, unstopping the bottle and pouring out 3 cups. The trick is to never stop looking. There's always another secret. He gathered up the 3 cups and walked over to join Vin and at the table. Vin accepted her cup with a tentative hand. The meeting had ended a short time earlier. Breeze, Ham, and leaving to ponder the things had told them. Vin felt that she should have left as well, but she had nowhere to go, and seemed to take it for granted that she would remain with them. Took a long sip of the rubicund wine, then smiled. Ah, that's much better. Nodded in agreement, but Vin didn't taste her own drink. We're going to need another smoker, nodded. The others seemed to take it well, though. Breeze is still uncertain, said. He won't back out. Breeze likes a challenge, and he'll never find a challenge greater than this one. Smiled. Besides, it'd drive him insane to know that we were pulling a job that he wasn't in on. Still, he's right to be apprehensive, said. I'm a little worried myself. Nodded his agreement, and Vin frowned. So are they serious about the plan, or is this still a show for my sake? The two men seemed so competent, yet overthrowing the final empire. They'd sooner stop the mist from flowing or the sun from rising. When do your other friends get here? Asked. A couple days, said. We'll need to have another smoker by then. I'm also going to need some more. Frowned. Already? Nodded. I spent most of it buying Orr's contract, then used my last bit at Tresting's plantation. Tresting, the nobleman who had been killed in his manor the week before, how was involved? And what was it said before about he'd claimed that the Lord Ruler kept control of the high nobility by maintaining a monopoly on the metal? Rubbed his bearded chin. It's not easy to come by, Kel. It took nearly 8 months of planning to steal you that last bit. That's because you had to be delicate, said with a devious smile, eyed with a look of slight apprehension, just smiled more broadly and finally rolled his eyes, sighing. Then he glanced at Vin. You haven't touched your drink. Waited for an explanation, and eventually Vin was forced to respond. I don't like to drink anything I didn't prepare myself. Chuckled. She reminds me of Vent. Vent, said with a snort. The lass is a bit paranoid, but she's not that bad. I swear that man was so jumpy that his own heartbeat could startle him. The two men shared a laugh. Vin, however, was only made more uncomfortable by the friendly air. What do they expect from me? Am I to be an apprentice of some sort? Well then, said, are you going to tell me how you plan on getting yourself some? Opened his mouth to respond, but the stairs clattered with the sound of someone coming down. Turned. Vin, of course, had seated herself so she could see both entrances to the room without having to move. Vin expected the newcomer to be one of sent to see if was done with the lair yet. Therefore, she was completely surprised when the door swung open to reveal the surly, gnarled face of the man called Clubs. Smiled, eyes twinkling. He's not surprised. Pleased perhaps, but not surprised. Clubs said. Clubs stood in the doorway, giving the three of them an impressively disapproving stare. Finally, he hobbled into the room. A thin teenage boy followed him. The boy fetched Clubs a chair and put it by his table. Clubs settled down, grumbling slightly to himself. Finally, he eyed with a squinting, wrinkle-nosed expression. The soother is gone, Breeze asked. Yes, he left. Clubs grunted. Then he eyed the bottle of wine. Help yourself, said. Clubs waved for the boy to go fetch him a cup from the bar, then turned back to. I had to be sure, he said. Never can trust yourself when a soother is around, especially one like him. You're a smoker, Clubs said. He couldn't do much to you, not if you didn't want him to. Clubs shrugged. I don't like soothers. It's not just men like that. Well, you can't trust that you aren't being manipulated when they are around, copper or no copper. I wouldn't rely on something like that to get your loyalty, said. So I've heard, Clubs said as the boy poured him a cup of wine. Had to be sure, though, had to think about things without that Breeze around. He scowled, though Vin had trouble determining why, then took the cup and downed half of it in one gulp. Good wine, he said with a grunt. Then he looked over at. So the pits really did drive you insane, eh? Completely, said with a straight face. Clubs smiled, though on his face the expression had a decidedly twisted look. You mean to go through with this then, this so-called job of yours? Nodded solemnly. Clubs down the rest of his wine. You've got yourself a smoker then, not for the money though. If you're really serious about toppling this government, then I'm in. Smiled. And don't smile at me, Clubs snapped. I hate that. I wouldn't dare. Well, said, pouring himself another drink, that solves the smoker problem. Won't matter much, Clubs said. You're going to fail. I've spent my life trying to hide mistings from the Lord Ruler and his obligators. He gets them all eventually anyway. Why bother helping us then? Asked. Because, Clubs said, standing, the Lord's going to get me sooner or later. At least this way I'll be able to spit in his face as I go, overthrowing the final empire. He smiled. It's got style. Let's go, kid. We've got to get the shop ready for visitors. Vin watched them go, Clubs limping out the door, the boy pulling it closed behind them. Then she glanced at. You knew he'd come back. He shrugged, standing and stretching. I hoped. People are attracted to vision, the job I'm proposing. Well, it just isn't the sort of thing you walk away from, at least not if you're a bored old man who's generally annoyed at life. Now, Vin, I assume that your crew owns this entire building. Vin nodded. The shop upstairs is a front. Good, said, checking his pocket watch, then handing it to. Tell your friends that they can have their lair back. The mists are probably already coming out. And us? Asked, smiled. We're going to the roof. Like I told you, I have to fetch some. By day was a blackened city, scorched by soot and red sunlight. It was hard, distinct, and oppressive. At night, however, the mists came to blur and obscure. High noble keeps became ghostly, looming silhouettes. Streets seemed to grow more narrow in the fog, every thoroughfare becoming a lonely, dangerous alleyway. Even noblemen and thieves were apprehensive about going out at night. It took a strong heart to brave the foreboding, misty silence. The dark city at night was a place for the desperate and the foolhardy. It was a land of swirling mystery and strange creatures. Strange creatures like me, thought. He stood upon the ledge that ran around the lip of the flat-roofed lair. Shadowed buildings loomed in the night around him, and the mists made everything seem to shift and move in the darkness. Weak lights peeked from the occasional window, but the tiny beads of illumination were huddled, frightened things. A cool breeze slipped across the rooftop, shifting the haze, brushing against mist-wetted cheek like an exhaled breath. In days past, back before everything had gone wrong, he had always sought out a rooftop on the evening before a job, wishing to overlook the city. He didn't realize he was observing his old custom this night until he glanced to the side, expecting Mare to be there next to him as she always had been. Instead, he found only the empty air. Lonely, silent, the mists had replaced her. Poorly, he sighed and turned. Vin and stood behind him on the rooftop. Both looked apprehensive to be out in the mists, but they dealt with their fear. One did not get far in the underworld without learning to stomach the mists, had learned to do far more than stomach them. He had gone among them so often during the last few years that he was beginning to feel more comfortable at night, within the mist's obscuring embrace, than he did at day. Kel said, "Do you have to stand on the ledge like that? Our plans may be a bit crazy, but I'd rather not have them end with you splattered across the cobblestones down there." Smiled. He still doesn't think of me as he thought. It will take some getting used to for all of them. Years before, he had become the most infamous in, and he had done it without even being in. Mare had been a but he and they had just been regular men. One with no powers, the other a runaway plantation. Together they had brought great houses to their knees, stealing brashly from the most powerful men in the final empire. Now was more, so much more. Once he had dreamed of, wishing for a power like Mare's. She had been dead before he'd snapped, coming to his powers. She would never see what he would do with them. Before, the high nobility had feared him. It had taken a trap set by the Lord Ruler himself to capture. Now, the final empire itself would shake before he was finished with it. He scanned the city once more, breathing in the mists, then hopped down off the ledge and strolled over to join in Vin. They carried no lights. Ambient starlight diffused by the mists was enough to see by in most cases. Took off his jacket and vest, handing them to, then he untucked his shirt, letting the long garment hang loose. The fabric was dark enough that it wouldn't give him away in the night. "All right," said. "Who should I try?" Frowned. "You're sure you want to do this?" Smiled, sighed. "Houses and have been hit recently, though not for there." "Which house is the strongest right now?" Asked, squatting down and undoing the ties on his pack which rested by his feet. "Who would no one consider hitting?" Paused. "Venture," he finally said. "They've been on top for the last few years. They keep a standing force of several hundred men, and the local house nobility includes a good 24 mistings." Nodded. "Well, that's where I'll go then. They're certain to have some." He pulled open the pack, then whipped out a dark gray cloak. Large and enveloping, the cloak wasn't constructed from a single piece of cloth. Rather, it was made up of hundreds of long, ribbon-like strips. They were sewn together at the shoulders and across the chest, but mostly they hung separate from one another like overlapping streamers. Threw on the garment, strips of cloth twisting and curling almost like the mists themselves. Exhaled softly. "I've never been so close to someone wearing one of those." "What is it?" Vin asked, her quiet voice almost haunting in the night mists. "A cloak," said. "They all wear the things. It's kind of like a sign of membership in their club." "It's colored and constructed to hide you in the mist," said, "and it warns city guards and other not to bother you." He spun, letting the cloak flare dramatically. "I think it suits me," rolled his eyes. "All right," said, bending down and pulling a cloth belt from his pack. "House Venture, is there anything I need to know?" "Lord Venture supposedly has a safe in his study," said. "That's where he'd probably keep his stash. You'll find the study on the 3rd floor, 3 rooms in from the upper southern balcony. Be careful, House Venture keeps about a dozen in addition to its regular troops and mistings." Nodded, tying on the belt. It had no buckle, but it did contain 2 small sheaths. He pulled a pair of glass daggers from the bag, checked them for nicks, and slid them into the sheaths. He kicked off his shoes and stripped off his stockings, leaving himself barefoot on the chill stones. With the shoes also went the last bit of metal on his person, save for his coin pouch and the 3 vials of metals in his belt. He selected the largest one, down its contents, then handed the empty vial to. "That it?" asked, nodded. "Good luck." Beside him, the girl Vin was watching his preparations with intense curiosity. She was a quiet, small thing, but she hid an intensity that he found impressive. She was paranoid, true, but not timid. "You'll get your chance, kid," he thought, "just not tonight." "Well," he said, pulling a coin from his pouch and tossing it off the side of the building. "Guess I'll be going. I'll meet you back at Clubs' shop in a bit." Turned and walked back up onto the roof's ledge. Then he jumped off the building. Mist curled in the air around him. He burned steel, second of the basic metals. Translucent blue lines sprang into existence around him, visible only to his eyes. Each one led from the center of his chest out to a nearby source of metal. The lines were all relatively faint, a sign that they pointed to metal sources that were small, door hinges, nails, and other bits. The type of source metal didn't matter. Burning iron or steel would point blue lines at all kinds of metal, assuming they were close enough and large enough to be noticeable. Chose the line that pointed directly beneath him, toward his coin. Burning steel, he pushed against the coin. His descent immediately stopped. and he was thrown back up into the air in the opposite direction along the blue line. He reached out to the side, selected a passing window clasp, and pushed against it, angling himself to the side. The careful nudge sent him up and over the lip of the building directly across the street from Vin's lair. Landed with a lithe step, falling into a crouch and running across the building's peaked roof. He paused in the darkness at the other side, peering through the swirling air. He burned tin and felt it flare to life in his chest, enhancing his senses. Suddenly the mist seemed less deep. It wasn't that the night around him grew any lighter, his ability to perceive simply increased. In the distance to the north he could just barely make out a large structure. Keep Venture. Left his tin on, it burned slowly, and he probably didn't need to worry about running out. As he stood, the mists curled slightly around his body. They twisted and spun, running in a slight, barely noticeable current beside him. The mists knew him, they claimed him. They could sense. He jumped, pushing against a metal chimney behind him, sending himself in a wide horizontal leap. He tossed a coin even as he jumped, the tiny bit of metal flickering through the darkness and fog. He pushed against the coin before it hit the ground, the force of his weight driving it downward in a sharp motion. As soon as it hit the cobblestones, pushing forced him upward, turning the second half of his leap into a graceful arc. Landed on another peaked wooden rooftop. Still pushing, and were the first things that had taught him. When you push on something, it's like you're throwing your weight against it, the old lunatic had said, and you can't change how much you weigh, you're not some northern mystic. Don't pull on something that weighs less than you unless you want it to come flying at you. And don't push on something heavier than you unless you want it to get tossed in the other direction. Scratched his scars, then pulled as tight as he crouched on the roof, the wooden grain biting his unshod toes. He often wished that burning tin didn't enhance all of the senses, or at least not all of them at once. He needed the improved eyesight to see in the darkness, and he made good use of the improved hearing as well. However, burning tin made the night seem even more chilly to his overly sensitive skin, and his feet registered every pebble and wooden ripple they touched. Keep Venture rose before him. Compared with the murky city, the keep seemed to blaze with light. High nobles kept different schedules from regular people. The ability to afford, even squander, lamp oil and candles meant that the wealthy didn't have to bow before the whims of season or sun. The keep was majestic, that much was visible simply from the architecture. While it maintained a defensive wall around the grounds, the keep itself was more an artistic construction than a fortification. Sturdy buttressings arched out from the sides, allowing for intricate windows and delicate spires. Brilliant stained glass windows stretched high along the sides of the rectangular building, and they shone with light from within, giving the surrounding mists a variegated glow. Burned iron, flaring it strong and searching the night for large sources of metal. He was too far away from the keep to use small items like coins or hinges. He'd need a larger anchor to cover this distance. Most of the blue lines were faint, marked a couple of them moving in a slow pattern up ahead, probably a pair of guards standing on the rooftop. Would be sensing their breastplates and weapons. Despite considerations, most noblemen still armed their soldiers with metal. Mistings who could push or pull metals were uncommon, and full were even more so. Many lords thought it impractical to leave one's soldiers and guards relatively defenseless in order to counter such a small segment of the population. No, most high noblemen relied on other means to deal with, smiled. Had said that Lord Venture kept a squad of, if that was true, would probably meet them before the night was through. He ignored the soldiers for the moment, instead focusing on a solid line of blue pointing toward the keep's lofty top. It likely had bronze or copper sheeting on the roof. Flared his iron, took a deep breath, and pulled on the line. With a sudden jerk, he was yanked into the air. Continued to burn iron, pulling himself toward the keep at a tremendous speed. Some rumors claimed that could fly, but that was a wistful exaggeration. Pulling and pushing against metals usually felt less like flying than it did like falling, only in the wrong direction. It had to pull hard in order to get the proper momentum, and this sent him hurtling toward his anchor at daunting speeds. Shot toward the keep, mists curling around him. He easily cleared the protective wall surrounding the keep's grounds, but his body dropped slightly toward the ground as he moved. It was his pesky weight again, it tugged him down. Even the swiftest of arrows angled slightly toward the ground as it flew. The drag of his weight meant that instead of shooting right up to the roof, he swung in an arc. He approached the keep wall several dozen feet below the rooftop, still traveling at a terrible speed. Taking a deep breath, burned pewter, using it to enhance his physical strength much in the same way that tin enhanced his senses. He turned himself in the air, hitting the stone wall feet first. Even his strengthened muscles protested at the treatment, but he stopped without breaking any bones. He immediately released his hold on the roof, dropping a coin and pushing against it even as he began to fall. He reached out, selecting a source of metal above him, one of the wire housings of a stained glass window, and pulled on it. The coin hit the ground below and was suddenly able to support his weight, launched himself upward, pushing on the coin and pulling on the window at the same time. Then, extinguishing both metals, he let momentum carry him the last few feet up through the dark mists. Cloak flapping quietly, he crested the lip of the keep's upper service walkway, flipped himself up over the stone railing and landed quietly on the ledge. A startled guard stood not 3 paces away, was upon the man in a second, jumping into the air, pulling slightly on the guard's steel breastplate and throwing the man off balance. Whipped out one of his glass daggers, allowing the strength of his to bring him toward the guard. He landed with both feet against the man's chest, then crouched and sliced with a pewter-enhanced swing. The guard collapsed with a slit throat, landed lightly beside him, ears straining in the night, listening for sounds of alarm. There were none, left the guard to his gurgling demise. The man was likely a lesser nobleman, the enemy, if he were instead a soldier enticed into betraying his people in exchange for a few coins. Well then, was even happier to send such men into their eternity. He pushed off the dying man's breastplate, hopping up off the stone service walkway and onto the rooftop itself. The bronze roof was chill and slick beneath his feet. He along it, heading toward the southern side of the building, looking for the balcony he had mentioned. He wasn't too worried about being spotted. One purpose of this evening was to steal some, the 10th and most powerful of the generally known metals. His other purpose, however, was to cause a commotion. He found the balcony with ease. Wide and broad, it was probably a sitting balcony, used to entertain small groups. It was quiet at the moment, however, empty save for 2 guards. Crouched silently in the night mists above the balcony, furled gray cloak obscuring him, toes curling out over the side of the roof's metallic lip. The 2 guards chatted unwittingly below. Time to make a bit of noise. Dropped to the ledge directly between the guards. Burning pewter to strengthen his body, he reached out and fiercely against both men at the same time. Braced as he was at the center, his push threw the guards away in opposite directions. The men cried out in surprise as the sudden force threw them backward, hurling them over the balcony railing into the darkness beyond. The guards screamed as they fell, threw open the balcony doors, letting a wall of mist fall inward around him, its tendrils creeping forward to claim the darkened room beyond. 3rd room in, thought, moving forward in a crouching run. The 2nd room was a quiet, greenhouse-like conservatory. Low beds containing cultivated bushes and small trees ran through the room, and one wall was made up of enormous floor-to-ceiling windows to provide sunlight for the plants. Though it was dark, knew that the plants would all be of slightly different colors than the typical brown. Some would be white, others ruddy, and perhaps even a few light yellow. Plants that weren't brown were a rarity, cultivated and kept by the nobility. Moved quickly through the conservatory. He paused at the next doorway, nodding its lighted outline. He extinguished his tin lest his enhanced eyes be blinded when he entered the lit room and threw open the door. He ducked inside, blinking against the light, a glass dagger in each hand. The room, however, was empty. It was obviously a study. A lantern burned on each wall beside bookcases, and it had a desk in the corner. Replaced his knives, burning steel and searching for sources of metal. There was a large safe in the corner of the room, but it was too obvious. Sure enough, another strong source of metal shone from inside the eastern wall. Approached, running his fingers along the plaster. Like many walls in noble keeps, this one was painted with a soft mural. Foreign creatures lounged beneath a red sun. The false section of wall was under 2 feet square, and it had been placed so that its cracks were obscured by the mural. There's always another secret, thought. He didn't bother trying to figure out how to open the contraption. He simply burned steel, reaching in and tugging against the weak source of metal that he assumed was the trapdoor's locking mechanism. It resisted at first, pulling him against the wall, but he burned pewter and yanked harder. The lock snapped and the panel swung open, revealing a small safe embedded in the wall. Smiled. It looked small enough for a pewter-enhanced man to carry, assuming he could get it out of the wall. He jumped up against the safe and landed with his feet against the wall, 1 foot on either side of the open panel. He continued to pull, holding himself in place, and flared his pewter. Strength flooded his legs, and he flared his steel as well, pulling against the safe. He strained, grunting slightly at the exertion. It was a test to see which would give out first, the safe or his legs. The safe shifted in its mounting, pulled harder, muscles protesting. For an extended moment, nothing happened. Then the safe shook and ripped free of the wall, fell backward, burning steel and pushing against the safe to get out of the way. He landed maladroitly, sweat dripping from his brow as the safe crashed to the wooden floor, throwing up splinters. A pair of startled guards burst into the room. About time, noted, raising a hand and pulling on one of the soldiers' swords. It whipped out of the sheath, spinning in the air and streaking toward point first. He extinguished his iron, stepping to the side and catching the sword by its hilt as momentum carried it past. The guard screamed, smiled and jumped forward. The guard pulled out a dagger, pushed it, tearing the weapon out of the man's hand, then swung, shearing the guard's head from his body. The second guard cursed, tugging free the release tie on his breastplate, pushed on his own sword even as he completed his swing. The sword ripped from his fingers and hissed directly toward the second guard. The man's armor dropped free, preventing from pushing against it just as the first guard's corpse fell to the ground. A moment later, sword planted itself in the second guard's now unarmored chest. The man stumbled quietly, then collapsed, turned from the body's cloak rustling. His anger was quiet, not as fierce as it had been the night he'd killed Lord Tresting. But he felt it still, felt it in the itching of his scars and in the remembered screams of the woman he loved. As far as was concerned, any man who upheld the final empire also forfeited his right to live. He flared his pewter, strengthening his body, then squatted down and lifted the safe. He teetered for a second beneath its weight, then got his balance and began to shuffle back toward the balcony. Perhaps the safe held, perhaps it didn't. However, he didn't have time to search out other options. He was halfway through the conservatory when he heard footsteps from behind. He turned to see the study flooding with figures. There were 8 of them, each one wearing a loose gray robe and carrying a dueling cane and a shield instead of a sword. Let the safe drop to the ground. But they were trained to fight mistings, and there wouldn't be a single bit of metal on their bodies, and they would be ready for his tricks. Stepped back, stretching and smiling. The 8 men fanned into the study, moving with quiet precision. This should be interesting. The attack, dashing by twos into the conservatory. Pulled out his daggers, ducking beneath the first attack and slicing at a man's chest. The jumped back, however, and forced away with a swing of his cane. Flared his pewter, letting strengthened legs carry him back in a powerful jump. With one hand, he whipped out a handful of coins and pushed them against his opponents. The metal disc shot forward, zipping through the air, but his enemies were ready for this. They raised their shields, and the coins bounced off the wood, throwing up splinters but leaving the men unharmed. Eyed the other as they filled the room, advancing on him. They couldn't hope to fight him in an extended battle. Their tactic would be to rush him at once, hoping for a quick end to the fight or to at least stall him until could be awakened and brought to fight. He glanced at the safe as he landed. He couldn't leave without it. He needed to end the fight quickly as well. Flaring pewter, he jumped forward, trying an experimental dagger swipe, but he couldn't get inside his opponent's defenses. Barely ducked away in time to avoid getting cracked on the head by the end of a cane. 3 of the dashed behind him, cutting off his retreat into the balcony room. Great thought, trying to keep an eye on all 8 men at once. They advanced on him with careful precision, working as a team. Gritting his teeth, flared his pewter again. It was running low, he noticed. Pewter was the fastest burning of the basic 8 metals. No time to worry about that now. The men behind him attacked and jumped out of the way, pulling on the safe to tug himself toward the center of the room. He pushed as soon as he hit the ground near the safe, launching himself into the air at an angle. He tucked, flipping over the heads of 2 attackers, and landed on the ground beside a well-cultivated tree bed. He spun, flaring his pewter and raising his arm in defense against the swing he knew would come. The dueling cane connected with his arm. A burst of pain ran down his forearm, but his pewter-enhanced bone held. Kept moving, driving his other hand forward and slamming a dagger into his opponent's chest. The man stumbled back in surprise, the motion ripping away his dagger. A second attacked but ducked, then reached down with his free hand, ripping his coin pouch off of his belt. The prepared to block's remaining dagger, but raised his other hand instead, slamming the coin pouch into the man's shield. Then he pushed on the coins inside. The cried out, the force of the intense throwing him backward. Flared his steel, pushing so hard that he tossed himself backward as well, away from the pair of men who tried to attack him. And his enemy flew away from each other, hurled in opposite directions. Collided with the far wall but kept pushing, smashing his opponent, pouch, shield and all, against one of the massive conservatory windows. Glass shattered, sparkles of from the study playing across its shards. This desperate face disappeared into the darkness beyond, and mist, quiet yet ominous, began to creep in through the shattered window. The other 6 men advanced relentlessly and was forced to ignore the pain in his arm as he ducked 2 swings. He spun out of the way, brushing past a small tree, but a third attacked, smashing his cane into side. The attack threw into the tree bed. He tripped, then collapsed near the entrance to the lit study, dropping his dagger. He gasped in pain, rolling to his knees and holding his side. The blow would have broken another man's ribs, even would have a massive bruise. The 6 men moved forward, spreading to surround him again. Stumbled to his feet, vision growing dizzy from pain and exertion. He gritted his teeth, reaching down and pulling out one of his remaining vials of metal. He downed its contents in a single gulp, replenishing his pewter, then burned tin. The light nearly blinded him, and the pain in his arm and side suddenly seemed more acute, but the burst of enhanced senses cleared his head. The 6 advanced in a sudden, coordinated attack, whipped his hand to the side, burning iron and searching for metal. The closest source was a thick silvery paperweight on a desk just inside the study. Flipped it into his hand, then turned, arm held toward the advancing men, falling into an offensive stance. "All right," he growled. Burned steel with a flash of strength. The rectangular ingot ripped from his hand, streaking through the air. The foremost raised his shield, but he moved too slowly. The ingot hit the man's shoulder with a crunch and he dropped, crying out. Spun to the side, ducking a staff swing and putting it between himself and the fallen man. He burned iron, pulling the ingot back toward him. It whipped through the air, cracking the second in the side of the head. The man collapsed as the ingot flipped into the air. One of the remaining men cursed, rushing forward to attack. Pushed the still airborne ingot, flipping it away from him, and away from the attacking who had his shield raised. Heard the ingot hit the ground behind him and he reached up, burning pewter, and caught this cane mid-swing. The grunted, struggling against enhanced strength. Didn't bother trying to pull the weapon free, instead he pulled sharply on the ingot behind him, bringing it toward his own back at a deadly speed. He twisted at the last moment, using his momentum to spin the around right into the ingot's path. The man dropped, flared pewter, steadying himself against attacks. Sure enough, a cane smashed against his shoulders. He stumbled to his knees as the wood cracked, but flared tin kept him conscious. Pain and lucidity flashed through his mind. He pulled on the ingot, ripping it out of the dying man's back, and stepped to the side, letting the impromptu weapon shoot past him. The two nearest him crouched warily. The ingot snapped into one of the men's shields, but didn't continue pushing, lest he throw himself off balance. Instead, he burned iron, wrenching the ingot back toward himself. He ducked, extinguishing iron and feeling the ingot whoosh through the air above him. There was a crack as it collided with the man who had been sneaking up on him. Spun, burning iron then steel to send the ingot soaring toward the final two men. They stepped out of the way, but tugged on the ingot, dropping it to the ground directly in front of them. The men regarded it warily, distracted as ran and jumped, himself against the ingot and flipping over the men's heads. The cursed spinning. As landed, he pulled the ingot again, bringing it up to smash into a man's skull from behind. The fell silently. The ingot flipped a few times in the darkness and snatched it from the air, its cool surface slick with blood. Mist from the shattered window flowed by his feet, curling up around his legs. He brought his hand down, pointing it directly at the last remaining. Somewhere in the room, a fallen man groaned. The remaining stepped back, then dropped his weapon and dashed away, smiled, lowering his hand. Suddenly, the ingot was pushed from his fingers. It shot across the room, smashing through another window. Cursed, spinning to see another, larger group of men pouring into the study. They wore the clothing of noblemen. Several of them raised hands, and a flurry of coins shot toward. He flared steel, pushing the coins out of the way. Windows shattered and wood splintered as the room was sprayed with coins. Felt a tug on his belt as his final vial of metal was ripped away, pulled toward the other room. Several burly men ran forward in a crouch, staying beneath the shooting coins. Thugs, mistings who, like Ham, could burn pewter. Time to go, thought, deflecting another wave of coins, gritting his teeth against the pain in his side and arm. He glanced behind him. He had a few moments, but he was never going to make it back to the balcony. As more mistings advanced, took a deep breath and dashed toward one of the broken, floor-to-ceiling windows. He leapt out into the mists, turning in the air as he fell, and reached out to pull firmly on the fallen safe. He jerked in midair, swinging down toward the side of the building as if tied to the safe by a tether. He felt the safe slide forward, grinding against the floor of the conservatory as weight pulled against it. He slammed against the side of the building but continued to pull, catching himself on the upper side of a windowsill. He strained, standing upside down in the window well, pulling on the safe. The safe appeared over the lip of the floor above. It teetered, then fell out the window and began to plummet directly toward. He smiled, extinguishing his iron and pushing away from the building with his legs, throwing himself out into the mists like some insane diver. He fell backward through the darkness, barely catching sight of an angry face poking out of the broken window above. Pulled carefully against the safe, moving himself in the air. Mists curled around him, obscuring his vision, making him feel as if he weren't falling at all, but hanging in the middle of nothingness. He reached the safe, then twisted in the air and pushed against it, throwing himself upward. The safe crashed into the cobblestones just below, pushed against the safe slightly, slowing himself until he eventually jerked to a halt in the air just a few feet above the ground. He hung in the mists for a moment, ribbons from his cloak curling and flapping in the wind, then let himself drop to the ground beside the safe. The strongbox had been shattered by the fall, opened its mangled front, tin-enhanced ears listening to calls of alarm from the building above. Inside the safe he found a small pouch of gemstones and a couple of 10,000 boxing letters of credit, all of which he pocketed. He felt around inside, suddenly worried that the night's work had been for naught. Then his fingers found it, a small pouch at the very back. He pulled it open, revealing a grouping of dark bits of metal. His scars flared, memories of his time in the pits returning to him. He pulled the pouch tight and stood. With amusement he noticed a twisted form lying on the cobblestones a short distance away, the mangled remains of the he'd thrown out the window. Walked over and retrieved his coin pouch with a tug of, no, this night was not a waste. Even if he hadn't found any night that ended with a group of dead noblemen was a successful one, in his opinion. He gripped his pouch in one hand and the bag in the other. He kept his pewter burning. Without the strength it lent his body, he'd probably collapse from the pain of his wounds, and dashed off into the night, heading toward Clubs's shop. I never wanted this true, but somebody has to stop the deepness. And apparently is the only place this can be done. On this fact, however, I don't have to take the word of the philosophers. I can feel our goal now, can sense it, though the others cannot. It pulses in my mind far off in the mountains. Then awoke to a quiet room, red morning sunlight peeking through cracks in the shutters. She lay in bed for a moment unsettled. Something felt wrong. It wasn't that she was waking up in an unfamiliar place. Traveling with had accustomed her to a nomadic lifestyle. It took her a moment to realize the source of her discomfort. The room was empty. Not only was it empty, it was open, uncrowded, and it was comfortable. She lay on an actual mattress raised on posts with sheets and a plush quilt. The room was decorated with a sturdy wooden armoire and even had a circular rug. Perhaps another might have found the room cramped and Spartan, but to Vin it seemed lavish. She sat up, frowning. It felt wrong to have a room all to herself. She had always been crammed into tight filled with. Even while traveling, she had slept in beggars' alleys or rebel caves and had been there with her. She had always been forced to fight to find privacy. Being given it so easily seemed to devalue the years she had spent relishing her brief moments of solitude. She slipped out of bed, not bothering to open the shutters. The sunlight was faint, which meant it was still early morning, but she could already hear people moving in the hallway. She crept to the door, creaking it open and peeking out. After leaving the night before had led Vin to Clubs' shop. Because of the late hour, Clubs had immediately led them to their separate rooms. Vin, however, had not gone to bed immediately. She had waited until everyone was asleep, then had snuck out to inspect her surroundings. The residence was almost more of an inn than it was a shop. Though it had a showroom below and a large workshop in the back, the building's second floor was dominated by several long hallways lined with. There was a third floor, and the doors were more widely spaced there, implying larger rooms. She hadn't tapped for trapdoors or false walls. The noise might have awakened someone, but experience told her that it wouldn't be a proper lair if it didn't have at least a secret basement and some bolt holes. Overall, she was impressed. The carpentry equipment and half-finished projects below indicated a reputable working front. The lair was secure, well-stocked, and well-maintained. Watching through the crack in her door, Vin made out a group of about 6 groggy young men coming out of the hallway opposite her own. They wore simple clothing and made their way down the stairs toward the workroom. Apprentice carpenters, Vin thought. That's Clubs' front, he's a craftsman. Most lived lives of drudgery on the plantations. Even those who lived in a city were generally forced to do menial labor. However, some talented few were allowed a trade. They were paid poorly and were always subject to the whims of the nobility. However, they had a measure of freedom that most would envy. Clubs was probably a master carpenter. What would entice such a man, one who had, by standards, an amazing life, to risk joining the underground? He is a misting, Vin thought, and called him a smoker. She would probably have to figure out what that meant on her own. Experience told her that a powerful man would withhold knowledge from her as long as he could, stringing her along with occasional tidbits. His knowledge was what bound her to him. It would be unwise to give away too much too quickly. Footsteps sounded outside, and Vin continued to peek through the crack. "You'll want to get ready," Vin said as he passed her door. He wore a nobleman's dress shirt and slacks, and he already looked awake and trim. He paused, continuing. "There's a fresh bath for you in the room at the end of the hallway, and I had Clubs scrounge you up a few changes of clothing. They should fit well enough until we can get you something more appropriate. Take your time in the bath. Kel's planned a meeting for this afternoon, but we can't start until Breeze and Ham arrive." Smiled, eyeing her through the cracked door, then continued on down the hallway. Vin flushed at being caught. These are observant men, I'm going to have to remember that. The hallway grew quiet. She slipped out her door and crept down to the indicated room and was half surprised to find that there was indeed a warm bath waiting for her. She frowned, studying the tiled chamber and metal tub. The water smelled scented after the fashion of noble ladies. These men are more like noblemen than Vin thought. She wasn't certain what she thought of that. However, they obviously expected her to do as they did, so she closed and bolted the door, then disrobed and crawled into the tub. She smelled funny. Even though the scent was faint, Vin still caught whiffs of herself occasionally. It was the smell of a passing noblewoman, the scent of a perfumed drawer opened by her brother's burgling fingers. The smell grew less noticeable as the morning progressed, but it still worried her. It would distinguish her from other. If this crew expected her to take those baths regularly, she would have to request that the perfumes be removed. The morning meal was more up to her expectations. Several women of various ages worked the shop's kitchen, preparing rolls of thin flat bread stuffed with boiled barley and vegetables. Vin stood by the kitchen doorway, watching the women work. None of them smelled like she did, though they were far more cleanly and well-groomed than average. In fact, there was an odd sense of cleanliness to the entire building. She hadn't noticed it the night before because of the darkness, but the floor was scrubbed clean. All of the workers, kitchen women or apprentices, had clean faces and hands. It felt odd to Vin. She was accustomed to her own fingers being black with if she'd ever washed her face, she had quickly rubbed it with ash again. A clean face stood out on the streets. No ash in the corners, she thought, eyeing the floor. The room is kept swept. She'd never lived in such a place before. It was almost like living in some nobleman's house. She glanced back at the kitchen women. They wore simple dresses of white and gray, with scarves around the tops of their heads and long tails of hair hanging out the back. Vin fingered her own hair. She kept it short like a boy's. Her current, ragged cut had been given by one of the other. She wasn't like these women. She never had been. Vice command, Vin had lived so that other would think of her as a thief first and a girl second. But what am I now? Perfumed by her bath, yet wearing the tan trousers and buttoning shirt of an apprentice craftsman, she felt distinctly out of place. And that was bad. If she felt awkward, then she undoubtedly looked awkward too. Something else to make her stand out. Vin turned, eyeing the workroom. The apprentices were already about their morning labors, working on various bits of furniture. They stayed in the back while Clubs worked in the main showroom, putting detailed finishing touches on the pieces. The back kitchen door suddenly slammed open. Vin slipped reflexively to the side, putting her back to a wall and peeking around into the kitchen. Ham stood in the kitchen doorway, framed by red sunlight. He wore a loose shirt and vest, both sleeveless, and carried several large packs. He wasn't by soot. None of the crew had ever been, the few times Vin had seen them. Ham walked through the kitchen and into the workroom. "So," he said, dropping his packs, "anyone know which room is mine?" "I'll ask master," one of the apprentices said, moving into the front room. Ham smiled, stretching, then turned toward Vin. "Morning, Vin. You don't have to hide from me. We're on the same team." Vin relaxed but remained where she was, standing beside a line of mostly finished chairs. "You're going to live here too? It always pays to stay near the smoker," Ham said, turning and disappearing back into the kitchen. He returned a moment later with a stack of 4 large. "Anyone know where Kel is?" "Sleeping," Vin said. "He came in late last night and hasn't gotten up yet." Ham grunted, taking a bite of a dox. "In his room on the 3rd floor," Vin said. "He got up early, came down to get something to eat, and went back upstairs." She didn't add that she knew from peeking through the keyhole that he was sitting at his desk scribbling on some papers. Ham raised an eyebrow. "You always keep track of where everyone is like that." "Yes." Ham paused, then chuckled. "You're an odd kid, Vin." He gathered up his packs as the apprentice returned and the two moved up the stairs. Vin stood listening to their footsteps. They stopped about halfway down the first hallway, perhaps a few doors from her room. The scent of steamed barley enticed her. Vin eyed the kitchen. Ham had gone in and taken food. Was she allowed to do the same? Trying to look confident, Vin strode into the kitchen. A pile of sat on a platter, probably to be delivered to the apprentices as they worked. Vin picked up 2 of them. None of the women objected. In fact, a few of them even nodded respectfully toward her. "I'm an important person now," she thought with a measure of discomfort. Did they know that she was? Or was she simply treated with respect because she was a guest? Eventually, Vin took a third and fled to her room. It was more food than she could possibly eat, however. She intended to scrape out the barley and save the flatbread, which would keep well should she need it later. A knock came at her door. Vin answered it, pulling the door open with a careful motion. A young man stood outside, the boy who had been with Club's Bacchus lair the night before. Thin, tall, and awkward-looking, he was dressed in gray clothing. He was perhaps 14, though his height might have made him look older than he was. He seemed nervous for some reason. "Yes," Vin asked. Vin frowned. "What? You're wanted," he said in a thick Eastern accent. "Up's in the where above with the doing." "With master jumps to the 3rd floor. I've gotta go." The boy blushed, then turned and hurried away, scrambling up the stairs. Vin stood in the doorway of her room, dumbfounded. Was that supposed to make any sense? She wondered. She peeked into the hallway. The boy had seemed like he expected her to follow him. Finally, she decided to do so, carefully making her way up the steps. Voices were coming from an open door at the end of the hallway. Vin approached and peeked around the corner to find a well-decorated room, set with a fine rug and comfortable-looking chairs. A hearth burned at the side of the room, and the chairs were arranged to point toward a large charcoal writing board set atop an easel. Stood, leaning one elbow resting against the brick hearth, a cup of wine in his hand. Angling herself slightly, Vin could see that he was talking to Breeze. The soother had arrived well into midday and had appropriated half of Club's apprentices to unload his possessions. Vin had watched from her window as the apprentices had carried the luggage, disguised as boxes of lumber scraps, up to Breeze's room. Breeze himself hadn't bothered to help. Ham was there, as was, and Clubs was settling himself into the large, overstuffed chair farthest from Breeze. The boy who had fetched Vin sat on a stool beside Clubs, and he was obviously making a point of trying not to look at her. The final occupied chair held the man dressed as before in common worker's clothing. He sat in his chair without resting against its back, as if he disapproved of its plushness. His face was darkened with soot, as Vin expected of a worker. There were 2 empty chairs. Noticed Vin standing by the doorway and gave her one of his inviting smiles. "Well, there she is. Come in." Vin scanned the room. There was a window, though its shutters were closed against approaching gloom. The only chairs were the ones in half circle. Resigned, she moved forward and took the empty chair beside. It was too big for her, and she settled into it with her knees folded beneath her. "That's all of us," said. "Who's the last chair for?" Ham asked, smiled, winked, but ignored the question. "All right, let's talk. Got something of a task ahead of ourselves, and the sooner we begin outlining a plan, the better." "I thought you had a plan," said uncomfortably. "I have a framework," said. "I know what needs to happen, and I have a few ideas on how to do it. But you don't gather a group like this and just tell them what to do. We need to work this out together, beginning with a list of problems we need to deal with if we want the plan to work." "Well," Ham said, "let me get the framework straight first. The plan is to gather an army, cause chaos and secure the palace, steal the lord rulers, then leave the government to collapse." "Essentially," said. Then Ham said, "Our main problem is the garrison. If we want chaos in, then we can't have 20,000 troops here to keep the peace. Not to mention the fact that troops will never take the city while there is any sort of armed resistance on the walls." Nodded. Picking up a piece of chalk, he wrote garrison up on the board. "What else?" "We'll need a way to make said chaos in," Breeze said, gesturing with a cup of wine. "Your instincts are right, my dear man. This city is where the ministry makes its headquarters and the great houses run their mercantile empires. we'll need to bring down if we want to break the Lord Ruler's ability to govern. Mentioning the nobility brings up another point, added. The great houses all have guard forces in the city, not to mention there. If we're going to deliver the city too, we'll have to deal with those noblemen, nodded, writing chaos and great houses beside garrison on his board. The ministry, Club said, leaning back in his plush chair so much that Vin almost couldn't see his grumpy face. There'll be no change in government as long as the Steel Inquisitors have anything to say about it, added ministry to the board. What else? Ham said. You might as well write it up there. We'll need to secure the palace quickly once General Mayhem starts and make certain nobody else takes the opportunity to slip into the treasury. Nodded, writing secure treasury on the board. We will need to find a way to gather troops, Breeze added. We'll have to be quiet but quick and train them somewhere that the Lord Ruler won't find them. We also might want to make certain that the rebellion is ready to take control of, added. Seizing the palace and digging in will make for a spectacular story, but it would be nice if and his people were actually ready to govern once this is all over. Troops in rebellion were added to the board, and said, I'm going to add Lord Ruler. We'll at least want a plan to get him out of the city should other options fail. After writing Lord Ruler on the list, he turned back toward the group. Did I forget anything? Well, said dryly, if you're listing problems we'll have to overcome, you should write up there that we're all bloody insane, though I doubt we can fix that fact. The group chuckled and wrote bad attitude on the board, then he stepped back, looking over the list. When you break it down like that, it doesn't sound so bad, does it? Vin frowned, trying to decide if it was attempting a joke or not. The list wasn't just daunting, it was disturbing. 20,000 Imperial soldiers, the collected forces and power of the high nobility. The ministry, one Steel Inquisitor, was said to be more powerful than 1,000 troops. More discomforting, however, was how matter-of-factly they regarded the issues. How could they even think of resisting the Lord Ruler? He was the Lord. He ruled all of the world. He was the creator, protector, and punisher of mankind. He had saved them from the deepness, then had brought the ash and the mists as a punishment for the people's lack of faith. Vin wasn't particularly religious. Intelligent thieves knew to avoid the Steel Ministry, but even she knew the legends, and yet the group regarded their list of problems with determination. There was a grim mirth about them, as if they understood that they had a better chance of making the sun rise at night than they did of overthrowing the final empire. Yet they were still going to try. The Lord Ruler, Vin whispered. You're serious, you really mean to do this? Don't use his name as an oath, Vin said. Even blasphemy honors him. When you curse by that creature's name, you acknowledge him as your god. Vin fell silent, sitting back in her chair a bit numb. Anyway, said, smiling lightly. Anyone have any ideas on how to overcome these problems? Besides attitude, of course, we all know he's hopeless. The room was quiet and thoughtful. Thoughts? Asked. Angles? Impressions? Breeze shook his head. Now that it's all up there, I can't help wondering if the child has a point. This is a daunting task, but it can be done, said. Let's start by talking about how to break the city. What can we do that would be so threatening that it would throw the nobility into chaos, maybe even get the palace guard out into the city, exposing them to our troops? Something that would distract the ministry and the Lord Ruler himself while we move our troops into attack. Well, a general revolution among the populace comes to mind. Ham won't work, said firmly. Why not? Ham asked. You know how the people are treated. They live in slums, work in mills and smithies the entire day, and half of them still starve. Shook his head. Don't you understand? The rebellion has been trying for 1,000 years to get in this city to rise up. It never works. They're too beaten down. They don't have the will or the hope to resist. That's why I had to come to you to get an army. The room fell still. Vin, however, slowly nodded her head. She'd seen it, she'd felt it. One didn't fight the Lord Ruler. Even living as a thief, crouching at the edge of society, she knew that there would be no rebellion. He's right, I'm afraid, said. They won't rise up, not in their current state. If we're going to overthrow this government, we'll need to do it without the help of the masses. We can probably recruit our soldiers from among them, but we can't count on the general populace. Could we cause a disaster of some sort? Ham asked. A fire maybe, shook his head. It might disrupt trade for a while, but I doubt it would have the effect we want. Besides, the cost in lives would be too high. The slums would burn, not stone noblemen keeps. Breeze sighed. What then would you have us do? Smiled, eyes twinkling. What if we turned the great houses against each other? Breeze paused. A house war, he said, taking a speculative sip of his wine. It's been a while since the city had one of those. Which means that tensions have had plenty of time to brew, said. The high nobility are growing increasingly powerful. The Lord Ruler barely has control over them anymore, which is why we have a chance of shattering his grip. Great houses are the key. They control imperial trade, not to mention enslave the greatest majority of the. Pointed at the board, moving his finger between the line that said chaos and the line that said great houses. If we can turn the houses inside against each other, we can bring down the city. We'll start assassinating house leaders. Fortunes will collapse. It won't take long before there is open warfare in the streets. Part of our contract with states that will give him an opening to seize the city for himself. Can you think of a better one than that? Breeze nodded with a smile. It is flair, and I do like the idea of having the noblemen kill each other. You always like it better when someone else does the work, Breeze, Ham noted. My dear friend, Breeze replied, the entire point of life is to find ways to get others to do your work for you. Don't you know anything about basic economics? Ham raised an eyebrow. Actually, it was a rhetorical question, Ham, Breeze interrupted, rolling his eyes. Those are the best kind, Ham replied. Philosophy later, Ham said. Stay on task. What do you think of my suggestion? It could work, Ham said, settling back, but I can't see the Lord Ruler letting things go that far. It's our job to see that he doesn't have a choice, said. He's known to let his nobility squabble, probably to keep them off balance. We fan those tensions, then we somehow force the garrison to pull out. When the houses start fighting in earnest, the Lord Ruler won't be able to do anything to stop them, except perhaps send his palace guard into the streets, which is exactly what we want him to do. He could also send for army, Ham noted. True, said, but they're stationed a moderate distance away. That's a flaw we need to exploit. Troops make wonderful grunts, but they have to be kept away from civilized cities. The very center of the final empire is exposed, yet the Lord Ruler is confident in his strength, and why shouldn't he be? He hasn't faced a serious threat in centuries. Most cities only need small policing forces. 20,000 men is hardly a small number, Breeze said. It is on a national scale, said, holding up a finger. The Lord Ruler keeps most of his troops on the edges of his empire, where the threat of rebellion is strongest. That's why we're going to strike him here in itself, and that's why we're going to succeed. Assuming we can deal with that garrison, nodded, turning to right. House war underneath, great houses in chaos. All right then, let's talk about the garrison. What are we going to do about it? Well, Ham said speculatively, historically the best way to deal with a large force of soldiers is to have your own large force of soldiers. We're going to raise an army, why not let them attack the garrison? Isn't that kind of the point of raising the army in the first place? That won't work, Hammond, Breeze said. He regarded his empty cup of wine, then held it up toward the boy sitting beside Clubs, who immediately over to refill it. If we wanted to defeat the garrison, Breeze continued, we'd need our own force of at least its same size. We'd probably want one much larger, since our men will be newly trained. We might be able to raise an army. We might even be able to get him one large enough to hold the city for a while. But getting him one large enough to take on the garrison inside its fortifications, we might as well give up now if that's our plan. The group fell silent. Vin squirmed in her chair, looking over each man in turn. Breeze's words had a profound effect. Ham opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, sitting back to reconsider. All right, finally said. We'll get back to the garrison in a moment. Let's look at our own army. How can we raise one of substantial size and hide it from the Lord Ruler? Again, that will be difficult, Breeze said. There's a very good reason why the Lord Ruler feels safe in the central dominance. There are constant patrols on the roadways and canals, and you can hardly spend a day traveling without running into a village or plantation. This isn't the sort of place where you can raise an army without attracting notice. The rebellion has those caves up to the north, said. We might be able to hide some men there. Paled, you know about the cavern, rolled his eyes. Even the Lord Ruler knows about them. The rebels there just aren't dangerous enough to bother him yet. How many people do you have? Ham asked. In and around it, caves included. What do we have to start with? Shrugged. Maybe 300, including women and children. And how many do you think those caves could hide? Ham asked, shrugged again. The caves could support a larger group, for cert, said. Perhaps 10,000. I've been there. The rebellion has been hiding people in them for years, and the Lord Ruler has never bothered to destroy them. I can imagine why, Ham said. Cave fighting is nasty business, especially for the aggressor. The Lord Ruler likes to keep defeats to a minimum. He's nothing if not vain. Anyway, 10,000. That's a decent number. It could hold the palace with ease, might even be able to hold the city if it had the walls. Turn 2. When you asked for an army, what size were you thinking? 10,000 sounds like a good number, I suppose, said. Actually, it's a bit larger than I was thinking. Breeze tipped his cup slightly, swirling the wine. I hate to sound contrary again, that's usually Hammond's job, but I do have to return to our earlier problem. 10,000 men, that won't even frighten the garrison. We're talking about 20,000 well-armed, well-trained troops. He has a point, Kell said. He had found a small book somewhere and had begun taking notes on the meeting. Ham nodded. Any way you look at it, Kell, that garrison is going to be a tough stone to break. Perhaps we should just focus on the nobility. Maybe we can cause enough chaos that even the garrison won't be able to suppress it. Shook his head, doubtful. The garrison's primary duty is to maintain order in the city. If we can't deal with those troops, we'll never pull this off. He paused, then eyed Vin. What do you think, Vin? Any suggestions? She froze, had never asked her opinion. What did want from her? She pulled back into her chair slightly as she realized that the other members of the crew had turned, looking at her. Vin said slowly. Oh, don't intimidate the poor thing, Breeze said with a wave of his hand. Vin nodded but didn't turn away from her. No, really, tell me what you're thinking, Vin. You've got a much larger enemy threatening you. What do you do? Well, she said slowly, you don't fight him, that's for cert. Even if you won somehow, you'd be so hurt and broken that you couldn't fight off anyone else. Makes sense, said, but we might not have a choice. We have to get rid of that army somehow. And if it just left the city, she asked. That would work too. If I had to deal with someone big, I'd try and distract him first, get him to leave me alone. Ham chuckled. Good luck getting the garrison to leave. The Lord Ruler sends squads out on patrol sometimes, but the only time I know of the entire garrison leaving was when that rebellion broke out down in a half-century ago. Shook his head. Vin's idea is too good to dismiss that easily, I think. Really, we can't fight the garrison, at least not while they're entrenched, so we need to get them to leave the city somehow. Yes, Bree said, but it would take a particular crisis to require involving the garrison. If the problem weren't threatening enough, the Lord Ruler wouldn't send the entire garrison. If it were too dangerous, he'd hunker down and send for a rebellion in one of the nearby cities, Ham suggested. That leaves us with the same problem as before, said, shaking his head. If we can't get the here to rebel, we'll never get ones outside the city to do so. What about a feint of some sort then? Ham asked. We're assuming that we'll be able to raise a sizable group of soldiers. If they pretend to attack someplace nearby, perhaps the Lord Ruler would send the garrison out to help. I doubt he'd send them away to protect another city, Breeze said. Not if it left him exposed. The group fell silent, thinking again. Vin glanced around, then found eyes on her. What? He asked. She squirmed a bit, glancing down. How far away are the pits? She finally asked. The crew paused. Finally, Breeze laughed. Oh, now that's devious. The nobility don't know that the pits produce, so the Lord Ruler couldn't make much of a fuss, not without revealing that there's something very special about those pits. That means no, they wouldn't arrive in time anyway, Ham said. The pits are only a couple of days away. If they were threatened, the Lord Ruler would have to respond quickly. The garrison would be the only force in striking distance. Smiled, eyes alight. And it wouldn't take much of an army to threaten the pits, either. 1,000 men could do it. We send them to attack, then when the garrison leaves, we march our second, larger force in and seize itself. By the time the garrison realized that they'd been duped, they wouldn't be able to get back in time to stop us from taking the city walls. Could we keep them, though? Asked apprehensively. Ham nodded eagerly. With 10,000 I could hold the city against the garrison. The Lord Ruler would have to send for his. By then we'd have the said, and the great houses won't be in any position to stop us. They'll be weakened and frail because of their internal fighting. Was scribbling furiously on his pad. We'll need to use caves then. They're within striking distance of both our targets, and they're closer to than the pits are. If our army left from there, it could get here before the garrison could return from the pits. Continue to scribble. I'll have to start stockpiling supplies in those caves, maybe make a trip out to check conditions there. And how are we going to get the soldiers there? Asked. That's a week outside the city and aren't allowed to travel on their own. I've already got someone who can help us there, said, writing attack pits of beneath garrison on his board. I have a friend that can give us a front to run canal boats to the north. Assuming, said, you can even make good on your first and primary promise. I paid you to gather me an army. 10,000 men is a great number, but I've still to see an adequate explanation of how you're going to raise them. I've already told you the kinds of problems we've had trying to recruit in. We won't need the general population to support us, said. Just a small percentage of them. There are nearly 1 million workers in and around. This should actually be the easiest part of the plan since we happen to be in the presence of one of the world's greatest soothers. Breeze, I'm counting on you and you're to force us up a nice selection of recruits. Breeze sipped his wine. My good man, I wish you wouldn't use words like force in reference to my talents. I simply encourage people. Well, can you encourage us up an army? Asked. How much time do I have? Breeze asked. A year, said. We'll plan this to go off next fall. Assuming the Lord Ruler does gather his forces to attack once we take the city, we might as well make him do it in the winter. 10,000 men, Breeze said with a smile, gathered from a resistant population in less than a year. It would certainly be a challenge. Chuckled. From you, that's as good as a yes. Start in, then move to the surrounding cities. Need people who are close enough to gather at the caves. Breeze nodded. We'll also need weapons and supplies, Ham said, and we'll need to train the men. I've already got a plan to get weapons, said. Can you find some men to do the training? Ham paused thoughtfully. Probably. I know some soldiers who fought in one of the Lord Ruler's suppression campaigns. Paled. Traitors, Ham shrugged. Most of them aren't proud of what they did, he said, but most of them also like to eat. It's a hard world. My people will never work with such men, said. They'll have to, said sternly. A large number of rebellions fail because their men are poorly trained. We're going to give you an army of well-equipped, well-fed men, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get them slaughtered because they were never taught which end of the sword to hold. Paused, then eyed Ham. However, I do suggest that you find men who are bitter against the final empire for what it forced them to do. I don't trust men whose loyalty only goes as far as the boxings in their pockets. Ham nodded and quieted. Turned, writing Ham, training and Breeze, recruitment beneath troops on the board. I'm interested in your plan to get weapons, Breeze said. How exactly do you intend to arm 10,000 men without making the Lord Ruler suspicious? He keeps a very careful eye on the armament flows. We could make the weapons, Club said. I have enough extra wood that we could churn out a war staff or two every day. Could probably get you some arrows too. I appreciate the offer, Clubs said, and I think that's a good idea. However, we're going to need more than staves. We'll need swords, shields, and armor, and we need them quickly enough to begin training. How then are you going to do it? Breeze asked. The great houses can get weapons, said. They don't have any problems arming their personal retinues. You want us to steal from them? Shook his head. No, for once we're going to do things somewhat legally. We're going to buy our weapons, or rather we're going to have a sympathetic nobleman buy them for us. Clubs laughed bluntly. A nobleman sympathetic to the it will never happen. Well, never happened a short time ago then, said lightly, because I've already found someone to help us. The room fell silent save for the crackling of the fireplace. Vin squirmed slightly in her chair, glancing at the others. They seemed shocked. Who? Ham asked. His name is Lord said. He arrived in the area a few days back. He's staying in. He doesn't quite have enough influence to establish himself in. Besides, I think it's prudent to keep his activities a bit removed from the Lord Ruler. Vin cocked her head. It was a small, suburb-style city an hour outside of. She had worked there before moving into the capital city. How had recruited this lord? He bribed the man, or was it some sort of scam? I know of, Bree said slowly. He's a Western lord. He has a great deal of power and the farmost dominance. Nodded. Lord recently decided to try and elevate his family to high noble status. His official story is that he came south in order to expand his mercantile efforts. He hopes that by shipping fine southern weaponry to the north, he can earn enough money and make enough connections to build himself a keep-in by the end of the decade. The room was quiet, but Ham said slowly, those weapons will be coming to us instead. Nodded. We'll have to fake the shipping records just in case. That's quite an ambitious front, Kel, Ham said. A lord's family working on our side. But Bree said, looking confused. You hate noblemen. This one's different, said with a sly smile. The crew studied. They didn't like working with a nobleman. Vin could tell that much easily. It probably didn't help that was so powerful. Suddenly, Breeze laughed. He leaned back in his chair, downing the last of his wine. You blessed madman, you killed him, didn't you? You killed him and replaced him with an imposter. Smile broadened, cursed, but Ham simply smiled. Ah, now that makes sense, or at least it makes sense if you're the foolhardy. He's going to take up permanent residence in, said. He'll be our front if we need to do anything official. I'll use him to purchase armaments and supplies, for instance. Breeze nodded thoughtfully. Efficient. Efficient, asked. You've killed a nobleman, a very important one. You're planning to overthrow the entire empire, noted. Isn't going to be the last aristocratic casualty in this little endeavor. Yes, but impersonating him, asked. That sounds a little risky to you. Hired us because you wanted extraordinary results, my dear man, Breeze said, sipping his wine. In our line of work, extraordinary results usually require extraordinary risks. We minimize them as best we can, said. My actor is very good. However, these are the sorts of things we're going to be doing in this job. And if I order you to stop a few of them, asked. You can shut down the job at any time, said, not looking up from his ledgers. But as long as it is in motion, has final say on plans, objectives, and procedures. That is how we work. You knew that when you hired us. Shook his head ruefully. Well, asked, do we continue or not? The call is yours. Feel free to call an end to it, friend, Breeze said with a helpful voice. Don't be afraid of offending us. I, for one, look favorably upon free money. Vin saw pale slightly. In Vin's estimation, he was fortunate that hadn't simply taken his money and stabbed him in the chest. But she was becoming increasingly convinced that wasn't the way things worked around here. This is insane, said. Trying to overthrow the Lord Ruler, Breeze asked. Why, yes, as a matter of fact, it is. All right, said, sighing. We continue. Good, said, writing equipment under troops. The front will also give us an in with high society. This will be a very important advantage. We'll need to keep careful track of great house politics if we're going to start a war. This house war might not be as easy to pull off as you think, Breeze warned. The current lot of high noblemen is a careful, discriminating group. Smiled. Then it's good that you're here to help, Breeze. You're an expert at making people do what you want. Together, you and I will plan how to make the high nobility turn on each other. Major house wars seem to happen every couple of centuries or so. The current group's competence will only make them more dangerous, so getting them riled up shouldn't be that hard. In fact, I've already started the process. Breeze raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Ham. The thug grumbled a bit, pulling out a golden 10-boxing coin and flipping it across the room to the self-satisfied Breeze. What was that about? Asked. We had a bet, Breeze said, regarding whether or not was involved in last night's disturbance. Disturbance? Asked. What disturbance? Someone attacked House Venture, Ham said. The rumors claim that 3 full were sent to assassinate Venture himself. Snorted. 3 certainly has an elevated opinion of himself. I didn't go anywhere near his lordship. I was there for that and to make certain that I was seen. Venture isn't sure who to blame, Breeze said. But because we're involved, everyone assumes that it was one of the great houses. That was the idea, said happily. The high nobility take attacks very seriously. They have an unspoken agreement that they won't use to assassinate each other. A few more strikes like this, and I'll have them snapping at each other like frightened animals. He turned, adding Breeze, planning and general mayhem beneath great houses on the board. Anyway, continued, we'll need to keep an eye on local politics to find out which houses are making alliances. That means sending a spy to some of their functions. Is that really necessary? Asked uncomfortably. Ham nodded. It's standard procedure for any job, actually. If there is information to be had, it will pass through the lips of the court's powerful. It always pays to keep an open set of ears moving through their circles. Well, that should be easy, Breeze said. We just bring up your imposter and send him into the parties. Shook his head. Unfortunately, Lord himself won't be able to come to, frowned. Why not? Won't your imposter hold up to close scrutiny? Oh, he looks just like Lord said. Exactly like Lord actually, we just can't let him get near an inquisitor. Ah, Breeze said, exchanging a glance with Ham. One of those, well then, what? Asked, what does he mean? You don't want to know, Breeze said. I don't. Breeze shook his head. You know how unsettled you just were when said he replaced Lord with an imposter? Well, this is about a dozen times worse. Trust me, the less you know, the more comfortable you'll be. Looked toward who was smiling broadly, paled then leaned back in his chair. I think you're probably right. Vin frowned, eyeing the others in the room. They seemed to know what was talking about. She'd have to study this Lord sometime. Anyway, said, we have to send someone to the social functions. Dox therefore will be playing nephew and heir, a scion of the family who has recently gained favor with Lord. Wait a moment, Kel said. You didn't tell me about this. Shrugged. We're going to need someone to be our dupe with the nobility. I assumed that you'd fit the role. Can't be me, said. I got marked during the job just a couple months back. What? Asked. Do I want to know what they're talking about this time? He means that the ministry is watching for him, Breeze said. He pretended to be a nobleman and they found out. Nodded. The Lord Ruler himself saw me on one occasion and he's got a flawless memory. Even if I manage to avoid him, someone's bound to recognize me eventually. So, said. Oh, said, we'll need someone else to play Lord's heir. Don't look at me, said apprehensively. Trust me, said flatly. Nobody was. Clubs is out too. He's far too prominent a local craftsman. I'm out as well, Breeze said. I already have several aliases among the nobility. I suppose I could use one of them, but I couldn't go to any major balls or parties. It would be rather embarrassing if I met someone who knew me by a different alias. Frowned thoughtfully. I could do it, Ham said. You know I'm no good at acting. What about my nephew? Club said, nodding to the young man at his side. Studied the boy. What's your name, son? Raised an eyebrow. That's a mouthful. You don't have a nickname. Not of the Yetting yet. We'll have to work on that, said. Do you always speak in that Eastern Street slang? The boy shrugged, obviously nervous at being such a center of attention. Was in the place when I was young. Glanced at who shook his head. I don't think it's a good idea, Kel. Agreed. Turned to Vin, then smiled. I guess that leaves you. How good are you at imitating a noblewoman? Vin paled slightly. My brother gave me a few lessons, but I've never actually tried to. You'll do fine, said, writing Vin. Infiltration underneath great houses. All right, you should probably begin planning how you're to keep control of the empire once this is all through. Nodded. Vin felt a little sorry for the man, seeing how much the planning, the sheer outrageousness of it all seemed to be overwhelming him. Still, it was hard to feel sympathy for him, considering what had just said regarding her part in all this. Playing a noblewoman, she thought, surely there's someone else who could do a better job. Breeze's attention was still on and his obvious discomfort. Don't look so solemn, my dear fellow, Breeze said. Why, you'll probably never actually have to rule the city. Chances are we'll all get caught and executed long before that happens. Smiled wanly. And if we don't, what's to keep you all from just knifing me and taking the empire for yourselves? Breeze rolled his eyes. We're thieves, my dear man, not politicians. A nation is far too unwieldy a commodity to be worth our time. Once we have our, we'll be happy. Not to mention rich, Ham added. The two words are synonyms, Hammond, Breeze said. Besides, said to. We won't be giving you the entire empire. Hopefully it will shatter once destabilizes. You'll have this city and probably a good piece of the central dominance, assuming you can bribe the local armies into supporting you. And, the Lord Ruler? Asked, smiled. I'm still planning to deal with him personally. I just have to figure out how to make the 11th metal work. And if you don't. Well, said, writing, preparation and rule beneath rebellion on the board. We'll try and find a way to trick him out of the city. Perhaps we can get him to go with his army to the pits and secure things there. Then what? Asked. You find some way to deal with him, said. You didn't hire us to kill the Lord Ruler. That's just a possible perk I intend to throw in if I can. I wouldn't worry too much, Ham added. He won't be able to do much without funds or armies. He's a powerful but by no means omnipotent. Breeze smiled. Though if you think about it, hostile to throne probably make disagreeable neighbors. You'll have to figure out something to do with him. Didn't appear to like that idea much, but he didn't continue the argument. Turned. That should be it then. Ham said. What about the ministry? Shouldn't we at least find a way to keep an eye on those inquisitors? Smiled. We'll let my brother deal with them. Like hell you will, a new voice said from the back of the room. Vin jumped to her feet, spinning and glancing toward the room's shadowed doorway. A man stood there, tall and broad-shouldered. He had a statuesque rigidity. He wore modest clothing, a simple shirt and trousers with a loose jacket. His arms were folded into satisfaction and he had a hard, square face that looked a bit familiar. Vin glanced back at. The similarity was obvious. Marsh said, standing. Marsh, it is you. He promised you'd be joining the job, but welcome back. Marsh's face remained impassive. I'm not certain if I'm back or not. If you all don't mind, I'd like to speak privately with my little brother. Didn't seem intimidated by Marsh's harsh tone. He nodded to the group. We're done for the evening, folks. The others rose slowly, giving Marsh a wide berth as they left. Vin followed them, pulling the door shut and walking down the stairs to give the appearance of retiring to her room. Less than 3 minutes later, she was back at the door, listening carefully to the conversation going on inside. He's a tall man, of course, most of these are tall. He's young to receive so much respect from the other packmen. He has charisma, and the women of court would probably describe him as handsome in a rugged sort of way. Yet it amazes me that anyone would give heed to a man who speaks such hatred. He has never seen, yet he curses the city. He does not know me, yet I can already see the anger and hostility in his eyes. 3 years hadn't changed Marsh's appearance much. He was still the stern, commanding person had known since childhood. There was still that glint of disappointment in his eyes, and he spoke with the same air of disapproval. Yet if we're to be believed, Marsh's attitudes had changed much since that day 3 years before. Still found it hard to believe that his brother had given up leadership of the rebellion. He had always been so passionate about his work. Apparently that passion had dimmed. Marsh walked forward, regarding the charcoal writing board with a critical eye. His clothing was stained slightly by dark ash, though his face was relatively clean, for he stood for a moment looking over his notes. Finally Marsh turned and tossed a sheet of paper onto the chair beside. "What is this?" asked. "They were men," Marsh snapped. "They had lives, families, several of them were traitors, people," Marsh said, "people who were just trying to do the best with what life gave them." "Well, I'm just doing the same thing," said, "and fortunately life gave me the ability to push men like them off the tops of buildings. If they want to stand against me like noblemen, then they can die like noblemen." Marsh's expression darkened. "How can you be so flippant about something like this?" "Because," Marsh said, "humor is the only thing I've got left, humor and determination." Marsh snorted quietly. "You should be happy," said. "After decades of listening to your lectures, I've finally decided to do something worthwhile with my talents. Now that you're here to help, I'm sure." "I'm not here to help," Marsh interrupted. "Then why did you come?" "To ask you a question." Marsh stepped forward, stopping right in front of. They were about the same height, but Marsh's stern personality always made him seem to loom taller. "How dare you do this?" Marsh asked quietly. "I dedicated my life to overthrowing the final empire. While you and your thieving friends partied, I hid runaways. While you planned petty burglaries, I organized raids. While you lived in luxury, I watched brave people die of starvation." Marsh reached up, stabbing a finger at his chest. "How dare you? How dare you try and hijack the rebellion for one of your little jobs? How dare you use this dream as a way of enriching yourself?" Pushed Marsh's finger away. "That's not what this is about." "Oh," Marsh asked, tapping the word on the board. "Why the games? Why lead along, pretending to accept him as your employer? Why act like you care about the we both know what you're really after?" Clenched his jaw, a bit of his humor melting away. "He always could do that to me." "You don't know me anymore," Marsh said quietly. "This isn't about money. I once had more wealth than any man could spend. This job is about something different." Marsh stood close, studying his eyes as if searching for truth in them. "You always were a good liar," he finally said, rolled his eyes. "Fine, think what you want. But don't preach to me. Overthrowing the empire might have been your dream once, but now you've become a good little, staying in your shop and fawning over noblemen when they visit." "I've faced reality," Marsh said, "something you've never been good at. Even if you're serious about this plan, you'll fail. Everything the rebellion has done, the raids, the thefts, the deaths, has accomplished nothing. Our best efforts were never even a mild annoyance for the Lord Ruler." "Ah," said, "but being an annoyance is something that I'm very good at. In fact, I'm far more than just a mild annoyance. People tell me I can be downright frustrating. Might as well use this talent for the cause of good, eh?" Marsh sighed, turning away. "This isn't about a cuz. It's about revenge. It's about you, just like everything always is. I'll believe that you aren't after the money. I'll even believe that you intend to deliver this army he's apparently paying you for. But I won't believe that you care." "That's where you're wrong," Marsh said quietly. "That's where you've always been wrong about me." Marsh frowned. "Perhaps. How did this start anyway? Did it come to you or did you go to him?" "Does it matter?" asked. "Look, Marsh, I need someone to infiltrate the ministry. This plan won't go anywhere if we don't discover a way to keep an eye on those inquisitors." Marsh turned. "You actually expect me to help you?" Nodded. "That's why you came here, no matter what you say. You once told me that you thought I could do great things if I ever applied myself to a worthy goal. Well, that's what I'm doing now, and you're going to help." "It's not that easy anymore, Kel," Marsh said with a shake of his head. "Some people are different now, others are gone." Let the room grow quiet. Even the hearth's fire was starting to die out. "I miss her too. I'm sure that you do, but I have to be honest with you, Kel, despite what she did. Sometimes I wish that you hadn't been the one to survive the pits. I wish the same thing every day." Marsh turned, studying with his cold, discerning eyes, the eyes of a seeker. Whatever he saw reflected inside of must have finally met with his approval. "I'm leaving," Marsh said, "but for some reason you actually seem sincere this time. I'll come back and listen to whatever insane plan you've concocted. Then, well, we'll see." Smiled. Beneath it all, Marsh was a good man, a better one than had ever been. As Marsh turned toward the door, caught a flicker of shadowed movement from beneath the doorway. He immediately burned iron, and the translucent blue lines shot out from his body, connecting him to nearby sources of metal. Marsh, of course, had none on his person, not even any coins. Traveling through sectors of town could be very dangerous for a man who looked even marginally prosperous. Someone else, however, hadn't yet learned not to carry metal on her person. The blue lines were thin and weak. They didn't do well penetrating wood, but they were just strong enough to locate the belt latch of a person out in the hallway, moving quickly away from the door on silent feet. smiled to himself. The girl was remarkably skilled. Her time on the streets, however, had also left her with remarkable scars. Hopefully he would be able to encourage the skills while helping heal the scars. I'll return tomorrow, Marsh said as he reached the door. Just don't come by too early, said with a wink. I've got some things to do tonight. Vin waited quietly in her darkened room, listening to footsteps clomp down the stairs to the ground floor. She crouched beside her door, trying to determine if both sets had continued down the steps or not. The hallway fell silent, and eventually she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A knock sounded on the door just inches from her head. Her start of surprise nearly knocked her to the ground. He's good, she thought. She quickly ruffled her hair and rubbed her eyes, trying to make it appear as if she had been sleeping. She untucked her shirt and waited until the knock came again before pulling open the door. Lounged against the doorframe, backlit by the hallway's single lantern. The tall man raised an eyebrow at her disheveled state. Yes, Vin asked, trying to sound drowsy. So what do you think of Marsh? I don't know, Vin said. I didn't see much of him before he kicked us out. Smiled. You're not going to admit that I caught you, are you? Vin almost smiled back. Training came to her rescue. The man who wants you to trust him is the one you must fear the most. Her brother's voice almost seemed to whisper in her head. It had grown stronger since she'd met, as if her instincts were on edge. Studied her for a moment, then stepped back from the doorframe. Tuck in that shirt and follow me. Vin frowned. Where are we going? To begin your training. Now. Vin asked, glancing at the dark shutters to her room. Of course, said. It's a perfect night for a stroll. Vin straightened her clothing, joining him in the hallway. If he actually planned to begin teaching her, then she wasn't going to complain, no matter what the hour. They walked down the steps to the first floor. The workroom was dark, furniture projects lying half-finished in the shadows. The kitchen, however, was bright with light. Just a minute, said, walking toward the kitchen. Vin paused just inside the shadows of the workroom, letting enter the kitchen without her. She could just barely see inside. Breeze and Ham sat with Clubs and his apprentices around a wide table. Wine and ale were present, though in small amounts, and the men were munching on a simple evening snack of puffed barley cakes and battered vegetables. Laughter trickled out into the workroom, not raucous laughter, such as had often sounded from table. This was something softer, something indicative of genuine mirth, of good-natured enjoyment. Vin wasn't certain what kept her out of the room. She hesitated, as if the light and the humor were a barrier, and she instead remained in the quiet, solemn workroom. She watched from the darkness, however, and wasn't completely able to suppress her longing. Returned a moment later, carrying his pack and a small cloth bundle. Vin regarded the bundle with curiosity, and he handed it to her with a smile. A present. The cloth was slick and soft in Vin's fingers, and she quickly realized what it was. She let the gray material unroll in her fingers, revealing a cloak. Like the garment had worn the night before, it was tailored completely from separate, ribbon-like strips of cloth. You look surprised, noted. I assumed that I'd have to earn this somehow. What's there to earn, said, pulling out his own cloak. This is who you are, Vin. She paused, then threw the cloak over her shoulders and tied it on. It felt different, thick and heavy on her shoulders, but light and unconstraining around her arms and legs. The ribbons were sewn together at the top, allowing her to pull it tight by the mantle if she wished. She felt enveloped, protected. How does it feel? Asked. Good, Vin said simply. Nodded, pulling out several glass vials. He handed 2 to her. Drink one, keep the other in case you need it. I'll show you how to mix new vials later. Vin nodded, downing the first vial and tucking the second into her belt. I'm having some new clothing tailored for you, said. You'll want to get into the habit of wearing things that don't have any metal on them, belts with no buckles, shoes that slip on and off, trousers without clasps. Perhaps later, if you're feeling daring, we'll get you some women's clothing. Vin flushed slightly, laughed. I'm just teasing you. However, you're entering a new world now. You may find that there are situations where it will be to your advantage to look less like a crew thief and more like a young lady. Vin nodded, following as he walked to the shop's front door. He pushed the portal open, revealing a wall of darkly shifting mists. He stepped out into them. Taking a deep breath, Vin followed, shut the door behind them. The cobbled street felt muffled to Vin, the shifting mists making everything just a bit damp. She couldn't see far in either direction, and the street ends seemed to fade into nothingness, paths into eternity. Above, there was no sky, just swirling currents of gray upon gray. All right, let's begin, said. His voice felt loud in the quiet, empty street. There was a confidence to his tone, something that, confronted with the mists all around, Vin certainly didn't feel. Your first lesson, said, strolling down the street, Vin trailing along beside him, isn't about, but attitude. He swept his hand forward. This, Vin, this is ours. The night, the mists, they belong to us. Avoid the mists as if they were death. Thieves and soldiers go out at night, but they fear it nonetheless. Noblemen feign nonchalance, but the mist makes them uncomfortable. He turned, regarding her. The mists are your friend, Vin. They hide you, they protect you, and they give you power. Ministry doctrine, something rarely shared with, claims that they are descendants of the only men who remained true to the Lord Ruler during the days before his ascension. Other legends whisper that we are something beyond even the Lord Ruler's power, something that was born on that day when the mists first came upon the land. Vin nodded slightly. It seemed odd to hear speak so openly. Buildings filled with sleeping loomed on either side of the street. And yet the dark shutters and quiet air made Vin feel as if she and were alone. Alone in the most densely populated, overcrowded city in all of the final empire. Continue to walk, the spring in his step incongruent with the dark gloom. Shouldn't we be worried about soldiers? Vin asked quietly. Her crews always had to be careful of nighttime garrison patrols. Shook his head. Even if we were careless enough to be spotted, no Imperial patrol would dare bother. They'd see our cloaks and pretend not to see us. Remember, nearly all are members of the great houses and the rest are from lesser houses. Either way, they're very important individuals. Vin frowned, so the guards just ignore the shrug. It's bad etiquette to acknowledge that the skulking rooftop figure you see is actually a very distinguished and proper High Lord or even High Lady, are so rare that houses can't afford to apply gender prejudices to them. Anyway, most live two lives, the life of the aristocrat and the life of the sneaking spying. Identities are closely guarded house secrets. Rumors regarding who is are always a focus of high noble gossip. Turned down another street, Vin following, still a bit nervous. She wasn't certain where he was taking her. It was easy to get lost in the night. Perhaps he didn't even have a destination and was just accustoming her to the mists. All right, said, let's get you used to the basic metals. Can you feel your metal reserves? Vin paused. If she focused, she could distinguish 8 sources of power within her, each one far larger even than her 2 had been on the day when had tested her. She had been reticent to use her luck much since then. She was coming to realize that she had been using a weapon she'd never really understood, a weapon that had accidentally drawn the attention of a Steel Inquisitor. Begin burning them one at a time, said. Burning. That's what we call it when you activate an ability, said. You burn the metal associated with that power. You'll see what I mean. Start with the metals you don't know about yet. We'll work on soothing and raging emotions some other time. Vin nodded, pausing in the middle of the street. Tentatively, she reached out to one of the new sources of power. One of them was slightly familiar to her. Had she used it before without realizing it? What would it do? Only one way to find out. Uncertain what exactly she was supposed to do, Vin gripped the source of power and tried to use it. Immediately, she felt a flare of heat from within her chest. It wasn't discomforting, but it was obvious and distinct. Along with the warmth came something else, a feeling of rejuvenation and of power. She felt more solid somehow. What happened? Asked. I feel different, Vin said. She held up her hand, and it seemed as if the limb reacted just a bit too quickly. The muscles were eager. My body is strange. I don't feel tired anymore, and I feel alert. Ah, said, that's pewter. It enhances your physical abilities, making you stronger, more able to resist fatigue and pain. You'll react more quickly when you're burning it, and your body will be tougher. Vin flexed experimentally. Her muscles didn't seem any bigger, yet she could feel their strength. It wasn't just in her muscles, however, it was everything about her. Her bones, her flesh, her skin. She reached out to her reserve and could feel it shrinking. I'm running out, she said, nodded. Pewter burns relatively quickly. The vial I gave you is measured to contain about 10 minutes worth of continuous burning, though it will go faster if you flare often and slower if you're careful about when you use it. Flare, you can burn your metals a little more powerfully if you try, said. It makes them run out much faster, and it's difficult to maintain, but it can give you an extra boost. Vin frowned, trying to do as he said. With a push of effort, she was able to stoke the flames within her chest, flaring the pewter. It was like the inhaled breath before a daring leap, a sudden rush of strength and power. Her body grew tense with anticipation, and for just a moment she felt invincible. Then it passed, her body relaxing slowly. Interesting, she thought, noting how quickly her pewter had burned during that brief moment. Now there's something you need to know about metals, said as they strolled forward in the mists. The more pure they are, the more effective they are. The vials we prepare contain absolutely pure metals, prepared and sold specifically for. Alloys like pewter are even trickier since the metal percentages have to be mixed just right if you want maximum power. In fact, if you aren't careful when you buy your metals, you could end up with the wrong alloy entirely. Vin frowned. You mean someone might scam me? Not intentionally, said. The thing is, most of the terms that people use, words like brass, pewter, and bronze are really quite vague when you get down to it. Pewter, for instance, is generally accepted as an alloy of tin mixed with lead, with perhaps some copper or silver depending on the use and the circumstances. Pewter, however, is an alloy of 91% tin, 9% lead. If you want maximum strength from your metal, you have to use those percentages. And if you burn the wrong percentage? Vin asked. If the mixture is only off by a bit, you'll still get some power out of it, said. However, if it's too far off, burning it will make you sick. Vin nodded slowly. I think I've burned this metal before, once in a while in very small amounts. Trace metals, said, from drinking water contaminated by metals or by eating with pewter utensils. Vin nodded. Some of the mugs in Slayer had been pewter. All right, said, extinguish the pewter and let's move on to another metal. Vin did as asked. The withdrawal of power left her feeling weak, tired, and exposed. Now, said, you should be able to notice a kind of pairing between your reserves of metal. Like the 2 emotion metals, Vin said. Exactly. Find the metal linked to pewter. I see it, Vin said. There are 2 metals for every power, said. One pushes, one pulls. The second is usually an alloy of the first. For emotions, the external mental powers, you pull with zinc and push with brass. You just use pewter to push your body. That's one of the internal physical powers. Like Ham, Vin said. He burns pewter. Nodded. Mistings who can burn pewter are called thugs. A crude term, I suppose, but they tend to be rather crude people. Our dear Hammond is something of an exception to that rule. So what does the other internal physical metal do? Try it and see. Vin did so eagerly, and the world suddenly became brighter around her. Or, well, that wasn't quite right. She could see better and she could see farther, but the mists were still there. They were just more translucent. The ambient light around her seemed brighter somehow. There were other changes. She could feel her clothing. She realized that she had always been able to feel it, but she usually ignored it. Now, however, it felt closer. She could sense the textures and was acutely aware of the places where the cloth was tight on her. She was hungry. That too she had been ignoring, yet now her hunger seemed far more pressing. Her skin felt wetter, and she could smell the crisp air mixed with scents of dirt, soot, and refuse. Tin enhances your senses, said, his voice suddenly seeming quite loud. And it's one of the slowest burning metals. The tin in that vial is enough to keep you going for hours. Most leave their tin on whenever they're out in the mists. I've had mine on since we left the shop. Vin nodded. The wealth of sensations was nearly overwhelming. She could hear creaks and scuffles in the darkness, and they made her want to jump in alarm, certain that someone was sneaking up behind her. This is going to take some getting used to. Leave it burning, said, waving for her to walk beside him as he continued down the street. You'll want to accustom yourself to the enhanced senses. Just don't flare it all the time. Not only would you run out of it very quickly, but perpetually flaring metals does strange things to people. Strange? Vin asked. Metals, especially tin and pewter, stretch your body. Flaring the metals only pushes this stretching further. Stretch it too far for too long and things start to break. Vin nodded uncomfortably, fell quiet, and they continued to walk, letting Vin explore her new sensations and the detailed world that tin revealed. Before, her vision had been restricted to a tiny pocket within the night. Now, however, she saw an entire city enveloped by a blanket of shifting, swirling mist. She could make out keeps like small, dark mountains in the distance and could see specks of light from windows like pinpricked holes in the night. And above, she saw lights in the sky. She stopped, gazing up with wonder. They were faint, blurred to even her tin-enhanced eyes, but she could just barely make them out. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, so small like the dying embers of candles recently extinguished. Stars, said, strolling up beside her. You can't see them very often, even with tin. It must be a particularly clear night. People used to be able to look up and see them every night. That was before the mists came, before the erupted ash and smoke into the sky. Vin glanced at him. How do you know? Smiled. The Lord Ruler has tried very hard to crush memories of those days, but still some remain. He turned, not really having answered her question, and continued to walk. Vin joined him. Suddenly, with tin, the mists around her didn't seem so ominous. She was beginning to see how could walk about at night with such confidence. All right, eventually said. Let's try another metal. Vin nodded, leaving her tin on but picking another metal to burn as well. When she did so, a very strange thing happened. A multitude of faint blue lines sprung from her chest, streaking out into the spinning mists. She froze, gasping slightly and looking down at her chest. Most of the lines were thin like translucent pieces of twine, though a couple were as thick as yarn. Chuckled, leave that metal and its partner alone for the moment. They're a bit more complicated than the others. What? Vin asked, tracing the lines of blue light with her eyes. They pointed at random objects. Doors, windows, a couple even pointed at. We'll get to it, he promised. Extinguish that one and try one of the last two. Vin extinguished the strange metal and ignored its companion, picking one of the last metals. Immediately she felt a strange vibration. Vin paused. The pulses didn't make a sound that she could hear, yet she could feel them washing across her. They seemed to be coming from. She looked at him, frowning. That's probably bronze, said, the internal mental pulling metal. It lets you sense when someone is using nearby. Seekers like my brother use it. Generally, it's not that useful unless you happen to be a steel inquisitor searching for mistings. Vin paled. Inquisitors can use, nodded. They're all seekers. I'm not sure if that's because seekers are chosen to become inquisitors or if the process of becoming an inquisitor grants the power. Either way, since their main duties are to find half-breed children and noblemen who use improperly, it's a useful skill for them to have. Unfortunately, useful for them means rather annoying for us. Vin began to nod, then froze. The pulsing had stopped. What happened? She asked. I started burning copper, said, the companion to bronze. When you burn copper, it hides your use of powers from other. You can try burning it now if you want, though you won't sense much. Vin did so. The only change was a feeling of slight vibration within her. Copper is a vital metal to learn, said. It will hide you from inquisitors. We probably don't have anything to worry about tonight. The inquisitors would assume us to be regular noble out for training. However, if you're ever in a guise and need to burn metals, make sure you turn on your copper first. Vin nodded appreciatively. In fact, said, many keep their copper on all the time. It burns slowly and it makes you invisible to other. It hides you from bronze and it also prevents others from manipulating your emotions. Vin perked up. I thought that might interest you, said. Anyone burning copper is immune to emotional. In addition, copper's influence occurs in a bubble around you. This cloud called hides anyone inside of it from the senses of a seeker, though it won't make them immune to emotional like it will you. Clubs, Vin said. That's what a smoker does. Nodded. If one of our people is noticed by a seeker, they can run back to the lair and disappear. They can also practice their abilities without fear of being discovered. Pulses coming from a shop in a sector of town would be a quick giveaway to a passing inquisitor. But you can burn copper, Vin said. Why were you so worried about finding a smoker for the crew? I can burn copper, True said, and so can you. We can use all of the powers, but we can't be everywhere. A successful needs to know how to divide labor, especially on a job as big as this one. Standard practice has it going at all times in the lair. Clubs doesn't do it all himself. Several of those apprentices are smokers too. When you hire a man like Clubs, it's understood that he'll provide you with a base of operations and a team of smokers competent enough to keep you hidden at all times. Vin nodded. However, she was more interested in Copper's ability to protect her emotions. She would need to locate enough of it to keep it burning all the time. They started walking again and gave her more time to get used to burning tin. Vin's mind, however, began to wander. Something didn't feel right to her. Why was telling her all of these things? It seemed like he was giving away his secrets too easily. Except one, she thought suspiciously. The medal with the blue lines. He hasn't gone back to it yet. Perhaps that was the thing he was going to keep from her, the power he would hold in reserve to maintain control over her. It must be strong, the most powerful of the 8. As they walked through the quiet streets, Vin reached tentatively inside. She eyed, then carefully burned that unknown metal. Again the lines sprang up around her, pointing in seemingly random directions. The lines moved with her. One end of each thread stayed stuck to her chest, while the other end remained attached to a given place along the street. New lines appeared as she walked, and old ones faded, disappearing behind. The lines came in various widths, and some of them were brighter than others. Curious, Vin tested the lines with her mind, trying to discover their secret. She focused on a particularly small and innocent-looking one, and found that she could feel it individually if she concentrated. She almost felt like she could touch it. She reached out with her mind and gave it a slight tug. The line shook, and something immediately flew out of the darkness toward her. Vin yelped, trying to jump away, but the object, a rusty nail, shot directly toward her. Suddenly, something grabbed the nail, ripping it away and throwing it back out into the darkness. Vin came up from her roll in a tense crouch, fluttering around her. She scanned the darkness, then glanced at who was chuckling softly. I should have known you'd try that, he said. Vin flushed in embarrassment. Come on, he said, waving her over. No harm done. The nail attacked me. Did that metal bring objects to life? That would be an incredible power indeed. Actually, you kind of attacked yourself, said. Vin stood carefully, then joined him as he began a walk down the street again. I'll explain what you did in a moment, he promised. First, there's something you have to understand about. Another rule, more a philosophy, said. It has to do with consequences. Vin frowned. What do you mean? Every action we take has consequences, Vin said. I've found that in both in life, the person who can best judge the consequences of their actions will be the most successful. Take burning pewter, for instance. What are its consequences? Vin shrugged. You get stronger. What happens if you're carrying something heavy when your pewter runs out? Vin paused. I suppose you drop it, and if it's too heavy you could hurt yourself seriously. Many a misting thug has shrugged off a dire wound while fighting, only to die from that same wound once their pewter ran out. I see, Vin said quietly. Ha! Vin jumped in shock, throwing her hands up over her enhanced ears. She complained, glaring at. He smiled. Burning tin has consequences too. If someone produces a sudden light or sound, you can be blinded or stunned. But what does that have to do with those last 2 metals? Iron and steel give you the ability to manipulate other metals around you, explained. With iron, you can pull a metal source toward yourself. With steel, you can push one away. Ah, here we are, stopped, looking up ahead. Through the mist, Vin could see the massive city wall looming above them. What are we doing here? We're going to practice, and said, but first, some basics. He pulled something out of his belt, a clip, the smallest denomination of coin. He held it up before her, standing to the side. Burn steel, the opposite of the metal you burned a few moments ago. Vin nodded. Again the blue lines sprang up around her. One of them pointed directly at the coin in his hand. All right, said, push on it. Vin reached toward the proper thread and pushed slightly. The coin flipped out of his fingers, traveling directly away from Vin. She continued to focus on it, pushing the coin through the air until it snapped against the wall of a nearby house. Vin was thrown violently backward in a sudden jerking motion, caught her and kept her from falling to the ground. Vin stumbled and righted herself. Across the street, the coin, now released from her control, plinked to the ground. What happened? Asked her. She shook her head. I don't know. I pushed on the coin and it flew away, but when it hit the wall, I was pushed away. Why? Vin frowned thoughtfully. I guess the coin couldn't go anywhere, so I had to be the one that moved. Nodded approvingly. Consequences, Vin? You use your own weight when if you're a lot heavier than your anchor, it will fly away from you like that coin did. However, if the object is heavier than you are, or if it runs into something that is, you'll be pushed away. Is similar, either you'll be pulled toward the object or it will be pulled toward you. If your weights are similar, then you'll both move. This is the great art of Vin. Knowing how much or how little you will move when you burn steel or iron will give you a major advantage over your opponents. You'll find that these two are the most versatile and useful of your abilities. Now remember, he continued. In both cases, the force of your push or pull is directly away from or toward you. You can't flip things around with your mind, controlling them to go wherever you want. That's not the way that works because that's not the way the physical world works. When you push against something, whether with or with your hands, it goes directly in the opposite direction. Force, reactions, consequences. Understand? Vin nodded again. Good, said happily. Now let's go jump over that wall. He left her standing dumbfounded in the street. She watched him approach the base of the wall, then over to him. You're insane, she said quietly, smiled. I think that's the second time today you've said that to me. You need to pay better attention. If you've been listening to everyone else, you know that my sanity departed long ago. She said, looking up at the wall. I've never really even used before this evening. Yes, but you're such a quick learner, said, pulling something out from beneath his cloak. It appeared to be a belt. Here, put this on. It's got metal weights strapped to it. If something goes wrong, I'll probably be able to catch you. Probably, Vin asked nervously, strapping on the belt. Smiled, then dropped a large metal ingot at his feet. Put the ingot directly below you and remember to steel push, don't stop pushing until you reach the top of the wall. Then he bent down and jumped, shot into the air, his dark form vanishing into the curling mists. Vin waited for a moment, but he didn't plummet back down to his doom. All was still, even to her enhanced ears. The mists whirled playfully around her, taunting her, daring her. She glanced down at the ingot, burning steel. The blue line glowed with a faint, ghostly light. She stepped over to the ingot, standing with one foot on either side of it. She glanced up at the mists, then down one last time. Finally, she took a deep breath and pushed against the ingot with all of her strength. He shall defend their ways, yet shall violate them. He will be their savior, yet they shall call him heretic. His name shall be discord, yet they shall love him for it. Vin shot into the air. She suppressed a scream, remembering to continue pushing despite her fear. The stone wall was a blur of motion just a few feet away from her. The ground disappeared below, and the line of blue pointing toward the ingot grew fainter and fainter. What happens if it disappears? She began to slow. The fainter the line grew, the more her speed decreased. After just a few moments of flight, she crept to a halt and was left hanging in the air above a nearly invisible blue line. I've always liked the view from up here. Vin glanced to the side, stood a short distance away. She had been so focused that she hadn't noticed that she was hovering just a few feet from the top of the wall. Help, she said, continuing to push desperately lest she fall. The mists below her shifted and spun like some dark ocean of damned souls. You don't have to worry too much, said. It's easier to balance in the air if you have a tripod of anchors, but you can do fine with a single anchor. Your body is used to balancing itself. Part of what you've been doing since you learned to walk transfers too. As long as you stay still, hanging at the very edge of your pushing ability, you'll be pretty stable. Your mind and body will correct any slight deviations from the base center of your anchor below, keeping you from falling to the sides. If you were to push on something else or move too much to one side though, well, you'd lose your anchor below and wouldn't be pushing directly up anymore. Then you'd have problems. You'd tip over like a lead weight on the top of a very tall pole, Vin said. I hope you aren't afraid of heights, Vin said. That's quite a disadvantage for I'm not afraid of heights, Vin said through gritted teeth. But I'm also not accustomed to hanging in the air 100 feet above the bloody street, chuckled, but Vin felt a force tug against her belt, pulling her through the air toward him. He grabbed her and pulled her up over the stone railing, then set her down beside him. He reached an arm over the side of the wall. A second later, the ingot shot up through the air, scraping along the side of the wall until it flipped into his waiting hand. Good job, he said. Now we go back down. He tossed the ingot over his shoulder, casting it into the dark mists on the other side of the wall. We're really going outside? Vin asked. Outside the city walls at night, smiled in that infuriating way of his. He walked over and climbed onto the battlements. Varying the strength with which you push or pull is difficult but possible. It's better to just fall a bit than push to slow yourself. Let go and fall some more, then push again. If you get the rhythm right, you'll reach the ground just fine. Vin said, approaching the wall. I don't. You're at the top of the city wall now, Vin, he said, stepping out into the air. He hung, hovering, balanced as he'd explained to her before. There are only two ways down. Either you jump off or you try and explain to that guard patrol why he needs to use their stairwell. Vin turned with concern, nodding an approaching Bobov in the dark mists. She turned back too, but he was gone. She cursed, bending over the side of the wall and looking down into the mists. She could hear the guards behind her speaking softly to one another as they walked along the wall. Was right, she didn't have many options. Angry, she climbed up onto the battlement. She wasn't afraid of heights in particular, but who wouldn't be apprehensive standing atop the wall looking down at her doom? Vin's heart fluttered, her stomach twisting. I hope's out of the way, she thought, checking the blue line to make certain she was above the ingot. Then she stepped off. She immediately began to plummet toward the ground. She pushed reflexively with her steel, but her trajectory was off. She had fallen to the side of the ingot, not directly toward it. Consequently, her push nudged her to the side even farther, and she began to tumble through the air. Alarmed, she pushed again, harder this time, flaring her steel. The sudden effort launched her back upward. She arced sideways through the air, popping up into the air alongside the passing guards spun with surprise, but their faces soon became indistinct as Vin fell back down toward the ground. Mind muddled by terror, she reflexively reached out and pulled against the ingot, trying to yank herself toward it. And of course it obediently shot up toward her. I'm dead. Then her body lurched, pulled upward by the belt. Her descent slowed until she was drifting quietly through the air. Appeared in the mist, standing on the ground beneath her. He was, of course, smiling. He let her drop the last few feet, catching her, then setting her upright on the soft earth. She stood quivering for a moment, breathing in terse, anxious breaths. Well, that was fun, said lightly, sat down on a nearby rock, obviously giving her time to gather her wits. Eventually she burned pewter, using the sensation of solidness it provided to steady her nerves. You did well, said. I nearly died. Everybody does their first time, said. And are dangerous skills. You can impale yourself with a bit of metal that you pull into your own body. You can jump and leave your anchor too far behind, or you can make a dozen other mistakes. My experience, limited though it is, has been that it's better to get into those extreme circumstances early, when someone can watch over you. Anyway, I assume you can understand why it's important for anyone to carry as little metal on their body as possible. Vin nodded, then paused, reaching up to her ear. My earring, she said. I'll have to stop wearing it. Does it have a clip on the back? Asked. Vin shook her head. It's just a small stud and the pin on the back bends down. Then you'll be all right, said. Metal in your body, even if only a bit of it is in your body, can't be pushed or pulled. Otherwise another could rip the metals out of your stomach while you were burning them. Good to know, Vin thought. It's also why those inquisitors can walk around so confidently with a pair of steel spikes sticking out of their heads. The metal pierces their bodies, so it can't be affected by another. Keep the earring, it's small, so you won't be able to do much with it, but you could use it as a weapon in an emergency. All right, now you ready to go? She looked up at the wall, preparing to jump again, then nodded. We're not going back up, said. Come on. Vin frowned as began to walk out into the mists. So does he have a destination after all, or has he just decided to wander some more? Oddly, his affable nonchalance made him very difficult to read. Vin hurried to keep up, not wanting to be left alone in the mists. The landscape around was barren save for scrub and weeds. Prickles and dried leaves, both dusted with ash from an earlier, rubbed against her legs as they walked. The underbrush crunched as they walked, quiet and a bit sodden with mist dew. Occasionally, they passed heaps of ash that had been carted out of the city. Most of the time, however, ash was thrown into the river which passed through the city. Water broke it down eventually, or at least that was what Vin assumed. Otherwise, the entire continent would have been buried long ago. Vin stayed close to as they walked. Though she had traveled outside cities before, she had always moved as part of a group of boatmen, the workers who ran narrowboats and barges up and down the many canal routes in the final empire. It had been hard work. Most noblemen used instead of horses to pull the boats along the towpath, but there had been a certain freedom to knowing that she was traveling at all, for most, even thieves, never left their plantation or town. The constant movement from city to city had been his choice. He had been obsessive about never getting locked down. He usually got them places on canal boats run by underground crews, never staying in one place for more than a year. He had kept moving, always going, as if running from something. They continued to walk. At night, even the barren hills and scrub-covered plains took on a forbidding air. Vin didn't speak, though she tried to make as little noise as possible. She had heard tales of what went abroad in the land at night, and the cover of the mists, even pierced by tin as it now was, made her feel as if she were being watched. The sensation grew more unnerving as they traveled. Soon she began to hear noises in the darkness. They were muffled and faint crackles of weeds, shuffles in the echoing mist. You're just being paranoid, she told herself as she jumped at some sound. Eventually, however, she could stand it no more. She said with an urgent whisper, one that sounded loud to her enhanced ears, I think there's something out there. Asked. He looked lost in his thoughts. I think something is following us. Oh, said. Yes, you're right, it's a... Vin stopped dead in her tracks, however kept going. She said, causing him to pause. You mean they're real? Of course they are, said. Where do you think all the stories came from? Vin stood in dumbfounded shock. You want to go look at it? Asked. Look at the Vin asked. Are you? She stopped, chuckled, strolling back to her. Might be a bit disturbing to look at, but they're relatively harmless. They're scavengers mostly, come on. He began to retrace their footsteps, waving her to follow. Reluctant but morbidly curious, Vin followed, walked at a brisk pace, leading her to the top of a relatively scrub-free hill. He crouched down, motioning for Vin to do likewise. Their hearing isn't very good, he said as she knelt in the rough ashen dirt beside him. But their sense of smell, or rather taste, is quite acute. It's probably following our trail, hoping that we'll discard something edible. Vin squinted in the darkness. I can't see it, she said, searching the mists for a shadowed figure. There, said, pointing toward a squat hill. Vin frowned, imagining a creature crouching atop the hill watching her as she looked for it. Then the hill moved. Vin jumped slightly. The dark mound, perhaps 10 feet tall and twice as long, lurched forward in a strange, shuffling gait, and Vin leaned forward trying to get a better look. Flare your tin, suggested. Vin nodded, calling upon a burst of extra power. Everything immediately became lighter, the mists becoming even less of an obstruction. What she saw caused her to shiver, fascinated, revolted, and more than a little disturbed. The creature had smoky, translucent skin and Vin could see its bones. It had dozens upon dozens of limbs, and each one looked as if it had come from a different animal. There were human hands, bovine hooves, canine haunches, and others she couldn't identify. The mismatched limbs let the creature walk, though it was more of a shamble. It crawled along slowly, moving like an awkward centipede. Many of the limbs, in fact, didn't even look functional. They jutted from the creature's flesh in a twisted, unnatural fashion. Its body was bulbous and elongated. It wasn't just a blob, though. There was a strange logic to its form. It had a distinct skeletal structure, and squinting through tin-enhanced eyes, she thought she could make out translucent muscles and sinew wrapping the bones. The creature flexed odd jumbles of muscles as it moved, and appeared to have a dozen different rib cages. Along the main body, arms and legs hung at unnerving angles, and heads she counted 6. Despite the translucent skin, she could make out a horse head sitting beside that of a deer. Another head turned toward her, and she could see its human skull. The head sat atop a long spinal cord attached to some kind of animal torso, which was in turn attached to a jumble of strange bones. Vin nearly retched. "What? How? Have malleable bodies," said. "They can shape their skin around any skeletal structure, and can even recreate muscles and organs if they have a model to mimic." "You mean?" Nodded. "When they find a corpse, they envelop it and slowly digest the muscles and organs. Then they use what they've eaten as a pattern, creating an exact duplicate of the dead creature. They rearrange the parts a little bit, excreting the bones they don't want, while adding the ones they do want to their body, forming a jumble like what you see out there." Vin watched the creature shamble across the field, following her tracks. A flap of slimy skin drooped from its underbelly, trailing along the ground. Tasting for scents, Vin thought, following the smell of our passing. She let her tin return to normal, and the once again became a shadowed mound. The silhouette, however, only seemed to heighten its abnormality. "Are they intelligent then?" Vin asked. "If they can split up a body and put the pieces where they want." "Intelligent?" asked. "No, not one this young, more instinctual than intelligent." Vin shivered again. "Do people know about these things? I mean, other than the legends." "What do you mean by people?" asked. "A lot of know about them, and I'm sure the ministry does. Regular people, well, they just don't go out at night. Most fear and curse, but go their entire lives without actually seeing one." "Lucky for them," Vin muttered. "Why doesn't someone do something about these things?" Shrugged. "They're not that dangerous. That one has a human head. It probably found a corpse," said. "I've never heard of it attacking a full-grown, healthy adult. That's probably why everyone leaves them alone. And of course, the high nobility have devised their own uses for the creatures." Vin looked at him questioningly, but he said no more, rising and walking down the hillside. She shot one more glance at the unnatural creature, then took off following. "Is that what you brought me out here to see?" Vin asked, chuckled. "Might look eerie, but they're hardly worth such a long trip. No, we're heading over there." She followed his gesture and was able to make out a change in the landscape ahead. "The Imperial, we've circled around to the front of the city." Nodded. After a short walk, during which Vin glanced backward no less than 3 times to make certain they hadn't gained on them, they left the scrub and stepped onto the flat, packed earth of the Imperial, paused, scanning the road in either direction. Vin frowned, wondering what he was doing. Then she saw the carriage. It was parked by the side of the, and Vin could see that there was a man waiting beside it. "Ho, Sazed," said, walking forward. The man bowed. "Master," he said, his smooth voice carrying well in the night air. It had a higher pitch to it, and he spoke with an almost melodic accent. "I almost thought that you had decided not to come." "You know me," said, jovially slapping the man on the shoulder. "I'm the soul of punctuality." He turned and waved a hand toward Vin. "This apprehensive little creature is Vin." "Ah yes," Sazed said, speaking in a slow, well-enunciated way. There was something strange about his accent. Vin approached cautiously, studying the man. Sazed had a long, flat face and a willowy body. He was even taller than tall enough to be a bit abnormal, and his arms were unusually long. "Yura," Vin said. His earlobes had been stretched out, and the ears themselves contained studs that ran around their perimeter. He wore the lavish, colorful robes of a steward. The garments were made of embroidered, overlapping V-shapes alternating among the 3 colors of his master's house. "Yes, child," Sazed said, bowing. "Have you known many of my people?" "None," Vin said, "but I know that the high nobility prefer stewards and attendants." "Indeed they do, child," Sazed said. He turned to, "We should go, master. It is late, and we are still an hour away from," Vin thought, "so we're going to see the impostor lord." Sazed opened the carriage door for them, then closed it after they climbed in. Vin settled on one of the plush seats as she heard Sazed climb atop the vehicle and set the horses in motion. Sat quietly in the carriage. The window shades were closed against the mist, and a small lantern, half-shielded, hung in the corner. Vin rode on the seat directly across from him, her legs tucked up underneath her, her enveloping pulled close, hiding her arms and legs. She always does that, thought. Wherever she is, she tries to be as small and unnoticeable as possible. So tense. Vin didn't sit, she crouched. She didn't walk, she prowled. Even when she was sitting in the open, she seemed to be trying to hide. She's a brave one, though. During his own training, hadn't been quite so willing to throw himself off of a city wall. Old had been forced to push him. Vin watched him with those quiet, dark eyes of hers. When she noticed his attention, she glanced away, huddling down a little more within her cloak. Unexpectedly, however, she spoke. Your brother, she said in her soft, near whisper of a voice. You two don't get along very well, raised an eyebrow. No, we never have really, it's a shame, we should, but we just don't. He's older than you. Did he beat you often? Vin asked, frowned. Beat me? No, he didn't beat me at all. You stopped him then, Vin said. Maybe that's why he doesn't like you. How did you escape? Did you run, or were you just stronger than him? Vin, Marsh never tried to beat me. We argued, true, but we never really wanted to hurt one another. Vin didn't contradict him, but he could see in her eyes that she didn't believe him. What a life, thought, falling silent. There were so many children like Vin in the underground. Of course, most died before reaching her age. Had been one of the lucky ones. His mother had been a resourceful mistress of a high nobleman, a clever woman who had managed to hide the fact that she was from her lord. And Marsh had grown up privileged, considered illegitimate, but still noble, until their father had finally discovered the truth. Why did you teach me those things? Vin asked, interrupting his thoughts. Frowned. I promised you that I would. Now that I know your secrets, what's to keep me from running away from you? Nothing, said. Once again, her distrusting glare told him that she didn't believe his answer. There are metals you didn't tell me about. Back in our meeting on the first day, you said there were 10. Nodded, leaning forward. There are. But I didn't leave the last 2 out because I wanted to keep things from you. They're just difficult to get used to. It will be easier if you practice with the basic metals first. However, if you want to know about the last 2, I can teach you once we arrive in. Vin's eyes narrowed, rolled his eyes. I'm not trying to trick you, Vin. People serve on my crews because they want to, and I'm effective because they can rely on one another. No distrust, no betrayals. Except one, Vin whispered. The betrayal that sent you to the pits. Froze. Where did you hear that? Vin shrugged, sighed, rubbing his forehead with one hand. That wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to scratch his scars, the ones that ran all along his fingers and hands, twisting up his arms toward his shoulders. He resisted. That isn't something worth talking about, he said. But there was a traitor, Vin said. We don't know for certain. That sounded weak even to him. Regardless, my crews rely on trust. That means no coercions. If you want out, we can go back to right now. I'll show you the last 2 metals, then you can be on your way. I don't have enough money to survive on my own, Vin said, reached inside of his cloak and pulled out a bag of coins, then tossed it onto the seat beside her. 3,000 boxings, the money I took from. Vin glanced at the bag distrustfully. Take it, said. You're the one who earned it. From what I've been able to gather, you was behind most of recent successes, and you were the one who risked pushing the emotions of an obligator. Vin didn't move. Fine, thought, reaching up and knocking on the underside of the coachman's chair. The carriage stopped and Saz soon appeared at his window. Turn the carriage around, please, said. Take us back to... Yes, master. Within moments, the carriage was rolling back in the direction it had come. Vin watched in silence, but she seemed a little less certain of herself. She eyed the bag of coins. I'm serious, Vin said. I can't have someone on my team who doesn't want to work with me. Turning you away isn't a punishment, it's just the way things must be. Vin didn't respond. Letting her go would be a gamble, but forcing her to stay would be a bigger one. Sat trying to read her, trying to understand her. Would she betray them to the final empire if she left? He thought not. She wasn't a bad person, she just thought that everybody else was. I think your plan is crazy, she said quietly. So do half the people on the crew. You can't defeat the final empire. We don't have to, said. We just have to get an army, then seize the palace. The Lord Ruler will stop you, Vin said. You can't beat him, he's immortal. We have the 11th metal, said. We'll find a way to kill him. The ministry is too powerful. They'll find your army and destroy it. Leaned forward, looking Vin in the eye. You trusted me enough to jump off the top of the wall and I caught you. You're going to have to trust me this time too. She obviously didn't like the word trust very much. She studied him in the week, remaining quiet long enough that the silence grew uncomfortable. Finally, she snatched the bag of coins, quickly hiding it beneath her cloak. I'll stay, she said, but not because I trust you. Raised an eyebrow. Why then? Vin shrugged, and she sounded perfectly honest when she spoke. Because I want to see what happens. Having a keep-in qualified a house for high noble status. However, having a keep didn't mean that one had to live in it, especially not all of the time. Many families also maintained a residence in one of cities. Less crowded, cleaner, and less strict in its observance of imperial laws was a rich town. Rather than containing imposing, buttressed keeps, it was filled with lavish manors and villas. Trees even lined some of the streets. Most of them were aspens, whose bone-white bark was somehow resistant to the discoloring of the ash. Vin watched the mist-cloaked city through her window, the carriage lantern extinguished at her request. Burning tin, she was able to study the neatly organized and well-groomed streets. This was a section she had rarely seen. Despite the town's opulence, its slums were remarkably similar to the ones in every other city. Watched the city through his own window, frowning. You disapprove of the waste, Vin guessed, her voice a whisper. The sound would carry to enhanced ears. You see the riches of the city and think of the who worked to create it. That's part of it, said, his own voice barely a whisper. There's more though. Considering the amount of money spent on it, this city should be beautiful. Vin cocked her head. It is, shook his head. The homes are still stained black, the soil is still arid and lifeless, the trees still grow leaves of brown. Of course they're brown, what else would they be? Green, said. Everything should be green. Green, Vin thought. What a strange thought. She tried to imagine trees with green leaves, but the image seemed silly. Certainly had his quirks, though anyone who had spent so long at the pits was bound to be left a bit strange. He turned back toward her. Before I forget, there are a couple more things you should know about. First, said, remember to burn away any unused metals you have inside of you at the end of the night. Some of the metals we use can be poisonous if digested. It's best not to sleep with them in your stomach. All right, Vin said. Also, said, never try to burn a metal that isn't one of the 10. I warned you that impure metals and alloys can make you sick. Well, if you try to burn a metal that isn't sound at all, it could be deadly. Vin nodded solemnly. Good to know, she thought. Ah, said, turning back toward the window. Here we are, the newly purchased manor. You should probably take off your cloak. The people here are loyal to us, but it always pays to be careful. Vin agreed completely. She pulled off the cloak, letting Tuck it in his pack. Then she peeked out the carriage window, peering through the mists at the approaching manor. The grounds had a low stone wall and an iron gate. A pair of guards opened the way as Sazed identified himself. The roadway inside was lined with aspens, and atop the hill ahead Vin could see a large manor house, phantom light spilling from its windows. Sazed pulled the carriage up before the manor, then handed the reins to a servant and climbed down. Welcome to Manor, Mistress Vin, he said, opening the door and gesturing to help her down. Vin eyed his hand but didn't take it, instead scrambling down on her own. They didn't seem offended by her refusal. The steps to the manor house were lit by a double line of lantern poles. As hopped from the carriage, Vin could see a group of men gathering at the top of the white marble stairs. Climbed the steps with a springy stride. Vin followed behind, noticing how clean the steps were. They would have to be scrubbed regularly to keep the ash from staining them. Did the who maintained the building know that their master was in? How his benevolent plan to overthrow the final empire helping the common people who cleaned these steps? Thin and aging, Lord wore a rich suit and a pair of aristocratic spectacles. A sparse gray mustache colored his lip, and despite his age, he didn't carry a cane for support. He nodded respectfully to, but maintained a dignified air. Immediately, Vin was struck by one obvious fact. This man knows what he is doing. Had been skilled at impersonating noblemen, but his had always struck Vin as a bit juvenile. While there were noblemen like, the more impressive ones were like this lord, calm and self-confident. Men whose nobility was in their bearing rather than their ability to speak scornfully to those around them. Vin had to resist cringing when the impostor's eyes fell on her. He seemed far too much a nobleman, and she had been trained to reflexively avoid their attention. The manor is looking much better, said, shaking hands with. Yes, I'm impressed with its progress, said. My cleaning crews are quite proficient. Give us a bit more time and the manor will be so grand that I wouldn't hesitate to host the Lord Ruler himself. Chuckled, wouldn't that be an odd dinner party? He stepped back, gesturing toward Vin. This is the young lady I spoke of, studied her, and Vin glanced away. She didn't like it when people looked at her that way. It made her wonder how they were going to try and use her. We will need to speak further of this, said, nodding toward the mansion's entrance. The hour is late, but stepped into the building. Late? Why, it's barely midnight. Have your people prepare some food. Lady Vin and I missed dinner. A missed meal was nothing new to Vin, however immediately waved to some servants and they leapt into motion, walked into the building and Vin followed. She paused in the entryway, however, Sazed waiting patiently behind her. Paused, turning when he noticed that she wasn't following. Vin, it's so clean, Vin said, unable to think of any other description. On jobs, she'd occasionally seen the homes of noblemen, however those times had happened at night in dark gloom. She was unprepared for the well-lit sight before her. The white marble floors of manor seemed to glow, reflecting the light of a dozen lanterns. Everything was pristine. The walls were white except where they had been wash-painted with traditional animal murals. A brilliant chandelier sparkled above a double staircase, and the room's other decorations, crystal sculptures, vases set with bundles of aspen branches, glistened by soot, smudge, or fingerprint. Chuckled. Well, her reaction speaks highly of your efforts, he said to Lord. Vin allowed herself to be led into the building. The group turned right, entering a room whose whites were muted slightly by the addition of maroon furnishings and drapes. Paused. Perhaps the lady could enjoy some refreshment here for a moment, he said to. There are some matters of a delicate nature that I would discuss with you. Shrugged. Fine with me, he said, following toward another doorway. Why don't you keep Vin company while Lord and I talk? Of course, master, smiled, eyeing Vin, and somehow she knew that he was leaving Sazed behind to keep her from eavesdropping. She shot the departing men an annoyed look. What was that you said about trust? However, she was even more annoyed at herself for getting unsettled. Why should she care if excluded her? She had spent her entire life being ignored and dismissed. It had never bothered her before when others left her out of their planning sessions. Vin took a seat in one of the stiffly upholstered maroon chairs, tucking her feet up beneath her. She knew what the problem was. Had been showing her too much respect, making her feel too important. She was beginning to think that she deserved to be part of his secret confidences. The laughter in the back of her mind discredited those thoughts, and she sat, annoyed at both herself and feeling ashamed, but not exactly certain why. Servants brought her a platter of fruits and breads. They set up a small stand beside her chair, and even gave her a crystalline cup filled with a glistening red liquid. She couldn't tell if it was wine or juice, and she didn't intend to find out. She did, however, pick at the food. Her instincts wouldn't let her pass up a free meal, even if it was prepared by unfamiliar hands. Sazed walked over and took a position standing just behind her chair to the right. He waited with a stiff posture, hands clasped in front of him, eyes forward. The stance was obviously intended to be respectful, but his looming posture didn't help her mood any. Vin tried to focus on her surroundings, but this only reminded her of how rich the furnishings were. She was uncomfortable amid such finery. She felt as if she stood out like a black spot on a clean rug. She didn't eat the breads for fear that she would drop crumbs on the floor, and she worried at her feet and legs, which had been stained with ash while walking through the countryside, marring the furnishings. All of this cleanliness came at some expense, Vin thought. Why should I worry about disturbing it? However, she had trouble feeling outraged, for she knew this was only a front. Lord had to maintain a certain level of finery. It would be suspicious to do otherwise. In addition, something else kept her from resenting the waste. The servants were happy. They went about their duties with a business-like professionalism, no sense of drudgery about their efforts. She heard laughter in the outer hallway. These were not mistreated. Whether they had been included in his plans or not was irrelevant. So Vin sat and forced herself to eat fruit, yawning occasionally. It was turning out to be a long night indeed. The servants eventually left her alone, though Sazed continued to loom just behind her. I can't eat like this, she finally thought with frustration. Could you not stand over my shoulder like that? Sazed nodded. He took 2 steps forward so that he stood next to her chair rather than behind it. He adopted the same stiff posture, looming above her just as he had before. Vin frowned in annoyance, then noticed the smile on Sazed's lips. He glanced down at her, eyes twinkling at his joke, then walked over and seated himself in the chair beside hers. I've never known her with a sense of humor before, Vin said dryly. Sazed raised an eyebrow. I was under the impression that you hadn't known any at all, Mistress Vin. Vin paused. Well, I've never heard of one with a sense of humor. You're supposed to be completely rigid and formal. We're just subtle, Mistress, Sazed said. Though he sat with a stiff posture, there was still something relaxed about him. It was as if he were as comfortable when sitting properly as other people were when lounging. That's how they're supposed to be, the perfect serving men, completely loyal to the final empire. Is something troubling you, Mistress Vin? Sazed asked as she studied. How much does he know? Perhaps he doesn't even realize that is in. I was just wondering how you came here, she finally. You mean, how did a steward end up as part of a rebellion intending to overthrow the final empire? Sazed asked in his soft voice. Vin flushed. Apparently he was well versed indeed. That is an intriguing question, Mistress, Sazed said. Certainly my situation is not common. I would say that I arrived at it because of belief. Belief? Yes, Sazed said. Tell me, Mistress, what is it that you believe? Vin frowned. What kind of question is that? The most important kind, I think. Vin sat for a moment, but he obviously expected a reply, so she finally shrugged. I don't know. People often say that, Sazed said, but I find that it is rarely true. Do you believe in the final empire? I believe that it is strong, Vin said. Immortal, Vin shrugged. It has been so far. And the Lord Ruler, is he the ascended avatar of God? Do you believe that he, as the ministry teaches, is a sliver of infinity? I've never thought about it before. Perhaps you should, Sazed said. If upon examination you find that the ministry's teachings do not suit you, then I would be pleased to offer you an alternative. What alternative? Sazed smiled. That depends. The right belief is like a good cloak, I think. If it fits you well, it keeps you warm and safe. The wrong fit, however, can suffocate. Vin paused, frowning slightly, but Sazed just smiled. Eventually, she turned her attention back to her meal. After a short wait, the side door opened and then returned. Now, said as he and seated themselves, a group of servants bringing another plate of food for, let us discuss this child. The man you are going to have play my heir will not do, you say. Unfortunately, said, making quick work of his food. That complicates things greatly, said, shrugged. We'll just have Vin be your heir. Shook his head. A girl her age could inherit, but it would be suspicious for me to pick her. There are any number of legitimate male cousins in the line who would be far more suitable choices. It was going to be difficult enough to get a middle-aged man past courtly scrutiny. A young girl, no, too many people would investigate her background. Our forged family lines will survive passing scrutiny, but if someone were to actually send messengers to search out her holdings. Besides, added, there is another issue. If I were to name a young, unmarried girl as my heir, hers would instantly become one of the most sought-after hands in. It would be very difficult for her to spy if she were to receive that much attention. Vin flushed at the thought. Surprisingly, she found her heart sinking as the old spoke. This was the only part gave me in the plan. If I can't do it, what good am I to the crew? So what do you suggest? Asked. Well, she doesn't have to be my heir, said. What if instead she were simply a young scion I brought with me too? Perhaps I promised her parents, distant but favored cousins, that I would introduce their daughter to the court. Everyone would assume that my ulterior motive is to marry her off to a high noble family, thereby gaining myself another connection to those in power. However, she wouldn't draw much attention. She would be of low status, not to mention somewhat rural, which would explain why she's a bit less refined than other court members, said. No offense, Vin. Vin looked up from hiding a piece of napkin-wrapped bread in her shirt pocket. Why would I be offended? Smiled. Never mind, nodded to himself. Yes, this will work much better. Everyone assumes that House will eventually join the high nobility, so they'll accept Vin into their ranks out of courtesy. However, she herself will be unimportant enough that most people will ignore her. That is the ideal situation for what we will want her to do. I like it, said. Few people expect a man of your age and mercantile concerns to bother himself with balls and parties, but having a young socialite to send instead of a rejection note will serve as an advantage to your reputation. Indeed, said. She'll need some refinement, however, and not just in appearance. Vin squirmed a bit beneath their scrutiny. It looked as if her part in the plan would go forward, and she suddenly realized what that meant. Being around made her uncomfortable, and he was a fake nobleman. How would she react to an entire room full of real ones? I'm afraid I'll have to borrow Sazed from you for a while, said. Quite all right, said. He's really not my steward but yours. Actually, said, I don't think he's anybody's steward anymore, eh? Sazed cocked his head. Without a master is like a soldier with no weapon, master. I have enjoyed my time attending to Lord, as I am certain that I shall enjoy returning to your service. Oh, you won't be returning to my service, said. Sazed raised an eyebrow, nodded toward Vin. Is right, Vin needs some coaching, and I know plenty of high noblemen who are less refined than yourself. Do you think you could help the girl prepare? I am certain that I could offer the young lady some aid, Sazed said. Good, said, popping one last cake in his mouth, then rising. I'm glad that's settled because I'm starting to feel tired, and poor Vin looks like she's about to nod off in the middle of her fruit plate. I'm fine, Vin said immediately, the assertion weakened slightly by a stifled yawn. Sazed said, would you show them to the appropriate guest chambers? Of course, master, Sazed said, rising from his seat in a smooth motion. Vin trailed the tall from the room as a group of servants took away the remnants of the meal. I left food behind, Vin noticed, feeling a bit drowsy. She wasn't certain what to think of the occurrence. As they crested the stairs and turned into a side hallway, fell into place beside Vin. I'm sorry for excluding you back there, Vin, she shrugged. There's no reason for me to know all of your plans. Nonsense, said. Your decision tonight makes part of this team as anyone else. His words in private, however, were of a personal nature. He is a marvelous actor, but he feels very uncomfortable with people knowing the specifics of how he took Lord's place. I promise you nothing we discussed has any bearing on your part in the plan. Vin continued walking. I believe you. Good, said with a smile, clapping her on the shoulder. I know my way to the men's guest quarters. I was, after all, the one who bought this place. I can make my way from here. Very well, master, Sazed said with a respectful nod. Shot Vin a smile, then turned down a hallway, walking with his characteristically lively step. Vin watched him go, then followed Sazed down a different side passage, pondering the training, her discussion within the carriage, and finally his promise just a few moments before. The 3,000 boxings, a fortune in coins, was a strange weight tied to her belt. Eventually, Sazed opened a particular door for her, walking in to light the lanterns. The linens are fresh, and I will send maids to prepare you a bath in the morning. He turned, handing her his candle. Will you require anything else? Vin shook her head. Sazed smiled, bid her good evening, then walked back out in the hallway. Vin stood quietly for a short moment studying the room, then she turned, glancing once again in the direction had gone. Sazed, she said, peeking back out into the hallway. The steward paused, turning back. Yes, Mistress Vin, Vin said quietly. He's a good man, isn't he? Sazed smiled. A very good man, mistress, one of the best I've known. Vin nodded slightly. A good man, she said softly. I don't think I've ever known one of those before. Sazed smiled, then bowed his head respectfully and turned to leave. Vin let the door swing shut. The end of Part 1. Part 2. Rebels Beneath. The Sky of Ash. In the end, I worry that my arrogance shall destroy us all. Vin pushed against the coin and threw herself up into the mist. She flew away from earth and stone, soaring through the dark currents of the sky, wind fluttering her cloak. This is freedom, she thought, breathing deeply of the cool, damp air. She closed her eyes, feeling the passing wind. This was what I was always missing, yet never knew it. She opened her eyes as she began to descend. She waited until the last moment, then flicked a coin. It hit the cobblestones, and she pushed against it lightly, slowing her descent. She burned pewter with a flash and hit the ground running, dashing along quiet streets. The late autumn air was cool, but winters were generally mild in the central dominance. Some years passed without even a flake of snow. She tossed a coin backward, then used it to push herself slightly up and to the right. She landed on a low stone wall, barely breaking stride as she ran spryly along the wall's top. Burning pewter enhanced more than muscles. It increased all the body's physical abilities. Keeping pewter at a low burn gave her a sense of balance that any night burglar would have. The wall turned north and Vin paused at the corner. She fell into a crouch, bare feet and sensitive fingers gripping the chill stone. Her copper on to hide her, she flared tin to strain her senses. Stillness. Aspens made insubstantial ranks in the mist, like emaciated standing in their work lines. Estates rolled in the distance, each one walled, manicured, and well guarded. There were far fewer dots of light in the city than there were in. Many of the homes were only residences, their masters away visiting some other sliver of the final empire. Blue lines suddenly appeared before her, one end of each pointing at her chest, the other disappearing into the mists. Vin immediately jumped to the side, dodging as a pair of coins shot past in the night air, leaving trails in the mist. She flared pewter, landing on the cobbled street beside the wall. Her tin-enhanced ears picked out a scraping sound, then a dark form shot into the sky, a few blue lines pointing to his coin pouch. Vin dropped a coin and threw herself into the air after her opponent. They soared for a moment, flying over the grounds of some unsuspecting nobleman. Vin's opponent suddenly changed course in the air, jerking toward the mansion itself. Vin followed, letting go of the coin below her, instead burning iron and pulling on one of the mansion's window latches. Her opponent hit first, and she heard a thud as he ran into the side of the building. He was off a second later. A light brightened and a confused head poked out of a window as Vin spun in the air, landing feet first against the mansion. She immediately kicked off of the vertical surface, angling herself slightly and pushing against the same window latch. Glass cracked and she shot away into the night before gravity could reclaim her. Vin flew through the mists, eyes straining to keep track of her quarry. He shot a couple of coins back at her, but she pushed them away with a dismissive thought. A hazy blue line fell downward, a dropped coin, and her opponent moved to the side again. Vin dropped her own coin and pushed. However, her coin suddenly jerked backward along the ground, the result of a push from her opponent. The sudden move changed the trajectory of Vin's jump, throwing her sideways. She cursed, flicking another coin to the side, using it to push herself back on track. By then she'd lost her quarry. All right, she thought, hitting the soft ground just inside the wall. She emptied a few coins into her hand, then tossed the mostly full pouch into the air, giving it a strong push in the direction she had seen her quarry disappear. The pouch disappeared into the mists, trailing a faint blue line. A scattering of coins suddenly shot from the bushes ahead, streaking toward her bag. Vin smiled. Her opponent had assumed that the flying pouch was Vin herself. He was too far away to see the coins in her hand, just as he had been too far away for her to see the coins he carried. A dark figure jumped out of the bushes, hopping up onto the stone wall. Vin waited quietly as the figure ran along the wall and slipped down onto the other side. Vin launched herself straight up into the air, then threw her handful of coins at the figure passing below. He immediately pushed, sending the coins streaking away, but they were only a distraction. Vin landed on the ground before him, twin glass knives whipping from her sheaths. She lunged, slashing, but her opponent jumped backward. Something's wrong. Vin ducked and threw herself to the side as a handful of glittering coins, her coins, the ones her opponent had pushed away, shot back down from the sky into her opponent's hand. He turned and sprayed them in her direction. Vin dropped her daggers with a quiet yelp, thrusting her hands forward and pushing on the coins. Immediately she was thrown backward as her push was matched by her opponent. One of the coins lurched in the air, hanging directly between the two of them. The rest of the coins disappeared into the mists, pushed sideways by conflicting forces. Vin flared her steel as she flew and heard her opponent grunt as he was pushed backward as well. Her opponent hit the wall. Vin slammed into a tree, but she flared pewter and ignored the pain. She used the wood to brace herself, continuing to push. The coin quivered in the air, trapped between the amplified strength of two. The pressure increased. Vin gritted her teeth, feeling the small aspen bend behind her. Her opponent's pushing was relentless. Will not be beaten, Vin thought, flaring both steel and pewter, grunting slightly as she threw the entire force of her strength at the coin. There was a moment of silence. Then Vin lurched backward, the tree cracking with a loud snap in the night air. Vin hit the ground in a tumble, splinters of wood scattering around her. Even tin and pewter weren't enough to keep her mind clear as she rolled across the cobblestones, eventually coming to a dizzy rest. A dark figure approached, ribbons billowing around him. Vin lurched to her feet, grasping for knives she'd forgotten that she'd dropped, put down his hood and held her knives toward her. One was broken. I know it's instinctual, Vin, but you don't have to put your hands forward when you push, nor do you have to drop what you're holding. Vin grimaced in the darkness, rubbing her shoulder and nodding as she accepted the daggers. Nice job with the pouch, said. You had me for a moment. For all the good it did, Vin grumbled. You've only been doing this for a few months, Vin, he said lightly. All things considered, your progress is fantastic. I would, however, recommend that you avoid push matches with people who weigh more than you. He paused, eyeing Vin's short figure and thin frame, which probably means avoiding them with pretty much everybody. Vin sighed, stretching slightly. She'd have more bruises. At least they won't be visible. Now that the bruises had given her face were finally gone, Sazed had warned her to be careful. Makeup could only cover so much, and she would have to look like a proper young noblewoman if she were going to infiltrate the court. Here, said, handing her something. A souvenir. Vin held up the object, the coin they had pushed between them. It was bent and flattened from the pressure. I'll see you back at the mansion, said. Vin nodded and disappeared into the night. He's right, she thought. I'm smaller, I weigh less, and I have a shorter reach than anyone I'm likely to fight. If I attack someone head-on, I'll lose. The alternative had always been her method anyway, to struggle quietly to stay unseen. She had to learn to use the same way. Kept saying that she was developing amazingly fast, isn't he? Seemed to think it was his teaching, but Vin felt it was something else. The mists, the night prowling, it all felt right to her. She was not worried about mastering in time to help against other. It was her other part in the plan that worried her. Sighing, Vin hopped over the wall to search for her coin pouch. Up at the mansion, not home, but one owned by some other nobleman, lights were on and people milled about. None of them ventured deeply into the night. The would fear the nobility would have guessed that had caused the disturbance. Neither one was something a sane person would want to confront. Vin eventually traced her pouch by steel line to the upper branches of a tree. She pulled it slightly, tugging it down into her hand, then made her way back out to the street. Probably would have left the pouch behind. The 24 or so clips it contained wouldn't have been worth his time. However, for most of her life, Vin had scrounged and starved. She just couldn't force herself to be wasteful. Even tossing coins to jump with made her uncomfortable. So she used her coins sparingly as she traveled back towards mansion, instead pushing and pulling off of buildings and discarded bits of metal. The half-jumping, half-running gait of it came naturally to her now, and she didn't have to think much about her movements. How would she fare, trying to pretend to be a noblewoman? She couldn't hide her apprehensions, not from herself. Had been good at imitating noblemen because of his self-confidence, and that was one attribute Vin knew she didn't have. Her success with only proved that her place was in corners and shadows, not striding around in pretty dresses at courtly balls. However, refused to let her back out. Vin landed in a crouch just outside mansion, puffing slightly from exertion. She regarded the lights with a slight feeling of apprehension. "You've got to learn to do this," Vin kept telling her. "You're a talented, but you'll need more than steel pushes to succeed against the nobility. Until you can move in their society as easily as you do in the mists, you'll be at a disadvantage." Letting out a quiet sigh, Vin rose from her crouch, then took off her and stuffed it away for later retrieval. Then she walked up the steps and into the building. When she asked after Saz, the mansion servants directed her to the kitchens, so she made her way into the hidden section of the mansion that was the servants' quarters. Even these parts of the building were kept immaculately clean. Vin was beginning to understand why made such a convincing imposter. He didn't allow for imperfection. If he maintained his impersonation half as well as he maintained order in his mansion, then Vin doubted anyone would ever discover the ruse. But she thought he must have some flaw. Back in the meeting 2 months ago, said that wouldn't be able to withstand scrutiny by an inquisitor. Perhaps they'd be able to sense something about his emotions, something that gives him away. It was a small item, but Vin had not forgotten it. Despite words about honesty and trust, he still had his secrets. Everyone did. Sazd was indeed to be found in the kitchens. He stood with a servant. She was tall for a woman, though standing next to Sazd made her look diminutive. Vin recognized her as a member of the mansion staff, was her name. Vin had made an effort to memorize all of the names of the local staff, if only to keep tabs on them. Sazd looked over as Vin entered. "Ah, Mistress Vin, your return is quite timely." He gestured to his companion. "This is," studied Vin with a business-like air. Vin longed to return to the mists, where people couldn't look at her like that. "It is long enough now, I think," Sazd said. "Probably," said, "but I cannot perform miracles, master." Sazd nodded. Was apparently the proper title for a steward, not quite, but definitely not nobleman. That held a very strange place in imperial society. Vin studied the two of them suspiciously. "Your hair, mistress," Sazd said with a calm tone, "is going to cut it for you." "Oh," Vin said, reaching up. Her hair was getting a bit long for her taste, though somehow she doubted that Sazd was going to let her have it cropped boyishly short. Waved to a chair and Vin reluctantly seated herself. She found it unnerving to sit docilely while someone worked with shears so close to her head, but there was no getting around it. After a few moments of running her hands through Vin's hair, Ian quietly began to snip. "Such beautiful hair," she said, almost as if to herself, "thick with a nice deep black color. It's a shame to see it cared for so poorly, master. Many courtly women would die for hair like this. It is just enough body to lie full, but is straight enough to work with easily." Saz smiled. "We'll have to see that it receives better care in the future," he said, continued her work, nodding to herself. Eventually, Sazd walked over and took a seat just a few feet in front of Vin. "Hasn't returned yet, I assume?" Vin asked. Saz shook his head and Vin sighed. Didn't think she was practiced enough go with him on his nightly raids, many of which he went on directly following his training sessions with Vin. During the last 2 months, had put in appearances on the properties of a dozen different noble houses, both in and in. He varied his disguises and apparent motives, trying to create an air of confusion among the great houses. "What?" Vin asked, eyeing Sazd, who was regarding her with a curious look, then nodded his head slightly with respect. "I was wondering if you might be willing to listen to another proposal." Vin sighed, rolling her eyes. "Fine, it isn't like I can do anything else but sit here." "I think I have the perfect religion for you," Sazd said, his normally stoic face revealing a glimmer of eagerness. "It is called After the God, was by a group known as the people who lived far to the north. In their land, the day and night cycle was very odd. During some months of the year it was dark for most of the day. During the summer, however, it only grew dark for a few hours at a time. They believed that there was beauty in darkness and that the daylight was more profane. They saw the stars as the 1,000 eyes of watching them. The sun was the single, jealous eye of his brother. Since only had one eye, he made it blaze brightly to outshine his brother. They, however, were not impressed and preferred to worship the quiet, who watched over them even when obscured the sky. Sazd fell silent. Vin wasn't sure how to respond, so she didn't say anything. "It really is a good religion, Mistress Vin," Sazd said. "Very gentle yet very powerful. They were not an advanced people, but they were quite determined. They map the entire night sky, counting and placing every major star. Their ways suit you, especially their preference of the night. I can tell you more if you wish. Vin shook her head. That's all right, Sazed. Not a good fit then, Sazed said, frowning slightly. Ah, well, I shall have to consider it some more. Thank you, mistress. You're very patient with me, I think. Consider it some more, Vin asked. That's the 5th religion you've tried to convert me to. How many more can there be? 562, Sazed said. Or, at least, that is the number of belief systems I know. There are likely and unfortunately others that have passed from this world without leaving traces for my people to collect. Vin paused. And you have all of these religions memorized? As much as is possible, Sazed said. Their prayers, their beliefs, their mythologies, many are very similar break-offs or sects of one another. Even still, how can you remember all of that? I have methods, Sazed said, but what's the point? Sazed frowned. The answer should be obvious, I think. People are valuable, Mistress Vin, and so, therefore, are their beliefs. Since the Ascension 1,000 years ago, so many beliefs have disappeared. The Steel Ministry forbids the worship of anyone but the Lord Ruler, and the Inquisitors have quite diligently destroyed hundreds of religions. If someone doesn't remember them, then they will simply disappear. You mean, Vin said incredulously, you're trying to get me to believe in religions that have been dead for 1,000 years? Sazed nodded. Is everyone involved with insane? The final empire cannot last forever, Sazed said quietly. I do not know if Master will be the one who finally brings its end, but that end will come. And when it does, when the Steel Ministry no longer holds sway, men will wish to return to the beliefs of their fathers. On that day they will look to the Keepers, and on that day we shall return to mankind his forgotten truths. Keeper, Vin asked as moved around to begin snipping at her bangs. There are more like you, not many, Sazed said, but some, enough to pass the truths on to the next generation. Vin sat thoughtfully, resisting the urge to squirm beneath ministrations. The woman certainly was taking her time. When it cut Vin's hair, he had been finished after just a few quick hacks. Shall we go over your lessons while we wait, Mistress Vin? Sazed Vin eyed and he smiled just slightly. He knew that he had her captive. She couldn't hide or even sit at the window staring out into the mists. All she could do was sit and listen. Fine. Can you name all 10 great houses of an order of power? Venture, Hastings, Hot, and Good, Sazed said, and you are. I am the lady, 4th cousin to Lord, who owns this mansion. My parents, Lord and Lady, live in a city in the Western Dominance. Major export wool. My family works in trading dyes, specifically red from the snails that are common there and yellow made from tree bark. As part of a trade agreement with their distant cousin, my parents sent me down here too so I could spend some time at court. Sazed nodded. And how do you feel about this opportunity? I am amazed and a little overwhelmed, Vin said. People will pay attention to me because they wish to curry favor with Lord. Since I'm not familiar with the ways of court, I will be flattered by their attention. I will ingratiate myself to the court community, but I will stay quiet and out of trouble. Your memorization skills are admirable, Mistress, Sazed said. This humble attendant wonders how much more successful might you be if you dedicated yourself to learning, rather than dedicating yourself to avoiding our lessons. Vin eyed him. Do all humble attendants give their masters as much lip as you do? Only the successful ones. Vin eyed him for a moment, then sighed. I'm sorry, I don't mean to avoid your lessons. I get distracted sometimes. Well, fortunately and honestly, you are very quick to learn. However, the people of the court have had their entire lives to study etiquette. Even as a rural noblewoman, there are certain things you would know. I know, Vin said. I don't want to stand out. Oh, you can't avoid that, mistress. A newcomer from a distant part of the empire. Yes, they will notice you. We just don't want to make them suspicious. You must be considered then dismissed. If you act too much like a fool, that will be suspect in and of itself. Great. Sazed paused, cocking his head slightly. A few seconds later, Vin heard footsteps in the hallway outside, sauntered into the room, bearing a self-satisfied smile. He pulled off his, then paused as he saw Vin. What? She asked, sinking a little further into the chair. The haircut looks good, said. Nice job. It was nothing, master. Vin could hear the blush in her voice. I just work with what I have. Mirror, Vin said, holding out her hand, handed her one. Vin held it up, and what she saw gave her pause. She looked like a girl, had done a remarkable job of evening out the hair, and she had managed to get rid of the snags. Vin had always found that if her hair got too long, it had a tendency to stand up, had done something about this too. Vin's hair still wasn't very long, it barely hung down over her ears, but at least it lay flat. You don't want them to think of you as a girl's voice warned. Yet for once she found herself wanting to ignore that voice. We might actually turn you into a lady, Vin said with a laugh, earning him a glare from Vin. First we'll have to persuade her not to scowl so often, master, Sazed noted. That's going to be hard, said. She's quite fond of making faces. Anyway, well done. I've still got a little bit of trimming to do, master. The woman by all means continue, said. But I'm going to filch Sazed for a moment. Winked at Vin, smiled then he and Sazed retreated from the room, once again leaving Vin where she couldn't eavesdrop. Peeked into the kitchen, watching Vin sit sullenly in her chair. The haircut really was good. However, his compliments had an ulterior motive. He suspected that Vin had spent far too much of her life being told that she was worthless. Perhaps if she had a bit more self-confidence, she wouldn't try to hide so much. The door slid shut, turning to Sazed. The waited as always with restful patience. How is the training going? Asked. Very well, master, Sazed said. She already knew some things from training she received at her brother's hands. Above that, however, she is an extremely intelligent girl, perceptive and quick to memorize. I didn't expect such skill from one who grew up in her circumstances. A lot of the street children are clever, said. The ones who aren't dead. Sazed nodded solemnly. She is extremely reserved, and I sense that she doesn't see the full value in my lessons. She's very obedient, but is quick to exploit mistakes or misunderstandings. If I don't tell her exactly when and where to meet, I often have to search the entire mansion for her. Nodded. I think it's her way of maintaining a bit of control in her life. Anyway, what I really wanted to know is whether she's ready or not. I'm not sure, master, Sazed replied. Pure knowledge is not the equivalent of skill. I'm not certain if she has the poise to imitate a noblewoman, even a young and inexperienced one. We've done practice dinners, gone over conversational etiquette, and memorized gossip. She seems skilled at it all in a controlled situation. She's even done well sitting in on tea meetings when entertains noble guests. However, we won't really be able to tell if she can do this until we put her alone in a party full of aristocrats. I wish she could practice some more, said with a shake of his head. But every week we spend preparing increases the chances that the ministry will discover our budding army in the caves. It is a test of balance then, Sazed said. We must wait long enough to gather the men we need, yet move soon enough to avoid discovery. Nodded. We can't pause for one, we'll have to find someone else to be our mole if Vin does badly. Poor girl, I wish I had time to train her better in. We've barely covered the first 4 medals, I just don't have enough time. If I might make a suggestion, of course. Send the child with some of the misting, Sazed said. I hear that the man Breeze is a very accomplished soother, and surely the others are equally skilled. Let them show Mistress Vin how to use her abilities. Paused thoughtfully. That's a good idea, but glanced back toward the door beyond which Vin was still petulantly getting her hair cut. I'm not sure. Today when we were training, we got into a shoving match. The kid has to weigh less than half what I do, but she gave me a decent pummeling anyway. Different people have different strengths in, Sazed said. Yes, but the variance isn't usually this great, said. Plus, it took me months and months to learn how to manipulate my pushes and pulls. It's not as easy as it sounds. Even something as simple as pushing yourself up onto a rooftop requires an understanding of weight, balance, and trajectory. But Vin, she seems to know all these things instinctively. True, she can only use the first 4 medals with any skill, but the progress she's made is amazing. She is a special girl, nodded. She deserves more time to learn about her power. I feel a little guilty about pulling her into our plan. She'll probably end up at a ministry execution ceremony with the rest of us. But that guilt won't stop you from using her to spy on the aristocracy. Shook his head. No, he said quietly. It won't. We'll need every advantage we can get. Watch over her. From now on, you'll act as Vin's steward and guardian at the functions she attends. It won't be odd for her to bring a servant with her. Not at all, Sazed agreed. In fact, it would be strange to send a girl her age to courtly functions without an escort. Nodded. Protect her. She might be powerful, but she's inexperienced. I'll feel a lot less guilty about sending her into those aristocratic dens if I know you're with her. I will protect her with my life, master, I promise you this. Smiled, resting a thankful hand on Sazed's shoulder. I feel pity for the man who gets in your way. Sazed bowed his head humbly. He looked innocuous but knew the strength that Sazed hid. Few men or not would fare well in a fight with a keeper whose anger had been roused. That was probably why the ministry had hunted the sect virtually to extinction. All right, said, get back to your teaching. Lord Venture is throwing a ball at the end of the week, and ready or not, Vin is going to be there. It amazes me how many nations have united behind our purpose. There are still dissenters, of course, and some kingdoms regrettably have fallen to wars that I could not stop. Still, this general unity is glorious, even humbling to contemplate. I wish that the nations of mankind hadn't required such a dire threat to make them see the value of peace and cooperation. Vin walked along a street in the cracks, one of many slums, with her hood up. For some reason, she found the muffled heat of a hood preferable to the oppressive red sunlight. She walked with a slouch, eyes down, sticking near to the side of the street. The she passed had similar airs of dejection. No one looked up, no one walked with a straight back or an optimistic smile. In the slums, those things would make one look suspicious. She'd almost forgotten how oppressive could be. Her weeks in had accustomed her to trees and washed stone. Here there was nothing white, no creeping aspens, no whitewashed granite. All was black. Buildings were stained by countless repetitive, air curled with smoke from the infamous smithies and 1,000 separate noble kitchens. Cobblestones, doorways, and corners were clogged with soot. The slums were rarely swept clean. It's like things are actually brighter at night than they are during the day, Vin thought, pulling her patched cloak close, turning a corner. She passed beggars huddled on corners, hands outstretched and hopping for an offering, their pleadings falling vainly on the ears of people who were themselves starving. She passed workers, walking with heads and shoulders bowed, caps or hoods pulled down to keep ash out of their eyes. Occasionally, she passed squads of garrison town guards, walking with full armor, breastplate, cap, and black cloak, trying to look as intimidating as possible. This last group moved through the slums, acting as the Lord Ruler's hands in an area most obligators found too distasteful to visit. They kicked at beggars to make certain they were truly invalids, stopped wandering workers to harass them about being on the streets instead of working, and made a general nuisance of themselves. Vin ducked down as a group passed, pulling her hood close. She was old enough that she should have been either bearing children or working in a mill, but her size often made her look younger in profile. Either the ruse worked, or this particular squad wasn't interested in looking for ditchers, for they let her pass with barely a glance. She ducked around a corner, walking down an ash-drifted alley, and approached the soup kitchen at the end of the small street. Like most of its kind, the kitchen was dingy and poorly maintained. In an economy where workers were rarely, if ever, given direct pay, kitchens had to be supported by the nobility. Some local lords, probably the owners of the mills and forges in the area, paid the kitchen owner to provide food for the local. The workers would be given meal tokens for their time and would be allowed a short break at midday to go eat. The central kitchen would allow the smaller businesses to avoid the costs of providing on-site meals. Of course, since the kitchen owner was paid directly, he could pocket whatever he could save on ingredients. In Vin's experience, kitchen food was about as tasty as. Fortunately, she hadn't come to eat. She joined the line at the door, waiting quietly as workers presented their meal chips. When her turn came, she pulled out a small wooden disc and passed it to the man at the door. He accepted the chip with a smooth motion, nodding almost imperceptibly to his right. Vin walked in the indicated direction, passing through a filthy dining room, floor scattered with tracked-in ash. As she approached the far wall, she could see a splintery wooden door set in the room's corner. A man seated by the door caught her eyes, nodded slightly, and pushed the door open. Vin passed quickly into the small room beyond. "Vin, my dear," Breeze said, lounging at a table near the center of the room. "Welcome, how was?" Vin shrugged, taking a seat at the table. "Ah," Breeze said, "I'd almost forgotten what a fascinating conversationalist you are. Wine? Well, I would certainly like some." Breeze wore one of his extravagant suits, dueling cane resting across his lap. The chamber was only lit by a single lantern, but it was far cleaner than the room outside. Of the 4 other men in the room, Vin recognized only one, an apprentice from Clubs' shop. The 2 by the door were obviously guards. The last man appeared to be a regular worker, complete with blackened jacket and ashen face. His self-confident air, however, proved that he was a member of the underground, probably one of its rebels. Breeze held up his cup, tapping its side with his fingernail. The rebel regarded it darkly. "Right now," Breeze said, "you're wondering if I'm using on you. Perhaps I am, perhaps I am not. Does it matter? I'm here by your leader's invitation, and he ordered you to see that I was made comfortable. And I assure you, a cup of wine in my hand is absolutely necessary for my comfort." The man waited for a moment, then snatched the cup and stalked away, grumbling under his breath about foolish costs and wasted resources. Breeze raised an eyebrow, turning to Vin. He seemed quite pleased with himself. "So did you push him?" she asked. Breeze shook his head. "Waste of brass. Did tell you why he asked you to come here today." "He told me to watch you," Vin said, a bit annoyed at being handed off to Breeze. "He said he didn't have time to train me in all the metals." "Well," Breeze said, "let us begin then. First, you must understand that soothing is about more than just, it's about the delicate and noble art of manipulation." "Noble indeed," Vin said. "Ah, you sound like one of them," Breeze said. "Them who?" "Them everyone else," Breeze said. "You saw how that gentleman treated me. People don't like us, my dear. The idea of someone who can play with their emotions, who can mystically get them to do certain things, makes them uncomfortable. What they do not realize, and what you must realize, is that manipulating others is something that all people do. In fact, manipulation is at the core of our social interaction." He settled back, raising his dueling cane and gesturing with it slightly as he spoke. "Think about it. What is a man doing when he seeks the affection of a young lady? Why, he is trying to manipulate her to regard him favorably. What happens when old 2 friends sit down for a drink? They tell stories, trying to impress each other. Life as a human being is about posturing and influence. This isn't a bad thing, in fact, we depend upon it. These interactions teach us how to respond to others." He paused, pointing at Vin with the cane. "The difference between soothers and regular people is that we are aware of what we're doing. We also have a slight advantage, but is it really that much more powerful than having a charismatic personality or a fine set of teeth? I think not. Besides," Breeze added, "as I mentioned, a good soother must be skilled far beyond his ability to use. Can't let you read minds or even emotions. In a way, you're as blind as anyone else. You fire off pulses of emotions, targeted at a single person or in an area, and your subjects will have their emotions altered, hopefully producing the effect that you wished. However, great soothers are those who can successfully use their eyes and instincts to know how a person is feeling before they get soothed." "What does it matter how they're feeling?" Vin said, trying to cover her annoyance. "You're just going to soothe them anyway, right? So when you're done, they'll feel how you want them to." Breeze sighed, shaking his head. "What would you say if you knew I'd soothed you on 3 separate occasions during our conversation?" Vin paused. When she demanded, "Does it matter?" Breeze asked. "This is the lesson you must learn, my dear. If you can't read how someone is feeling, then you'll never have a subtle touch with emotional. Push someone too hard, and even the most blind of will realize that they're being manipulated somehow. Touch too softly and you won't produce a noticeable effect. Other, more powerful emotions will still rule your subject. Breeze shook his head. It's all about understanding people, he continued. You have to read how someone is feeling, change that feeling by nudging it in the proper direction, then channel their newfound emotional state to your advantage. That, my dear, is the challenge in what we do. It is difficult, but for those who can do it well. The door opened and the sullen man returned, bearing an entire bottle of wine. He put it in a cup on the table before Breeze, then went over to stand on the other side of the room beside peepholes looking into the dining room. There are vast rewards, Breeze said with a quiet smile. He winked at her, then poured some wine. Vin wasn't certain what to think. Breeze's opinion seemed cruel, yet had trained her well. If she didn't have power over this thing, others would gain power over her through it. She started burning copper, as had taught her, to shield herself from further manipulations on Breeze's part. The door opened again and a familiar vest-wearing form tromped in. Hey Vin, Ham said with a friendly wave. He walked over to the table, eyeing the wine. Breeze, you know that the rebellion doesn't have the money for that kind of thing. We'll reimburse them, Breeze said with a dismissive wave. I simply cannot work with a dry throat. How is the area? Secure, Ham said. But I've got on the corners just in case. Your bolt exit is behind that hatch in the corner. Breeze nodded and Ham turned, looking at Clubs' apprentice. You smoking back there, Cobble? The boy nodded. Good lad, Ham said. That's everything then. Now we just have to wait for Kel's speech. Breeze checked his pocket watch. He's not scheduled for another few minutes. Shall I have someone fetch you a cup? I'll pass, Ham said. Breeze shrugged, sipping his wine. There was a moment of silence. Finally, Ham spoke. No, Breeze interrupted. But whatever it is, we don't want to hear about it. Ham gave the soother a flat stare. You can't push me into breathe. Breeze rolled his eyes, taking a drink. What? Vin asked. What were you going to say? Don't encourage him, my dear, Breeze said. Vin frowned. She glanced at Ham, who smiled. Breeze sighed. Just leave me out of it. I'm not in the mood for one of Ham's inane debates. Ignore him, Ham said eagerly, pulling his chair a little bit closer to Vin. So I've been wondering. By overthrowing the final empire, are we doing something good or are we doing something bad? Vin paused. Does it matter? Ham looked taken aback, but Breeze chuckled. Well answered, the soother said. Ham glared at Breeze, then turned back to Vin. Of course it matters. Well, Vin said, I guess we're doing something good. The final empire has oppressed for centuries. Right, Ham said, but there's a problem. The Lord Ruler is God, right? Vin shrugged. Does it matter? Ham glared at her. She rolled her eyes. All right, the ministry claims that he is God. Actually, Breeze noted, the Lord Ruler is only a piece of God. He is the sliver of infinity, not omniscient or omnipresent, but an independent section of a consciousness that is. Ham sighed. I thought you didn't want to be involved. Just making certain everyone has their facts correct, Breeze said lightly. Anyway, Ham said, God is the creator of all things, right? He is the force that dictates the laws of the universe and is therefore the ultimate source of ethics. He is absolute morality. Vin blinked. You see the dilemma? Ham asked. I see an idiot, Breeze mumbled. I'm confused, Vin said. What's the problem? We claim to be doing good, Ham said, but the Lord Ruler as God defines what is good, so by opposing him we're actually evil. But since he's doing the wrong thing, does evil actually count as good in this case? Vin frowned. Well. Ham asked. I think you gave me a headache, Vin said. I warned you, Breeze noted. Ham sighed. But don't you think it's worth thinking about? I'm not sure. I am, Breeze said. Ham shook his head. No one around here likes to have decent, intelligent discussions. The rebel in the corner suddenly perked up. Here, Ham raised an eyebrow, then stood. I should go watch the perimeter. Think about that question, Vin. All right, Vin said as Ham left. Over here, Vin, Breeze said, rising. There are peepholes on the wall for us. Be a dear and bring my chair over, would you? Breeze didn't look back to see if she did as requested. She paused, uncertain. With her copper on, he couldn't soothe her, but eventually she sighed and carried both chairs over to the side of the room. Breeze slid back a long, thin slat in the wall, revealing a view of the dining room. A group of men sat around tables, wearing brown work coats or ragged cloaks. They were a dark group with ash-stained skin and slumped postures. However, their presence at the meeting meant that they were willing to listen. Sat at a table near the front of the room, wearing his usual patched worker's coat, his curly hair cut short during Vin's absence. Vin had expected some kind of grand entrance from. Instead, however, he simply walked quietly out of the kitchen. He paused by his table, smiling and speaking quietly with the man for a moment, then he stepped up before the seated workers. Vin had never seen him in such mundane clothing before. He wore a brown coat and tan trousers like many of the audience. Outfit, however, was clean. No soot stained the cloth, and while it was of the same rough material that commonly used, it bore no patches or tears. The difference was stark enough, Vin decided. If he'd come in a suit, it would have been too much. He put his arms behind his back, and slowly the crowd of workers quieted. Vin frowned, watching through the peep slit, wondering its ability to quiet a room of hungry men by simply standing before them. Was he using perhaps, yet even with her copper on, she felt a presence from him. Once the room fell quiet, began to speak. You've probably all heard of me by now, he said, and you wouldn't be here if you weren't at least a little bit sympathetic to my cause. Beside Vin, Breeze sipped his drink. Soothing and rioting aren't like other kinds of, he said quietly. With most metals, pushing and pulling have opposite effects. With emotions, however, you can often produce the same result regardless of whether you soothe or riot. This doesn't hold for extreme emotional states, complete or utter passion. However, in most cases, it doesn't matter which power you use. People are not like solid bricks of metal. At any given time, they will have a dozen different emotions churning within them. An experienced soother can dampen everything but the emotion he wants to remain dominant. Breeze turned slightly. Rudd, send in the blue server, please. One of the guards nodded, cracking the door and whispering something to the man outside. A moment later, Vin saw a serving girl wearing a faded blue dress move through the crowd, filling drinks. My soothers are mixed with the crowd, Breeze said, his voice growing distracted. The serving girls are assigned, telling my men which emotions to soothe away. They will work just as I do. He trailed off, concentrating as he looked into the crowd. Fatigue, he whispered. That's not a necessary emotion right now. Hunger, distracting, suspicion, definitely not helpful. Yes, and as the soothers work, the rioters inflame the emotions we want the crowd to be feeling. Curiosity, that's what they need now. Yes, listen to, you've heard legends and stories, see the man for yourself and be impressed. I know why you came today, said quietly. He spoke without much of the flamboyance Vin associated with the man, his tone quiet but direct. 12-hour days in a mill, mine, or forge, beatings, lack of pay, poor food, and for what? So that you can return to your tenements at the day's end to find another tragedy. A friend slain by an uncaring taskmaster, a daughter taken to be some nobleman's plaything, a brother dead at the hand of a passing lord who was having an unpleasant day. Yes, Breeze whispered. Good, red, Rudd, send in the girl in light red. Another serving girl entered the room. Passion and anger, Breeze said, his voice almost a mumble. But just a bit, just a nudge, a reminder. Curious, Vin extinguished her copper for a moment, burning bronze instead, trying to sense Breeze's use of. No pulses came from. Of course, she thought, I forgot about Clubs' apprentice. He'd keep me from sensing any pulses. She turned her copper back on, continued to speak. My friends, you're not alone in your tragedy. There are millions just like you, and they need you. I've not come to beg. We've had enough of that in our lives. I simply ask you to think. Where would you rather your energy be spent, on forging the Lord Ruler's weapons, or on something more valuable? He's not mentioning our troops, Vin thought. Or even what those who join with him are going to do. He doesn't want the workers to know details. Probably a good idea. Those he recruits can be sent to the army and the rest won't be able to give away specific information. You know why I'm here, said. You know my friend and what he represents. Everyone in the city knows about the rebellion. Perhaps you've considered joining it. Most of you will not. Most of you will go back to your soot-stained mills, to your burning forges, to your dying homes. You'll go because this terrible life is familiar. But some of you will come with me, and those are the men who will be remembered in the years to come, remembered for having done something grand. Many of the workers shared glances, though some just stared at their half-empty soup bowls. Finally, someone near the back of the room spoke. You're a fool, the man said. The Lord Ruler will kill you. You don't rebel against God in his own city. The room fell silent, tense. Vin sat up as Breeze whispered to himself. In the room stood quietly for a moment. Finally, he reached up and pulled back the sleeves on his jacket, revealing the crisscross scars on his arms. The Lord Ruler is not our God, he said quietly. And he cannot kill me. He tried, but he failed, for I am the thing that he can never kill. With that, turned, walking from the room the way he had come. Breeze said, well, that was a little dramatic. Rudd, bring back the red and send out the brown. A serving woman in brown walked into the crowd. Amazement, Breeze said. And yes, pride soothed the anger for now. The crowd sat quietly for a moment, the dining room eerily motionless. Finally stood up to speak and give some further encouragement, as well as an explanation of what the men should do should they wish to hear more. As he talked, the men returned to their meals. Green, Rudd, Breeze said. Yes, let's make you all thoughtful and give you an edge of loyalty. We wouldn't want anyone to run to the obligators, would we? Kells covered his tracks quite well, but the less the authorities hear, the better, eh? Oh, and what about you? You're a bit too nervous. Let's soothe that, take away your worry. Leave only that passion of yours. Hopefully it will be enough to cover up that stupid tone in your voice. Vin continued to watch. Now that it had gone, she found it easier to focus on the crowd's reactions and on Breeze's work. As spoke, the workers outside seemed to react exactly according to Breeze's mumbled instructions. Yu showed effects of the soothing. He grew more comfortable, his voice more confident as he spoke. Curious, Vin let her copper drop again. She concentrated, seeing if she could sense Breeze's touch on her emotions, she would be included in his general projections. He didn't have time to pick and choose individuals, except maybe. It was very, very difficult to sense. Yet as Breeze sat mumbling to himself, she began to feel the exact emotions he described. Vin couldn't help but be impressed. The few times that had used on her emotions, his touch has been like a sudden, blunt punch to the face. He had strength but very little subtlety. Breeze's touch was incredibly delicate. He soothed certain emotions, dampening them while leaving others unaffected. Vin thought she could sense his men rioting on her emotions too, but these touches weren't nearly as subtle as Breeze's. She left her copper off, watching for touches on her emotions as continued his speech. He explained that the men who joined with them would have to leave family and friends for a time, as long as a year, but would be fed well during that time. Vin felt her respect for Breeze continue to rise. Suddenly, she didn't feel so annoyed with for handing her off. Breeze could only do one thing, but he obviously had a great deal of practice at it. As I had to learn all of the skills, it made sense that he wouldn't be as focused in any one power. I need to make certain he sends me to learn from the others, Vin thought. They'll be masters at their own powers. Vin turned her attention back to the dining room as wrapped up. You heard the survivor of, he said. The rumors about him are true. He's given up his thieving ways and turned his considerable attention toward working for the rebellion. Men, we are preparing for something grand, something that may indeed end up being our last struggle against the final empire. Join with us, join with your brothers, join with the survivor himself. The dining room fell silent. Bright red, Breeze said. I want those men to leave feeling passionate about what they've heard. The emotions will fade, won't they? Vin said as a red-clothed serving girl entered the crowd. Yes, Breeze said, sitting back and sliding the panel closed. But memories stay. If people associate strong emotion with an event, they'll remember it better. A few moments later, Ham entered through the back door. That went well. The men are leaving invigorated, and a number of them are staying behind. We'll have a good set of volunteers to send off to the caves. Breeze shook his head. It's not enough. Docs takes a few days to organize each of these meetings, and we only get about 20 men from each one. At this rate, we'll never hit 10,000 in time. You think we need more meetings? Ham asked. That's going to be tough. We have to be very careful with these things, so only those who can be reasonably trusted are invited. Breeze sat for a moment. Finally, he downed the rest of his wine. I don't know, but we'll have to think of something. For now, let's return to the shop. I believe wishes to hold a progress meeting this evening. Look to the west. The afternoon sun was a poisonous red, shining angrily through a sky of smoke. Just below it could see the silhouetted tip of a dark peak. Tyrion, closest of it, he stood atop Clubs's flat-roofed shop, listening to workers returning home on the streets below. A flat roof meant having to shovel off ash occasionally, which was why most buildings were peaked, but in his opinion the view was often worth a bit of trouble. Below him the workers trudged in despondent ranks, their passing kicking up a small cloud of ash. Turned away from them, looking toward the northern horizon, toward the pits of where does it go, he thought. The reaches the city but then disappears. It isn't the ministry, we've watched them and no hands touch the metal. We assume it goes into the treasury, we hope it does at least. While burning, it was virtually unstoppable, which was part of why it was so valuable. But his plan was about more than just wealth. He knew how much was harvested at the pits and had researched the amounts that the Lord Ruler doled out, at exorbitant prices, to the nobility. Barely a tenth of what was mined eventually found its way into noble hands. 90% of the produced in the world had been stockpiled year after year for 1,000 years. With that much of the metal, his team could intimidate even the most powerful of the noble houses. His plan to hold the palace probably seemed futile to many. Indeed, on its own it was doomed to fail. However, his other plans glanced down at the small, whitish bar in his hand. The 11th metal, he knew the rumors about it, he'd started them. Now he just had to make good on them. He sighed, turning eyes east toward Shah, the Lord Ruler's palace. The name was, it meant the Hill of 1,000 Spires. Appropriate, since the imperial palace resembled a patch of enormous black spears thrust into the ground. Some of the spires twisted, others were straight, some were thick towers, others were thin and needle-like. They varied in height, but each one was tall, and each one ended in a point. Shah, that's where it had ended 3 years before, and he needed to go back. The trapdoor opened, and a figure climbed onto the roof. Turned with a raised eyebrow as Saz brushed off his robe, then approached in his characteristically respectful posture. Even a rebellious maintained the form of his training. Master, Saz said with a bow, nodded, and Saz stepped up beside him, looking toward the imperial palace. Ah, he said to himself, as if understanding his thoughts, smiled. Saz had been a valuable find indeed. Keepers were necessarily secretive, for the Lord Ruler had hunted them practically since the day of Ascension itself. Some legends claim that the ruler's complete subjugation of the people, including the breeding and stewardship programs, was simply an outgrowth of his hatred for keepers. I wonder what he would think if he knew a keeper was in, said, barely a short walk from the palace itself. Let us hope we never find out, Master, Saz said. I appreciate your willingness to come here to the city. I know it's a risk. This is a good work, Saz said, and this plan is dangerous for all involved. Indeed, simply living is dangerous for me, I think. It is not healthy to belong to a sect that the Lord Ruler himself fears. Fears? Asked, turning to look up at Saz. Despite his above-average height, there was still a good head taller. I'm not sure if he fears anything. He fears the keepers, Saz said. Definitely and inexplicably. Perhaps it is because of our powers. We are not, but something else, something unknown to him. Nodded, turning back toward the city. He had so many plans, so much work to do, and at the core of it all were the poor, humble, defeated. Tell me about another one, said. One with power. Power, Saz asked. That is a relative term when applied to religion, I think. Perhaps you would like to hear of. Its followers were quite faithful and devout. Tell me about them. Was founded by a single man, Saz said. His true name is lost, though his followers simply called him the. He was murdered by a local king for preaching discord, something he was apparently very good at, but that only made his following larger. The thought that they earned happiness proportional to their overt devotion, and were known for frequent and fervent professions of faith. Apparently speaking with it could be frustrating since they tended to end nearly every sentence with praise. That's nice, said, but power is more than just words. Oh, quite indeed, Sazd agreed. They were strong in their faith. Legends say that the ministry had to wipe them out completely, since not one would accept the Lord Ruler as God. They didn't last long past the ascension, but only because they were so blatant that they were easy to hunt down and kill. Nodded, then he smiled, eyeing Sazd. You didn't ask me if I wanted to convert. My apologies, Master, Sazd said, but the religion does not suit you, I think. It has a level of brashness that you might find appealing, but you would find the theology simplistic. You're getting to know me too well, said, still regarding the city. In the end, after kingdoms and armies had fallen, the religions were still fighting, weren't they? Indeed, Sazd said. Some of the more resilient religions lasted all the way until the 5th century. What made them so strong, said. How did they do it? What gave these theologies such power over people? It wasn't any one thing, I think, Sazd said. Some were strong through honest faith, others because of the hope they promised, others were coercive. But they all had passion, said. Yes, Master, Sazd said with a nod. That is a quite true statement. That's what we've lost, said, looking over the city with its hundreds of thousands, barely a handful of whom would dare fight. They don't have faith in the Lord Ruler, they simply fear him. They don't have anything left to believe in. What do you believe in, if I may ask, Master? Raised an eyebrow. I'm not exactly sure yet, he admitted. But overthrowing the final empire seems like a good start. Are there any religions on your list that include the slaughter of noblemen as a holy duty? Sazd frowned disapprovingly. I do not believe so, Master. Maybe I should found one, said with an idle smile. Anyway, have Breeze and Vin returned yet? They arrived just before I came up here. Good, said with a nod. Tell them I'll be down in a moment. Vin sat in her overstuffed chair in the conference room, legs tucked beneath her, trying to study Marsh out of the corner of her eye. He looked so much like he was just stern. He wasn't angry, nor was he grumpy like Clubs. He just wasn't happy. He sat in his chair, a neutral expression on his face. The others had all arrived except for, and they were chatting quietly amongst themselves. Vin caught his eye and waved him over. The teenage boy approached and crouched beside her chair. Marsh, Vin whispered beneath the general hum of the room. Is that a nickname? Nodding without the call of his parents. Vin paused, trying to decipher the boy's Eastern dialect. Not a nickname, then, shook his head. He wasn't one, though. What was it? Others stopped using it, too, calling close to an iron in the real eyes, Inquisitor. Vin glanced at Marsh again. His expression was hard, his eyes unwavering, almost like they were made of iron. She could see why people would stop using the nickname, even referring to Steel Inquisitor made her shiver. Thanks, smiled. He was an earnest boy, strange, intense, and jumpy, but earnest. He retreated to his stool as finally arrived. All right, crew, he said. What we got, besides the bad news? Breeze asked. Let's hear it. It's been 12 weeks and we've gathered under 2,000 men, Ham said. Even with the numbers the rebellion already has, we're going to fall short. Dox asked. Can we get more meetings? Probably, said from his seat beside a table stacked with ledgers. Are you sure you want to take that risk? Asked. His attitude had improved during the last few weeks, especially once recruits had begun to file in. As it always said, results made quick friends. We're already in danger, continued. Rumors are all over the underground. If we make any more of a stir, the ministry is going to realize that something major is happening. He's probably right, Kel said. Besides, there are only so many willing to listen. Is big true, but our movement here is limited. All right, said, so we'll start working the other towns in the area. Breeze, can you split your crew into 2 effective groups? I suppose, Breeze said hesitantly. We can have one team work in and the other work in surrounding towns. I can probably make it to all of the meetings, assuming we organize them so they don't happen at the same time. That many meetings will expose us even more, said. And that, by the way, brings up another problem, Ham said. Weren't we supposed to be working on infiltrating the ministry's ranks? Well, asked, turning to Marsh. Marsh shook his head. The ministry is tight. I need more time. It's not going to happen, Clubs grumbled. Rebellion's already tried it. Nodded. We've tried to get spies into the inner ministries a dozen times. It's impossible. The room fell silent. I have an idea, Vin said quietly, raised an eyebrow. She said, he was working on a job before you recruited me. Actually, it was the job that got us spotted by the obligators. The core of that plan was organized by another thief, unnamed. He was setting up a fake canal convoy to carry ministry funds to, and Breeze asked. Those same canal boats would have brought new ministry acolytes to for the final part of their training. As a contact along the route, a lesser obligator who was open to bribes. Maybe we could get him to add an acolyte to the group from his local chapter. Nodded thoughtfully. It's worth looking into. Scribbled something on a sheet with his fountain pen. I'll contact and see if his informant is still viable. How are our resources coming? Asked, shrugged. Ham found us 2 ex-soldier instructors. The weapons, however, well, and I are making contacts and initiating deals, but we can't move very quickly. Fortunately, when the weapons come, they should come in bulk. Nodded. That's everything right. Breeze cleared his throat. I've been hearing a lot of rumors on the streets, he said. The people are talking about this 11th medal of yours. Good, said. Aren't you worried that the Lord Ruler will hear? If he has forewarning of what you're going to do, it will be much more difficult to resist him. He didn't say kill, Vin thought. They don't think that can do it, just smiled. Don't worry about the Lord Ruler, I've got things under control. In fact, I intend to pay the Lord Ruler a personal visit sometime during the next few days. Visit? Asked uncomfortably. You're going to visit the Lord Ruler, are you? Trailed off, then glanced at the rest of the room. Right, I forgot. He's catching on, noted. Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway and one of Ham's guards entered a moment later. He made his way to Ham's chair and whispered a brief message. Ham frowned. What? Asked. An incident, Ham said. Incident? Asked. What kind of incident? You know that lair we met in a few weeks back, Ham said. The one where Kel first introduced his plan. Lair, Vin thought, growing apprehensive. Well, Ham said, apparently the ministry found it. It seems represents a growing faction in culture. A large number of the youths think that their unusual powers should be used for more than just fieldwork husbandry, and they are rowdy, even violent, far different from the quiet, discerning philosophers and holy men that I have known. They will have to be watched carefully, these. They could be very dangerous if given the opportunity and the motivation. KLSIRPAUSED in the doorway, blocking Vin's view. She stooped down, trying to peek past him into the lair, but too many people were in the way. She could only tell that the door hung at an angle, splintered, the upper hinge torn free, stood for a long moment. Finally he turned, looking past toward her. Ham is right, Vin, you may not want to see this. Vin stood where she was, looking at him resolutely. Finally sighed, stepping into the room, followed, and Vin could finally see what they had been blocking. The floor was scattered with corpses, their twisted limbs shadowed and haunting in the light of solitary lantern. They weren't rotting yet, the attack had happened only that morning, but there was still a smell of death about the room. The scent of blood drying slowly, the scent of misery and of terror. Vin remained in the doorway. She'd seen death before, seen it often on the streets, in alleys, beatings in lairs, children dead of starvation. She had once seen an old woman's neck snapped by the backhand of an annoyed lord. The body had lain in the street for 3 days before a corpse crew had finally come for it. Yet none of those incidents had the same air of intentional butchery that she saw in Slayer. These men hadn't simply been killed, they had been torn apart. Limbs lay separated from torsos, broken chairs and tables, impaled chests. There were only a few patches of floor that were not covered in sticky dark blood. Glanced at her, obviously expecting some sort of reaction. She stood, looking over the death, feeling numb. What should her reaction be? These were the men who had mistreated her, stolen from her, beaten her. And yet these were the men who had sheltered her, included her, and fed her when others might have simply given her to the whoremasters. Probably would have berated her for the traitorous sadness she felt at the sight. Of course he had always been angry when, as a child, she cried as they left one town for another, not wanting to leave the people she'd grown to know, no matter how cruel or indifferent they were. Apparently she hadn't quite gotten over that weakness. She stepped into the room, not shedding any tears for these men, yet at the same time wishing that they had not come to such an end. In addition, the gore itself was disturbing. She tried to force herself to maintain a stiff face in front of the others, but she found herself cringing occasionally, glancing away from mangled corpses. The ones who had performed the attack had been quite thorough. This seems extreme, even for the ministry, she thought. What kind of person would do something like this? Inquisitor said quietly, kneeling by a corpse. Nodded. Behind Vin, Saz stepped into the room, careful to keep his robes clear of the blood. Vin turned toward the, letting his actions distract her from a particularly grisly corpse. Was supposedly a capable warrior. Ham and his men were securing the area. However, others, Breeze and Clubs, had stayed behind. The area was too dangerous. Had even resisted Vin's desire to come. Yet he had brought Saz without apparent hesitation. The move, subtle though it was, made Vin regard the steward with a new curiosity. Why would it be too dangerous for Mistings, yet safe enough for a steward? Was Saz a warrior? How would he have learned to fight? Were supposedly raised from birth by very careful trainers. Saz's smooth step and calm face gave her few clues. He didn't appear shocked by the carnage, however. Interesting, Vin thought, picking her way through shattered furniture, stepping clear of blood pools, making her way to side. He crouched beside a pair of corpses. One Vin noticed in a moment of shock had been, the boy's face was contorted in pain, the front of his chest a mass of broken bones and ripped flesh, as if someone had forcibly torn the rib cage apart with his hands. Vin shivered, looking away. This isn't good, said quietly. Steel Inquisitors don't generally bother with simple thieving crews. Usually the obligators would just come down with their troops and take everyone captive, then use them to make a good show on an execution day. An Inquisitor would only get involved if it had a special interest in the crew. You think, Vin said, you think it might be the same one as before, nodded. There are only about 20 Steel Inquisitors in the whole of the Final Empire, and half of them are out of at any given time. I find it too much of a coincidence that you would catch one's interest escape, and then have your old lair get hit. Vin stood quietly, forcing herself to look down its body and confront her sorrow. He had betrayed her in the end, but for a time he had almost been a friend. So, she said quietly, the Inquisitor still has my scent, nodded, standing. Then this is my fault, Vin said, and the others. It was fault, said firmly. He's the one who tried to scam an obligator. He paused, then looked over at her. You going to be all right? Vin looked up from some mangled corpse, trying to remain strong. She shrugged. None of them were my friends. That's kind of Vin. I know, she said with a quiet nod. regarded her for a moment, then crossed the room to speak with. Vin looked back at its wounds. They looked like the work of some crazed animal, not a single man. The Inquisitor must have had help, Vin told herself. There is no way one person, even an Inquisitor, could have done all this. There was a pileup of bodies near the bolt exit, but a quick count told her that most, if not all, of the crew was accounted for. One man couldn't have got to all of them quickly enough. Could he have? There are a lot of things we don't know about the Inquisitors, had told her. They don't quite follow the normal rules. Vin shivered again. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and Vin grew tense, crouching and preparing to run. Ham's familiar figure appeared in the stairwell. Area secure, he said, holding up a second lantern. No sign of obligators, or that's their style, said. They want the massacre to be discovered. They left the dead as a sign. The room fell silent save for a low mumbling from Sazed, who stood at the far left side of the room. Vin picked her way over to him, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his voice. Eventually he stopped speaking, then bowed his head and closed his eyes. What was that? Vin asked as he looked up again. A prayer, Sazed said, a death chant of the. It is meant to awaken the spirits of the dead and entice them free from their flesh so that they may return to the Mountain of Souls. He glanced at her. I can teach you of the religion if you wish, mistress. They were an interesting people, very familiar with death. Vin shook her head. Not right now. You said their prayer. Is this the religion you believe in, then? I believe in them all. Vin frowned. None of them contradict each other. Sazed smiled. Oh, often and frequently they do, but I respect the truths behind them all, and I believe in the need for each one to be remembered. Then how did you decide which religion's prayer to use? Vin asked. It just seemed appropriate, Sazed said quietly, regarding the scene of shadowed death. Kel called from the back of the room. Come look at this. Moved to join him, as did Vin, stood by the long corridor-like chamber that had been her crew's sleeping quarters. Vin poked her head inside, expecting to find a scene similar to the one in the common room. Instead, there was only a single corpse tied to a chair. In the weak light she could barely make out that his eyes had been gouged out. Stood quietly for a moment. That's the man I put in charge. Vin said with a nod. What about him? He was killed slowly, said. Look at the amount of blood on the floor, the way his limbs are twisted. He had time to scream and struggle. Torture, said, nodding. Vin felt a chill. She glanced up at. Shall we move our base? Ham asked, slowly shook his head. When Clubs came to this lair, he would have worn a disguise to and from the meeting, hiding his limp. It's his job as a smoker to make certain that you can't find him just by asking around on the street. None of the people in this crew could have betrayed us. We should still be safe. No one spoke the obvious. The Inquisitor shouldn't have been able to find this lair either. Stepped back into the main room, pulling aside and speaking to him in a quiet voice. Vin edged closer, trying to hear what they were saying, but Sazed placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. Mistress Vin, he said disapprovingly, if Master wanted us to hear what he was saying, would he not speak in a louder voice? Vin shot an angry glance. Then she reached inside and burned tin. The sudden stench of blood almost staggered her. She could hear Sazed's breathing. The room was no longer dark. In fact, the brilliant light of 2 lanterns made her eyes water. She became aware of the stuffy, unventilated air, and she could hear quite distinctly's voice. Went to check on him a couple times like you asked. You'll find him 3 streets west of the crossroads. Nodded. Ham, he said in a loud voice, causing Vin to jump. Sazed looked down at her with disapproving eyes. He knows something of, Vin thought, reading the man's expression. He guessed what I was doing. Yes, Kel, Ham said, peeking out of the back room. Take the others back to the shop, said, and be careful. Of course, Ham promised. Vin eyed, then resentfully allowed herself to be ushered from the lair with Sazed, and I should have taken the carriage, thought, frustrated by his slow pace. The others could have walked back from Slayer. He itched to burn steel and begin jumping toward his destination. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to remain inconspicuous when flying through the city during the full light of day. Adjusted his hat and continued walking. A nobleman pedestrian was not an irregular sight, especially in the commercial district, where more fortunate and less fortunate noblemen mixed on the streets, though each group did its best to ignore the other. Patience. Speed doesn't matter. If they know about him, he's already dead. Entered a large crossroads square. 4 wells sat in its corners, and a massive copper fountain, its green skin caked and blackened by soot, dominated the square's center. The statue depicted the Lord Ruler, standing dramatically in cloak and armor, a formless representation of the deepness dead in the water at his feet. Past the fountain, its waters flaked from a recent. Beggars called out from the street sides, their pitiful voices walking a fine line between audibility and annoyance. The Lord Ruler barely suffered them. Only with severe disfigurements were allowed to beg. Their pitiful life, however, was not something even Plantation would envy. Tossed them a few clips, not caring that doing so made him stand out and continue to walk. 3 streets over, he found a much smaller crossroads. It was also rimmed by beggars, but no fine fountain splashed the center of this intersection, nor did the corners contain wells to draw traffic. The beggars here were even more pathetic. These were the sorry individuals who were too wretched to fight themselves a spot in a major square. Malnourished children and age-withered adults called out with apprehensive voices. Men missing 2 or more limbs huddled in corners, their soot-stained forms almost invisible in the shadows. Reached reflexively for his coin purse. Stay on track, he told himself. You can't save them all, not with coins. There will be time for these once the final empire is gone. Ignoring the piteous cries, which became louder once the beggars realized he was watching them, studied each face in turn. He had only seen briefly, but he thought that he'd recognized the man. However, none of the faces looked right, and none of the beggars had girth, which should have still been noticeable despite weeks of starvation. He's not here, thought with dissatisfaction. His order given to the new that be made a beggar had been carried out, had checked on to make cert. Absence in the square could simply mean that he'd gained a better spot. It could also mean that the ministry had found him. Stood quietly for a moment, listening to the beggar's haunted moanings. A few flakes of ash began to float down from the sky. Something was wrong. There weren't any beggars near the north corner of the intersection. Burned tin and smelled blood on the air. He kicked off his shoes, then pulled his belt free. His cloak clasp went next, the fine garment dropping to the cobblestones. That done, the only metal remaining on his body was in his coin pouch. He dumped a few coins into his hand, then carefully made his way forward, leaving his discarded garments for the beggars. The smell of death grew stronger, but he didn't hear anything except scrambling beggars behind him. He edged onto the northern street, immediately noticing a thin alleyway to his left. Taking a breath, he flared pewter and ducked inside. The thin, dark alley was clogged with refuse and ash. No one waited for him, at least no one living. Turned beggar hung quietly from a rope tied far above. His corpse spun leisurely in the breeze, ash falling lightly around it. He hadn't been hanged in the conventional fashion. The rope had been tied to a hook, then rammed down his throat. The bloodied end of the hook jutted from his skin below the chin, and he swung with head tipped back, rope running out of his mouth. His hands were tied, his still plump body showing signs of torture. This isn't good. A foot scraped the cobblestones behind and spun, flaring steel and spraying forth a handful of coins. With a girlish yelp, a small figure ducked to the ground, coins deflected as she burned steel. Vin said, he cursed, reaching out and yanking her into the alleyway. He glanced around the corner, watching the beggars perk up as they heard coins hit the cobblestones. What are you doing here? He demanded, turning back. Vin wore the same brown overalls and gray shirt she had before, though she at least had the sense to wear a nondescript cloak with the hood up. I wanted to see what you were doing, she said, cringing slightly before his anger. This could have been dangerous, said. What were you thinking? Vin cowered further. Calmed himself. You can't blame her for being curious, he thought as a few brave beggars scuttled in the street after the coins. She just froze. It was so subtle he almost missed it. Vin was soothing his emotion. He glanced down. The girl was obviously trying to make herself invisible against the corner of the wall. She seemed so timid, yet he caught a hidden glimmer of determination in her eyes. This child had made an art of making herself seem harmless. So subtle, thought. How did she get so good so quickly? You don't have to use, Vin said softly. I'm not going to hurt you, you know that. She flushed. I didn't mean it. It's just habit, even still. It's all right, said, laying a hand on her shoulder. Just remember, no matter what Bree says, it's bad manners to touch the emotions of your friends. Plus, the noblemen consider it an insult to use in formal settings. Those reflexes will get you into trouble if you don't learn to control them. She nodded, rising to study, expected her to turn away in disgust, but she just stood quietly, a look of grim satisfaction on her face. No, this one isn't weak, thought, no matter what she'd have you believe. They tortured him here, she asked. Out in the open, nodded, imagining the screams reverberating out to the uncomfortable beggars. The ministry liked to be very visible with its punishments. Why the hook? Vin asked. It's a ritual killing reserved for the most reprehensible of sinners, people who misuse, Vin frowned. Wazen shook his head. He must have admitted to something heinous during his torture. Glanced at Vin. He must have known what you were, Vin. He used you intentionally. She paled slightly. Then, the ministry knows that I'm a, perhaps, it depends on whether new or not. He could have assumed you were just a misting. She stood quietly for a moment. What does this mean for my part in the job then? We'll continue as planned, said. Only a couple of obligators saw you at the Canton building, and it takes a very rare man to connect the servant and the well-dressed noblewoman as the same person. And the Inquisitor? Vin asked softly. Didn't have an answer to that one. Come on, he finally said. We've already attracted too much attention. What would it be like if every nation, from the Isles in the south to the hills in the north, were united under a single government? What wonders could be achieved, what progress could be made if mankind were to permanently set aside its and join together? It is too much, I suppose, to even hope for. A single, unified empire of man, it could never happen. Vin resisted the urge to pick at her noblewoman's dress. Even after a half-week of being forced to wear one Saw's suggestion, she found the bulky garment uncomfortable. It pulled tightly at her waist and chest, then fell to the floor with several layers of ruffled fabric, making it difficult to walk. She kept feeling as if she were going to trip, and despite the gown's bulk, she felt as if she were somehow exposed by how tight it was through the chest, not to mention the neckline's low curve. Though she had exposed nearly as much skin when wearing normal buttoning shirts, this seemed different somehow. Still, she had to admit that the gown made quite a difference. The girl who stood in the mirror before her was a strange foreign creature. The light blue dress with its white ruffles and lace matched the sapphire barrettes in her hair. Saz claimed he wouldn't be happy until her hair was at least shoulder length. but he had still suggested that she purchase the barrettes and put them just above each ear. Often aristocrats don't hide their deficiencies, he had explained. Instead, they highlight them, draw attention to your short hair, and instead of thinking you're unfashionable, they might be impressed by the statement you are making. She also wore a sapphire necklace modest by noble standards, but still worth more than 200 boxings. It was complemented by a single ruby bracelet for accentuation. Apparently the current fashion dictated a single splash of a different color to provide contrast. And it was all hers, paid for by crew funds. If she ran taking the jewelry and her 3,000 boxings, she could live for decades. It was more tempting than she wanted to admit. Images of men, their corpses twisted and dead in the quiet lair, kept returning to her. That was probably what waited for her if she remained. Why then didn't she go? She turned from the mirror, putting on a light blue silken shawl, the female aristocrat's version of a cloak. Why didn't she leave? Perhaps it was her promise to. He had given her the gift of, and he depended on her. Perhaps it was her duty to the others. In order to survive, crews needed each person to do their separate job. Training told her that these men were fools, but she was tempted, enticed by the possibility that in the others offered. In the end, it wasn't the wealth or the job's thrill that made her stay. It was the shadowed prospect, unlikely and unreasonable but still seductive, of a group whose members actually trusted one another. She had to stay. She had to know if it lasted or if it was, as growing whispers promised, all a lie. She turned and left her room, walking toward the front of mansion where Sazed waited with a carriage. She had decided to stay, and that meant she had to do her part. It was time to make her first appearance as a noblewoman. The carriage shook suddenly, and Vin jumped in surprise. The vehicle continued normally, however, and Sazed didn't move from his place in the driver's seat. A sound came from above. Vin flared her metals, tensing, as a figure dropped down off the top of the carriage and landed on the footman's rest just outside her door. Smiled as he peeked his head in the window. Vin let out a relieved breath, settling back into her seat. You could have just asked us to pick you up. No need, said, pulling open the carriage door and swinging inside. It was already dark outside, and he wore his. I warned. Sazed I'd be dropping by sometime during the trip. And you didn't tell me, winked, pulling the door shut. I figured I still owed you for surprising me in that alleyway last week. How very adult of you, Vin said flatly. I've always been very confident in my immaturity. So are you ready for this evening? Vin shrugged, trying to hide her nervousness. She glanced down. How, do I look? Splendid, said, just like a noble young lady. Don't be nervous, Vin, the disguise is perfect. For some reason, that didn't feel like the answer she'd wanted to hear. Yes, I've been meaning to ask this for a while, she said, glancing out the window, though all she could see is mist. I understand that you think this is important, having a spy among the nobility. But, well, do we really have to do it this way? Couldn't we get street informants to tell us what we need to know about house politics? Perhaps, said, but those men are called informants for a reason, Vin. Every question you ask them gives a clue about your true motives. Even meeting with them reveals a bit of information that they could sell to someone else. It's better to rely on them as little as possible. Vin sighed. I don't send you into danger heedlessly, Vin said, leaning forward. We do need a spy among the nobility. Informants generally get their information from servants, but most aristocrats are not fools. Important meetings go on where no servant can overhear them. And you expect me to be able to get into such meetings? Perhaps, said. Perhaps not. Either way, I've learned that it's always useful to have someone infiltrate the nobility. You and Sazed will overhear vital items that street informants wouldn't think important. In fact, just by being at these parties, even if you don't overhear anything, you will get us information. How so? Vin asked, frowning. Make note of the people who seem interested in you, said. Those will be of the houses we want to watch. If they pay attention to you, they're probably paying attention to Lord, and there's one good reason why they would be doing that. Weapons, Vin said, nodded. His position as a weapons merchant will make him valuable to those who are planning military action. These are the houses on which I'll need to focus my attention. There should already be a sense of tension among the nobility. Hopefully, they're starting to wonder which houses are turning against the others. There hasn't been an all-out war among the great houses for over a century, but the last one was devastating. We need to replicate it. That could mean the deaths of a lot of noblemen, Vin said, smiled. I can live with that. How about you? Vin smiled despite her tension. There's another reason for you to do this, said. Sometime during this fiasco of a plan of mine, we might need to face the Lord Ruler. I have a feeling that the fewer people we need to sneak into his presence, the better. Having a hiding among the nobility, well, it could be a powerful advantage. Vin felt a slight chill. The Lord Ruler, will he be there tonight? No, there will be obligators in attendance, but probably no inquisitors and certainly not the Lord Ruler himself. A party like this is far beneath his attention. Vin nodded. She'd never seen the Lord Ruler before. She'd never wanted to. Don't worry so much, said. Even if you were to meet him, you'd be safe. He can't read minds. Are you sure? Paused. Well, no, but if he can read minds, he doesn't do it to everyone he meets. I've known several who pretended to be noblemen in his presence. I did it several times myself before. He trailed off, glancing down toward his scar-covered hands. He caught you eventually, Vin said quietly. And he'll probably do so again, said with a wink. But don't worry about him for now. Our goal this evening is to establish Lady. You won't need to do anything dangerous or unusual. Just make an appearance, then leave when Sazed tells you. We'll worry about building confidences later. Good girl, said, reaching out and pushing open the door. I'll be hiding near the keep, watching and listening. Vin nodded gratefully and jumped out of the carriage door, disappearing into the dark mists. Vin was unprepared for how bright Keep Venture would be in the darkness. The massive building was enveloped in an aura of misty light. As the carriage approached, Vin could see that 8 enormous lights blazed along the outside of the rectangular building. They were as bright as bonfires, yet far more steady, and they had mirrors arranged behind them to make them shine directly on the keep. Vin had trouble determining their purpose. The ball would happen indoors, while light the outside of the building. Head inside, please, Mistress Vin, Saz said from his position above. Proper young ladies do not gawk. Vin shot him a glare he couldn't see, but ducked her head back inside, waiting with impatient nervousness as the carriage pulled up to the massive keep. It eventually rolled to a stop, and a Venture footman immediately opened her door. A second footman approached and held out a hand to help her down. Vin accepted his hand, trying with as much grace as possible to pull the frilled, bulky bottom of her dress out of the carriage. As she carefully descended, trying not to trip, she was grateful for the footman's steadying hand, and she finally realized why men were expected to help a lady out of her carriage. It wasn't a silly custom, after all, the clothing was the silly part. Saz surrendered the carriage and took his place a few steps behind her. He wore robes even more fine than his standard fare. Though they still maintained the same V-like pattern, they had a belted waist and wide, enveloping sleeves. Forward, mistress, Saz coached quietly from behind. Up the carpet so that your dress doesn't rub on the cobbles, and in through the main doors. Vin nodded, trying to swallow her discomfort. She walked forward, passing noblemen and ladies in various suits and gowns. Though they weren't looking at her, she felt exposed. Her steps were nowhere near as graceful as those of the other ladies, who looked beautiful and comfortable in their gowns. Her hands began to sweat inside her silky blue-white gloves. She forced herself to continue. Saz introduced her at the door, presenting her invitation to the attendants. The 2 men, dressed in black and red servant suits, bowed and waved her in. A crowd of aristocrats was pooling slightly in the foyer, waiting to enter the main hall. What am I doing? She thought frantically. She could challenge mist and thieves and burglaries, mistrates and beatings, yet facing these noblemen and their ladies, going amongst them in the light, visible, unable to hide, this terrified her. Forward, mistress, Saz said in a soothing voice. Remember your lessons. Hide, find a corner, shadows, mists, anything. Vin kept her hands clasped rigidly before her, walking forward. Saz walked beside her. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see concern on his normally calm face. And well, he should worry. Everything he had taught her seemed fleeting, vaporous, like the mists themselves. She couldn't remember names, customs, anything. She stopped just inside the foyer, and an imperious-looking nobleman in a black suit turned to regard her. Vin froze. The man looked her over with a dismissive glance, then turned away. She distinctly heard the word whispered, and she glanced apprehensively to the side. Several women were looking at her, and yet it didn't feel like they were seeing her at all. They were studying the gown, the hair, and the jewelry. Vin glanced to the other side, where a group of younger men were watching her. They saw the neckline, the pretty dress, and the makeup, but they didn't see her. None of them could see Vin. They could only see the face she had put on, the face she wanted them to see. They saw Lady. It was as if Vin weren't there. As if she were hiding right in front of their eyes. And suddenly her tension began to retreat. She let out a long, calming breath, anxiety flowing away. Saz's training returned, and she adopted the look of a girl amazed by her first formal ball. She stepped to the side, handing her shawl to an attendant, and Saz relaxed beside her. Vin shot him a smile, then swept forward into the main hall. She could do this. She was still nervous, but the moment of panic was over. She didn't need shadows or corners. She just needed a mask of sapphires, makeup, and blue fabric. The Venture main hall was a grand and imposing sight. 4 or 5 daunting stories high, the hall was several times as long as it was wide. Enormous, rectangular stained glass windows ran in rows along the hall, and the strange, powerful lights outside shone on them directly, throwing a cascade of colors across the room. Massive, ornate stone pillars were set into the walls, running between the windows. Just before the pillars met the floor, the wall fell away, indenting and creating a single-story gallery beneath the windows themselves. Dozens of white-clothed tables sat in this area, shadowed behind the pillars and beneath the overhang. In the distance, at the far end of the hallway, Vin could make out a low balcony set into the wall, and this held a smaller group of tables. The dining table of Lord Venture, Saz whispered, gesturing toward the far balcony. Vin nodded. And those lights outside. Limelight's mistress, Saz explained. I'm not certain the process used. Somehow the quicklime stones can be heated to brilliance without melting them. The string orchestra played on a platform to her left, providing music for the couples who danced in the very center of the hall. To her right, serving tables held platter upon platter of foods being attended by scurrying serving men in white. Saz approached an attendant and presented Vin's invitation. The man nodded, then whispered something in a younger servant's ear. The young man bowed to Vin, then led the way into the room. I asked for a small, solitary table, Sazed said. You won't need to mingle during this visit, I think, just be seen. Vin nodded gratefully. The solitary table will mark you as single, Sazed warned. Eat slowly, once your meal is through, men will come to ask you to dance. You didn't teach me to dance, Vin said in an urgent whisper. There wasn't time, mistress, Sazed said. Worry not, respectfully and rightly you can refuse these men. They will assume that you are simply flustered by your first ball and no harm will be done. Vin nodded and the serving man led them to a small table near the center of the hallway. Vin seated herself in the only chair while Sazed ordered her meal. He then stepped up to stand behind her chair. Vin sat primly, waiting. Most of the tables lay just beneath the overhang of the gallery, up close to the dancing, and that left a walkway behind them near the wall. Couples and groups passed along this, speaking quietly. Occasionally someone gestured or nodded toward Vin. Well, that part of his plan is working. She was getting noticed. She had to force herself not to cringe or sink down in her chair, however, as a Hai strolled along the pathway behind her. He wasn't the one she had met, fortunately, though he had the same gray robes and dark tattoos around his eyes. Actually, there were a fair number of obligators at the party. They strolled about, mingling with the party-goers, and yet there was an aloofness to them, a division. They hovered about, almost like chaperones. The garrison watches the, Vin thought. Apparently the obligators perform a similar function for the nobility. It was an odd sight. She'd always thought of the noblemen as being free, and truthfully they were far more confident than the. Many seemed to be enjoying themselves, and the obligators didn't seem to be acting really as police or even specifically as spies. And yet they were there, hovering about, joining in conversations, a constant reminder of the Lord Ruler and his empire. Vin turned her attention away from the obligators. Their presence still made her a bit uncomfortable and instead focused on something else, the beautiful window. Sitting where she was, she could see some of the ones directly across and up from where she sat. They were religious, like many scenes preferred by the aristocracy. Perhaps it was to show devotion, or perhaps it was required. Vin didn't know enough, but likely that was something wouldn't know either, so it was all right. She did fortunately recognize some of the scenes, mostly because of Sazed's teachings. He seemed to know as much about the Lord Ruler's mythology as he did about other religions, though it seemed odd to her that he would study the very religion he found so oppressive. Central to many of the windows was the deepness. Dark black, or in window terms violet, it was formless, with vengeful tentacle-like masses creeping across several windows. Vin looked up at it along with the brilliantly colored depictions of the Lord Ruler and found herself a little bit transfixed by the backlit scenes. What was it? She wondered. The deepness? Why depict it so formlessly? Why not show what it really was? She'd never really wondered about the deepness before, but Sazed's lessons left her wondering. Her instincts whispered scam. The Lord Ruler had invented some terrible menace that he'd been able to destroy in the past, therefore earning his place as emperor. And yet, staring up at the horrible, twisting thing, Vin could almost believe. What if something like that had existed? And if it had, how had the Lord Ruler managed to defeat it? She sighed, shaking her head at the thoughts. Already she was beginning to think too much like a noblewoman. She was admiring the beauty of the decorations, thinking about what they meant, without giving more than a passing thought to the wealth that had created them. It was just that everything here was so wondrous and ornate. The pillars in the hall weren't just normal columns, they were carved masterpieces. Wide banners hung from the ceiling just above the windows, and the arching, lofty ceiling was crisscrossed by structural buttressings and dotted with capstones. Somehow she knew each of those capstones was intricately carved, despite the fact that they were too far away to be seen from below, and the dancers matched perhaps even the exquisite setting. Couples moved gracefully, stepping to the soft music with seemingly effortless motions. Many were even chatting with one another while they danced. The ladies moved freely in their dresses, many of which Vin noticed made her own frilly garment look plain by comparison. Sazed was right, long hair was certainly the fashion, though an equal number kept their hair up as left it down. Surrounded by the majestic hall, the sharp-suited noblemen looked different somehow, distinguished. Were these the same creatures that beat her friends and enslaved that they seemed too, perfect too, for such horrible acts? I wonder if they even noticed the outside world, she thought, crossing her arms on the table as she watched the dancing. Perhaps they can't see beyond their keeps and their balls, just like they can't see past my dress and makeup. Sazed tapped her shoulder and Vin sighed, adopting a more ladylike posture. The meal arrived a few moments later, a feast of such strange flavors that she would have been daunted had she not eaten similar fare often during the last few months. Sazed's lessons might have omitted dancing, but they had been quite extensive regarding dining etiquette, for which Vin was grateful. As had said, her main purpose of the evening was to make an appearance, and so it was important that she make a proper one. She ate delicately, as instructed, and that allowed her to be slow and meticulous. She didn't relish the idea of being asked to dance. She was half afraid she'd panic again if anyone actually spoke to her. However, a meal could only be extended so long, especially one with a lady's small portions. She soon finished and set her fork across the plate, indicating that she was done. The first suitor approached not 2 minutes later. "Lady," the young man asked, bowing just slightly. He wore a green vest beneath his long, dark suit coat. "I am Lord Strobe. Would you care to dance?" "My lord," Vin said, glancing down demurely. "You are kind, but this is my first ball and everything here is so grand. I fear that I'll stumble from nervousness on the dance floor. Perhaps next time." "Of course, my lady," he said with a courteous nod then. "Very well done, mistress," Sazed said quietly. "Your accent was masterful. You will of course have to dance with him at the next ball. We shall surely have you trained by then, I think." Vin flushed slightly. "Maybe he won't attend." "Perhaps," Sazed said, "but not likely. The young nobility are quite fond of their nightly diversions." "They do this every night, nearly," Sazed said. "The balls are after all a prime reason people come to. If one is in town and there is a ball, and there almost always is, one generally attends, especially if one is young and unmarried. You won't be expected to attend quite so frequently, but we should probably get you up to attending 2 or 3 a week." "2 or 3, Vin said. "I'm going to need more gowns," Sazed smiled. "Ah, thinking like a noblewoman already. Now, mistress, if you will excuse me." "Excuse you?" Vin asked, turning. "To the steward's dinner," Sazed said. "A servant of my rank is generally dismissed once my master's meal is finished. I hesitate to go and leave you, but that room will be filled with the self-important servants of the high nobility. There will be conversations there that master wishes me to overhear." "You're leaving me by myself? You've done well so far, mistress," Sazed said. "No major mistakes, or at least none that wouldn't be expected of a lady new to court." "Like what?" Vin asked apprehensively. "We shall discuss them later. Just remain at your table, sipping your wine, try not to get it refilled too often, and wait for my return. If other young men approach, turn them away as delicately as you did the first." Vin nodded hesitantly. "I shall return in about an hour," Sazed promised. He remained, however, as if waiting for something. You are dismissed," Vin said. "Thank you, mistress," he said, bowing and withdrawing, leaving her alone. Not alone, she thought. Out there somewhere, watching in the night. The thought comforted her, though she wished she didn't feel the empty space beside her chair quite so keenly. 3 more young men approached her for dances, but each one accepted her polite rejection. No others came after them. Word had probably gotten around that she wasn't interested in dancing. She memorized the names of the 4 men who had approached her, would want to know them, and began to wait. Oddly, she soon found herself growing bored. The room was well ventilated, but she still felt hot beneath the layers of fabric. Her legs were especially bad since they had to deal with her ankle-long undergarments. The long sleeves didn't help either, though the silky material was soft against her skin. The dancing continued, and she watched with interest for a time. However, her attention soon turned to the obligators. Interestingly, they did seem to serve some sort of function at the party. Though they often stood apart from the groups of chatting nobility, occasionally they would join in. And every so often, a group would pause and seek out an obligator, waving one over with a respectful gesture. Vin frowned, trying to decide what she was missing. Eventually, a group at a nearby table waved to a passing obligator. The table was too far away to hear unaided, but with tin. She reached inside to burn the metal, but then paused. Copper first, she thought, turning the metal on. She would have to grow accustomed to leaving it on almost all the time so that she wouldn't expose herself. Her hidden, she burned tin. Immediately, the light in the room became blinding, and she had to close her eyes. The band's music became louder, and a dozen conversations around her turned from buzzes to audible voices. She had to try hard to focus on the one she was interested in, but the table was the one closest to her, so she eventually singled out the appropriate voices. "Swear that I'll share news of my engagement with him before anyone else," one of the people said. Vin opened her eyes a slit. It was one of the noblemen at the table. "Very well," said the obligator. "I witness and record this." The nobleman reached out a hand, and coins clinked. Vin extinguished her tin, opening her eyes all the way in time to see the obligator wandering away from the table, slipping something likely the coins into a pocket of his robes. Interesting, Vin thought. Unfortunately, the people at that table soon rose and went their separate ways, leaving Vin without anyone close enough to eavesdrop upon. Her boredom returned as she watched the obligator stroll across the room toward one of his companions. She began to tap on the table, idly watching the 2 obligators until she realized something. She recognized one of them, not the one who had taken the money earlier, but his companion, an older man. Short and firm-featured, he stood with an imperious air. Even the other obligator seemed deferential to him. At first, Vin thought her familiarity came from her visit to the Canton of Finance with, and she felt a stab of panic. Then, however, she realized that this wasn't the same man. She'd seen him before, but not there. He was, my father, she realized with stupefaction. Had pointed him out once when they had first come to a year ago. He had been inspecting the workers at a local forge. Had taken Vin, sneaking her in, insisting that she at least see her father once, though she still didn't understand why. She had memorized the face anyway. She resisted the urge to shrink down in her chair. There was no way the man would be able to recognize her. He didn't even know she existed. She forcibly turned her attention away from him, looking up at the windows instead. She couldn't get that good a look at them, however, because the pillars and overhang restricted her view. As she sat, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a lofty inset balcony that ran just above the entire far wall. It was like a counterpart to the alcove beneath the windows, except it ran at the top of the wall between the stained glass windows and the ceiling. She could see movement upon it, couples and singles strolling along, looking down upon the party below. Her instincts drew her toward the balcony, from where she could watch the party without being seen herself. It would also give her a wonderful view of the banners and the windows directly above her table, not to mention let her study the stonework without seeming to gawk. Sazed had told her to stay, but the more she sat, the more she found her eyes drawn toward the hidden balcony. She itched to stand up and move, to stretch her legs and perhaps air them out a bit. The presence of her father, oblivious of her or not, served only as another motivation for her to leave the main floor. It isn't like anyone else is asking me to dance, she thought, and I've done what wanted, I've been seen by the nobility. She paused, then waved for a serving boy. He approached with alacrity. Yes, lady, how do I get up there? Vin asked, pointing toward the balcony. There are stairs just to the side of the orchestra, my lady, the boy said. Climb them to the top landing. Vin nodded her thanks. Then determined, she stood and made her way to the front of the room. No one gave her passing more than a glance, and she walked with more confidence as she crossed the hallway to the stairwell. The stone corridor twisted upward, curling upon itself, its steps short but steep. Little stained glass windows, no wider than her hand, ran up the outside wall, though they were dark in color, lacking backlight. Vin climbed eagerly, working away her restless energy, but she soon began to puff from the weight of the dress and the difficulty of holding it up so that she didn't trip. A spark of burned pewter, however, made the climb effortless enough that she didn't sweat and ruin her makeup. The climb proved to be worth the effort. The upper balcony was dark, lit only by several small blue glass lanterns on the walls, and it gave an amazing view of the stained glass windows. The area was quiet, and Vin felt practically alone as she approached the iron railing between two pillars looking down. The stone tiles of the floor below formed a pattern she hadn't noticed, a kind of curving of gray upon white. Mists, she wondered idly, leaning against the railing. It, like the lantern bracket behind her, was intricate and detailed. Both had been wrought in the form of thick, curving vines. To her sides, the tops of the pillars were carved into stone animals that appeared frozen in the motion of jumping off of the balcony. Now see, here's the problem with going to refill your cup of wine. The sudden voice made Vin jump, and she spun. A young man stood behind her. His suit wasn't the finest she had seen, nor was his vest as bright as most. Both coat and shirt seemed to fit too loosely, and his hair was just a bit disheveled. He carried a cup of wine, and the outer pocket of his suit coat bulged with the shape of a book that was just a bit too big for its confines. The problem is, the young man said, you return to find that your favorite spot has been stolen by a pretty girl. Now a gentleman would move on to another place, leaving the lady to her contemplations. However, this is the best spot on the balcony. It's the only place close enough to a lantern to have good reading light. Vin flushed. I'm sorry, my lord. Ah, see, now I feel guilty, all for a cup of wine. Look, there's plenty of room for two people here, just scoot over a bit. Vin paused. Could she politely refuse? He obviously wanted her to stay near him. Did he know who she was? Should she try to find out his name so she could tell? She stepped a bit to the side, and the man took a place next to her. He leaned back against the side pillar and surprisingly took out his book and began to read. He was right, the lantern shined directly on the pages. Vin stood for a moment watching him, but he seemed completely absorbed. He didn't even pause to look up at her. Isn't he going to pay me any attention at all? Vin thought, puzzled at her own annoyance. Maybe I should have worn a fancier dress. The man sipped at his wine, focused on the book. Do you always read at balls? She asked. The young man looked up. Whenever I can get away with it. Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of coming? Vin asked. Why attend if you're just going to avoid socializing? You're up here too, he pointed out. Vin flushed. I just wanted to get a brief view of the hall. And why did you refuse all three men who asked you to dance? Vin paused. The man smiled, then turned back to his book. There were 4, Vin said with a huff, and I refused them because I don't know how to dance very well. The man lowered his book slightly, eyeing her. You know, you're a lot less timid than you look. Timid? Vin asked. I'm not the one staring at his book when there's a young lady standing by him, never having properly introduced himself. The man raised a speculative eyebrow. Now see, you sound like my father, far better looking but just as grumpy. Vin glared at him. Finally he rolled his eyes. Very well, let me be a gentleman then. He bowed to her with a refined, formal step. I am Lord Lady, might I have the pleasure of sharing this balcony with you whilst I read? Vin folded her arms. Family name or given name, should I even care? He just wanted his spot back, but how did he know that I'd refused dancing partners? Somehow she had a suspicion that would want to hear about this particular conversation. Oddly, she didn't feel a desire to shrug this man away as she had the others. Instead, she felt another stab of annoyance as he again raised his book. You still haven't told me why you would rather read than participate, she said. The man sighed, lowering the book again. Well, see, I'm not exactly the best dancer either. Ah, Vin said, but, he said, raising a finger, that's only part of it. You may not realize this yet, but it's not that hard to get. Once you attend 500 or 600 of these balls, they start to feel a bit repetitive. Vin shrugged. You'd probably learn to dance better if you practiced. raised an eyebrow. You're not going to let me get back to my book, are you? I wasn't intending to, he sighed, tucking the book back into his jacket pocket, which was beginning to show signs of book-shaped wear. Well then, do you want to go dance instead? Vin froze. Smiled nonchalantly. Lord, he's either incredibly smooth or socially incompetent. It was disturbing that she couldn't determine which. That's a no, I assume, said. Good, I thought I should offer since we've established that I'm a gentleman. However, I doubt the couples below would appreciate us trampling their toes. Agreed. What were you reading? Said. Trials of Monument. Heard of it? Ah, well, not many have. He leaned over the railing, looking below. So, what do you think of your first experience at court? It's very overwhelming. Chuckled. Say what you will about House Venture. They know how to throw a party. Vin nodded. You don't like House Venture then, she said. Perhaps this was one of the rivalries was watching for. Not particularly, no, said. They're an ostentatious lot even for high nobility. They can't just have a party, they have to throw the best party. Never mind that they run their servants' rags setting it up, then beat the poor things in retribution when the hall isn't perfectly clean the very next morning. Vin cocked her head. Not words I'd expect to hear from a nobleman, paused, looking a little embarrassed. But well, never mind that, I think yours looking for you. Vin started, glancing over the side of the balcony. Sure enough, Saw's tall form stood by her now empty table, speaking to a serving boy. Vin yelped quietly. I've got to go, she said, turning toward the stairwell. Ah, well then, said, back to reading it is. He gave her a half wave of farewell, but he had his book open before she passed the first step. Vin reached the bottom out of breath. Saws saw her immediately. I'm sorry, she said, chagrined as she approached. Do not apologize to me, mistress, Saws said quietly. It is both unseemly and unnecessary. Moving about a bit was a good idea, I think. I would have suggested it had you not seemed so nervous. Vin nodded. Is it time for us to go, then? It is a proper time to withdraw if you wish, he said, glancing up at the balcony. May I ask what you were doing up there, mistress? I wanted to get a better look at the windows, Vin said, but I ended up talking to someone. He seemed interested in me at first, but now I don't think he ever intended to pay me much attention. It doesn't matter, he didn't seem important enough to bother with his name. Saws paused. Who was it you were speaking to? The man in the corner there on the balcony, Vin said. One of Lord Venture's friends. Vin froze. Is one of them named? Saws paled visibly. You were chatting with Lord Venture. Yes. Did he ask you to dance? Vin nodded, but I don't think he meant it. Oh dear, Saws said. So much for controlled anonymity. Venture? Vin asked, frowning. Like keep Venture, heir to the house title, Saws said. Vin said, realizing that she should probably be a bit more intimidated than she felt. He was a bit annoying in a pleasant sort of way. We shouldn't be discussing this here, Saws said. You're far, far below his station. Come, let us retire. I shouldn't have gone away to the dinner. He trailed off, mumbling to himself as he led Vin to the entryway. She got one more glimpse into the main chamber as she retrieved her shawl, and she burned tin, squinting against the light and seeking the balcony above. He held the book closed in one hand, and she could have sworn that he was looking down in her direction. She smiled and let Saws usher her to their carriage. I know that I shouldn't let a simple packman perturb me. However, he is from where the prophecies originated. If anyone could spot a fraud, would it not be he? Nevertheless, I continue my trek, going where the scribbled auguries proclaim that I will meet my destiny, walking, feelings eyes on my back, jealous, mocking, hatting. Vin sat with her legs crossed beneath her on one of Lord's fine, easy chairs. It felt good to be rid of the bulky dress, instead getting back to a more familiar shirt and trousers. However, Saw's calm displeasure made her want to squirm. He stood on the other side of the room, and Vin got the distinct impression that she was in trouble. Saws had questioned her in depth, seeking out every detail of her conversation with Lord. Saw's inquiries had been respectful, of course, but they had also been forceful. Seemed, in Vin's opinion, unduly worried about her exchange with the young nobleman. They hadn't really talked about anything important, and himself was decidedly unspectacular for a great house lord. But there had been something odd about him, something Vin hadn't admitted to Saws. She'd felt comfortable with. Looking back on the experience, she realized that for those few moments she hadn't really been Lady, nor had she been Vin for that part of her. The timid was almost as fake as was. No, she'd simply been whoever she was. It was a strange experience. She had occasionally felt the same way during her time with and the others, but in a more limited manner. How had been able to evoke her true self so quickly and so thoroughly? Maybe he used on me, she thought with a start. Was a high nobleman, perhaps he was a soother. Maybe there was more to the conversation than she had thought. Vin sat back in her chair, frowning to herself. She'd had copper on, and that meant he couldn't have used emotional on her. Somehow he had simply gotten her to let her guard down. Vin thought back to the experience, thinking about how oddly comfortable she'd felt. In retrospect, it was clear that she hadn't been careful enough. I'll be more cautious next time. She assumed that they would meet again. They'd better. A servant entered and whispered quietly to Saws. A quick burn of tin let Vin hear the conversation had finally returned. Please send word to Lord, Saws said. The white-clothed servant nodded, leaving the room with a quick step. The rest of you may leave, Saws said calmly, and the room's attendants scampered away. Saws' quiet vigil had forced them to stand waiting in the tense room, not speaking or moving. And Lord arrived together, chatting quietly. As always, wore a rich suit cut in the unfamiliar Western style. The aging man kept his gray mustache trimmed thin and neat, and he walked with a confident air. Even after spending an entire evening among the nobility, Vin was again struck by his aristocratic bearing. Still wore his, he said as he entered. You have news. I am afraid so, Master, Saz said. It appears that Mistress Vin caught the attention of Lord Venture at the ball tonight. Asked, folding his arms. Isn't he the heir? He is indeed, said. I met the lad perhaps 4 years ago when his father visited the West. He struck me as a bit undignified for one of his station. 4 years, Vin thought. There's no way he's been imitating Lord for that long. Only escaped the pits 2 years ago. She eyed the impostor, but as always was unable to detect a flaw in his bearing. How attentive was the boy? Asked her to dance, Saz said, but Mistress Vin was wise enough to decline. Apparently their meeting was a matter of idle happenstance, but I fear she may have caught his eye. Chuckled. You taught her too well. In the future, Vin, perhaps you should try to be a little less charming. Why? Vin asked, trying to mask her annoyance. I thought we wanted me to be well-liked. Not by a man as important as Venture, child, Lord said. We sent you to court so you could make alliances, not scandals. Nodded. Venture is young, eligible, and heir to a powerful house. Your having a relationship with him could make serious problems for us. The women of the court would be jealous of you, and the older men would disapprove of the rank difference. You'd alienate yourself from large sections of the court. To get the information we need the aristocracy to see you as uncertain, unimportant, and most importantly, unthreatening. Besides, child, Lord said. It is unlikely that Venture has any real interest in you. He is known to be a court eccentric. He is probably just trying to heighten his reputation by doing the unexpected. Vin felt her face flush. He's probably right, she told herself sternly. Still, she couldn't help feeling annoyed at the three of them, especially with his flippant, unconcerned attitude. Yes, said, it's probably best that you avoid Venture completely. Try to offend him or something. Give him a couple of those glares you do. Vin regarded with a flat look. That's the one, said with a laugh. Vin clenched her teeth, then forced herself to relax. I saw my father at the ball tonight, she said, hopping to distract and the others away from Lord Venture. Really? Asked with interest. Vin nodded. I recognized him from a time my brother pointed him out to me. What is this? Asked. Vin's father is an obligator, said, and apparently an important one if he has enough pull to go to a ball like this. Do you know what his name is? Description? Asked. Bald eye tattoos, chuckled. Just point him out to me sometime, all right. Vin nodded and turned to Saz. Now did you bring me the names of which noblemen asked Vin to dance? Saz nodded. She gave me a list, Master. I also have several interesting tidbits to share from the steward's meal. Good, said, glancing at the grandfather clock in the corner. You'll have to save them for tomorrow morning, though. I've got to be going. Going? Vin asked, perking up. But you just got in. That's the funny thing about arriving somewhere, Vin, he said with a wink. Once you're there, the only thing you can really do is leave again. Get some sleep, you're looking a bit ragged. Waved a farewell to the group, then ducked out of the room, whistling amiably to himself. Too nonchalant, Vin thought, and too secretive. He usually tells us which families he plans to hit. I think I will retire, Vin said, yawning. Saz eyed her suspiciously but let her go as began speaking quietly to him. Vin scrambled up the stairs to her room, threw on her, and pushed open her balcony doors. Mist poured into the room. She flared iron, and was rewarded with the sight of a fatting blue metal line pointing into the distance. Let's see where you're going, Master. Vin burned steel, pushing herself into the cold, humid autumn night. Tin enhanced her eyes, making the wet air tickle her throat as she breathed. She pushed hard behind her, then pulled slightly on the gates below. The maneuver swung her in a soaring arc over the steel gates, which she then pushed against to throw herself farther into the air. She kept an eye on the trail of blue that pointed toward, following him at enough of a distance to remain unseen. She wasn't carrying any metal, not even coins, and she kept her copper burning to hide her use of. Theoretically, only sound could alert of her presence, and so she moved as quietly as possible. Surprisingly, didn't head into town. After passing the mansion's gates, he turned north out of the city. Vin followed, landing and running quietly on the rough ground. Where is he going? She thought with confusion. Is he circling, heading for one of the peripheral mansions? Continue northward for a short time, then his metal line suddenly began to grow dim. Vin paused, stopping beside a group of stumpy trees. The line faded at a rapid rate, had suddenly sped up. She cursed to herself, breaking into a dash. Ahead's line vanished into the night. Vin sighed, slowing. She flared her iron, but it was barely enough to catch a glimpse of him disappearing again in the distance. She'd never keep up. Her flared iron, however, showed her something else. She frowned, continuing forward until she reached a stationary source of metal, 2 small bronze bars stuck into the ground a couple feet from each other. She flipped one up into her hand, then looked into the swirling mists to the north. He's jumping, she thought, but why? Jumping was faster than walking, but there didn't seem much point to it in the empty wilderness. Unless... She walked forward, and she soon found 2 more bronze bars embedded in the earth. Vin glanced backward. It was hard to tell in the night, but it seemed that the 4 bars made a line that pointed directly toward. So that's how he does it, she thought, had an uncanny ability to move between them with remarkable speed. She'd assumed that he was using horses, but it appeared that there was a better way. He, or perhaps someone before him, had laid down and rode between the 2 cities. She gripped the first bar in her palm. She needed to soften her landing if she was wrong, then stepped up in front of the second pair of bars and launched herself into the air. She pushed hard, flaring her steel, throwing herself as far up into the sky as she could. As she flew, she flared her iron, searching for other sources of metal. They soon appeared, 2 directly north and 2 more in the distance to either side of her. The ones on the sides are for course corrections, she realized. She'd have to keep moving directly north if she wanted to stay on the bronze highway. She nudged herself slightly to the left, moving so that she passed directly between the 2 adjacent bars of the main path, then hurled herself forward again in an arcing leap. She got the hang of it quickly, hopping from point to point, never dropping even close to the ground. In just a few minutes, she had the rhythm down so well that she barely had to do any corrections from the sides. Her progress across the scraggly landscape was incredibly swift. The mists blew by, her whipping and flapping behind her. Still, she forced herself to speed up. She'd spent too long studying the bronze bars. She had to catch up to, otherwise she'd arrive in but not know where to go from there. She began to throw herself from point to point at an almost reckless speed, watching desperately for some sign of motion. After about 10 minutes of leaping, a line of blue finally appeared ahead of her, one pointing up rather than down toward bars in the ground. She breathed in relief. Then a second line appeared and a third. Vin frowned, letting herself drop to the ground with a muted thump. She flared tin and a massive shadow appeared in the night before her, its top sparkling with balls of light. The city wall, she thought with amazement. So soon, I made the trip twice as fast as a man on horseback. However, that meant she'd lost. Frowning to herself, she used the bar she'd been carrying to throw herself up onto the battlements. Once she landed on the damp stone, she reached behind and pulled the bar up into her hand. Then she approached the other side of the wall, hopping up and crouching on the stone railing as she scanned the city. What now? She thought with annoyance. Head back to stop by Clubs's shop and see if he went there. She sat uncertainly for a moment, then threw herself off the wall and began making her way across the rooftops. She wandered randomly, pushing off of window clasps and bits of metal, using the bronze bar, then pulling it back into her hand when long jumps were necessary. It wasn't until she arrived that she realized she'd unconsciously gone to a specific destination. Keep Venture rose before her in the night. The limelights had been extinguished, and only a few phantom torches burned near guard posts. Vin crouched on the lip on a rooftop, trying to decide what had led her back to the massive keep. The cool wind ruffled her hair and cloak, and she thought she felt a few tiny raindrops on her cheek. She sat for a long moment, her toes growing cold. Then she noticed motion to her right. She crouched immediately, flaring her tin. Sat on a rooftop not 3 houses away, just barely lit by ambient light. He didn't seem to have noticed her. He was watching the keep, his face too distant for her to read his expression. Vin watched him with suspicious eyes. He dismissed her meeting with, but perhaps it worried him more than he'd admitted. A sudden spike of fear made her tense. Could he be here to kill? The assassination of a high noble heir would certainly create tension amongst the nobility. Vin waited apprehensively. Eventually, however, stood and walked away, pushing himself off the rooftop and into the air. Vin dropped her bronze bar, it would give her away, and dashed after him. Her iron showed blue lines moving in the distance, and she hurriedly jumped out over the street and pushed herself off a sewer grate below, determined not to lose him again. He moved toward the center of the city. Vin frowned, trying to guess his destination. Keep was in that direction, and it was a major supplier of armaments. Perhaps planned to do something to interrupt its supplies, making house more vital to the local nobility. Vin landed on a rooftop and paused, watching shoot off into the night. He's moving fast again. A hand fell on her shoulder. Vin yelped, jumping back, flaring pewter, regarded her with a cocked eyebrow. You're supposed to be in bed, young lady. Vin glanced to the side toward the line of metal. But my coin pouch, said, smiling. A good thief can steal clever tricks as easily as he steals boxings. I've started being more careful since you told me last week. At first, I assumed you were a venture. They have some? I'm sure they do, said. Most of the great houses do, but your friend isn't one of them. He's not even a misting. How do you know? He could be hiding it. Shook his head. He nearly died in a raid a couple of years ago. If there were ever a time to show your powers, it would have been then. Vin nodded, still looking down, not meeting's eyes. He sighed, sitting down on the slanted rooftop, one leg hanging over the side. Have a seat. Vin settled herself on the tile roof across from him. Above, the cool mists continued to churn, and it had begun to drizzle slightly, but that wasn't much different from the regular nightly humidity. I can't have you tailing me like this, Vin said. Do you remember our discussion about trust? If you trusted me, you'd tell me where you were going. Not necessarily, said. Maybe I just don't want you and the others to worry about me. Everything you do is dangerous, Vin said. Why would we worry anymore if you told us specifics? Some tasks are even more dangerous than others, said quietly. Vin paused, then glanced to the side in the direction had been going, toward the center of the city, toward Shaw, the Hill of 1,000 Spires, the Lord Ruler's palace. You're going to confront the Lord Ruler, Vin said quietly. You said last week that you were going to pay him a visit. Visit is perhaps too strong a word, said. I am going to the palace, but I sincerely hope I don't run into the Lord Ruler himself. I'm not ready for him yet. Regardless, you're going straight to Clubs's shop. Frowned. You're just going to try and follow me again, aren't you? Vin paused, then she nodded again. Why? Because I want to help, Vin said quietly. So far, my part in this all has essentially boiled down to going to a party, but you've trained me yourself. I'm not going to sit back and let everyone else do dangerous work while I sit, eat dinner, and watch people dance. What you're doing at those balls is important, said. Vin nodded, glancing down. She'd just let him go, then she'd follow him. Part of her reasoning was what she'd said before. She was beginning to feel a camaraderie for this crew, and it was like nothing she had ever known. She wanted to be part of what it was doing. She wanted to help. However, another part of her whispered that wasn't telling her everything. He might trust her, he might not. However, he certainly had secrets. The 11th metal, and therefore the Lord Ruler, were involved in those secrets, caught her eyes, and he must have seen her intention to follow in them. He sighed, leaning back. I'm serious, Vin. You can't go with me. Why not? She asked, abandoning pretense. If what you're doing is so dangerous, wouldn't it be safer if you had another watching your back? You still don't know all of the metals, said. Only because you haven't taught me. You need more practice. The best practice is doing, Vin said. My brother trained me to steal by taking me on burglaries. Shook his head. It's too dangerous, she said in a serious tone. We're planning to overthrow the final empire. I don't really expect to live until the end of the year anyway. You keep telling the others what an advantage it is to have two on the team. Well, it's not going to be much of an advantage unless you actually let me be. How long are you going to wait until I'm ready? I don't think that will ever happen. Eyed her for a moment, then he smiled. When we first met, half the time I couldn't get you to say a word. Now you're lecturing me. Vin blushed. Finally sighed, reaching beneath his cloak to pull something out. I can't believe I'm considering this, he muttered, handing her the bit of metal. Vin studied the tiny silvery ball of metal. It was so reflective and bright that it almost seemed to be a drop of liquid, yet it was solid to the touch. Said 10th and most powerful of the known metals. That bead is worth more than the entire bag of boxings I gave you before. This little bit, she asked with surprise, nodded. Only comes from one place, the pits of where the Lord Ruler controls its production and distribution. The great houses get to buy a monthly stipend of, which is one of the main ways the Lord Ruler controls them. Go ahead and swallow it. Vin eyed the bit of metal, uncertain she wanted to waste something so valuable. You can't sell it, said. Thieving crews try, but they get tracked down and executed. The Lord Ruler is very protective of his supply. Vin nodded, then swallowed the metal. Immediately she felt a new well of power appear within her, waiting to be burned. All right, said, standing. Burn it as soon as I start walking. Vin nodded. As he began to walk forward, she drew upon her new well of strength and burned. Seemed to fuzz slightly to her eyes, then a translucent, wraith-like image shot out into the mists in front of him. The image looked just like, and it walked just a few steps in front of him. A very faint, trailing afterimage extended from the duplicate back to himself. It was like a reverse shadow. The duplicate did everything except the image moved first. It turned and then followed its same path. The image's mouth began moving. A second later, spoke. Lets you see just a bit into the future. Or at least it lets you see what people are going to do a little bit in the future. In addition, it enhances your mind, allowing you to deal with the new information, allowing you to react more quickly and collectedly. The shadow stopped, then walked up to it, stopping as well. Suddenly the shadow reached out and slapped her, and Vin moved reflexively, putting her hand up just as real hand began to move. She caught his arm. While you're burning, he said, nothing can surprise you. You can swing a dagger knowing confidently that your enemies will run right into it. You can dodge attacks with ease because you'll be able to see where every blow will fall. Makes you quite nearly invincible. It enhances your mind, making you able to make use of all the new information. Suddenly, dozens of other images shot from his body. Each one sprang in a different direction, some striding across the roof, others jumping into the air. Vin released his arm, rising and backing away in confusion. I just burned too, said. I can see what you're going to do, and that changes what I'm going to do, which in turn changes what you're going to do. The images reflect each of the possible actions we might take. It's confusing, Vin said, watching the insane jumble of images, old ones constantly fading, new ones constantly appearing. Nodded. The only way to defeat someone who is burning is to burn it yourself. That way neither of you has an advantage. The images vanished. What did you do? Vin asked with a start. Nothing, said. You probably ran out. Vin realized with surprise that he was right, that was gone. It burned so quickly, nodded, sitting down again. That's probably the fastest fortune you've ever blown, eh? Vin nodded, stunned. It seems like such a waste. Shrugged. Is only valuable because of. So if we didn't burn it, it wouldn't be worth the fortune that it is. Of course, if we do burn it, we make it even more rare. It's kind of an interesting relationship. Ask Cam about it sometimes. He loves talking about economics. Anyway, any you face will probably have, however, they'll be reluctant to use it. In addition, they won't have swallowed it yet. It's fragile, and your digestive juices will ruin it in a matter of hours. So you have to walk a line between conservation and effectiveness. If it looks like your opponent is using, then you'd better use yours too. However, make sure he doesn't lure you into using up your reserve before he does. Vin nodded. Does this mean you're taking me tonight? I'll probably regret it, said, sighing, but I don't see any way to make you stay behind short of tying you up perhaps. But I warn you, Vin, this could be dangerous, very dangerous. I don't intend to meet the Lord Ruler, but I do intend to sneak into his stronghold. I think I know where we might find a clue on how to defeat him. Vin smiled, stepping forward as waved her toward him. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a vial, which he handed to her. It was like regular vials, except the liquid inside held only a single drop of metal. The bead was several times larger than the one he had given her to practice on. Don't use it unless you have to, warned. You need any other metal? Vin nodded. I burned up most of my steel getting here. Handed her another vial. First, let's go retrieve my coin pouch. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going mad. Perhaps it is due to the pressure of knowing that I must somehow bear the burden of an entire world. Perhaps it is caused by the death I have seen, the friends I have lost, the friends I have been forced to kill. Either way, I sometimes see shadows following me. Dark creatures that I don't understand nor wish to understand. Are they perhaps some figment of my overtaxed mind? It started raining just after they located the coin pouch. It wasn't a hard rain, but it seemed to clear the mist slightly. Vin shivered, pulling up her hood, crouching beside on a rooftop. He didn't pay the weather much heed, so neither did she. A little dampness wouldn't hurt. In fact, it would probably help, as the rainfall would cover the sounds of their approach. Shaw lay before them. The peaked spires and sheer towers rose like dark talons in the night. They varied greatly in thickness. Some were wide enough to house stairwells and large rooms, but others were simply thin rods of steel jutting up into the sky. The variety gave the mass a twisted off-center symmetry and almost balance. The spikes and towers had a foreboding cast in the damp, misty night, like the ash-blackened bones of a long-weathered carcass. Looking at them, Vin thought she felt something. A depression, as if simply being close to the building was enough to suck away her hope. Our target is a tunnel complex at the base of one of the far-right spires, said, his voice barely carrying over the quiet hush of the falling rain. We're heading for a room at the very center of that complex. What's inside? I don't know, said. That's what we're going to find out. Once every 3 days, and today isn't one of them, the Lord Ruler visits this chamber. He stays for 3 hours, then leaves. I tried to get in once before, 3 years ago. The job, Vin whispered. The one that got me captured, said with a nod. Yes, at the time we thought that the Lord Ruler stored riches in the room. I don't think that's true now, but I'm still curious. The way he visits is so regular, so odd. Something's in that room, Vin, something important. Maybe it holds the secret to his power and immortality. Why do we need to worry about that? Vin asked. You have the 11th metal to defeat him, right? Frowned slightly. Vin waited for an answer, but he didn't ever give one. I failed to get in last time, Vin, he said instead. We got close, but we got there too easily. When we arrived, there were inquisitors outside the room, waiting for us. Someone told them you were coming, nodded. We planned that job for months. We were overconfident, but we had reason to be. Mare and I were the best. The job should have gone flawlessly. Paused, then he turned to Vin. Tonight, I didn't plan at all. We're just going in. We'll quiet anyone who tries to stop us, then break into that room. Vin sat quietly, feeling the chill rainwater on her wet hands and damp arms. Then she nodded, smiled slightly. No objections. Vin shook her head. I made you take me with you. It's not my place to object now, chuckled. Guess I've been hanging out with Breeze too long. I just don't feel right unless someone tells me I'm crazy. Vin shrugged. However, as she moved on the rooftop, she felt it again, the sense of depression coming from Shaw. There is something, she said. The palace feels wrong somehow. That's the Lord Ruler, said. He radiates like an incredibly powerful soother, smothering the emotions of everyone who gets close to him. Turn on your copper, that will make you immune. Vin nodded, burning copper. Immediately the sensation went away. Good, asked. She nodded again. All right then, he said, giving her a handful of coins. Stay close to me and keep your handy just in case. With that, he threw himself off the roof. Vin followed, her cloak tassels spraying rainwater. She burned pewter as she fell and hit the ground with strengthened legs, took off at a dash, and she followed. Her speed on the wet cobblestones would have been reckless, but her pewter-fueled muscles reacted with precision, strength, and balance. She ran in the wet, misty night, burning tin and copper, one to let her see, the other to let her hide. Rounded the palace complex. Oddly, the grounds had no outer wall. Of course they don't. Who would dare attack the Lord Ruler? Flat space covered in cobblestones was all that surrounded the Hill of 1,000 Spires. No tree foliage or structure stood to distract one's eye from the disturbing asymmetric collection of wings, towers, and spires that was Shaw. Here we go, whispered, his voice carrying to her tin-enhanced ears. He turned, dashing directly toward a squat section of the palace. As they approached, Vin saw a pair of guards standing by an ornate door. Was on the men in a flash, cutting one down with slashing knives. The second man tried to cry out, but jumped, slamming both feet into the man's chest. Thrown to the side by the inhumanly strong kick, the guard crashed into the wall, then slumped to the ground. Was on his feet a second later, slamming his weight against the door and pushing it open. Weak spilled out of a stone corridor within, ducked through the door. Vin dimmed her tin, then followed in a crouching dash, her heart pounding. Never in all her time as a thief had she done something like this. Hers had been a life of sneaky burgling and scamming, not raids or muggings. As she followed down the corridor, their feet and cloaks leaving a wet trail on the smooth stonework, she nervously pulled out a glass dagger, gripping the leather-wrapped handle in a sweaty palm. A man stepped into the hallway just ahead, exiting what appeared to be some sort of guard chamber. Jumped forward and elbowed the soldier in the stomach, then slammed him against the wall. Even as the guard collapsed, ducked into the room. Vin followed, stepping into chaos. pulled a metal candelabrum from the corner up into his hands, then began to spin with it, striking down soldier after soldier. Guards cried out, scrambling and grabbing staves from the side of the room. A table covered in half-eaten meals was thrown to the side as men tried to make room. A soldier turned toward Vin and she reacted without thinking. She burned steel and threw out a handful of coins. She pushed and the missiles shot forward, tearing through the guard's flesh and dropping him. She burned iron, pulling the coins back to her hand. She turned with a bloodied fist, spraying the room with metal, dropping 3 soldiers. Felled the last with his impromptu staff. I just killed 4 men, Vin thought, stunned. Before had always done the killing. There was rustling behind. Vin spun to see another squadron of soldiers enter through a door opposite her. To the side, dropped his candelabrum and stepped forward. The room's 4 lanterns suddenly ripped from their mountings, slamming directly toward him. He ducked to the side, letting the lanterns crash together. The room fell dark. Vin burned tin, her eyes adapting to light from the corridor outside. The guards, however, stumbled to a halt. Was amidst them a second later, daggers flashing in the darkness, men screaming, then all was silent. Vin stood surrounded by death, bloodied coins dribbling from her stunned fingers. She kept a tight grip on her dagger, however, if only to steady her quivering arm, lay a hand on her shoulder, and she jumped. These were evil men, Vin, he said. Every knows in his heart that it is the greatest of crimes to take up arms in defense of the final empire. Vin nodded numbly. She felt wrong. Maybe it was the death, but now that she was actually within the building, she swore that she could still feel the Lord Ruler's power. Something seemed to push her emotions, making her more depressed despite her copper. Come, time is short. Took off again, hopping lightly over corpses, and Vin felt herself following. I made him bring me, she thought. I wanted to fight like him. I'm going to have to get used to this. They dashed into a second corridor and jumped into the air. He lurched, then shot forward. Vin did the same, leaping and seeking an anchor far down the corridor, then using it to pull herself through the air. Side corridors whipped past, the air rushing howl in her tin-enhanced ears. Ahead, 2 soldiers stepped into the corridor, slammed into one, then flipped up and rammed a dagger into the other's neck. Both men fell. No metal, Vin thought, dropping to the ground. None of the guards in this place wear metal. They were called men trained to fight, ducked down a side corridor, and Vin had to sprint to keep up with him. She flared pewter, willing her legs to move faster. Ahead paused, and Vin lurched to a stop beside him. To their right was an open, arching doorway, and it shone with a light far brighter than that of the small corridor lanterns. Vin extinguished her tin, following through the archway and into the room. 6 braziers burned with open flames at the corners of the large chamber. In contrast to the simple corridors, this room was covered with silver-inlaid murals. Each obviously represented the Lord Ruler. They were like the windows she had seen earlier, except less abstract. She saw a mountain, a large cavern, a pool of light, and something very dark, strode forward, and Vin turned. The center of the room was dominated by a small structure, a building within the building. Ornate with carved stone and flowing patterns, the single-story building stood reverently before them. All in all, the quiet, empty chamber gave Vin a strange feeling of solemnity. Walked forward, bare feet falling on smooth black marble. Vin followed in a nervous crouch. The room seemed empty, but there had to be other guards. Walked up to a large oaken door set into the inner building, its surface carved with letterings Vin didn't recognize. He reached out and pulled open the door. A steel inquisitor stood inside. The creature smiled, lips curling in an eerie expression beneath the 2 massive spikes that had been pounded point first through its eyes. Paused for just a moment. Then he yelled, "Vin, run!" As the inquisitor's hand snapped forward, grabbing him by the throat. Vin froze. To the sides, she saw 2 other black-robed inquisitors stride through open archways. Tall, lean, and bald, they were also marked by their spikes and intricate ministry eye tattoos. The closest inquisitor lifted up into the air by his neck. The survivor of, the creature said in a grinding voice. Then he turned toward Vin. "And you, I've been looking for you. I'll let this one die quickly if you'll tell me which nobleman spawned you, half-breed." Coughed, struggling for breath as he hit the creature's grip. The inquisitor turned, regarding with spike-hand eyes. Coughed again as if trying to say something, and the inquisitor curiously pulled a bit closer. Hand whipped out, ramming a dagger into the creature's neck. As the inquisitor stumbled, slammed his fist into the creature's forearm, shattering the bone with a snap. The inquisitor dropped him and fell to the reflective marble floor, coughing. Gasping for breath, looked up at Vin with intense eyes. "I said run," he croaked, tossing something to her. Vin paused, reaching out to catch the coin pouch. However, it lurched suddenly in the air, shooting forward. Abruptly, she realized wasn't throwing it to her, but at her. The bag hit her in the chest. Pushed by it hurled her across the room, past the 2 surprised inquisitors, until she finally dropped awkwardly to the floor, skidding on the marble. Vin looked up, slightly dazed. In the distance, regained his feet. The main inquisitor, however, didn't seem very concerned about the dagger in his neck. The other 2 inquisitors stood between her, and one turned toward her, and Vin felt chilled by its horrifying, unnatural gaze. "Run," the word echoed in the domed chamber. And this time, finally, it struck home. Vin scrambled to her feet, fear shocking her, screaming at her, making her move. She dashed toward the nearest archway, uncertain if it was the one she had come in through. She clutched coin pouch and burned iron, frantically seeking an anchor down the corridor. Must get away. She grabbed the first bit of metal she saw and yanked, tearing herself off the ground. She shot down the corridor at an uncontrolled speed, terror flaring her iron. She lurched suddenly and everything spun. She hit the ground at an awkward angle, her head slamming against the rough stone, then lay dizzily, wondering what had happened. The coin pouch, someone had pulled on it, using its metal to yank her backward. Vin rolled over and saw a dark form shooting down the corridor. The Inquisitor's robes fluttered as he dropped lightly to his feet a short distance from Vin. He strode forward, his face impassive. Vin flared tin and pewter, clearing her mind and pushing away the pain. She whipped out a few coins, pushing them at the Inquisitor. He raised a hand and both coins froze in the air. Vin's own push suddenly threw her backward and she tumbled across the stones, skidding and sliding. She heard the coins against the floor as she came to a rest. She shook her head, a dozen new bruises flaring angrily across her body. The Inquisitor stepped over the discarded coins, walking toward her with a smooth gait. I have to get away. Even had been afraid to face an Inquisitor. If he couldn't fight one, what chance did she have? None. She dropped the pouch and jumped to her feet, then she ran, ducking through the first doorway she saw. The room beyond was empty of people, but a golden altar stood at its center. Between the altar, the 4 candelabra at the corners, and the cluttering of other religious paraphernalia, the space was cramped. Vin turned, pulling a candelabrum into her hands, remembering's trick from before. The Inquisitor stepped into the room, then raised an almost amused hand, ripping the candelabra from her hands in an easy pull. He's so strong, Vin thought with horror. He was probably steadying himself by pulling against the lantern brackets behind. However, the force of his was far more powerful than it had ever been. Vin jumped, pulling herself slightly up and over the altar. At the doorway, the Inquisitor reached over to a bowl that sat atop a short pillar, pulling out what appeared to be a handful of small metal triangles. They were sharp on all sides, and they cut the creature's hand in a dozen different places. He ignored the wounds, raising a bloody hand toward her. Vin yelped, ducking behind the altar as pieces of metal sprayed against the back wall. You are trapped, the Inquisitor said in a scratchy voice. Come with. Vin glanced to the side. There weren't any other doors in the room. She peeked up, glancing at the Inquisitor, and a piece of metal shot at her face. She pushed against it, but the Inquisitor was too strong. She had to duck and let the metal go, lest his power pin her back against the wall. I'll need something to block with, something that isn't made of metal. As she heard the Inquisitor step into the room, she found what she needed, a large, leather-bound book sitting beside the altar. She grabbed it, then paused. There was no use in being rich if she died. She pulled out vial and downed then burned it. The Inquisitor's shadow stepped around the side of the altar, then the actual Inquisitor followed a second later. The shadow opened its hand, and a spray of tiny, translucent daggers shot at her. Vin raised her book as the real daggers followed. She swung the book through the shadow trails just as the real daggers shot toward her. She caught everyone, their sharp, jagged edges digging deeply into the book's leather cover. The Inquisitor paused, and she was rewarded by what seemed to be a look of confusion on its twisted face. Then 100 shadow images shot from his body. Lord Ruler, Vin thought. He had 2. Not pausing to worry about what that meant, Vin hopped over the altar, carrying the book with her as protection against further missiles. The Inquisitor spun, spike eyes following her as she ducked back into the hallway. A squad of soldiers stood waiting for her. However, each one bore a future shadow. Vin ducked between them, barely watching where their weapons would fall, somehow avoiding the attacks of 12 different men. And for a moment she almost forgot the pain and fear, and they were replaced by an incredible sense of power. She dodged effortlessly, staves swinging above and beside her, each one missing by just inches. She was invincible. She spun through the ranks of the men, not bothering to kill or hurt them. She only wanted to escape. As she passed the last one, she turned around a corner, and a second Inquisitor, his body springing with shadow images, stepped up and slammed something sharp into her lower side. Vin gasped in pain. There was a sickening sound as the creature pulled his weapon free of her body. It was a length of wood affixed with sharp obsidian blades. Vin grasped her side, stumbling backward, feeling a terrifying amount of warm blood seeping from the wound. The Inquisitor looked familiar. The first one from the other room, she thought through the pain. Does that mean that is dead? Who is your father? The Inquisitor asked. Vin kept her hand at her side, trying to stop the blood. It was a large wound, a bad wound. She had seen such wounds before, they always killed. Yet she still stood. Pewter, her confused mind thought. Flare pewter. She did so, the metal giving her body strength, letting her stay on her feet. The soldiers stepped back to let the second Inquisitor approach her from the side. Vin looked in horror from one Inquisitor to the other, both descending upon her, blood pouring between her fingers and down her side. The lead Inquisitor still carried the weapon, its edge coated with blood. Her blood. I'm going to die, she thought with terror. And then she heard it rain. It was faint, but her tin ears picked it out behind her. She spun, lurching through a door, and was rewarded by the sight of a large archway on the other side of the room. Mist pooled at the room's floor and rain slapped the stones outside. Must have been where the guards came from, she thought. She kept her pewter flared, amazed at how well her body still worked, and stumbled out into the rain, reflexively clutching the leather book to her chest. You think to escape? The lead Inquisitor asked from behind, his voice amused. Numbly, Vin reached into the sky and pulled against one of the palace's many spires. She heard the Inquisitor curse as she pitched into the air, hurling up into the dark night. The 1,000 spires rose around her. She pulled against one, then switched to another. The rain was strong now, and it made the night black. There was no mist to reflect ambient light, and the stars were hidden by clouds above. Vin couldn't see where she was going. She had to use to sense the metallic tips of the spires and hope there was nothing in between. She hit a spire, catching hold of it in the night and pulling to a stop. Have to bandage the wound, she thought weakly. She was beginning to grow numb, her head cloudy despite her pewter and tin. Something slammed against the spire above her, and she heard a low growl. Vin pushed off even as she felt the Inquisitor slash the air beside her. She had one chance. She pulled herself sideways toward a different spire. At the same time, she pushed against the book in her hands. It still had bits of metal embedded into its cover. The book continued in the direction she had been going, metal lines glowing weakly in the night. It was the only metal she had on her. Vin caught the next spire lightly, trying to make as little sound as possible. She strained in the night, burning tin, the rainfall becoming a thunder in her ears. Over it, she thought she heard the distinct sound of something hitting a spire in the direction she had pushed the book. The Inquisitor had fallen for her ruse. Vin sighed, hanging from the spire, rain splattering her body. She made sure her copper was still burning, pulled lightly against the spire to hold herself in place, and ripped off a piece of her shirt to bandage the wound. Despite her numb mind, she couldn't help noticing how big the gash was. Oh Lord, she thought. Without pewter, she would have fallen unconscious long ago. She should be dead. Something sounded in the darkness. Vin felt a chill looking up. All was black around her. It can't be. He can't. Something slammed into her spire. Vin cried out, jumping away. She pulled herself toward another spire, caught it weakly, then immediately pushed off again. The Inquisitor followed, thuds sounding as he jumped from spire to spire behind her. He found me. He couldn't see me, hear me, or sense me, but he found me. Vin hit a spire, holding it by one hand, limply hanging in the night. Her strength was nearly gone. I have to get away. Hide. Her hands were numb, and her mind felt nearly the same. Her fingers slipped from the cold, wet metal of the spire, and she felt herself drop free into the darkness. She fell with the rain. However, she went only a short distance before thudding against something hard, the roof of a particularly tall bit of the palace. Dazed, she climbed to her knees, crawling away from the spire, seeking a corner. Hide, hide, hide. She crawled weakly to the nook formed by another tower. She huddled against the dark corner, lying in a deep puddle of ashy rainwater, arms wrapped around herself. Her body was wet with rain and blood. She thought for just a moment that she might have escaped. A dark form thumped to the rooftop. The rain was letting up, and her tin revealed a headset with 2 spikes, a body cloaked in a dark robe. She was too weak to move, too weak to do more than shiver in the puddle of water, clothing plastered to her skin. The Inquisitor turned toward her. Such a small, troubling thing you are, he said. He stepped forward, but Vin could barely hear his words. It was growing dark again. No, it was just her mind. Her vision grew dark, her eyes closing. Her wound didn't hurt anymore. She couldn't even think. A sound like shattering branches, then arms gripped her. Warm arms, not the arms of death. She forced her eyes open. She whispered, but it wasn't his face that looked back at her, streaked with concern. It was a different, kinder face. She sighed in relief, drifting away as the strong arms pulled her close, making her feel oddly safe in the terrible storms of night. I don't know why betrayed me. Even still, this event haunts my thoughts. He was the one who discovered me. He was the philosopher who first called me the hero of ages. It seems ironically surreal that now, after his long struggle to convince his colleagues, he's the only major holy man to preach against my reign. You took her with you, demanded, bursting into the room. You took Vin into Shaw. Are you bloody insane? Yes, snap. You've been right all along. I'm a madman, a lunatic. Perhaps I should have just died in the pits and never come back to bother any of you. Paused, taken aback by the Forsen's words, pounded the table in frustration, and the wood splintered from the force of the blow. He still burned pewter, the metal helping him resist his several wounds. His lay in tatters, his body sliced by a half-dozen different small cuts. His entire right side burned with pain. He'd have a massive bruise there, and he'd be lucky if none of his ribs were cracked, flared the pewter. The fire within felt good. It gave him a focus for his anger and self-loathing. One of the apprentices worked quickly, tying a bandage around its largest gash. Club sat with Ham at the side of the kitchen. Breeze was away visiting a suburb. By the Lord Ruler, Sid quietly. Even my oldest friend swears by the Lord Ruler's name. What are we doing? How can we face this? There were 3 Inquisitors waiting for us, Dox said, paled, and you left her there. She got out before I did. I tried to distract the Inquisitors as long as I could, but one of the 3 followed her. I couldn't get to it. Maybe the other 2 Inquisitors were simply trying to keep me busy so that their companion could find her. 3 Inquisitors, said, accepting a small cup of brandy from one of the apprentices. He downed it. We must have made too much noise going in, said. Either that or they were already there for some reason. And we still don't know what's in that room. The kitchen fell silent. The rain outside picked up again, assaulting the building with a reproachful fury. So, Ham said, what of Vin? Glanced at and saw pessimism in his eye. Had barely escaped, and he had years of training. If Vin was still in Shaw. Felt a sharp, twisting pain in his chest. You let her die too, first Mare then Vin. How many more will you lead to slaughter before this is through? She might be hiding somewhere in the city, said. Afraid to come to the shop because the inquisitors are looking for her. Or, perhaps for some reason she went back to, maybe she's out there somewhere dying alone in the rain. Ham said, you and I are heading back to the palace. Docs take and visit other thieving crews. Maybe one of their scouts saw something. Clubs send an apprentice to his mansion to see if she went there. The solemn group started to move, but didn't need to state the obvious. He and Ham wouldn't be able to get close to Shaw without running afoul of guard patrols. Even if Vin was hiding in the city somewhere, the inquisitors would probably find her first. They would have. Froze, his sudden jerk causing the others to pause. He'd heard something. Hurried footsteps sounded as rushed down the stairs and into the room, his lanky form wet with rain. Someone's coming, out the night with the calling. Vin, Ham asked hopefully, shook his head. Big man, robe, this is it then. I've brought death to the crew. I've led the inquisitors right to them. Ham stood, picking up a wooden stave. Pulled out a pair of daggers, and Clubs' 6 apprentices moved to the back of the room, eyes wide with fright, flared his metals. The back door to the kitchen slammed open. A tall, dark form in wet robes stood in the rain, and he carried a cloth-wrapped figure in his arms. Sazed said, she is badly wounded, Sazed said, stepping quickly into the room, his fine robes streaming with rainwater. Master Hammond, I require some pewter. Her supply is exhausted, I think. Ham rushed forward as Sazed set Vin on the kitchen table. Her skin was clammy and pale, her thin frame soaked and wet. She's so small, thought, barely more than a child. How could I have thought to take her with me? She bore a massive, bloody wound in her side. Sazed set something aside, a large book he'd been carrying in his arms beneath Vin, and accepted a vial from Hammond, then bent down and poured the liquid down the unconscious girl's throat. The room fell silent, the sound of pounding rain coming through the still open door. Vin's face flushed slightly with color, and her breathing seemed to steady. To his bronze senses, she began to pulse softly with a rhythm not unlike a second heartbeat. Ah, good, Sazed said, undoing Vin's makeshift bandage. I feared that her body was too unfamiliar with to burn metals unconsciously. There is hope for her, I think. Master, I shall require a pot of boiled water, some bandages, and the medical bag from my rooms. Quickly now, Clubs nodded, waving for his apprentices to do as instructed, cringed as he watched Sazed's work. The wound was bad, worse than any he himself had survived. The cut went deeply into her gut. It was the type of wound that killed slowly but consistently. Vin, however, was no ordinary person. Pewter would keep him alive long after their body should have given out. In addition, Sazed was no ordinary healer. Religious rites were not the only things that keepers stored in their uncanny memories. There contained vast wealths of information on culture, philosophy, and science. Clubs ushered his apprentices from the room as the surgery began. The procedure took an alarming amount of time, Ham applying pressure to the wound as Sazed slowly stitched Vin's insides back together. Finally, Sazed closed the outer wound and applied a clean bandage, then asked Ham to carefully carry the girl up to her bed. Stood watching Ham carry Vin's weak, limp form out of the kitchen. Then he turned to Sazed questioningly. Sat in the corner, the only other one still in the room. Sazed shook his head gravely. I do not know, Master, she could survive. We will need to keep her supplied with pewter. It will help her body make new blood. Even still, I have seen many strong men die from wounds smaller than this one. I arrived too late, I think, Sazed said. When I found her gone from his mansion, I came to as quickly as I could. I used up an entire to make the trip with haste. I was still too late. No, my friend said, you've done well this night. Far better than I, Sazed sighed, then reached over and fingered the large book he'd set aside before beginning the surgery. The tome was wet with rainwater and blood, regarded it, frowning. What is that, anyway? I don't know, Sazed said. I found it at the palace while I was searching for the child. It is written in the language of the ancient pre-ascension homeland of the Lord Ruler. Perked up a bit. Can you translate it? Perhaps, Sazed said, suddenly sounding very tired. But not for a time, I think. After this evening I shall need to rest. Nodded, calling for one of the apprentices to prepare Sazed a room. The nodded thankfully, then walked wearily up the stairs. He saved more than Vin's life tonight, said, approaching quietly from behind. What you did was stupid, even for you. I had to know, Docs, he said. I had to go back. What if there really is in there? You said that it isn't. I said that, said with a nod, and I'm mostly sure, but what if I'm wrong? That's no excuse, said angrily. Now Vin is dying and the Lord Ruler is alerted to us. Wasn't it enough that you got Mare killed trying to get into that room? Paused, but he was too drained to feel any anger. He sighed, sitting down. There's more, Docs frowned. I've avoided talking about the Lord Ruler to the others, said, but I'm worried. The plan is good, but I have this terrible, haunting feeling that we'll never succeed as long as he's alive. We can take his money, we can take his armies, we can trick him out of the city, but I still worry that we won't be able to stop him. Frowned. You're serious about this 11th metal business then? Nodded. I searched for 2 years to find a way to kill him. Men have tried everything. He ignores normal wounds and decapitation only annoys him. A group of soldiers burned down his inn during one of the early wars. The Lord Ruler walked out as barely more than a skeleton, then healed in a matter of seconds. Only the stories of the 11th metal offered any hope, but I can't make it work. That's why I had to go back to the palace. The Lord Ruler's hiding something in that room. I can feel it. I can't help thinking that if we knew what it was, we'd be able to stop him. You didn't have to take Vin with you. She followed me, said. I worried that she'd try to get in on her own if I left her. The girl has a headstrong streak, Doc. She hides it well, but she's blasted stubborn when she wants to be. Sighed, then nodded quietly. And we still don't know what's in that room. Eyed the book Sazed had set on the table. The rainwater had marked it, but the tome was obviously designed to endure. It was strapped tightly to prevent water from seeping in, and the cover was of well-cured leather. No, finally said, we don't. But we do have that, whatever it is. Was it worth it? Kel asked. Was this insane stunt really worth nearly getting yourself and the child killed? I don't know, said honestly. He turned to, meeting his friend's eyes. Ask me once we know whether or not Vin will live. The end of Part 2. Part 3. Children of a Bleeding Sun. Many think that my journey started in that great city of wonder. They forget that I was no king when my quest began, far from it. I think it would do men well to remember that this task was not begun by emperors, priests, prophets, or generals. It didn't start in nor did it come from the great nations to the east or the fiery empire of the west. It began in a small, unimportant town whose name would mean nothing to you. It began with a youth, the son of a blacksmith, who was unremarkable in every way except perhaps in his ability to get into trouble. It began with me. When Vin awoke, the pain told her that it had beaten her again. What had she done? Had she been too friendly to one of the other? Had she made a foolish comment, drawing this ire? She was to remain quiet, always quiet, staying away from the others, never calling attention to herself. Otherwise he would beat her. She had to learn, he said. She had to learn, but her pain seemed too strong for that. It had been a long time since she could remember hurting this much. She coughed slightly, opening her eyes. She lay in a bed that was far too comfortable, and a lanky teenage boy sat in a chair beside her bed. She thought, that's his name, I'm in Clubs' shop, jumped to his feet. You're awaking. She tried to speak, but just coughed again, and the boy hurriedly gave her a cup of water. Vin sipped it thankfully, grimacing at the pain in her side. In fact, her entire body felt like it had been pummeled soundly. She finally croaked, nodding as the now, he said. Wasn't the hit with my name changed it to Spook? Spook, Vin asked. It fits. How long have I been asleep? 2 weeks, the boy said. Wait here. He scrambled away, and she could hear him calling out in the distance. 2 weeks. She sipped at the cup, trying to organize her muddled memories. Reddish afternoon sunlight shone through the window, lighting the room. She set the cup aside, checking her side, where she found a large white bandage. That's where the Inquisitor hit me, she thought. I should be dead. Her side was bruised and discolored from where she'd hit the roof after falling, and her body bore a dozen other nicks, bruises, and scrapes. All in all, she felt absolutely terrible. Vin said, stepping into the room. You're awake, barely, Vin said with a groan, lying back against her pillow. Chuckled, walking over and sitting on stool. How much do you remember? Most everything, I think, she said. We fought our way into the palace, but there were Inquisitors. They chased us and fought. She stopped, looking at. Is he? Kel's fine, Breeze said. He came out of the incident in far better shape than you did. He knows the palace fairly well from the plans we made 3 years ago, and Vin frowned as trailed off. What? He said the Inquisitors didn't seem very focused on killing him. They left one to chase him and sent 2 after you. Why? Vin thought. Did they simply want to concentrate their energy on the weakest enemy first? Or is there another reason? She sat back thoughtfully, working through the events of that night. Sazed, Vin, she finally said. He saved me. The Inquisitor was about to kill me, but, Docs, what is he? Sazed asked. That's probably a question I should let him answer. Is he here? Shook his head. He had to return to Breeze and Kel are out recruiting, and Ham left last week to inspect our army. He won't be back for another month at least. Vin nodded, feeling drowsy. Drink the rest of your water, suggested. There's something in it to help with the pain. Vin downed the rest of the drink, then rolled over and let sleep take her again. Was there when she awoke. He sat on the stool by her bed, hands clasped with his elbows on his knees, watching her by the faint light of a lantern. He smiled when she opened her eyes. Welcome back. She immediately reached for the cup of water on the bedstand. How's the job going? He shrugged. The army is growing and has begun to purchase weapons and supplies. Your suggestion regarding the ministry turned out to be a good one. We found contact, and we've nearly negotiated a deal that will let us place someone as a ministry acolyte. Marsh, Vin asked. Will he do it himself? Nodded. He's always had a certain fascination with the ministry. If any can pull off imitating an obligator, it will be Marsh. Vin nodded, sipping her drink. There was something different about it. It was subtle, a slight alteration in his air and attitude. Things had changed during her sickness. Vin said hesitantly, I owe you an apology. I nearly got you killed. Vin snorted quietly. It's not your fault I made you take me. You shouldn't have been able to make me, said. My original decision to send you away was the right one. Please accept the apology. Vin nodded quietly. What do you need me to do now? The job has to go forward, right? Smiled. Indeed it does. As soon as you're up to it, I'd like you to move back to. We created a cover story saying that lady has taken sick, but rumors are starting to appear. The sooner you can be seen in the flesh by visitors, the better. I can go tomorrow, Vin said, chuckled. I doubt it, but you can go soon. For now, just rest. He stood, moving to leave. Vin asked, causing him to pause. He turned, looking at her. Vin struggled to formulate what she wanted to say. The palace, the Inquisitors, we're not invincible, are we? She flushed. It sounded stupid when she said it that way, however, just smiled. He seemed to understand what she meant. No, Vin, he said quietly, we're far from it. Vin watched the landscape pass outside her carriage window. The vehicle, sent from Mansion, had supposedly taken Lady for a ride through. In reality, it hadn't picked up Vin until it had stopped briefly by Clubs' street. Now, however, her window shades were open, showing her again to the world, assuming anyone cared. The carriage made its way back toward, had been right. She'd had to rest 3 more days in Clubs' shop before feeling strong enough to make the trip. In part, she'd waited simply because she had dreaded struggling into a noblewoman's dresses with her bruised arms and wounded side. Still, it felt good to be up again. There had been something wrong about simply recovering in bed. Such a lengthy period of rest wouldn't have been given to a regular thief. Thieves either got back to work quickly or were abandoned for dead. Those who couldn't bring in money for food couldn't be allowed to take up space in the lair. But that isn't the only way people live, Vin thought. She was still uncomfortable with that knowledge. It hadn't mattered to and the others that she drained their resources. They hadn't exploited her weakened state, but had cared for her, each one spending time at her bedside. Most notable among them had been the young. Vin didn't even feel that she knew him very well, yet said that the boy had spent hours watching over her during her coma. What did one make of a world where it agonized over his people? In the underground, each person bore responsibility for what happened to them. The weaker segment of a crew had to be allowed to die, lest they keep everyone else from earning enough to survive. If a person got captured by the ministry, you left them to their fate and hoped that they didn't betray too much. You didn't worry about your own guilt at putting them in danger. They're fools, voice whispered. This entire plan will end in disaster, and your death will be your own fault for not leaving when you could. Had left when he could. Perhaps he'd known that the Inquisitors would eventually hunt her down for the powers she unwittingly possessed. He always had known when to leave. It was no accident, she thought, that he hadn't ended up slaughtered with the rest of his crew. And yet she ignored promptings in her head, instead letting the carriage pull her toward. It wasn't that she felt completely secure in her place with his crew. Indeed, in a way, her place with these people was making her even more apprehensive. What if they stopped needing her? What if she became useless to them? She had to prove to them that she could do what they needed her to. There were functions to attend, a society to infiltrate. She had so much work to do, she couldn't afford to spend any more of it sleeping. In addition, she needed to return to her practice sessions. It had only taken a few short months for her to grow dependent upon her powers, and she longed for the freedom of leaping through the mists, of pulling and pushing her way through the skis. Shaw had taught her that she wasn't invincible, but survival with barely a scratch proved that it was possible to be much better than she was. Vin needed to practice, to grow in strength, until she too could escape Inquisitors like Had. The carriage turned a bend and rolled into the familiar pastoral suburb. Made Vin smile to herself, and she leaned against the open carriage window, feeling the breeze. With luck, some would gossip that lady had been seen riding through the city. She arrived at Mansion a few short turns later. A footman opened the door, and Vin was surprised to see Lord himself waiting outside the carriage to help her down. "My lord," she said, giving him her hand. "Surely you have more important things to attend to." "Nonsense," he said. "A lord must be allowed time to dote upon his favored niece. How was your ride? Does he ever break character?" He didn't ask after the others in or give any indication that he knew of her wound. "It was refreshing, uncle," she said as they walked up the steps to the mansion doors. Vin was thankful for the pewter burning lightly in her stomach to give strength to her still weak legs. Had warned against using it too much, lest she grow dependent upon its power, but she saw little alternative until she was healed. "That is wonderful," said. "Perhaps once you are feeling better we should take lunch together on the garden balcony. It has been warm lately despite the coming winter." "That would be very pleasant," Vin said. Before, she'd found the impostor's noble bearing intimidating. Yet as she slipped into the persona of lady, she experienced the same calmness as before. Vin the thief was nothing to a man such as, but the socialite was another matter. "Very good," said, pausing inside the entryway. "However, let us attend to that on another day. For now, you would likely prefer to rest from your journey." "Actually, my lord, I'd like to visit Sazed. I have some matters I must discuss with the steward." "Ah," said, "you will find him in the library working on one of my projects." "Thank you," Vin said. Nodded, then walked away, his dueling cane clicking against the white marble floor. Vin frowned, trying to decide if he was completely sane. Could someone really adopt a persona that wholly? "You do it," Vin reminded herself. "When you become lady, you show a completely different side of yourself." She turned, flaring pewter to help her climb the northern set of stairs. She let her flare lapse as she reached the top, returning to a normal burn. As said, it was dangerous to flare metals for too extended a period, and could quickly make their body dependent. She took a few breaths. Climbing the stairs had been difficult, even with Pewter, then walked down the corridor to the library. Saz sat at a desk beside a small coal stove on the far side of the small room, writing on a pad of paper. He wore his standard steward's robes, and a pair of thin spectacles sat at the end of his nose. Vin paused in the doorway, regarding the man who had saved her life. Why is he wearing spectacles? I've seen him read before without them. He seemed completely absorbed by his work, periodically studying a large tome on the desk, then turning to scribble notes on his pad. Urine, Vin said quietly. Saz paused, then set down his pen and turned. What makes you say that, Mistress Vin? You got too quickly. Lord keeps several swift messenger horses in his stables. I could have taken one of those. You found me at the palace, Vin said, told me of his plans, and I correctly assumed that you had followed him. Locating you was a stroke of luck, one that nearly took me too long to achieve. Vin frowned. You killed the Inquisitor. Killed? Saz asked. No, mistress, it takes far more power than I possess to kill one of those monstrosities. I simply distracted him. Vin stood in the doorway for a moment longer, trying to figure out why Saz was being so ambiguous. So, are you in or not? He smiled, then he pulled a stool out from beside the desk. Please sit down. Vin did as requested, crossing the room and sitting on the stool, her back to a massive bookshelf. What would you think if I told you that I wasn't in Saz? I'd think that you were lying, Vin said. Have you known me to lie before? The best liars are those who tell the truth most of the time. Saz smiled, regarding her through bespectacled eyes. That is true, I think. Still, what proof have you that I am in? You did things that couldn't have been done without. Oh, for 2 months, and already you know all that is possible in the world. Vin paused. Up until just recently, she hadn't even known much about. Perhaps there was more to the world than she had assumed. There's always another secret. Words. So, she said slowly. What exactly is a keeper? Saz smiled. Now that is a far more clever question, mistress. Keepers are storehouses. We remember things so that they can be used in the future. Like religions, Vin said. Saz nodded. Religious truths are my particular specialty. But you remember other things too, Saz nodded. Like what? Well, Saz said, closing the tome he had been studying. Languages, for instance. Vin immediately recognized the glyph-covered cover. The book I found in the palace. How did you get it? I happened across it while searching for you, they said. It is written in a very old language, one that hasn't been spoken regularly in nearly a millennium. You speak it? Vin asked. Saz nodded. Enough to translate this, I think. And how many languages do you know? 172, Saz said. Most of them, such as, are no longer spoken. The Lord Ruler's unity movement of the 5th century made certain of that. The language people now speak is actually a distant dialect of the language of my homeland. 172, Vin thought with amazement. That sounds impossible. One man couldn't remember that much. Not one man, Saz said. One keeper. What I do is similar to, but not the same. You draw power from metals. I use them to create memories. How? Vin asked. Saz shook his head. Perhaps another time, mistress, my kind. We prefer to maintain our secrets. The Lord Ruler hunts us with a remarkable, confusing passion. We are far less threatening than yet. He ignores and seeks to destroy us, hatting the people because of us. Hatting? Vin asked. You're treated better than regular. You're given positions of respect. That is true, mistress, Saz said, but in a way they are more free. Most are raised from birth to be stewards. There are very few of us left, and the Lord Ruler's breeders control our reproduction. No steward is allowed to have a family or even to bear children. Vin snorted. That seems like it would be hard to enforce. Saz paused, hand laying on the cover of the large book. Why not at all? He said with a frown. All stewards are eunuchs, child. I assumed you knew that. Vin froze, then she blushed furiously. I'm sorry. Truly and surely no apology is required. I was castrated soon after my birth, as is standard for those who will be stewards. Often I think I would have easily traded my life for that of a common. My people are less than slaves. They're fabricated automatons, created by breeding programs, trained from birth to fulfill the Lord Ruler's wishes. Vin continued to blush, cursing her lack of tact. Why hadn't anyone told her? Saz, however, didn't seem offended. He never seemed to get angry about anything, probably a function of his condition. Vin thought that's what the breeders must want, docile, even-tempered stewards. But Vin said, frowning, you're a rebel, Saz. You're fighting the Lord Ruler. I am something of a deviant, Saz said, and my people are not as completely subjugated as the Lord Ruler would believe, I think. We hide keepers beneath his very eyes, and some of us even gather the courage to break our training. He paused, then shook his head. It is not an easy thing, however. We are a weak people, mistress. We are eager to do as we are told, quick to seek subjugation. Even I, whom you dub a rebel, immediately sought out a position of stewardship and subservience. We are not so brave as we would wish, I think. You were brave enough to save me, Vin said. Saz smiled. Ah, but there was an element of obedience in that too. I promised Master that I would see to your safety. Ah, she thought. She had wondered if he'd had a reason for his actions. After all, who would risk their life simply to save Vin? She sat for a moment in thought, and Saz turned back to his book. Finally, she spoke again, drawing this attention. Saz, yes, mistress. Who betrayed 3 years ago? Saz paused, then set down his fountain pen. The facts are unclear, mistress. Most of the crew assumes it was Mare, I think. Mare? Vin asked. Swife? Saz nodded. Apparently, she was one of the only people who could have done it. In addition, the Lord Ruler himself implicated her. but wasn't she sent to the pits too? She died there, Sazed said. Master is reticent about the pits, but I sense that the scars he bears from that horrid place go much deeper than the ones you see on his arms. I don't think he ever knew if she was the traitor or not. My brother said that anyone would betray you if they had the right chance and a good enough motive. Sazed frowned. Even if such a thing were true, I would not want to live believing it. It seems better than what happened to being turned over to the Lord Ruler by one you thought you loved. He's different lately, Vin said. He seems more reserved. Is that because he feels guilty for what happened to me? I suspect that is part of it, Sazed said. However, he is also coming to realize that there is a large difference between heading a small crew of thieves and organizing a large rebellion. He can't take the risks he once did. The process is changing him for the better, I think. Vin wasn't so certain. However, she remained silent, realizing with frustration how tired she was. Even sitting on a stool seemed strenuous to her now. Go and sleep, mistress, Sazed said, picking up his pen and relocating his place in the tome with his finger. You survived something that probably should have killed you. Give your body the thanks it deserves, let it rest. Vin nodded tiredly, then climbed to her feet and left him scribbling quietly in the afternoon light. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd remained there in that lazy village of my birth. I'd have become a smith like my father. Perhaps I'd have a family, sons of my own. Perhaps someone else would have come to carry this terrible burden. Someone who could bear it far better than I, someone who deserved to be a hero. Before coming to Mansion Audiobook, Vin had never seen a cultivated garden. On burglaries or scouting missions, she had occasionally seen ornamental plants, but she'd never given them much heed. They, like many noble interests, had seemed frivolous to her. She hadn't realized how beautiful the plants could be when arranged carefully. Mansion's garden balcony was a thin oval structure that overlooked the grounds below. The gardens weren't large. They required too much water and attention to form more than a thin perimeter around the back of the building. Still, they were marvelous. Instead of mundane browns and whites, the cultivated plants were of deeper, more vibrant colors, shades of red, orange, and yellow, with the colors concentrated in their leaves. The groundskeepers had planted them to make intricate, beautiful patterns. Closer to the balcony, exotic trees with colorful yellow leaves gave shade and protected from. It was a very mild winter, and most of the trees still held their leaves. The air felt cool, and the rustling of branches in the wind was soothing. Almost soothing enough, in fact, to make Vin forget how annoyed she was. "Would you like more tea, child?" Lord asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He simply waved for a servant to rush forward and refill her cup. Vin sat on a plush cushion, her wicker chair designed for comfort. During the last 4 weeks, her every woman desire had been met. Servants cleaned up after her, primped her, fed her, and even helped bathe her. Saw that anything she asked for was given her, and she certainly wasn't expected to do anything strenuous, dangerous, or even slightly inconvenient. In other words, her life was maddeningly boring. Before, her time at Mansion had been monopolized by Sazed's lessons and training. She'd slept during the days, having only minimal contact with the Mansion staff. Now, however, at least the nighttime jumping kind was forbidden her. Her wound was only partially healed, and too much motion reopened it. Sazed still gave her occasional lessons, but his time was dominated by translating the book. He spent long hours in the library, poring over its pages with an uncharacteristically excited air. He's found a new bit of lore, Vin thought. To keep her, that's probably as intoxicating as. She sipped at her tea with repressed petulance, eyeing the nearby servants. They seemed like scavenger birds, roosting and waiting for any opportunity to make Vin as comfortable and as frustrated as possible. Wasn't much help either. His idea of taking lunch with Vin was to sit and attend to his own duties, making notes on ledgers or dictating letters while eating. Her attendance seemed important to him, but he rarely paid much attention to her other than to ask how her day had been. Yet she forced herself to act the part of a prim noblewoman. Lord had hired some new servants that didn't know about the job, not house staff but gardeners and workmen, and had worried that the other houses would grow suspicious if they couldn't get at least a few servant spies onto the grounds. Didn't see it as a danger to the job, but it did mean that Vin had to maintain her persona whenever possible. I can't believe that people live like this, Vin thought as some servants began clearing away the meal. How can fill their days with so much nothing? No wonder everyone's eager to attend those balls. Is your respite pleasant, dear? Asked, poring over another ledger. Yes, uncle, Vin said through tight lips. Quite, you should be up to a shopping trip soon, said, looking up at her. Perhaps you would like to visit Kenton Street, get some new earrings to replace that pedestrian stud you wear. Vin reached a hand to her ear where her mother's earring still sat. No, she said, I'll keep this. Frowned, but said no more, for a servant approached and drew his attention. My lord, the servant said too. A carriage just arrived from. Vin perked up. That was the servant's way of saying that a member of the crew had arrived. Ah, very good, said. Show them up. Yes, my lord. A few minutes later, Breeze and walked out onto the balcony, discreetly waved to the servants who closed the glass balcony doors and left the crew in privacy. Several men took up position just inside, watching to make certain that the wrong people didn't have an opportunity to eavesdrop. Are we interrupting your meal? Asked. No, Vin said quickly, cutting off Lord's reply. Sit, please. Strolled over to the balcony's ledge, looking out over the garden and grounds. Nice view you have here. Is that wise? Asked. Some of the gardeners are men for whom I cannot vouch. Chuckled. If they can recognize me from this distance, they deserve more than the great houses are paying them. However, he did leave the balcony edge, walking over to the table and spinning a chair, then sitting down on it the wrong way. Over the last few weeks, he had mostly returned to his old familiar self, yet there were still changes. He held meetings more often, discussed more of his plans with the crew. He also still seemed different, more thoughtful. Sazed was right, Vin thought. Our attack on the palace might have been near deadly for me, but it has changed for the better. We thought we'd have our meeting here this week, said, since you two rarely get to participate. That was most thoughtful of you, Master, Lord said, but your concern is unnecessary. We are doing just fine. No, Vin interrupted. No, we aren't. Some of us need information. What's happening with the crew? How is the recruitment going? Eyed her with dissatisfaction. Vin, however, ignored him. He's not really a lord, she told herself. He's just another. My opinion counts as much as his. Now that the servants are gone, I can speak how I want. Chuckled. Well, captivity's made her a bit more outspoken, if nothing else. I don't have anything to do, Vin said. It's driving me insane. Breeze set his cup of wine on the table. Some would find your state quite enviable, Vin. Then they must already be insane. Oh, they're mostly noblemen, said. So yes, they're quite mad. The job, Vin reminded. What's happening? Recruitment is still too slow, said, but we're improving. We may have to sacrifice further security for numbers. That's a change too, she thought, impressed as she noted civility. He had taken to wearing nicer clothing, not quite a full suit like her Breeze, but at least a well-cut jacket and trousers with a buttoning shirt beneath, all kept clean of soot. That can't be helped, said. Fortunately, Ham's doing well with the troops. I had a message from him just a few days ago. He's impressed with their progress. Breeze snorted. Be warned, Hammond does tend to be a bit optimistic about these kinds of things. If the army were made up of one-legged mutes, he would praise their balance and their listening skills. I should like to see the army, said eagerly. Soon, promised. We should be able to get Marsh into the ministry within the month, said, nodding to Sazed as they passed their sentries and entered the balcony. Hopefully Marsh will be able to give some insight as to how to deal with the Steel Inquisitors. Vin shivered. They are a concern, Breeze agreed. Considering what a couple of them did to you two, I don't envy capturing the palace with them in there. They are as dangerous as more, Vin said quietly. Can the army really fight them? Asked uncomfortably. I mean, they're supposed to be immortal, aren't they? Marsh will find the answer, promised. Paused, then nodded, accepting Sword. Yes, changed indeed, Vin thought. It appeared that not even could resist charisma for an extended period of time. In the meantime, said, I'm hoping to hear what Sazed has learned about the Lord Ruler. Sazed sat, laying his tome on the tabletop. I will tell you what I can, though this is not the book that I first assumed it to be. I thought that Mistress Vin had recovered some ancient religious text, but it is of a far more mundane nature. Mundane? Asked. How? It is a journal, Master, Sazed said. A record that appears to have been penned by the Lord Ruler himself, or rather the man who became the Lord Ruler. Even ministry teachings agree that before the Ascension he was a mortal man. This book tells of his life just prior to his final battle at the Well of Ascension 1,000 years ago. Mostly it is a record of his travels, a narration of the people he met, the places he visited, and the trials he faced during his quest. Interesting, Breeze said, but how does it help us? I am not certain, Master, Sazed said. However, understanding the real history behind the Ascension will be of use, I think. At the very least, it will give us some insight to the Lord Ruler's mind. Shrugged. The ministry thinks it's important. Vin said she found it in some kind of shrine in the Central Palace complex. Which, of course, Breeze noted, doesn't at all raise any questions regarding its authenticity. I do not believe it to be a fabrication, Master, Sazed said. It contains a remarkable level of detail, especially regarding unimportant issues like packmen and supplies. In addition, the Lord Ruler it depicts is very conflicted. If the ministry were going to devise a book for worship, they would present their god with more divinity, I think. I'll want to read it when you are done, said. And I, Breeze said. Some of Clubs' apprentices occasionally work as scribes, said. We'll have them make a copy for each of you. Handy lot those, nodded. So where does that leave us? The group paused, then nodded to Vin, with the nobility, frowned slightly. I can go back to work, Vin said quickly. I'm mostly healed now, shot a look at Sazed, who raised an eyebrow. He checked on her wound periodically. Apparently he didn't like what he saw. Kel, Vin said, I'm going insane. I grew up as a thief, scrambling for food and space. I can't just sit around and let these servants pamper me. Besides, I have to prove that I can still be useful to this crew. Well, said, you're one of the reasons we came here today. There's a ball this weekend that. I'll go, Vin said, held up a finger. Hear me out, Vin. You've been through a lot lately, and this infiltration could get dangerous. Vin said flatly, my whole life has been dangerous, I'm going. Didn't look convinced. She has to do it, Kel said. For one thing, the nobility is going to get suspicious if she doesn't start going to parties again. For another, we need to know what she sees. Having servant spies on the staff isn't the same as having a spy listening to local plots. You know that. All right then, finally said, but you have to promise not to use physical until Sazed says otherwise. Later that evening, Vin still couldn't believe how eager she was to go to the ball. She stood in her room, looking over the different gown ensembles that had found for her. Since she had been forced to wear noblewoman's attire for a good month straight, she was beginning to find dresses just a shade more comfortable than she once had. Not that they aren't frivolous, of course, she thought, inspecting the 4 gowns. All of that lace, the layers of material. A simple shirt and trousers are so much more practical. Yet there was something special about the gowns, something in their beauty like the gardens outside. When regarded as static items like a solitary plant, the dresses were only mildly impressive. However, when she considered attending the ball, the gowns took on a new meaning. They were beautiful, and they would make her beautiful. They were the face she would show to the court, and she wanted to choose the right one. I wonder if Venture will be there. Didn't Saz say that most of the younger aristocrats attended every ball? She lay a hand on one dress, black with silver. It would match her hair, but was it too dark? Most of the other women wore colorful dresses. Muted colors seemed reserved for men's suits. She eyed a yellow gown, but it just seemed a little too perky, and the white one was too ornate. That left the red. The neckline was lower, not that she had a lot to show, but it was beautiful. A bit gossamer with full sleeves that were made of translucent mesh in places, it enticed her. But it seemed so blatant. She picked it up, feeling the soft material in her fingers, imagining herself wearing it. How did I get to this? Vin thought. This thing would be impossible to hide in. These frilly creations, these aren't me. And yet, part of her longed to be back at the ball again. The daily life of a noblewoman frustrated her, but her memories of that one night were alluring. The beautiful couples dancing, the perfect atmosphere and music, the marvelous crystalline windows. I don't even realize when I'm wearing perfume anymore, she realized with shock. She found it preferable to bathe in scented water each day, and the servants even perfumed her clothing. It was all subtle, of course, but it would be enough to give her away while sneaking. Her hair had grown longer and had been carefully cut by stylists so that it fell around her ears, curling just slightly. She no longer looked quite so scrawny in the mirror. Despite her lengthy sickness, regular meals had filled her out. I'm becoming. Vin paused. She didn't know what she was becoming. Certainly not a noblewoman. Didn't get annoyed when they couldn't go out stalking at night. Yet she wasn't really Vin the urchin anymore. She was. Vin carefully laid the beautiful red dress back on her bed, then crossed the room to look out the window. The sun was close to setting soon. The mists would come, though as usual Sazed would have guards posted to make certain that she didn't go on any unauthorized romps. She hadn't complained at the precautions. He was right. Unwatched, she probably would have broken her promise long ago. She caught a glimpse of motion to her right and could just barely make out a figure standing out on the garden balcony. Vin stood for a moment, then left her rooms, turned as she walked onto the balcony. She paused, not wanting to interrupt, but he gave her one of his characteristic smiles. She walked forward, joining him at the carved stone balcony railing. He turned and looked westward, not at the grounds but beyond them, toward the wilderness lit by a setting sun outside of town. Does it ever look wrong to you, Vin? Wrong, she asked, nodded. The dry plants, the angry sun, the smoky black sky. Vin shrugged. How can those things be right or wrong? That's just the way things are. I suppose, said, but I think your mindset is part of the wrongness. The world shouldn't look like this. Vin frowned. How do you know that? Reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He unfolded it with a gentle touch, then handed it to Vin. She accepted the sheet, holding it carefully. It was so old and worn that it seemed close to breaking at the creases. It didn't contain any words, just an old, faded picture. It depicted a strange shape, something like a plant, though not one Vin had ever seen. It was too flimsy. It didn't have a thick stalk, and its leaves were far too delicate. At its top, it had a strange collection of leaves that were a different color from the rest. It's called a flower, said. They used to grow on plants before the Ascension. Descriptions of them appear in the old poems and stories, things that only keepers and rebel sages know about anymore. Apparently these plants were beautiful, and they had a pleasant smell. Plants that smell? Vin asked. Like fruit. Something like that, I think. Some of the reports even claim that these flowers grew into fruit in the days before the Ascension. Vin stood quietly, frowning, trying to imagine such a thing. That picture belonged to my wife, Mare said quietly. Found it in her things after we were taken. He kept it, hoping that we would return. He gave it to me after I escaped. Vin looked down at the picture again. Mare was fascinated by pre-Ascension times, said, still staring out over the gardens. In the distance, the sun touched the horizon and grew an even deeper red. She collected things like that paper, pictures and descriptions of the old times. I think that fascination, along with the fact that she was is part of what led her to the underground and to me. She's the one who first introduced me to Saz, though I didn't use him in my crew at the time. He wasn't interested in thieving. Vin folded up the paper. And you keep this picture still after what she did to you. Fell silent for a moment, then he eyed her. Been listening at doors again, have we? Oh, don't worry, I suppose it's common enough knowledge. In the distance, the setting sun became ablaze, its ruddy light illuminating clouds and smoke alike. Yes, I keep the flower, said. I'm not really sure why, but you stop loving someone just because they betray you. I don't think so. That's what makes the betrayal hurt so much. Pain, frustration, anger. And I still loved her. I still do. How? Vin asked. How can you? And how can you possibly trust people? Didn't you learn from what she did to you? Shrugged. I think given the choice between loving Mare, betrayal included, and never knowing her, I'd choose love. I risked and I lost, but the risk was still worth it. It's the same with my friends. Suspicion is healthy in our profession, but only to an extent. I'd rather trust my men than worry about what will happen if they turn on me. That sounds foolish, Vin said. Is happiness foolish? Asked, turning toward her. Where have you been happier, Vin? On my crew or back with? I don't know for sure if Mare betrayed me, said, looking back at the sunset. She always claimed that she didn't, and she was sent to the pits, right? Vin said. That doesn't make sense if she sided with the Lord Ruler. Shook his head, still staring into the distance. She showed up at the pits a few weeks after I was sent there. We were separated after we were caught. I don't know what happened during that time or why she was eventually sent to. The fact that she was sent to die hints that maybe she really didn't betray me, but... He turned toward Vin. You didn't hear him when he caught us, Vin, the Lord Ruler. He thanked her for betraying me. His words spoken with such an eerie sense of honesty mixed with the way that the plan was set up. Well, it was hard to believe Mare. That didn't change my love, though not deep down. I nearly died when she did a year later, beaten before at the pits. That night after her corpse was taken away, I snapped. You went mad, Vin asked. No, said. Snapping isn't a term. Our powers are latent at first. They only come out after some traumatic event. Something intense, something almost deadly. The philosophers say that a man can't command the metals until he has seen death and rejected it. So, when did it happen to me? Vin asked, shrugged. It's hard to tell. Growing up as you did, there were probably ample opportunities for you to snap. He nodded as if to himself. For me, he said, it was that night. Alone in the pits, my arms bleeding from the day's work. Mare was dead, and I feared that I was responsible, that my lack of faith took away her strength and will. She died knowing that I questioned her loyalty. Maybe if I'd really loved her, I wouldn't have ever questioned. I don't know. But you didn't die, Vin said, shook his head. I decided that I'd see her dream fulfilled. I'd make a world where flowers returned, a world with green plants, a world where no soot fell from the sky. He trailed off, then sighed. I know I'm insane. Actually, Vin said quietly, it kind of makes sense. Finally, smiled. The sun sank beneath the horizon, and while its light was still aflare in the west, the mists began to appear. They didn't come from one specific place, they just sort of grew. They extended like translucent, twisting vines in the sky, curling back and forth, lengthening, dancing, melding. Mare wanted children, said suddenly. Back when we were first married, a decade and a half ago, I didn't agree with her. I wanted to become the most famous thief of all time and didn't have time for things that would slow me down. It's probably a good thing that we didn't have children. The Lord Ruler might have found and killed them, but he might not have. Dox and the others survived. Now sometimes I wish that I had a piece of her with me. A child, a daughter perhaps, with Mare's same dark hair and resilient stubbornness. He paused, then looked down at Vin. I don't want to be responsible for something happening to you, Vin, not again. Vin frowned. I'm not spending any more time locked in this mansion. No, I don't suppose you will. If we try and keep you in much longer, you'll probably just show up at Clubs' shop one night having done something very foolish. We're a bit too much alike that way, you and I. Just be careful. Vin nodded. I will. They stood for a few more minutes watching the mists gather. Finally stood up straight, stretching. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you decided to join us, Vin. Vin shrugged. To tell you the truth, I'd kind of like to see one of those flowers for myself. You could say that circumstances forced me to leave my home behind. Certainly if I had stayed, I would now be dead. During those days, running without knowing why, carrying a burden I didn't understand, I assumed that I would lose myself in and seek a life of. I am slowly coming to understand that anonymity, like so many other things, has already been lost to me forever. She decided to wear the red dress. It was definitely the boldest choice, but that felt right. After all, she hid her true self behind an aristocratic appearance. The more visible that appearance was, the easier it should be for her to hide. A footman opened the carriage door. Vin took a deep breath, chest a little confined by the special corset she was wearing to hide her bandages, then accepted the footman's hand and climbed down. She straightened her dress, nodded to Saz, then joined the other aristocrats making their way up the steps to Keep. It was a bit smaller than the Keep of House Venture. However, Keep apparently had a separate party ballroom, while House Venture had its gatherings in the enormous main hall. Vin eyed the other and felt a bit of her confidence vanish. Her dress was beautiful, but the other women had so much more than just gowns. Their long, flowing hair and self-assured airs matched their bejeweled figures. They filled out the upper portions of their dresses with voluptuous curves and moved elegantly in the frilled splendor of the lower folds. Vin occasionally caught glimpses of the women's feet, and they didn't wear simple slippers like her own, but rather high-heeled shoes. Why don't I have shoes like that? She asked quietly as they climbed the carpet-covered stairs. Heels take practice to walk in, mistress, Saz replied. Since you've only just learned to dance, it might be best if you wore regular shoes for a time. Vin frowned but accepted the explanation. Saz's mention of dancing, however, increased her discomfort. She remembered the flowing poise of the dancers at her last ball. She certainly wouldn't be able to imitate that. She barely even knew the basic steps. That won't matter, she thought. They won't see me, they'll see Lady. She's supposed to be new and uncertain, and everyone thinks she's been ill lately. It will make sense for her to be a poor dancer. That thought in mind, Vin reached the top of the stairs feeling a bit more secure. I must say, mistress, Saz said, you seem far less nervous this time. In fact, you even seem excited. This is the proper attitude for to display, I think. Thank you, she said, smiling. He was right, she was excited. Excited to be part of the job again, excited even to be back among the nobility with their splendor and grace. They stepped up to the squat ballroom building, one of several low wings extending from the main keep, and a servant took her shawl. Vin paused a moment just inside the doorway, waiting as Saz arranged her table and meal. The ballroom was very different from the majestic Venture Grand Hall. The dim room was only a single story high, and while it had a lot of stained glass windows, they were all in the ceiling. Circular rose window skylights shone from above, lit by small limelights on the roof. Each table was set with candles, and despite the light from above, there was a reserved darkness about the room. It seemed private despite the numerous people in attendance. This room had obviously been designed to accommodate parties. A sunken dancing floor lay at its center, and this was better lit than the rest of the room. There were 2 tiers of tables circling the dancing floor. The first tier was only a few feet above, the other was farther back and about twice as high. A servant led her to a table at the rim of the room. She sat, Saz taking his customary place beside her, and began to wait for her meal to arrive. How exactly am I supposed to get the information once? She asked quietly, scanning the dark room. The deep crystalline colors from above projected patterns across tables and people, creating an impressive atmosphere yet making it difficult to distinguish faces. Was here somewhere amidst the ball-goers. Tonight some men should ask you to dance, Saz said. Accept their invitations. This will give you an excuse to seek them out later and mingle in their groups. You don't need to participate in conversations, you just have to listen. At future balls, perhaps some of the young men will begin to ask you to accompany them. Then you'll be able to sit at their table and listen to all of their discussions. You mean sit with one man the entire time? Saz nodded. It's not uncommon. You would dance only with him that night as well. Vin frowned, however she let the matter drop, turning to inspect the room again. He's probably not even here. He said he avoided balls when possible. Even if he were here, he'd be off on his own. You won't even. A muted thump sounded as someone dropped a stack of books onto her table. Vin jumped in, turning as Venture pulled over a chair, then sat down with a relaxed posture. He leaned back in the chair, angling toward a candelabrum beside her table, and opened a book to begin reading. Saz frowned. Vin hid a smile, eyeing. He still didn't look as if he had bothered to brush his hair, and again wore his suit without the buttons done up. The garment wasn't shabby, but nor was it as rich as others at the party. It seemed to have been tailored to be loose and relaxed, defying the traditional sharp, well-cut fashion. Flipped through his book. Vin waited patiently for him to acknowledge her, but he just continued to read. Finally, Vin raised an eyebrow. I don't remember giving you permission to sit at my table, Lord Venture, she said. Don't mind me, said, not looking up. You've got a big table, there's plenty of room for both of us. Both of us perhaps, Vin said, but I'm not sure about those books. Where are the servers going to put my meal? There's a bit of space to your left, said. Saz's frown deepened. He stepped forward, gathering up the books and setting them on the floor beside his chair. Continued to read. He did, however, raise a hand to gesture. See now, that's why I don't ever use servants. They're an insufferably efficient lot, I must say. Saz is hardly insufferable, Vin said coolly. He is a good friend and is probably a better man than you will ever be, Lord Venture. Finally looked up. I'm sorry, he said in a frank tone. I apologize. Vin nodded, however, opened his book and began reading again. Why sit with me if he's just going to read? What did you do at these parties before you had me to pester? She asked in an annoyed tone. See now, how can I be pestering you? He asked. I mean, really, I'm just sitting here reading quietly to myself. At my table, I'm certain you could get your own. You're the Venture heir, not that you were forthcoming about that fact during our last meeting. True, said. I do, however, recall telling you that the Ventures were an annoying lot. I'm just trying to live up to the description. You're the one that made up the description. Convenient that, said, smiling slightly as he read. Vin sighed in frustration, scowling, peeked up over his book. That's a stunning dress. It's almost as beautiful as you are. Vin froze, jaw hanging open slightly, smiled mischievously, then turned back to his book, eyes sparkling as if to indicate that he'd made the comment simply because he knew the reaction he'd get. Saz loomed over the table, not bothering to mask his disapproval. Yet he said nothing, was obviously too important to be chastised by a simple steward. Vin finally found her tongue. How is it, Lord Venture, that an eligible man like yourself comes to these balls alone? Oh, I don't, said. My family usually has one girl or another lined up to accompany me. Tonight's fare is the Lady Blanche's. She's the one in the green dress sitting on the lower tier across from us. Vin glanced across the room. Lady Blanche's was a gorgeous blonde woman. She kept glancing up at Vin's table, covering a scowl. Vin flushed, turning away. Shouldn't you be down there with her? Probably, said. But see, I'll tell you a secret. The truth is I'm not really much of a gentleman. Besides, I didn't invite her. It wasn't until I got into the carriage that I was informed regarding my accompaniment. I see, Vin said with a frown. My behavior is nonetheless deplorable. Unfortunately, I'm quite prone to such bouts of take, for instance, my fondness for reading books at the dinner table. Excuse me for a moment, I'm going to go get something to drink. He stood, tucking the book into his pocket, and walked toward one of the room's bar tables. Vin watched him go, both annoyed and bemused. This is not good, mistress, Sazed said in a low tone. He's not that bad. He's using you, mistress, Sazed said. Lord Venture is infamous for his unconventional, disobedient attitude. Many people dislike him precisely because he does things like this. Like this, he is sitting with you because he knows that it will annoy his family, Sazed said. Oh, child, I do not wish to bring you pain, but you must understand the ways of the court. This young man is not romantically interested in you. He is a young, arrogant lord who chafes at his father's restrictions, so he rebels, acting rude and offensive. He knows that his father will relent if he acts spoiled enough for long enough. Vin felt her stomach twist. Sazed's probably right, of course. Why else would seek me out? I'm exactly what he needs, someone enough to annoy his father but inexperienced enough not to see the truth. Her meal arrived, but Vin didn't have much of an appetite anymore. She began to pick at the food as returned, settling down with a large goblet filled with some mixed drink. He sipped as he read. Let's see how he reacts if I don't interrupt his reading, Vin thought in annoyance, remembering her lessons and eating her food with a lady's grace. It wasn't a large meal, mostly some rich, buttered vegetables, and the sooner she finished, the sooner she could get to dancing. At least then she wouldn't have to sit with Venture. The young lord paused several times as she ate, peeking at her over the top of his book. He obviously expected her to say something, but she never did. As she ate, however, her anger faded. She glanced at, studying his slightly disheveled appearance, watching the earnestness with which he read his book. Could this man really hide the twisted sense of manipulation Sazed implied? Was he really just using her? Anyone will betray you, whispered. Everyone will betray you, just seemed so. Genuine. He felt like a real person, not a front or a face, and it did seem like he wanted her to talk to him. It felt like a personal victory to Vin when he finally sat the book down and looked at her. Why are you here? He asked. Here at the party. No, herein, because it's the center of everything, Vin said, frowned. I suppose it is, but the Empire is a big place to have such a small center. I don't think we really understand how large it is. How long did it take you to get here? Vin felt a moment of panic, but Sazed's lessons snapped quickly into her mind. Almost 2 months by canal with some stops. Such a long time, said. They say it can take half a year to travel from one end of the Empire to the other, yet most of us ignore everything but this little bit at the center. Vin trailed off, with she'd been all across the central dominance. It was the smallest of the dominances, however, and she'd never visited the more exotic places in the Empire. This central area was good for thieves. Oddly, the place closest to the Lord Ruler was also the one with the most corruption, not to mention the most riches. What do you think of the city, then? Asked. Vin paused. It's dirty, she said honestly. In the dim light, a servant arrived to remove her empty plate. It's dirty and it's full. They are treated terribly, but I guess that's true everywhere. Cocked his head, giving her a strange look. I shouldn't have mentioned that wasn't very noble-like. He leaned forward. You think the here are treated worse than the ones on your plantation? I always thought they would be better off in the city. I'm not sure. I didn't go to the fields very often. So you didn't interact with them very much, Vin shrugged. Why does it matter? See, now that's what we always say, said. But I don't know, maybe I'm too curious, but they interest me. Did you ever hear them talk to one another? Did they sound like regular people? What? Vin asked. Of course they did. What else would they sound like? Well, you know what the ministry teaches. She didn't, however, if it was regarding that, it probably wasn't flattering. I make it a rule to never completely believe anything the ministry says. Paused again, cocking his head. You're not what I expected, lady. People rarely are. So tell me about the plantation. What are they like? Vin shrugged. Like everywhere else. Are they intelligent? Some are. But not like you and me, right? Asked. Vin paused. How would a noblewoman respond? No, of course not. They're just, why are you so interested in them? Seemed disappointed. No reason, he said, sitting back in his chair and opening his book. I think some of those men over there want to ask you to dance. Vin turned, noticing that there was indeed a group of young men standing a short distance from her table. They looked away as soon as she turned. After a few moments, one of the men pointed at another table, then he walked over and asked a young lady to dance. Several people have noticed you, my lady, Sazed said. However, they never approach. Lord Venture's presence intimidates them, I think. Snorted. They should know that I am anything but intimidating. Vin frowned, but just continued to read. Fine, she thought, turning back toward the young men. She caught one man's eye, smiling slightly. A few moments later, the young man approached. He spoke to her in a stiff, formal tone. Lady, I am Lord, would you care to dance? Vin shot a glance at, but he didn't look up from his book. I would love to, Lord, Vin said, taking the young man's hand and rising. He led her down to the dance floor, and as they approached, Vin's nervousness returned. Suddenly, 1 week of practice didn't seem like enough. The music stopped, allowing for couples to leave or enter the floor, and Lord led her forward. Vin fought down her paranoia, reminding herself that everyone saw the dress and the rank, not Vin herself. She looked up into Lord's eyes and saw, surprisingly, apprehension. The music began, as did the dancing. Lord's face took on a look of consternation. She could feel his palms sweating in her hands. Why, he's just as nervous as I am, perhaps even more. Was younger than closer to her own age. He probably wasn't very experienced with balls. He certainly didn't look like he danced much. He focused so much on the steps that his motions felt rigid. It makes sense, Vin realized, relaxing and letting her body move in the motions Sazed had taught. The experienced ones wouldn't ask me to dance, not when I'm so new. I'm beneath their notice. But why is paying attention to me? Is it simply what Sazed said, a ploy to annoy his father? Why then does he seem interested in what I have to say? Lord, Vin said, do you know much of Venture? Looked up. I don't focus so much on the dancing, Vin said. My instructor says that it will flow more naturally if you don't try too hard. He blushed. Lord Ruler, Vin thought, how fresh is this boy? Lord Venture said, I don't know, he's a very important person, far more important than I am. Don't let his lineage intimidate you, Vin said. From what I've seen, he's pretty harmless. I don't know, my lady said. Venture is a very influential house. Yes, well, doesn't live up to that reputation. He seems very fond of ignoring those in his company. Does he do that to everyone? Shrugged, dancing more naturally now that they were talking. I don't know, you seem to know him better than I, my lady. Vin trailed off. She felt as if she knew him well, far better than she should know a man after 2 brief encounters. She couldn't very well explain that to, however, but maybe. Didn't say that he'd met once. Oh, is a friend of the family, Vin said as they spun beneath a crystalline skylight. He is. Yes, Vin said. It was very kind of my uncle to ask to watch over me at these parties, and so far he's been quite a dear. I do wish that he'd pay less attention to those books of his and more attention to introducing me, though. Perked up, and he seemed to grow a little less insecure. Oh, why, that makes sense. Yes, Vin said, has been like an older brother to me during my time here, and smiled. I ask you about him because he doesn't speak much of himself. Vin, the Ventures have all been quiet lately, said. Ever since the attack on their keep several months back. Vin nodded. You know much about that, shook his head. No one tells me anything. He glanced down, watching their feet. You're very good at dancing, lady. You must have attended many balls back in your home city. You flatter me, my lord, Vin said. No, really, you're so graceful. Vin smiled, feeling a slight surge of confidence. Yes, said almost to himself. You're not at all like Lady Shan said. He stopped, jerking slightly as if realizing what he was saying. What? Vin said. Nothing, said, his blush rising. I'm sorry, it was nothing. Lady Shan, Vin thought, remember that name. She prodded further as the dance progressed, but he was obviously too inexperienced to know much. He did feel that there was a tension rising between the houses. Though the balls continued, there were more and more absences as people didn't attend parties thrown by their political rivals. When the dance ended, Vin felt good about her efforts. She probably hadn't discovered much of value to, however, was only the beginning. She'd work up to more important people. Which means, Vin thought as led her back to her table, I'm going to have to attend a lot more of these balls. It wasn't that the balls themselves were unpleasant, especially now that she was more confident in her dancing. However, more balls meant fewer chances to be out in the mists. Not that Sazed would let me go anyway, she thought with an inward sigh, smiling politely as Bowden retreated. Had spread his books across the table, and her alcove was lit by several more candelabra, apparently filched from other tables. Well, Vin thought, we've at least got thieving in common. Hunched over the table, making notations in a small pocket-sized book. He didn't look up as she sat. Sazed, she noticed, was nowhere to be seen. I sent that to dinner, said distractedly as he scribbled. No need for him to go hungry while you twirled down below. Vin raised an eyebrow, regarding the books that dominated her tabletop. Even as she watched, pushed one tome aside, leaving it open to a specific page, and pulled over another. So how was the aforementioned twirling anyway? He said. It was actually kind of fun. I thought you weren't very good at it. I wasn't, Vin said. I practiced. You may find this information surprising, but sitting in the back of a room reading books in the dark doesn't exactly help one become a better dancer. Is that a proposition? Asked, pushing aside his book and selecting another. It's unladylike to ask a man to dance, you know. Oh, I wouldn't want to take you away from your reading, Vin said, turning a book toward her. She grimaced. The text was written in a small, cramped hand. Besides, dancing with you would undermine all of the work I just did. Paused, then he finally looked up. Work? Yes, Vin said. Sazed was right. Lord finds you intimidating, and he found me intimidating by association. It could be quite disastrous to a young lady's social life if all of the young men assumed her unavailable simply because an annoying lord decided to study at her table. So I told him that you were simply showing me the ways of court, kind of like an older brother. Older brother? Asked, frowning. Much older, Vin said, smiling. I mean, you've got to be at least twice my age. Twice your? I'm 21. Unless you're a very mature 10-year-old, I'm nowhere near twice your age. I've never been good with math, Vin said, sighed, rolling his eyes. Nearby, Lord was speaking quietly with his group of friends, gesturing toward Vin, and hopefully one would come ask her to dance soon. Do you know Lady Shan? Vin asked idly as she waited. Surprisingly looked up. Shan, I assume so, Vin said. Who is she? Turned back to his book. Nobody important. Vin raised an eyebrow. I've only been doing this for a few months, but even I know not to trust a comment like that. Well, said, I might be engaged to her. You have? Vin asked with exasperation. I'm not exactly sure. We haven't really done anything about the situation for a year or so. Everyone's likely forgotten the matter by now. Great, Vin thought. A moment later, one of his friends approached. Glad to be rid of the frustrating venture air, Vin stood, accepting the young lord's hand. As she walked to the dance floor, she glanced at and caught him peeking over the book at her. He immediately turned back to his research with an overtly indifferent air. Vin sat down at her table, feeling a remarkable level of exhaustion. She resisted the urge to pull off her shoes and massage her feet. She suspected that wouldn't be very ladylike. She quietly turned on her copper, then burned pewter, strengthening her body and washing away a bit of her fatigue. She let her pewter, then her copper lapse. Had assured her that with copper on she couldn't be spotted, as in Vin wasn't so certain. With pewter burning, her reactions were too fast, her body too strong. It seemed to her that an observant person would be able to notice such inconsistencies, whether or not they themselves were in. With the pewter off, her fatigue returned. She'd been trying to wean herself off constant pewter lately. Her wound was to the point that it only hurt badly if she twisted the wrong way, and she wanted to recover her strength on her own if she could. In a way, her fatigue this evening was a good thing. It was a result of an extended period of dancing. Now that the young men regarded as a guardian rather than a romantic interest, they had no qualms about asking Vin to dance. And worried that she would make an unintended political statement by refusing, Vin had agreed to each request. A few months ago, she would have laughed at the idea of exhaustion from dancing. However, her sore feet, aching side, and tired legs were only part of it. The effort of memorizing names and houses, not to mention putting up with her dancing partner's fluffy conversation, left her mentally drained. It's a good thing Sazed had me wear slippers instead of heels, Vin thought with a sigh, sipping her chilled juice. He hadn't returned from his dinner yet, notably wasn't at the table either, though his book still lay scattered across its top. Vin eyed the tomes. Perhaps if she appeared to be reading, the young men would leave her alone for a bit. She reached over, riffling through the books for a likely candidate. The one she was most interested in, small, leather-bound notebook, was missing. Instead, she picked a large, blue tome and hefted it over to her side of the table. She had picked it for its large lettering. Was paper really so expensive that scribes needed to cram as many lines to a page as possible? Vin sighed, leafing through the volume. I can't believe people read books this big, she thought. Despite the large lettering, each page was filled with words. It would take days and days to read the entire thing. Had taught her reading so that she would be able to decipher contracts, write notes, and perhaps play a noblewoman. However, her training hadn't extended to texts this massive. Historical Practices in Imperial Political Rule, the first page read. The chapters had titles like the 5th Century Governorship Program and the Rise of Plantations. She flipped through to the end of the book, figuring it would probably be the most interesting. The final chapter was titled Current Political Structure. So far, she read, the plantation system has produced a far more stable government than previous methodologies. The structure of dominances, with each provincial lord taking command of, and responsibility for, his has fostered a competitive environment where discipline is harshly enforced. The Lord Ruler apparently finds this system troubling because of the freedom it allows the aristocracy. However, the relative lack of organized rebellion is undoubtedly enticing. During the 200 years that the system has been in place, there hasn't been a major uprising in the 5 inner dominances. Of course, this political system is only an extension of the greater theocratic rulership. The aristocracy's independence has been tempered by a renewed vigor in obligator enforcement. No lord, no matter how lofty, would be advised to think himself above their law. The call from an inquisitor can come to anyone. Vin frowned. While the text itself was dry, she was surprised that the Lord Ruler allowed such analytical discussions of his empire. She settled back in her chair, holding up the book, but she didn't read any more. She was too exhausted from the hours she had spent covertly trying to wiggle information out of her dancing partners. Unfortunately, politics didn't pay heed to Vin's state of exhaustion. Though she did her best to appear absorbed in his book, a figure soon approached her table. Vin sighed, preparing herself for another dance. She soon realized, however, that the newcomer wasn't a nobleman but a steward. Like Sazed, he wore robes with overlapping V designs and was very fond of jewelry. Lady, the tall man asked in a faintly accented voice. Yes, Vin said hesitantly. My mistress, Lady Shan, requires your presence at her table. Requires? Vin thought. She already didn't like that tone, and she had little desire to meet with his former betrothed. Unfortunately, House was one of the more powerful great houses, probably not someone to dismiss. They waited expectantly. Very well, Vin said, rising with as much grace as she could muster. They led Vin toward a table a short distance from her own. The table was well attended, with 5 women seated around it, and Vin picked out Shan immediately. Lady was obviously the statuesque woman with long dark hair. She wasn't participating in the conversation but seemed to dominate it nonetheless. Her arms sparkled with lavender bracelets that matched her dress, and she turned dismissive eyes toward Vin as she approached. Those dark eyes, however, were keen. Vin felt exposed before them, stripped of her fine dress, reduced to a dirty urchin once again. "Excuse us, ladies," Shan said. The women immediately did as ordered, departing the table in a stately flurry. Shan picked up a fork and began to meticulously dissect and devour a small piece of dessert cake. Vin stood uncertainly, the steward taking up a position behind Shan's chair. "You may sit," Shan said. "I feel like again," Vin thought, sitting. "Noblemen treat each other this way too." "You are in an enviable position, child," Shan said. "How is that?" Vin asked. "Address me as Lady Shan," Shan said, her tone unchanged. "Or perhaps your ladyship." Shan waited expectantly, taking petite bites of the cake. Finally, Vin said, "Why is that, your ladyship?" "Because young Lord Venture has decided to use you in his games. That means you have the opportunity to be used by me as well." Vin frowned. "Remember to stay in character. You're the easily intimidated. Wouldn't it be better to not be used at all, your ladyship?" Vin said carefully. "Nonsense," Shan replied. "Even an uncultured simpleton like yourself must see the importance of being useful to your betters." Shan said the words, even the insult, without vehemence. She simply seemed to take it for granted that Vin would agree. Vin sat dumbfounded. None of the other nobility had treated her in such a manner. Of course, the only member of a great house she'd met so far was. "I trust from your vapid look that you accept your place," Shan said. "Do well, child, and perhaps I will let you join my retinue. You could learn much from the ladies herein." "Such as?" Vin asked, trying to keep the snappishness out of her voice. "Look at yourself sometime, child. Hair like you've some terrible disease, so scrawny that your dress hangs like a bag. Being a noblewoman and requires perfection, not that." She said the last word while waving her hand dismissively toward Vin. Vin flushed. There was a strange power to this woman's demeaning attitude. With a start, Vin realized that Shan reminded her of some she had known, the latest of them, men who would hit a person, fully expecting no resistance. Everyone knew that resisting such men only made the beating worse. "What do you want from me?" Vin asked. Shan raised an eyebrow as she set aside her fork, the cake only, took the plate and walked off with it. "You really are a dull-minded thing, aren't you?" Shan asked. Vin paused. "What does her ladyship want from me?" "I'll tell you eventually, assuming Lord Venture decides to keep playing with you." Vin caught just the barest flash of hatred in her eyes when she said his name. "For now," Shan continued, "tell me of your conversation with him this evening." Vin opened her mouth to respond, but something felt wrong. She only caught the barest flicker of it. She wouldn't have even noticed that much without Breeze's training. A soother, interesting. Shan was trying to make Vin complacent, so that she would talk perhaps. Vin began to relate her conversation with, staying away from anything interesting. However, something still felt odd to her, something about the way that Shan was playing with her emotions. From the corner of her eye, Vin saw Shan's return from the kitchens. However, he didn't walk back toward Shan's table. He headed in the other direction, toward Vin's own table. He paused beside it and began to poke through his books. "Whatever he wants, I can't let him find it." Vin stood suddenly, finally provoking an overt reaction in Shan as the woman looked up with surprise. "I just remembered that I told Ma to find me at my table," Vin said. "He'll be worried if I'm not sitting there." "Oh, for the Lord Ruler's sake," Shan muttered under her breath. "Child, there is no need." "I'm sorry, your ladyship," Vin said. "I've got to go." It was a bit obvious, but it was the best she could manage. Vin and from Shan's table, leaving the displeased woman behind. It was good. By the time Vin was a few steps away from Shan's table, he had noticed Vin and continued on his way, his motions impressively smooth. Vin arrived back at her table, wondering if she'd made a blunder by leaving Shan so rudely. However, she was growing too tired to care. As she noticed another group of young men eyeing her, she hurriedly sat, plopping open one of his books. Fortunately, the ploy worked better this time. The young men eventually trailed away, leaving Vin in peace, and she sat back, relaxing slightly with the book open before her. The evening was growing late, and the ballroom was slowly beginning to empty. The books, she thought with a frown, picking up her cup of juice to take a sip. What did they want with them? She scanned the table, trying to notice if anything had been disturbed, but had left the books in such a state of disarray that it was hard to tell. However, a small book sitting beneath another tome caught her eye. Most of the other texts lay open to a specific page, and she had seen perusing them. This particular book, however, was closed, and she couldn't remember him ever opening it. It had been there before. She recognized it because it was so much thinner than the others, so they hadn't left it behind. Curious, Vin reached over and slid the book out from underneath the larger book. It had a black leather cover, and the spine read with the patterns of the northern dominance. Vin frowned, turning the book over in her hands. There was no title page, nor was an author listed. It launched directly into text. When regarding the final empire in its entirety, one certain fact is unmistakable. For a nation ruled by a self-proclaimed divinity, the empire has experienced a frightening number of colossal leadership errors. Most of these have been successfully covered up and can only be found in the of or on the pages of banned texts. However, one only need look to the near past to note such blunders as the massacre at, the revision of the Deepness Doctrine, and the relocation of the Renates peoples. The Lord Ruler does not age. That much at least is undeniable. This text, however, purports to prove that he is by no means infallible. During the days before the Ascension, mankind suffered chaos and uncertainty caused by an endless cycle of kings, emperors, and other monarchs. One would think that now, with a single immortal governor, society would finally have an opportunity to find stability and enlightenment. It is the remarkable lack of either attribute in the final empire that is the Lord Ruler's most grievous oversight. Vin stared at the page. Some of the words were beyond her skill, but she was able to grasp the author's meaning. He was saying, she snapped the book closed and hurriedly put it back in its place. What would happen if the obligators discovered that owned such a text? She glanced to the sides. They were there, of course, mingling with the crowds like at the other ball, marked by their gray robes and tattooed faces. Many sat at tables with noblemen, friends or spies for the Lord Ruler. Nobody seemed quite as comfortable when an obligator was nearby. What is doing with a book like that, powerful nobleman like himself? Why would he read texts that malign the Lord Ruler? A hand fell on her shoulder and Vin spun reflexively, pewter and copper flaring in her stomach. Whoa, said, stepping back and raising his hand. Has anyone ever told you how jumpy you are? Vin relaxed, sitting back in her chair and extinguishing her medals. Sauntered over to his place and sat down. Enjoying? Vin frowned and nodded to the larger, thick book that still sat before her. No, Vin said, it's boring. I was just pretending to read so that the men would leave me alone for a bit. Chuckled. Now see, your cleverness is coming back to snap at. Vin raised an eyebrow as began to gather up his books, stacking them on the table. He didn't appear to notice that she'd moved the weather book, but he did carefully slide it into the middle of the stack. Vin turned her eyes from the book. I probably shouldn't tell him about Shan, not until I talked to Saz. I think my cleverness did its job well, she said instead. After all, I came to the ball to dance. I find dancing overrated. You can't remain aloof from the court forever, Lord Venture. You're the heir of a very important house. He sighed, stretching and leaning back in his chair. I suppose you're right, he said with surprising frankness. But the longer I hold out, the more annoyed my father will become. That in itself is a worthy goal. He's not the only one you hurt, Vin said. What of the girls that never get asked to dance because you're too busy rummaging through your books? As I recall, said, setting the last book on the top of his pile, someone was just pretending to read in order to avoid dancing. I don't think the ladies have any trouble finding more amicable partners than myself. Vin raised an eyebrow. I didn't have trouble because I'm new and I'm low-ranked. I suspect that the ladies closer to your station have trouble finding partners, amicable or not. As I understand it, noblemen are uncomfortable dancing with women above their station. Paused, obviously searching for a comeback. Vin leaned forward. What is it, Venture? Why are you so intent on avoiding your duty? Duty? Asked, leaning toward her, his posture earnest. This isn't duty, this ball. This is fluff and distraction, a waste of time. And women? Vin asked. Are they a waste too? Women asked. Women are like thunderstorms. They're beautiful to look at and sometimes they're nice to listen to, but most of the time they're just plain inconvenient. Vin felt her jaw drop slightly. Then she noticed the twinkle in his eye, the smile at the edges of his lips, and she found herself smiling as well. You say these things just to provoke me. His smile deepened. I'm charming that way. He stood, looking at her fondly. Ah, don't let them trick you into taking yourself too seriously. It's not worth the effort, but I must bid you a good evening. Try not to let months pass between balls you attend in the future. Vin smiled. I'll think about it. Please do, said, bending down and scooting the tall stack of books off the table and into his arms. He teetered for a moment, then steadied himself and peeked to the side. Who knows, maybe one of these days you'll actually get me to dance. Vin smiled, nodding as the nobleman turned and walked off, circling the perimeter of the ballroom's second tier. He was soon met by two other young men. Vin watched curiously as one of the men clapped on the shoulder in a friendly way, then took half of the books. The three began to walk together, chatting. Vin didn't recognize the newcomers. She sat thoughtfully as Sazed finally appeared out of a side hallway, and Vin eagerly waved him forward. He approached with a hurried step. Who are those men with Lord Venture? Vin asked, pointing toward Saz, squinted behind his spectacles. Why, one of them is Lord, the other is a Hasting, though I don't know his given name. You sound surprised. Houses and Hasting are both political rivals of House Venture, mistress. Noblemen often visit with each other in smaller after-ball parties, making alliances. The pause, turning back to her. Master will wish to hear of this, I think. It is time we retire. I agree, Vin said, rising, and so do my feet. Let's go. Saz nodded, and the two of them made their way to the front doors. What took you so long? Vin asked as they waited for an attendant to fetch her shawl. I came back several times, mistress, Saz said, but you were always dancing. I decided I would be of far more use speaking with the servants than I would be standing beside your table. Vin nodded, accepting her shawl, then walked out the front steps and down the carpeted stairs, Saz just behind her. Her step was quick. She wanted to get back and tell the names she'd memorized before she forgot the whole list. She paused at the landing, waiting for a servant to fetch her carriage. As she did, she noticed something odd. A small disturbance was going on a short distance away in the mists. She stepped forward, but Saz put a hand on her shoulder, holding her back. A lady wouldn't wander off into the mists. She reached to burn copper and tin, but waited. The disturbance was getting closer. It resolved as a guard appeared from the mists, pulling a small, struggling form, a boy in dirty clothing, face soot-stained. The soldier gave Vin a wide berth, nodding apologetically to her as he approached one of the guard captains. Vin burned tin to hear what was said. Kitchen boy, the soldier said quietly. Tried to beg from one of the noblemen inside a carriage when they stopped for the gates to open. The captain simply nodded. The soldier pulled his captive back out into the mists, walking toward the far courtyard. The boy struggled and the soldier grunted with annoyance, keeping a tight grip. Vin watched him go, saw his hand on her shoulder as if to hold her back. Of course she couldn't help the boy. He shouldn't have. In the mists, beyond the eyesight of regular people, the soldier drew out a dagger and slit the boy's throat. Vin jumped, shocked, as the sounds of the boy's struggling tapered off. The guard dropped the body, then grabbed it by a leg and began to drag it away. Vin stood stunned as her carriage pulled up. Mistress Saz prompted, but she simply stood there. They killed him, she thought, right here, just a few paces away from where noblemen wait for their carriages. As if the death were nothing out of the ordinary. Just another slaughtered like an animal, or less than an animal. Nobody would slaughter pigs in a keep courtyard. The guard's posture as he performed the murder indicated that he'd simply been too annoyed with the struggling boy to wait for a more appropriate location. If any of the other nobility around Vin had noticed the event, they paid it no heed, continuing their chatting as they waited. Actually, they seemed a little more chatty now that the screams had stopped. Mistress Saz said again, pushing her forward. She allowed herself to be led into the carriage, her mind still distracted. It seemed such an impossible contrast to her. The pleasant nobility dancing just inside a room sparkling with light and dresses. Death in the courtyard. Didn't they care? Didn't they know? This is the final empire, Vin, she told herself as the carriage rolled away. Don't forget the ash because you see a little silk. If those people in there knew you were, they'd have you slaughtered just as easily as they did that poor boy. It was a sobering thought, one that absorbed her during the entire trip back to. And I met by happenstance, though I suppose he would use the word providence. I have met many other philosophers since that day. They are every one men of great wisdom and ponderous sagaciousness, men with an almost palpable importance. Not so, in a way, he is as unlikely a prophet as I am a hero. He never had an air of ceremonious wisdom, nor was he even a religious scholar. When we first met, he was studying one of his ridiculous interests in the great library. I believe he was trying to determine whether or not trees could think. That he should be the one who finally discovered the great hero of prophecy is a matter that would cause me to laugh, had events turned out just a little differently. KLSIR could feel another ALLOMANCR pulsing in the mists. The vibrations washed over him like rhythmic waves brushing up against a tranquil shore. They were faint but unmistakable. He crouched atop a low garden wall, listening to the vibrations. The curling white mist continued its normal, placid wafting, indifferent save for the bit closest to his body, which curled in the normal current around his limbs. Squinted in the night, flaring tin and seeking out the other. He thought he saw a figure crouching atop a wall in the distance, but he couldn't be certain. He recognized the vibrations, however. Each metal, when burned, gave off a distinct signal, recognizable to one who was well practiced with bronze. The man in the distance burned tin, as did the four others had sensed hiding around keep. The five formed a perimeter, watching the night, searching for intruders. Smiled, the great houses were growing nervous. Keeping five on watch wouldn't be that hard for a house like, but the nobleman would resent being forced into simple guard duty. And if there were five on watch, chances were good that a number of thugs and lurchers were on call as well, was quietly in a state of alert. The great houses were growing so wary, in fact, that had trouble finding cracks in their defenses. He was only one man and even had limits. Success so far had been achieved through surprise. However, with five on watch, wouldn't be able to get very close to the keep without serious risk of being spotted. Fortunately, didn't need to test defenses this night. Instead, he crept along the wall toward the outer grounds. He paused near the garden well, and burning bronze to make certain no were near, reached into a stand of bushes to retrieve a large sack. It was heavy enough that he had to burn pewter to pull it free and throw it over his shoulder. He paused in the night for a moment, straining for sounds in the mist, then hauled the sack back toward the keep. He stopped near a large, whitewashed garden veranda that sat beside a small reflecting pool. Then he heaved the sack off his shoulder and dumped its contents, a freshly killed corpse, onto the ground. The body, which had belonged to one lord, rolled to a stop with its face in the dirt, twin dagger wounds glistening in its back. Had ambushed the half-drunken man on a street just outside of a slum, ridding the world of another nobleman. Lord, in particular, would not be missed. He was infamous for his twisted sense of pleasure. For instance, were a particular enjoyment of his. That was where he had spent this evening. Had not coincidentally been a major political ally of House, left the corpse sitting in its own blood. The gardeners would locate it first, and once the servants knew about the death, no amount of noble obstinacy would keep it quiet. The murder would cause an outcry, and immediate blame would probably be placed upon House's rival. However, suspiciously unexpected death might make House wary. If they began poking around, they would find that his gambling opponent at the Knights had been Cruz, a man whose house had been petitioning for a stronger alliance. Cruz was a known and a very competent knife fighter, and so the intrigue would begin. Had House done the murder, or perhaps had the death been an attempt by House to push into a higher state of alarm, thereby encouraging them to seek allies among the lesser nobility? Or was there a third answer, a House that wanted to strengthen the rivalry between? Hopped off the garden wall, scratching at the fake beard he wore. It didn't really matter whom House decided to blame. His real purpose was to make them question and worry, to make them mistrust and misunderstand. Chaos was his strongest ally in fostering a house war. When that war finally came, each nobleman killed would be one less person that they would have to face in their rebellion. As soon as got a short distance from keep, he flipped a coin and went to the rooftops. Occasionally, he wondered what the people in the houses beneath him thought, hearing footsteps from above. Did they know that found their homes a convenient highway, a place where they could move without being bothered by guards or thieves? Or did the people attribute the knockings to the ever-blamable? They probably don't even notice. Sane people are asleep when the mists come out. He landed on a peaked roof, retrieved his pocket watch from a nook to check the time, then stowed it and the dangerous metal from which it was made away again. Many nobility blatantly wore metal, a foolish form of bravado. The habit had been inherited directly from the Lord Ruler, however didn't like carrying any metal, watch, ring, or bracelet on him that he didn't have to. He launched himself into the air again, making his way toward a slum on the far northern side of town. Was an enormous, sprawling city. Every few decades or so, new sections were added. The city wall expanded through the sweat and effort of labor. With the advent of the modern canal era, stone was growing relatively cheap and easy to move. I wonder why he even bothers with the wall, thought, moving along rooftops parallel to the massive structure. Who would attack? The Lord Ruler controls everything. Not even the Western Isles resist anymore. There hadn't been a true war in the final empire for centuries. The occasional rebellion consisted of nothing more than a few thousand men hiding in hills or caves, coming out for periodic raids. Even this rebellion wouldn't rely much on force. They were counting on the chaos of a house war mixed with the strategic misdirection of the garrison to give them an opening. If it came down to an extended campaign would lose. The Lord Ruler and the Steel Ministry could marshal literally millions of troops if the need arose. Of course there was his other plan. Didn't speak of it, he barely even dared consider it. He probably wouldn't even have an opportunity to implement it. But if the opportunity did arrive, he dropped to the ground just outside of then pulled his tight and walked along the street with a confident step. His contact sat in the doorway of a closed shop, puffing quietly on a pipe. Raised an eyebrow, tobacco was an expensive luxury. Was either very wasteful or he was just as successful as implied. Calmly put away the pipe, then climbed to his feet, though that didn't make him much taller. The scrawny, bald man bowed deeply in the misty night. "Greetings, my lord," paused in front of the man, arms tucked carefully inside his. It wouldn't do for a street informant to realize that the unidentified nobleman he was meeting with had the scars on his arms. "You come highly recommended," said, mimicking the haughty accent of a nobleman. "I am one of the best, my lord. Anyone who can survive as long as you have must be good," thought. Lords didn't like the idea of other men knowing their secrets. Informants generally didn't live very long. "I need to know something," informant said, "but first you must vow never to speak of this meeting to anyone." "Of course, my lord," said. He'd likely break the promise before the night was out, another reason informants didn't tend to live very long. "There is, however, the matter of payment. You'll have your money," snapped. "Of course, my lord," said with a quick bob of the head. "You requested information regarding house, I believe." "Yes, what is known about it? Which houses is it aligned with? I must know these things." "There isn't really much to know, my lord," said. "Lord is very new to the area and he is a careful man. He's making neither allies nor enemies at the moment. He's buying a large number of weapons and armor, but is probably just purchasing from a wide variety of houses and merchants, thereby ingratiating himself to them all. A wise tactic. He will perhaps have an excess of merchandise, but he will also have an excess of friends." "Yes," snorted. "I don't see why I should pay you for that." "I have too much merchandise, my lord," said quickly. "You could make a clever profit knowing that is shipping at a loss." "I'm no merchant," said. "I don't care about profits and shipping." Let him chew on that. Now he thinks I'm of a great house. Of course, if he hadn't suspected that because of then he doesn't deserve his reputation. "Of course, my lord," said quickly. "There is more, of course." "Ah, and here we see it. Does the street know that house is connected to the rumblings of rebellion?" If anyone had discovered that secret, then's crew was in serious jeopardy. Coughed quietly, holding out his hand. "Insufferable man," snapped, tossing a pouch at his feet. "Yes, my lord," said, falling to his knees and searching about with his hand. "I apologize, my lord, my eyesight is weak, you know. I can barely see my own fingers held in front of my face." Clever, thought, has found the pouch and tucked it away. The comment about eyesight was, of course, a lie. No man would get far in the underground with such an impediment. However, a nobleman who thought his informant to be half-blind would be far less paranoid about being identified. Not that himself was worried. He wore one of his best disguises. Beside the beard, he had a fake but realistic nose, along with platforms in the shoes and makeup to lighten his skin. "You said there was more," said. "I swear, if it isn't good." "It is," said quickly. Lord is considering a union between his niece, the lady, and Lord Venture. Paused, wasn't expecting that. That's silly, Venture is far above. The two youths were seen speaking at length at the Venture ball a month ago. Laughed derisively. Everyone knows about that, it meant nothing. Did it? Asked. Does everyone know that Lord Venture spoke very highly of the girl to his friends, the group of philosophers that lounge at the Broken Quill? Young men speak of girls, said. It means nothing. You will be returning those coins. Wait, said, sounding apprehensive for the first time. There is more. Lord and Lord Venture have had secret dealings. What? It is true, continued. This is fresh news. I heard it barely an hour ago myself. There is a connection between Venture, and for some reason Lord was able to demand that Venture be assigned to watch over Lady at balls. He lowered his voice. It is even whispered that Lord has some kind of leverage over House Venture. What happened at that ball tonight? Thought. Out loud, however, he said, this all sounds very weak. You have nothing more than idle speculations. Not about house, my lord, said. I tried, but your worry over this house is meaningless. You should pick a house more central to politics. Like, say, House frowned. By mentioning was implying that he had some important tidbit that would be worth payment. It seemed that House secrets were safe. It was time to move the discussion along to other houses so that wouldn't get suspicious of his interest in. Very well, said. But if this isn't worth my time. It is, my lord. Lady Shan is a soother. Proof. I felt her touch on my emotions, my lord said. During a fire at Keep a week ago, she was there calming the emotions of the servants. Had started that fire. Unfortunately, it hadn't spread beyond the guardhouses. What else? House has recently given her leave to use her powers more at court functions, said. They fear a house war and wish her to make whatever allegiances possible. She always carries a thin envelope of shaved brass in her right glove. Get a seeker close to her at a ball and you shall see. My lord, I do not lie. My life as an informant depends solely upon my reputation. Shan is a soother. Paused, as if musing. The information was useless to him, but his true purpose, finding out about House, had already been fulfilled. Had earned his coins, whether he realized it or not. Smiled, now to sow a little more chaos. What of Shan's covert relationship with, said, picking the name of a likely young nobleman. Do you think that she used her powers to gain his favor? Oh, most certainly, my lord, said quickly. Could see the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He assumed that had given him a luscious bit of political gossip free of charge. Perhaps she was the one who secured the deal with House Hastings last week, said musingly. There had been no such deal. Most likely, my lord. Very well, said. You have earned your coins. Perhaps I shall call upon you another time. Thank you, my lord, said, bowing very low, dropped a coin and launched himself into the air. As he landed on a rooftop, he caught a glimpse of scuttling over to pluck the coin off the ground. Didn't have any trouble locating it despite his weak eyesight. Smiled, then kept moving. Hadn't mentioned tardiness, but's next appointment would not be so forgiving. He made his way eastward toward Square. He pulled off his as he moved, then ripped off his vest, revealing the tattered shirt hidden beneath. He dropped to an alleyway, discarding cloak and vest, then grabbed a double handful of ash from the corner. He rubbed the crusty dark flakes on his arms, masking his scars, then ground them onto his face and false beard. The man who stumbled out of the alleyway seconds later was very different from the nobleman who had met with. The beard, once neat, now jutted out in an unkempt frazzle. A few select bits had been removed, making it look patchy and sickly. Stumbled, pretending to have a lame leg, and called out to a shadowed figure standing near the square's quiet fountain. My lord, asked in a raspy voice. My lord, is that you? Lord Venture, leader of House Venture, was a domineering man, even for a nobleman. Could make out a pair of guards standing at his side. The lord himself didn't seem the least bit bothered by the mists. It was openly known that he was a Venture stepped forward firmly, jeweling cane tapping the ground beside him. You are late, he snapped. My lord, I was waiting in the alley, my lord, like we agreed. We agreed to no such thing. I'm sorry, my lord, said again, bowing, then stumbling because of his lame leg. I'm sorry, I was just in the alley. I didn't mean to make you wait. Couldn't you see us, man? I'm sorry, my lord, said. My eyesight, it isn't very good, you know. I can barely see my own hands in front of my face. Thanks for the tip, Venture snorted, handing his jeweling cane to a guard, then slapped smartly across the face. Stumbled to the ground, holding his cheek. I'm sorry, my lord, he mumbled again. Next time you make me wait, it will be the cane, Venture said curtly. Well, I know where to go next time I need a corpse to dump on someone's lawn, thought, stumbling to his feet. Now, Venture said, let us get down to business. What is this important news you promised to deliver? It's about House, my lord, said. I know your lordship has had dealings with them in the past. And, well, my lord, they're cheating you dearly. They have been selling their swords and canes to House for half the price you've been paying. Proof. You need only look to new armaments, my lord, said. My word is true. I have nothing but my reputation. If I have not that, I have not my life. And he wasn't lying, or at least not completely. It would be useless to spread information that Venture could corroborate or dismiss with ease. Some of what he said was true, was giving a slight advantage to, was overstating it, of course. If he played the game well, he could start a rift between and Venture, while at the same time making Venture jealous of And if Venture came to for weapons instead of, well, that would just be a side benefit. Venture snorted. His house was powerful, incredibly powerful, and relied on no specific industry or enterprise to fuel its wealth. That was a very difficult position to achieve in the final empire, considering the Lord Ruler's taxes and costs. It also made Venture a powerful tool too, if he could give this man the right mixture of truth and fiction. This is of little use to me, Venture said suddenly. Let's see how much you really know, informant. Tell me about the survivor of Froze. Excuse me, my lord, you want to get paid? Venture asked. Well, tell me about the survivor. Rumors say he's returned to. Rumors only, my lord said quickly. I have never met this survivor, but I doubt he is in, if indeed he even lives. I've heard that he's gathering a rebellion. There are always fools whispering rebellion to them, my lord said. And there are always those who try to use the name of the survivor, but I do not believe that any man could have lived through the pits. I could seek more information on this if you wish, but I worry you will be disappointed in what I find. The survivor is dead, the Lord Ruler. He does not allow such oversights. True, Venture said contemplatively, but the seem convinced about this rumor of an 11th metal. Have you heard of it, informant? Ah yes, said, covering his shock. A legend, my lord, one I've never heard of, Venture said, and I pay very close attention to such things. This is no legend. Someone very clever is manipulating an interesting conclusion, my lord said. Indeed, Venture said. And assuming the survivor did die in the pits, and if someone had gotten a hold of his corpse, his bones, there are ways to imitate a man's appearance. You know of what I speak. Yes, my lord said. Watch for this, Venture said. I don't care about your gossip. Bring me something about this man or whatever he is that leads then you'll get some coin of me. Venture spun in the darkness, waving to his men and leaving a thoughtful behind. Arrived at mansion a short time later, the between made for quick travel between the cities. He hadn't placed the spikes himself, he didn't know who had. He often wondered what he would do if, while traveling, he met another traveling in the opposite direction. We'd probably just ignore each other, thought as he landed in mansion's courtyard. We're pretty good at doing that. He peered through the mists at the lantern-lit mansion, his recovered flapping slightly in the calm wind. The empty carriage indicated that Vin and Sazed had returned from house. Found them inside, waiting in the sitting room and speaking quietly with Lord. That's a new look for you, Vin noted as walked into the room. She still wore her dress, a beautiful red gown, though she sat in an unladylike position, legs tucked beneath her. Smiled to himself. A few weeks ago she would have changed out of that gown as soon as she got back. We'll turn her into a lady yet. He found a seat, picking at the fake, soot-stained beard. You mean this? I hear beards are going to make a return soon. I'm just trying to stay on the edge of fashionability. Vin snorted. The edge of beggar fashion, maybe. How did the evening go? Lord asked, shrugged. Like most others. Fortunately, it appears that house remains free of suspicion, though I myself am something of a concern to some of the nobility. You? Asked. Nodded as a servant brought him a warm, damp cloth to clean his face and arms, though wasn't certain if the servants were worried about his comfort or the ash he might get on the furniture. He wiped off his arms, exposing the pale white scratch scars, then began to pick off the beard. It seems that the general have gotten wind of the 11th metal, he continued. Some of the nobility have heard the building rumors, and the more intelligent ones are growing worried. How does this affect us? Asked. Shrugged. We'll spread opposite rumors to make the nobility focus more on each other and less on me. Though amusingly, Lord Venture encouraged me to search out information about myself. A man could get very confused from this kind of play acting. I don't know how you do it. It is who I am, the said simply. Shrugged again, turning to Vin and Sazed. So how did your evening go? Frustratingly, Vin said with a surly tone. Mistress Vin is a tad annoyed, Sazed said. On the way back she told me the secrets she'd gathered while dancing. Chuckled, not much of interest. Sazed already knew it all, Vin snapped. I spent hours twirling and twittering for those men and it was all worthless. Hardly worthless, Vin said, pulling off the last bit of false beard. You made some contacts, you were seen, and you practiced your twittering. As for information, well, nobody's going to tell you anything important yet. Give it some time. How much time? Now that you're feeling better, we can have you start attending the balls regularly. After a few months, you should have gathered enough contacts to begin finding the kind of information we need. Vin nodded, sighing. She didn't seem quite as opposed to the idea of regularly attending balls as she once had, however. Sazed cleared his throat. Master, I feel that I must mention something. The table was attended by Lord Venture for most of the evening, though Mistress Vin did find a way to make his attentions less threatening to the court. Yes, said, so I understand. What did you tell those people, Vin? That and Venture are friends. Vin paled slightly. How do you know? I'm mysteriously powerful, said with a wave of his hand. Anyway, everyone thinks that House and House Venture have had secret business dealings. They probably assume that Venture has been stockpiling weapons. Vin frowned. I didn't mean it to go that far. Nodded, rubbing the glue from his chin. That's the way court is, Vin. Things can get out of hand quickly. However, this isn't much of a problem, though it does mean that you're going to have to be very careful when dealing with House Venture. Lord will want to see what kind of reaction they have to Vin's comments. Lord nodded. Agreed. Yawned. Now if there isn't anything else, playing both nobleman and beggar in one evening has made me dreadfully tired. There is one other thing, Master, Sazed said. At the end of the evening, Mistress Vin saw Lord Venture leaving the ball with young lords of houses in Hastings. paused, frowning. That's an odd combination. So I thought, Saz said. He's probably just trying to annoy his father, said musingly. Fraternizing with the enemy in public. Perhaps, Saz said, but the three did seem to be good friends. Nodded, standing. Investigate this further. There's a chance that Lord Venture and his son are playing us all for fools. Yes, master, Saz said, left the room, stretching and handing his to a servant. As he walked up the eastern stairway, he heard quick footsteps. He turned to find Vin scooting up behind him, shimmering red dress held up as she climbed the steps. She said quietly, there was something else, something I'd like to talk about. Raised an eyebrow, something she doesn't even want Saz to hear. My room, he said, and she followed him up the stairs and into the chamber. What is this about? He asked as she shut the door behind her. Lord Vin said, looking down, seeming a bit embarrassed. Saz already doesn't like him, so I didn't want to mention this in front of the others, but I found something strange tonight. What? Asked curiously, leaning back against his bureau. Had a stack of books with him, Vin said, first name thought with disapproval. She is falling for the boy. He's known to read a lot, Vin continued, but some of these books, well, when he was gone, I picked through them. Good girl. The streets gave you at least a few good instincts. One of them drew my attention, she said. The title said something about the weather, but the words inside spoke about the final empire and its flaws. Raised an eyebrow. What exactly did it say? Vin shrugged. Something about how since the Lord Ruler is immortal, his empire should be more advanced and peaceful. Smiled. Book of the False Dawn, any keeper can quote the entire thing to you. I didn't think there were any physical copies left. Its author went on to write some books that were even more damning. Though he didn't blaspheme against, the obligators made an exception in his case and strung him up on a hook anyway. Well, Vin said, has a copy. I think one of the other was trying to find the book. I saw one of her servants rifling through them. Which noblewoman? Shan nodded. Former, she's probably searching for something to blackmail the Venture boy with. I think she's in. Nodded distractedly, thinking about the information. She's a soother. She probably had the right idea with those books. If the Venture heir is reading a book like False Dawn, not to mention foolish enough to carry it around with him. Is it that dangerous? Vin asked. Shrugged, moderately. It's an older book and it didn't actually encourage rebellion, so it might slide. Vin frowned. The book sounded pretty critical of the Lord Ruler. He allows the nobility to read things like that. He doesn't really allow them to do such things, said. More, he sometimes ignores it when they do. Banning books is tricky business, Vin. The more stink the ministry makes about a text, the more attention it will draw, and the more people will be tempted to read it. False Dawn is a stuffy volume, and by not forbidding it, the ministry doomed it to obscurity. Vin nodded slowly. Besides, said, the Lord Ruler is far more lenient with the nobility than he is with. He sees them as the children of his long-dead friends and allies, the men who supposedly helped him defeat the Deepness. He occasionally lets them get away with things like reading edgy texts or assassinating family members. So, the book is nothing to worry about, Vin asked, shrugged. I wouldn't say that either. If Young has False Dawn, he might also have other books that are explicitly forbidden. If obligators had proof of that, they'd hand Young over to the Inquisitors, noblemen or not. The question is, how do we make certain that happens? If the Venture heir were to be executed, it would certainly add to his political turmoil. Vin paled visibly. Yes, thought with an internal sigh. She's definitely falling for him. I should have foreseen this. Sending a young, pretty girl into noble society, one vulture or another was bound to latch onto her. I didn't tell you this so we could get him killed, she said. I thought maybe, well, he's reading forbidden books and he seems like a good man. Maybe we can use him as an ally or something. Oh, child thought, I hope he doesn't hurt you too much when he discards you. You should know better than this. Don't count on it, he said out loud. Lord might be reading a forbidden book, but that doesn't make him our friend. There have always been noblemen like him, young philosophers and dreamers who think that their ideas are new. They like to drink with their friends and grumble about the Lord Ruler, but in their hearts they're still noblemen. They'll never overthrow the establishment. But no, Vin said, you have to trust me. Venture doesn't care about us or he's a gentleman anarchist because it's fashionable and exciting. He talked to me about Vin said. He wanted to know if they were intelligent and if they acted like real people. And was his interest compassionate or intellectual? She paused. See, said Vin, that man is not our ally. In fact, I distinctly recall telling you to stay away from him. When you spend time with Venture, you put the operation and your fellow in jeopardy. Understand? Vin looked down, nodding, sighed. Why do I suspect that staying away from him is the last thing she intends to do? Bloody hell, I don't have time to deal with this right now. Go get some sleep, said. We can talk more about this later. It isn't a shadow. This dark thing that follows me, the thing that only I can see, it isn't really a shadow. It's blackish and translucent, but it doesn't have a shadow-like solid outline. It's insubstantial, wispy, and formless, like it's made out of a dark fog or mist, perhaps. Vin was growing very tired of the scenery between in. She'd made the same trip at least a dozen times during the last few weeks, watching the same brown hills, scraggly trees, and rug of weedy underbrush. She was beginning to feel as if she could individually identify each and every bump in the road. She attended numerous balls, but they were only the beginning. Luncheons, sitting parties, and other forms of daily entertainment were just as popular. Often, Vin traveled between the cities 2 or even 3 times a day. Apparently, Young didn't have anything better to do than sit in carriages for 6 hours a day. Vin sighed. In the near distance, a group trudged along the towpath beside a canal, pulling a barge toward. Her life could be much worse. Still, she felt frustration. It was still midday, but there weren't any important events happening until the evening, so she had nowhere to go but back to. She kept thinking about how much faster she could make the trip if she used the. She longed to leap through the mists again, but had been reluctant to continue her training. He allowed her out for a short time each night to maintain her skills, but she wasn't allowed any extreme, exciting leaps. Just some basic moves, mostly pushing and pulling small objects while standing on the ground. She was beginning to grow frustrated with her continued weakness. It had been over 3 months since her encounter with the Inquisitor. The worst of winter had passed without even a flake of snow. How long was it going to take her to recover? At least I can still go to balls, she thought. Despite her annoyance at the constant traveling, Vin was coming to enjoy her duties. Pretending to be a noblewoman was actually far less tense than regular thieving work. True, her life would be forfeit if her secret were ever discovered, but for now the nobility seemed willing to accept her, to dance with her, dine with her, and chat with her. It was a good life, a bit unexciting, but her eventual return to would fix that. That left her with 2 frustrations. The first was her inability to gather useful information. She was getting increasingly annoyed at having her questions avoided. She was growing experienced enough to tell that there was a great deal of intrigue going on, yet she was still too new to be allowed a part in it. Still, while her outsider status was annoying, was confident that it would eventually change. Vin's second major annoyance wasn't so easily dealt with. Lord Venture had been notably absent from several balls during the last few weeks, and he had yet to repeat his act of spending the entire evening with her. While she rarely had to sit alone anymore, she was quickly coming to realize that none of the other noblemen had the same depth as none of them had his droll wit or his honest, earnest eyes. The others didn't feel real. Not like he did. He didn't seem to be avoiding her. However, he also didn't seem to be making much of an effort to spend time with her. Did I misread him? She wondered as the carriage reached. It was so hard to understand sometimes. Unfortunately, his apparent indecision hadn't changed his former temperament. Vin was beginning to realize why I had warned her to avoid catching the attention of anyone too important. She didn't run into Shan often, thankfully, but when they did meet, Shan took every occasion to deride, insult, and demean Vin. She did it with a calm, aristocratic manner, even her bearing reminding Vin just how inferior she was. Perhaps I'm just becoming too attached to my persona, Vin thought. It was just a front. She was supposed to be all the things Shan said. However, the insults still stung. Vin shook her head, putting both Shan and out of her mind. Ash had fallen during her trip to the city, and though it was done now, its aftermath was visible in small drifts and flurries of black blowing across the town's streets. Workers moved about, sweeping the soot into bins and carrying it out of the city. They occasionally had to hurry to get out of the way of a passing noble carriage, none of which bothered to slow for the workers. Poor things, Vin thought, passing a group of ragged children who were shaking aspen trees to get the ash out so that it could be swept up. It wouldn't do for a passing nobleman to get an unexpected dump of ash on his head. The children shook tree to tree, bringing furious black showers down on their heads. Careful, cane-wielding taskmasters walked up and down the street, making certain the work continued. And the others, she thought, they must not understand how bad life is for them. They live in their pretty keeps dancing, never really understanding the extent of the Lord Ruler's oppression. She could see beauty in the nobility. She wasn't like hatting them outright. Some of them seemed quite kind in their own way, and she was beginning to think some of the stories told about their cruelty must be exaggerated. And yet when she saw events like that poor boy's execution of the children, she had to wonder, how could the nobility not see? How could they not understand? She sighed, looking away from as the carriage finally rolled up to mansion. She immediately noticed a large gathering in the inner courtyard, and she grabbed a fresh vial of medals, worrying that the Lord Ruler had sent soldiers to arrest Lord. However, she quickly realized that the crowd wasn't made up of soldiers, but of in simple workers' clothing. The carriage rolled through the gates, and Vin's confusion deepened. Boxes and sacks lay in heaps among them, many of them dusted with soot from the recent. The workers themselves bustled with activity, loading a series of carts. Vin's carriage pulled to a stop in front of the mansion, and she didn't wait for Saz to open the door. She hopped out on her own, holding up her dress and stalking over to and who stood surveying the operation. "You're running goods to the caves out of here?" Vin asked under her breath as she reached the two men. "Curtsy to me, child," Lord said. "Maintain appearances while we can be seen." Vin did as ordered, containing her annoyance. "Of course we are," Vin said. "Has to do something with all of the weapons and supplies he's been gathering. People would start getting suspicious if they didn't see him sending them away." Nodded. "Ostensibly, we're sending this all via canal barges to my plantation in the west. However, the barges will stop to drop off supplies, and many of them at the rebellion caverns. The barges and a few men will continue on to keep up appearances. Our soldiers don't even know that is in on the plan," said, smiling. They think he's a nobleman that I'm scamming. Besides, this will be a great opportunity for us to go and inspect the army. After a week or so at the caves, we can return to on one of barges coming east. Vin paused. She asked, suddenly imagining weeks spent on the barge, watching the same dull scenery day after day after day as they traveled. That would be even worse than traveling back and forth between it. Raised an eyebrow. You sound worried. Apparently someone's coming to enjoy her balls and parties. Vin flushed. I just thought that I should be here. I mean, after all the time I missed by being sick. I held up his hand, chuckling. You're staying, and I are the ones going. I need to inspect the troops and is going to take a turn watching over the army so that Ham can come back too. We'll also take my brother with us, then drop him at his insertion point with the ministry acolytes up in. It's a good thing you're back. I want you to spend a little time with him before we leave. Frowned, with Marsh nodded. He's a misting seeker. Bronze is one of the less useful metals, especially for a full, but Marsh claims he can show you a few tricks. This will probably be your last chance to train with him. Vin glanced toward the gathering caravan. Where is he? Frowned. He's late. Runs in the family, I guess. He should be here soon, Child Lord said. Perhaps you'd like to go take some refreshment inside. I've had plenty of refreshment lately, she thought, controlling her annoyance. Instead of going into the mansion, she wandered across the courtyard, studying the goods and workers who were packing the supplies onto carts for transport to the local canal docks. The grounds were kept well maintained, and though the ash hadn't been cleaned up yet, the low-cut grass meant that she didn't have to hold her dress up much to keep it from dragging. Beyond that, ash was surprisingly easy to get out of clothing. With proper washing and some expensive soaps, even a white garment could be rendered clean of ash. That was why the nobility could always have clothing. It was such an easy, simple thing to divide the and the aristocracy. "'S right," Vin thought. I am coming to enjoy being a noblewoman. And she was concerned about the changes her new lifestyle was encouraging inside of her. Once her problems had been things like starvation and beatings. Now they were things like extended carriage rides and companions who arrived late for appointments. What did a transformation like that do to a person? She sighed to herself, walking amidst the supplies. Some of the boxes would be filled with weapons, swords, war staves, bows, but the bulk of the material was sacked foodstuffs. Said that forming an army required far more grain than it did steel. She trailed her fingers along one stack of boxes, careful not to brush the ash that was on top of them. She'd known that they'd be sending out a barge this day, but she hadn't expected to go with it. Of course, he probably hadn't made the decision to go until a short time before. Even the new, more responsible, was an impulsive man. Perhaps that was a good attribute in a leader. He wasn't afraid to incorporate new ideas, no matter when they occurred to him. Maybe I should ask to go with him, Vin thought idly. I've been playing the noblewoman far too much lately. The other day she'd caught herself sitting straight-backed in her carriage with a prim posture despite the fact that she was alone. She feared that she was losing her instincts. Being was almost more natural to her now than being Vin was. But of course she couldn't leave. She had a lunch appointment with Lady Flavine to attend, not to mention the Hastings ball. It was going to be the social event of the month. If it was absent, it would take weeks to repair the damage. Besides, there was always, he'd probably forget about her if she disappeared again. He's already forgotten you, she told herself. He's barely spoken to you during the last 3 parties. Keep your head on, Vin. This is all just another scam, a game like the ones you pulled before. You're building your reputation to gain information, not so that you can flirt and play. She nodded to herself, resolute. To her side, a few men loaded one of the carts. Vin paused, standing beside a large stack of boxes and watching the men work. According to the army's recruitment was picking up. We're gaining momentum, Vin thought. I guess word is spreading. That was good, assuming it didn't spread too far. She watched the packmen for a moment, sensing something. Odd, they seemed unfocused. After a few moments, she was able to determine the source of their distraction. They kept shooting looks at, whispering as they worked. Vin inched closer, keeping to the side of the boxes and burned tin. No, that's him for certain, one of the men whispered. I saw the scars. He's tall, another said. Of course he is. What did you expect? He spoke at the meeting where I was recruited, another said, the survivor of. There was awe in his tone. The men moved on, walking over to gather more boxes. Vin cocked her head, then began to move among the workers listening. Not all of them were discussing, but a surprising number were. She also heard a number of references to the 11th metal. So that's why Vin thought, the rebellion's momentum isn't gatherings is. The men spoke of him in quiet, almost reverent tones. For some reason, that made Vin uncomfortable. She would never have been able to stand hearing similar things said about her. Yet took them in stride. His charismatic ego probably just fueled the rumors even more. I wonder if he'll be able to let it go when this is all through. The other obviously had no interest in leadership, but seemed to thrive on it. Would he really let the rebellion take over? Would any man be able to relinquish that kind of power? Vin frowned. Was a good man, he'd probably make a good ruler. However, if he did try to take control, it would smell of betrayal. A reneging on the promises that he had made to. She didn't want to see that from. Called. Vin jumped slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Pointed toward a carriage that was pulling onto the mansion grounds. Marsh had arrived. She walked back as the carriage pulled up, and she reached about the same time that Marsh did. Smiled, nodding toward Vin. We won't be ready to leave for a while yet, he said to Marsh. If you have time, could you show the kid a few things? Marsh turned toward her. He shared lanky build and blonde hair, but he wasn't as handsome. Maybe it was the lack of a smile. He pointed up toward the mansion's balcony. Wait for me up there. Vin opened her mouth to reply, but something about Marsh's expression made her shut it again. He reminded her of the old times several months ago when she had not questioned her superiors. She turned, leaving the three, and made her way into the mansion. It was a short trip up the stairs to the balcony. When she arrived, she pulled over a chair and seated herself beside the whitewashed wooden railing. The balcony had, of course, already been scrubbed clean of ash. Below, Marsh was still speaking within. Beyond them, beyond even the sprawling caravan, Vin could see the barren hills outside of the city lit by red sunlight. Only a few months playing noblewoman and I already find anything that isn't cultivated to be inferior. She'd never thought of the landscape as barren during the years she'd traveled with, and says the entire land used to be even more fertile than a nobleman's garden. Did he think to reclaim such things? Keepers could, perhaps, memorize languages and religions, but they couldn't create seeds for plants that had long been extinct. They couldn't make the ash stop falling or the mists go away. Would the world really change that much if the final empire were gone? Besides, didn't the Lord Ruler have some right to his place? He defeated the deepness, or so he claimed. He'd saved the world, which in a twisted sort of way made it his. What right did they have to try and take it from him? She wondered about such things often, though she didn't express her worries to the others. They all seemed committed to his plan, some even seemed to share his vision. But Vin was more hesitant. She had learned as it taught to be skeptical of optimism. And if there were ever a plan to be hesitant about, this was the one. However, she was getting past the point where she questioned herself. She knew the reason she stayed in the crew. It wasn't the plan, it was the people she liked. She liked Breeze and Ham. She even liked the strange little spook and his crotchety uncle. This was a crew unlike any other she'd worked with. Is that a good enough reason to let them get you killed? His voice. Vin paused. She had been hearing his whispers in her mind less frequently lately, but they were still there. Teachings drilled into her over 16 years of life could not be idly discarded. Marsh arrived on the balcony a few moments later. He glanced at her with those hard eyes of his, then spoke. Apparently expects me to spend the evening training you in. Let us get started. Marsh eyed her, obviously expecting more of a response. Vin sat quietly. You're not the only one who can be terse, friend. Very well, Marsh said, sitting beside her, resting one arm on the balcony railing. His voice sounded a little less annoyed when he continued. Says that you have spent very little time training with the internal mental abilities. Correct. Vin nodded again. I suspect that many full neglect these powers, Marsh said, and that is a mistake. Bronze and copper may not be as flashy as other metals, but they can be very powerful in the hands of someone properly trained. The Inquisitors work through their manipulation of bronze, and the misting underground survives because of its reliance upon copper. Of the two powers, bronze is by far the more subtle. I can teach you how to use it properly. If you practice what I show you, then you will have an advantage that many dismiss. But don't others know to burn copper? Vin asked. What is the use of learning bronze if everyone you fight is immune to its powers? I see that you already think like one of them, Marsh said. Not everyone is, girl. In fact, very, very few people are. And despite what your kind likes to think, normal mistings can kill people too. Knowing that the man attacking you is a thug rather than it could very easily save your life. All right, Vin said. Bronze will also help you identify, Marsh said. If you see someone using when there is no smoker nearby, and yet don't sense them giving off pulses, then you know that they are. Either that or they're an Inquisitor. In either case, you should run. Vin nodded silently, the wound in her side throbbing slightly. There are great advantages to burning bronze rather than just running around with your copper on. True, you smoke yourself by using copper, but in a way you also blind yourself. Copper makes you immune to having your emotions pushed or pulled. But that's a good thing. Marsh cocked his head slightly. Oh, and what would be the greater advantage? Being immune to, but ignorant of some soother's attentions, or instead knowing from your bronze exactly which emotions he is trying to suppress. Vin paused. You can see something that's specific, Marsh nodded. With care and practice, you can recognize very minute changes in your opponent's burnings. You can identify precisely which parts of a person's emotions a soother or rioter intends to influence. You'll also be able to tell when someone is flaring their metal. If you grow very skilled, you might even be able to tell when they're running low on metals. Vin paused in thought. You begin to see the advantage, Marsh said. Good, now burn bronze. Vin did so. Immediately she felt two rhythmic thumpings in the air. The soundless pulses washed over her like the beating of drums or the washings of ocean waves. They were mixed and muddled. What do you sense? Marsh asked. I think there are two different metals being burned. One's coming from down below, the other is coming from you. Good, Marsh said appreciatively. You've practiced? Not much, Vin admitted. He cocked an eyebrow. Not much. You can already determine pulse origins. That takes practice. Vin shrugged. It seems natural to me. Marsh was still for a moment. Very well, he eventually said. Are the two pulses different? Vin concentrated, frowning. Close your eyes, Marsh said. Remove other distraction. Focus only on the pulses. Vin did so. It wasn't like hearing, not really. She had to concentrate to distinguish anything specific about the pulses. One felt like it was beating against her. The other, in a strange sensation, felt like it was actually pulling her toward it with each beat. One's a pulling metal, isn't it? Vin asked, opening her eyes. That one's you're pushing. Very good, Marsh said. He is burning iron as I asked him to so that you could practice. I of course am burning bronze. Do they all do that? Vin asked. Feel distinct, I mean, Marsh nodded. You can tell a pulling metal from a pushing metal by the signature. Actually, that's how some of the metals were originally divided into their categories. It isn't intuitive, for instance, that tin pulls while pewter pushes. I didn't tell you to open your eyes. Vin shut them. Focus on the pulses, Marsh said. Try and distinguish their lengths. Can you tell the difference between them? Vin frowned. She focused as hard as she could, but her sense of the metals seemed muddled, fuzzy. After a few minutes, the lengths of the separate pulses still seemed the same to her. I can't sense anything, she said, dejected. Good, Marsh said flatly. It took me 6 months of practice to distinguish pulse lengths. If you'd done it on the first try, I'd have felt incompetent. Vin opened her eyes. Why ask me to do it then? Because you need to practice. If you can tell pulling metals from pushing metals already, well, you apparently have talent, perhaps as much talent as has been bragging about. What was I supposed to see then? Vin asked. Eventually, you'll be able to sense 2 different pulse lengths. Internal metals like bronze and copper give off longer pulses than external metals like iron and steel. Practice will also let you sense the 3 patterns within the pulses, one for the physical metals, one for the mental metals, and one for the 2 greater metals. Pulse length, metal group, and push-pull variance. Once you know these 3 things, you will be able to tell exactly which metals your opponent is burning. A long pulse that beats against you and has a quick pattern will be pewter, the internal pushing physical metal. Why the names? Vin asked. External and internal. Metals come in groups of 4 or at least the lower 8 do. 2 external metals, 2 internal metals, 1 each that pushes, 1 each that pulls. With iron, you pull on something outside of yourself. With steel, you push on something outside of yourself. With tin, you pull on something inside of yourself. With pewter, you push on something inside of yourself. But bronze and copper, Vin said, called them internal metals, but it seems like they affect external things. Copper keeps people from sensing when you use. Marsh shook his head. Copper doesn't change your opponents. It changes something within yourself that has an effect on your opponents. That's why it is an internal metal. Brass, however, alters another person's emotions directly and is an external metal. Vin nodded thoughtfully. Then she turned, glancing toward, you know a lot about all the metals, but you're just a misting, right? Marsh nodded. He didn't look like he intended to respond, though. Let's try something then, Vin thought, extinguishing her bronze. She lightly began burning copper to mask her. Marsh didn't react, instead continuing to look down at and the caravan. I should be invisible to his senses, she thought, carefully burning both zinc and brass. She reached, just as Breeze had been training her to do, and subtly touched Marsh's emotions. She suppressed his suspicions and inhibitions, while at the same time bringing out his sense of wistfulness. Theoretically, that would make him more likely to talk. You must have learned somewhere, Vin asked carefully. He'll see what I did for sure. He's going to get angry and I snapped when I was very young, Marsh said. I've had a long time to practice. So have a lot of people, Vin said. I had reasons, they're hard to explain. They always are, Vin said, slightly increasing her pressure. You know how feels about the nobility? Marsh asked, turning toward her, his eyes like ice. She thought, like they said. She nodded to his question. Well, I feel the same way about the obligators, he said, turning away. I'll do anything to hurt them. They took our mother, that's when I snapped, and that's when I vowed to destroy them. So I joined the rebellion and started learning all I could about. Inquisitors use it, so I had to understand it, understand everything I could, be as good as I could, and are you soothing me? Vin started, abruptly extinguishing her metals. Marsh turned back toward her again, his expression cold. Run, Vin thought. She almost did. It was nice to know that the old instincts were still there, if buried just a bit. Yes, she said meekly. You are good, Marsh said. I'd have never known if I hadn't started rambling. Stop it. I already have. Good, Marsh said. That's the second time you've altered my emotions. Never do it again. Vin nodded. Second time. The first was in my shop 8 months ago. That's right. Why don't I remember him? I'm sorry. Marsh shook his head, finally turning away. That's what you do. He does the same thing. He was looking down at. They sat quietly for a few moments. Marsh, Vin asked. How did you know I only knew how to soothe back then? Marsh shook his head. You knew the other metals instinctively. You were burning pewter and tin that day, just a tiny bit, barely noticeable. You probably got the metals from water and dining utensils. Did you ever wonder why you survived when so many others died? Vin paused. I did live through a lot of beatings. A lot of days with no food, nights spent in alleys during rain, or Marsh nodded. Very few people even are so attuned to that they burn metals instinctively. That's what interested me in you. That's why I kept track of you and told where to find you. And are you pushing my emotions again? Vin shook her head. I promise. Marsh frowned, studying her with one of his stony gazes. So stern, Vin said quietly, like my brother. Were you close? I hated him, Vin whispered. Marsh paused, then turned away. I see. Do you hate? Marsh shook his head. No, I don't hate him. He's frivolous but he's my brother. And that's enough, Vin asked. Marsh nodded. I have trouble understanding that, Vin said honestly, looking out over the field of boxes and sacks. Your brother didn't treat you well, I presume. What about your parents? Marsh said. One was a nobleman, the other mad, Vin said. She heard voices. It got so bad that my brother was afraid to leave us alone with her. But of course he didn't have a choice. Marsh sat quietly, not speaking. How did this get turned back to me? Vin thought. He's no soother, yet he's getting as much out of me as I'm getting out of him. Still, it was good to speak it finally. She reached up, idly fingering her earring. I don't remember it, she said, but said that he came home one day and found my mother covered in blood. She'd killed my baby sister, messily. Me, however, she hadn't touched, except to give me an earring, said. He said she was holding me on her lap, babbling and proclaiming me a queen, my sister's corpse at our feet. He took me from my mother and she fled. He saved my life, probably. That's part of why I stayed with him, I guess, even when it was bad. She shook her head, glancing at Marsh. Still, you don't know how lucky you are having as a brother. I suppose, Marsh said. I just wish he wouldn't treat people like playthings. I've been known to kill obligators, but murdering men just because they're noble. Marsh shook his head. It's not just that either, he likes people to fawn over him. He had a point, however. Vin also detected something in his voice. Jealousy. You're the older brother, Marsh. You were the responsible when you joined the rebellion instead of working with thieves. It must have hurt. That was the one everybody liked. Still, Marsh said, he's getting better. The pits changed him, her death changed him. What's this? Vin thought, perking up slightly. There was definitely something here too. Hurt, deep hurt, more than a man should feel for a sister-in-law, so that's it. It wasn't just everyone who liked more, it was one person in particular, someone you loved. Anyway, Marsh said, his voice growing more firm. The arrogance of the past is behind him. This plan of his is insane, and I'm sure he's partially doing it just so he can enrich himself, but, well, he didn't have to go to the rebellion. He's trying to do something good, though it will probably get him killed. Why go along if you're so sure he'll fail? Because he's going to get me into the ministry, Marsh said. The information I gather there will help the rebellion for centuries after and I are dead. Vin nodded, glancing down at the courtyard. She spoke hesitantly. Marsh, I don't think it's all behind him, the way he's setting himself up with it, the way they're starting to look at him. I know, Marsh said. It started with that 11th metal scheme of his. I don't know that we have to worry. This is just Kel playing his usual games. It makes me wonder why he's leaving on this trip, Vin said. He'll be away from the action for a good month. Marsh shook his head. He'll have an entire army full of men to perform for. Besides, he needs to get out of the city. His reputation is growing too unwieldy, and the nobility is becoming too interested in the survivor. If rumors got out that a man with scars on his arms is staying with Lord, Vin nodded, understanding. Right now, Marsh said, he's playing the part of one of his distant relatives. That man has to leave before someone connects him to the survivor. When Kel gets back, he'll have to keep a low profile, sneaking into the mansion instead of walking up the steps, keeping his hood up when he's in. Marsh trailed off, then stood. Anyway, I've given you the basics. Now you just need to practice. Whenever you're with mistings, have them burn for you and focus on their pulses. If we meet again, I'll show you more, but there's nothing else I can do until you've practiced. Vin nodded, and Marsh walked out the door without any other farewell. A few moments later, she saw him approach, and again, they really don't hate each other, Vin thought, resting with both arms crossed atop the railing. What would that be like? After some thought, she decided that the concept of loving siblings was a little like the pulse lengths she was supposed to be looking for. They were just too unfamiliar for her to understand at the moment. The hero of ages shall be not a man, but a force. No nation may claim him, no woman shall keep him, and no king may slay him. He shall belong to none, not even himself. Klsirsat quietly, reading as his boat moved slowly along the canal to the north. Sometimes I worry that I'm not the hero everyone thinks I am, the text said. What proof do we have? The words of men long dead, only now deemed divinatory. Even if we accept the prophecies, only tenuous interpretation links them to me. Is my defense of the summer hill really the burden by which the hero shall be dubbed? My several marriages could give me a bloodless bond to the world's kings, if you look at it the right way. There are dozens of similar phrases that could refer to events in my life, but then again they could all just be coincidences. The philosophers assure me that this is the time, that the signs have been met. But I still wonder if they have the wrong man. So many people depend on me. They say I will hold the future of the entire world on my arms. What would they think if they knew that their champion, the hero of ages, their savior, doubted himself? Perhaps they wouldn't be shocked at all. In a way, this is what worries me most. Maybe in their hearts they wonder just like I do. When they see me, do they see a liar? Seems to think so. I know that I shouldn't let a simple Pac-Man perturb me. However, he is from where the prophecies originated. If anyone could spot a fraud, would it not be he? Nevertheless, I continue my trek, going where the scribbled auguries proclaim that I will meet my destiny, walking, feelings eyes on my back, jealous, mocking, hatting. In the end, I worry that my arrogance shall destroy us all. Lowered the booklet, his cabin shaking slightly from the efforts of the pullers outside. He was glad that Sazed had provided him with a copy of the translated portions of the Lord Ruler's logbook before the caravan boat's departure. There was blessed little else to do during the trip. Fortunately, the logbook was fascinating and eerie. It was disturbing to read words that had originally been written by the Lord Ruler himself. To the Lord Ruler was less a man and more a creature, an evil force that needed to be destroyed. Yet the person presented in the logbook seemed all too mortal. He questioned and pondered. He seemed a man of depth and even of character, though it would be best not to trust his narrative too closely, thought, running his fingers across the page. Men rarely see their own actions as unjustified. Still, the Lord Ruler's story reminded of the legends he had heard, stories whispered by, discussed by noblemen, and memorized by keepers. They claimed that once, before the Ascension, the Lord Ruler had been the greatest of men. A beloved leader, a man entrusted with the fate of all mankind. Unfortunately, knew how the story ended. The final empire itself was the logbook's legacy. The Lord Ruler hadn't saved mankind, he had enslaved it instead. Reading a first-hand account, seeing the Lord Ruler's self-doubt and internal struggles, only made the story that much more tragic. Raised the booklet to continue, however, his boat began to slow. He glanced out the window of his cabin, looking up the canal. Dozens of men trudged along the towpath, a small road alongside the canal, pulling the 4 barges and 2 narrowboats that made up their convoy. It was an efficient, if labor-intensive, way to travel. Men pulling a barge across a canal could move hundreds more pounds of weight than they could if forced to carry packs. The men had pulled to a stop, however. Ahead could make out a lock mechanism, beyond which the canal split into 2 sections, a kind of crossroads of waterways. Finally, thought, his weeks of travel were over. Didn't wait for a messenger. He simply stepped out onto the deck of his narrowboat and slipped a few coins from his pouch into his hand. Time to be a bit ostentatious, he thought, dropping a coin to the wood. He burned steel and pushed himself into the air. He lurched upward at an angle, quickly gaining a height where he could see the entire line of men, half pulling the boats, half walking and waiting for their shifts. Flew in an arc, dropping another coin as he passed over one of the supply-laden barges, then pushing against it when he began to descend. Would-be soldiers looked up, pointing in awe as soared above the canal. Burned pewter, strengthening his body as he thumped to the deck of the narrowboat leading the caravan, stepped out of his cabin, surprised. We've arrived at the crossroads. I can see that, said, glancing back along the line of boats. The men on the towpath spoke excitedly, pointing. It felt strange to use so obviously in the daylight and before so many people. There's no help for it, he thought. This visit is the last chance the men will have to see me for months. I need to make an impression, give them something they can hold on to if this is all going to work. Shall we go see if the group from the caves has arrived to meet us? Asked, turning back to. Of course, said, waving for a servant to pull his narrowboat up to the side of the canal and throw out the plank. Looked excited. He really was an earnest man, and that much could respect, even if he was a bit lacking in presence. Most of my life I've had the opposite problem, thought with amusement, walking with off of the boat. Too much presence, not enough earnestness. The 2 of them walked up the line of canal workers. Near the front of the men, one of Ham's thugs, playing the part of guard captain, saluted. We've reached the crossroads, Lord. I can see that, repeated. A dense stand of birch trees grew ahead, running up a slope into the hills. The canals ran away from the woods. There were better sources of wood in other parts of the final empire. The forest stood alone and ignored by most, burned tin wincing slightly at the suddenly blinding sunlight. His eyes adjusted, however, and he was able to pick out detail and a slight bit of motion in the forest. There, he said, flipping a coin into the air, then pushing it. The coin zipped forward and against a tree. The prearranged sign given, a small group of camouflaged men left the tree line, crossing the ash-stained earth toward the canal. Lord, the foremost man said, saluting, my name is Captain. Please gather the recruits and come with me. General Hammond is eager to meet with you. Captain was a young man to be so disciplined. Barely into his 20s, he led his small squad of men with a level of solemnity that might have seemed self-important had he been any less competent. Younger men than he have led soldiers into battle, thought. Just because I was a fop when I was that age doesn't mean that everyone is. Look at poor Vin, only 16, already a match for Marsh in seriousness. They took a roundabout passage through the forest. By Ham's order, each troop took a different path to avoid wearing a trail. Glanced back at the 200 or so men behind, frowning slightly. Their trail would probably still be visible, but there was little he could do about that. The movements of so many men would be nearly impossible to mask. Slowed, waving, and several members of his squad scrambled forward. They didn't have half their leader's sense of military decorum. Still was impressed. The last time he'd visited, the men had been typically ragtag and uncoordinated, like most outcasts. Ham and his officers had done their work well. The soldiers pulled away some false underbrush, revealing a crack in the ground. It was dark within, the sides jutting with crystalline granite. It wasn't a regular hillside cavern, but instead a simple rend in the ground leading directly down. Stood quietly looking down at the black stone-laced rift. He shivered slightly. Asked, frowning, what is it? It reminds me of the pits. They look like this, cracks in the ground. Paled slightly. Oh, Waved dismissively. I knew this was coming. I climbed down inside those caves every day for a year and I always came back out. I beat them. They have no power over me. To prove his words, he stepped forward and climbed down into the thin crack. It was just wide enough for a large man to slip through. As descended, he saw the soldiers, both squad and the new recruits, watching quietly. He had intentionally spoken loud enough for them to hear. Let them see my weakness, and let them see me overcome it. They were brave thoughts. However, once he passed beneath the surface, it was as if he were back again, smashed between two walls of stone, questing downward with shaking fingers. Cold, damp, dark slaves had to be the ones who recovered them. Might have been more effective, but using near crystals shattered them. So the Lord Ruler used condemned men, forcing them into the pits, forcing them to crawl downward, ever downward. Forced himself onward. This wasn't, the crack wouldn't go down for hours, and there would be no crystalline holes to reach through, with torn, bleeding arms stretching, seeking the geode hidden within. One geode that bought one more week of life. Life beneath the taskmaster's lashes. Life beneath the rule of a sadistic god. Life beneath the sun gone red. I will change things for the others, thought. I will make it better. The climb was difficult for him, more difficult than he ever would have admitted. Fortunately, the crack soon opened up to a larger cavern beneath and caught a glimpse of light from below. He let himself drop the rest of the way, landing on the uneven stone floor, and smiled at the man who stood waiting. Hell of an entryway you've got there, Ham said, dusting off his hands. Ham smiled. You should see the bathroom, laughed, moving to make way for the others. Several natural tunnels led off of the chamber, and a small rope ladder hung from the bottom of the rift to facilitate going back up, and soon climbed down the ladder into the cavern, their clothing scraped in from the descent. It wasn't an easy entrance to get through. That, however, was the idea. It's good to see you, Kel, Ham said. It was odd to see him in clothing that wasn't missing the sleeves. In fact, his militaristic outfit looked rather formal, with square-cut lines and buttons down the front. How many have you brought me? Just over 240. Ham raised his eyebrows. Recruitment has picked up then, finally, said with a nod. Soldiers began to drop into the cavern, and several of Ham's aides moved forward, helping the newcomers and directing them down a side tunnel, moved over to join in Ham. This cavern is amazing, Lord. I've never actually been to the caves myself. No wonder the Lord Ruler hasn't found the men down here. The complex is completely secure, Ham said proudly. There are only 3 entrances, all of them cracks like this one. With proper supplies, we could hold this place indefinitely against an invading force. Plus, said, this isn't the only cave complex beneath these hills. Even if the Lord Ruler were determined to destroy us, his army could spend weeks searching and still not find us. Amazing, said, he turned, eyeing. I was wrong about you, Lord. This operation, this army. Well, you've done something impressive here, smiled. Actually, you were right about me. You believed in me when this started. We're only here because of you. I guess I did, didn't I? Said, smiling. Either way, said, I appreciate the vote of confidence. It's probably going to take some time to get all these men down the crack. Would you mind directing things here? I'd like to talk to Hammond for a bit. Of course, Lord. There was respect, even a growing bit of adulation in his voice. Nodded to the side. Ham frowned slightly, picking up a lantern, then followed from the first chamber. They entered a side tunnel, and once they were out of earshot, Ham paused, glancing backward, stopped, raising an eyebrow. Ham nodded back toward the entry chamber. Certainly has changed. I have that effect on people. Must be your awe-inspiring humility, Ham said. I'm serious, Kel. How do you do it? That man practically hated you. Now he looks at you like a kid idolizing his big brother. Shrugged. It's never been part of an effective team before. I think he started to realize that we might actually have a chance. In little over half a year, we've gathered a rebellion larger than he's ever seen. Those kind of results can convert even the stubborn. Ham didn't look convinced. Finally, he just shrugged, beginning to walk again. What was it you wanted to talk about? Actually, I'd like to visit the other 2 entrances if we could. Ham nodded, pointing to a side tunnel and leading the way. The tunnel, like most of the others, hadn't been hollowed by human hands. It was a natural growth of the cave complex. There were hundreds of similar cave systems in the central dominance, though most weren't as extensive, and only one, the pits of Gru geodes. Anyways, right, Ham said, twisting his way through a narrow place in the tunnel. You picked a great place to hide these people. Nodded. Various rebel groups have been using the cavern complexes in these hills for centuries. They're frighteningly close to, but the Lord Ruler has never led a successful raid against anyone here. He just ignores the place now. One too many failures, probably. I don't doubt it, Ham said. With all the nooks and bottlenecks down here, this would be a nasty place to have a battle. He stepped out of the passageway, entering another small cavern. This one also had a rift in the ceiling, and faint sunlight trickled down. A squad of 10 soldiers stood guard in the room, and they snapped to attention as soon as Ham entered, nodded approvingly. 10 men at all times, at each of the 3 entrances, Ham said. Good, said. He walked forward, inspecting the soldiers. He wore his sleeves up, his scars showing, and he could see the men eyeing them. He didn't really know what to inspect, but he tried to look discriminating. He examined their weapons, staves for 8 of the men, swords for 2, and dusted off a few shoulders, though none of the men wore uniforms. Finally, he turned to a soldier who bore an insignia on his shoulder. Who do you let out of the caverns, soldier? Only men bearing a letter sealed by General Hammond himself, sir. No exceptions? Asked. No, sir. And if I wanted to leave right now? The man paused. You'd stop me, said. No one is exempt, soldier. Not me, not your bunkmate, not an officer, no one. If they don't have that seal, they don't leave. Yes, sir, the soldier said. Good man, said. If all of your soldiers are this fine, General, then the Lord Ruler has good reason to be afraid. The soldiers puffed up slightly at the words. Carry on, men, said, waving for Ham to follow as he left the room. That was kind of you, Ham said softly. They've been anticipating your visit for weeks, shrugged. I just wanted to see that they were guarding the crack properly. Now that you have more men, I want you to post guards at any tunnels leading to these exit caverns. Ham nodded. Seems a bit extreme, though. Humor me, said. A single runaway or malcontent could betray us all to the Lord Ruler. It's nice that you feel that you could defend this place, but if there's an army camped outside trapping you in, this army will effectively become useless to us. All right, Ham said. You want to see the third entrance? Please, said. Ham nodded, leading him down another tunnel. Oh, one other thing, said after a bit of walking. Get together groups of 100 men, all ones you trust, to go tromp around up in the forest. If someone comes looking for us, we won't be able to hide the fact that lots of people have passed through the area. However, we might be able to muddle the tracks so much that the trails all lead nowhere. Good idea. I'm full of 'em, said as they stepped into another cave chamber, this one far larger than the previous two. It wasn't an entrance rift, but instead a practice room. Groups of men stood with swords or staves, sparring beneath the eye of uniformed instructors. Uniforms for the officers had been idea. They couldn't afford to outfit all the men, it would be too expensive, and obtaining that many uniforms would look suspicious. However, maybe seeing their leaders in uniform would help give the men a sense of cohesion. Ham paused at the edge of the room rather than continuing onward. He eyed the soldiers, speaking softly. We need to talk about this sometime, Kel. The men are starting to feel like soldiers, but, well, they've spent their lives working in mills or fields. I don't know how well they'll do when we actually get them onto a battlefield. If we do everything right, they won't have to do much fighting, said. The pits are only guarded by a couple hundred soldiers, the Lord Ruler can't have too many men there, lest he hint at the location's importance. Our 1,000 men can take the pits with ease, then retreat as soon as the garrison arrives. The other 9,000 might have to face a few great house guard squads and the palace soldiers, but our men should have the upper hand in numbers. Ham nodded, though his eyes still seemed uncertain. What? Asked, leaning against the smooth, crystalline mouth of the cavern juncture. And when we're done with them, Kel, Ham asked. Once we have we give the city and the army over to, then what? That's up to, said. They'll be slaughtered, Ham said very softly. 10,000 men can't hold against the entire final empire. I intend to give them a better chance than you think, Ham said, if we can turn the nobility against each other and destabilize the government. Maybe, Ham said, still not convinced. You agreed to the plan, Ham said. This was what we were intending all along. Raise an army, deliver it to. I know, Ham said, sighing and leaning back against the cavern wall. I guess, well, it's different now that I've been leading them. Maybe I'm just not meant to be in charge like this. I'm a bodyguard, not a general. I know how you feel, my friend thought. I'm a thief, not a prophet. Sometimes we just have to be what the job requires. Laid a hand on Ham's shoulder. You did a fine job here. Ham paused. Did fine. I brought to replace you. Dox and I decided it would be better to rotate him in as the army's commander. That way, the troops get used to him as their leader. Besides, we need you back in. Someone has to visit the garrison and gather intelligence, and you're the only one with any military contacts. So, I'm going back with you? Ham asked. Ham looked crestfallen for just a moment, then he relaxed, smiling. I'll finally be able to get out of this uniform, but do you think can handle it? You said yourself he's changed a lot during the last few months, and he really is an excellent administrator. He's done a fine job with the rebellion since my brother left. I suppose, shook his head ruefully. We're spread thin, Ham. You and Breeze are two of the only men I know I can trust, and I need you back in. It's not perfect for the job here, but the army is going to be his eventually. Might as well let him lead it for a time. Besides, it will give him something to do. He's growing a bit touchy about his place in the crew. Paused, then smiled in amusement. I think he's jealous of the attention I pay the others. Ham smiled. That is a change. They began to walk again, leaving the practice chamber behind. They entered another twisting stone tunnel, this one leading slightly downward, Ham's lantern providing their only light. You know, Ham said after a few minutes of walking, there's something else nice about this place. You've probably noticed this before, but it certainly is beautiful down here sometimes. Hadn't noticed. He glanced to the side as they walked. One edge of the chamber had been formed of dripping minerals from the ceiling, thin stalactites and stalagmites, like dirty icicles melding together to form a kind of banister. Minerals twinkled in Ham's light, and the path in front of them seemed to be frozen in the form of a tumbling molten river. No, I don't see its beauty, Ham. Other men might see art in the layers of color and melted rock. Only saw the pits, endless caves, most of them going straight down. He'd been forced to wiggle through cracks, plunging downward in the darkness, not even given a light to brighten his way. Often he'd considered not climbing back up, but then he would find a corpse in the caves, the body of another prisoner, a man who had gotten lost or who had perhaps just given up. would feel their bones and promise himself more. Each week he'd found in geode. Each week he'd avoided execution by brutal beating, except that last time. He didn't deserve to be alive, he should have been killed. But Mare had given him in geode, promising him that she'd found 2 that week. It wasn't until after he turned it in that he discovered her lie. She'd been beaten to death the next day, beaten to death right in front of him. That night had snapped, coming into his powers as the next night men had died, many men, survivor of a man who shouldn't live. Even after watching her die, I couldn't decide if she betrayed me or not. Did she give me that geode out of love? Or did she do it out of guilt? No, he couldn't see beauty in the caverns. Other men had been driven mad by the pits, becoming terrified of small enclosed spaces. That hadn't happened to, however, he knew that no matter what wonders the labyrinths held, no matter how amazing the views or delicate the beauties, he would never acknowledge them. Not with Mare dead. I can't think about this anymore, decided, the cavern seeming to grow darker around him. He glanced to the side. All right, Ham, go ahead, tell me what you're thinking about. Really? Ham said eagerly. Yes, said with a sense of resignation. All right, Ham said, so here's what I've been worried about lately are different from noblemen. Of course they are, said. The aristocracy has the money and the land that don't have anything. I don't mean economics, I'm talking about physical differences. You know what the obligators say, right? Well, is it true? I mean, really do have a lot of children, and I've heard that aristocrats have trouble reproducing. The balance, it was called. It was supposedly the way that the Lord Ruler ensured that there weren't too many noblemen for the to support, and the way he made certain that despite beatings and random killings, there were always enough to grow food and work in mills. I've always just assumed it to be ministry rhetoric, said honestly. I've known women to have as many as a dozen children, Ham said, but I can't name a single major noble family with more than 3. It's just cultural. And the height difference, they say you used to be able to tell a nobleman apart by sight alone. That's changed, probably through interbreeding, but most are still kind of short. That's nutritional, don't get enough to eat. What about, you have to admit that there's a physical difference there, Ham said. Never become mistings unless they have aristocratic blood somewhere in their last 5 generations. That much at least was true. Think differently from noblemen, Kel, Ham said. Even these soldiers are kind of timid, and they're the brave ones. Right about the general population, it will never rebel. What if there really is something physically different about us? What if the noblemen are right to rule over us? Froze in the hallway. You don't really mean that. Ham stopped as well. I guess, no I don't, but I do wonder sometimes. The noblemen have right, maybe they're meant to be in charge. Meant by who? The Lord Ruler, Ham shrugged. No, Ham said. It isn't right, this isn't right. I know it's hard to see, things have been this way for so long, but something very serious is wrong with the way live. You have to believe that. Ham paused, then nodded. Let's go, said. I want to visit that other entrance. The week passed slowly. Inspected the troops, the training, the food, the weapons, the supplies, the scouts, the guards, and just about everything else he could think of. More important, he visited the men. He complimented and encouraged them, and he made certain to use frequently in front of them. While many had heard of, very few knew specifically what it could do. Noblemen mistings rarely used their powers in front of other people, and half-breeds had to be even more careful. Ordinary, even city, didn't know of things like pewter burning. When they saw flying through the air or sparring with supernatural strength, they would just attribute it to formless magics. Didn't mind the misunderstanding at all. Despite all of the week's activities, however, he never forgot his conversation with Ham. How could he even wonder if our inferior? Thought poking at his meal as he sat at the high table in the central meeting cavern. The massive room was large enough to hold the entire army of 7,000 men, though many sat inside chambers or halfway out into tunnels. The high table sat on a raised rock formation at the far end of the chamber. I'm probably worrying too much. Ham was prone to think about things that no sane man would consider. This was just another of his philosophical dilemmas. In fact, he already seemed to have forgotten his earlier concerns. He laughed with, enjoying his meal. As for the gangly rebel leader, looked quite satisfied with his general's uniform, and had spent the week taking very serious notes from Ham regarding the army's operation. He seemed to be falling quite naturally into his duties. In fact, seemed to be the only one who wasn't enjoying the feast. The evening's foods, brought on the barges especially for the occasion, were humble by aristocratic standards, but were much finer than what the soldiers were used to. The men relished the meal with a joyful boisterousness, drinking their small allotment of ale and celebrating the moment. And still worried. What did these men think they were fighting for? They seemed enthusiastic about their training, but that might have just been due to the regular meals. Did they actually believe that they deserved to overthrow the final empire? Did they think that we're inferior to noblemen, could sense their reservations? Many of the men realized the impending danger, and only the strict exit rules kept them from fleeing. While they were eager to speak of their training, they avoided talking about their final task, that of seizing the palace and city walls, then holding off the garrison. They don't think they can succeed, guessed. They need confidence. The rumors about me are a start, but, he nudged Ham, getting the man's attention. Are there any men who have given you discipline problems? Asked quietly. Ham frowned at the odd question. There are a couple, of course. I think there are always dissidents in a group this large. Anyone in particular? Asked. Men who have wanted to leave. I need someone outspoken in their opposition to what we're doing. There are a couple in the brig right now, Ham said. Anyone here? Asked. Preferably someone sitting at a table we can see. Ham thought for a moment, scanning the crowd. The man sitting at the second table with the red cloak, he was caught trying to escape a couple weeks ago. The man in question was scrawny and twitchy. He sat at his table with a hunched, solitary posture, shook his head. I need someone a bit more charismatic. Ham rubbed his chin in thought, then he paused and nodded toward another table. The big guy sitting at the fourth table over on the right. I see him, said, was a brawny man wearing a vest and a full beard. He's too clever to be insubordinate, Ham said, but he's been making trouble quietly. He doesn't think we have a chance against the final empire. I'd lock him up, but I can't really punish a man for expressing fear, or at least if I did, I'd have to do the same for half the army. Besides, he's too good a warrior to discard idly. He's perfect, said. He burned zinc, then looked toward. While zinc wouldn't let him read the man's emotions, it was possible, when burning the metal, to isolate just a single individual for soothing or rioting, much as one was able to isolate a single bit of metal from hundreds to pull on. Even still, it was difficult to single out from such a large crowd, so just focused on the entire tableful of men, keeping their emotions in hand for later use. Then he stood. Slowly, the cavern quieted. Men, before I leave, I wish to express one last time how much I was impressed by this visit. His words rang through the room, amplified by the cavern's natural acoustics. You are becoming a fine army, said. I apologize for stealing General Hammond, but I leave a very competent man in his place. Many of you know General, you know of his many years serving as rebellion leader. I have confidence in his ability to train you even further in the ways of soldiers. He began to riot and his companions inflaming their emotions, counting on the fact that they'd be feeling disagreeable. It is a great task I ask of you, said, not looking at. Those outside of Indeed most everywhere have no idea what you are about to do for them. They aren't aware of the training you endure or the battles you prepare to fight. However, they will reap the rewards. Someday they will call you heroes. He rioted some emotions even harder. The garrison of is strong, said, but we can defeat it, especially if we take the city walls quickly. Do not forget why you came here. This isn't simply about learning to swing a sword or wear a helm. This is about a revolution such as the world has never seen. It is about taking the government for ourselves, about ousting the Lord Ruler. Do not lose sight of your goal. Paused. From the corner of his eye, he could see dark expressions from the men at his table. Finally, in the silence, heard a muttered comment from the table, carried by cavern acoustics to many ears. Frown, turning toward, the entire cavern seemed to grow even more still. Did you say something? Asked. Now the moment of decision. Will he resist or will he be cowed? Looked back, hit the man with a flared riot. His reward came as stood from his table, face red. Yes, sir, the brawny man snapped. I did say something. I said that some of us haven't lost sight of our goal. We think about it every day. And why is that? Asked. Rumbling whispers began to sound at the back of the cavern as soldiers passed the news to those too far away to hear. Took a deep breath. Because, sir, we think that this is suicide you're sending us to. The final empire's armies are bigger than just one garrison. It won't matter if we take the walls, we'll get slaughtered eventually anyway. You don't overthrow an empire with a couple thousand soldiers. Perfect thought, I'm sorry. But someone needed to say it, and it certainly couldn't be me. I see we have a disagreement, said loudly. I believe in these men and in their purpose. I believe that you are a deluded fool, bellowed, and I was a bigger fool for coming to these bloody caves. If you're so certain about our chances, then why can't anyone leave? We're trapped here until you send us to die. You insult me, snapped. You know very well why men aren't allowed to leave. Why do you want to go, soldier? Are you that eager to sell out your companions to the Lord Ruler? A few quick boxings in exchange for 4,000 lives. He grew redder. I would never do such a thing, but I'm certainly not going to let you send me to my death either. This army is a waste. You speak treason, said. He turned, scanning the crowd. It is not fitting for a general to fight a man beneath his command. Is there a soldier here who is willing to defend the honor of this rebellion? Immediately a couple dozen men stood up. Noticed one in particular. He was smaller than the rest, but he had the simple earnestness that had noticed earlier. Captain, immediately the young captain jumped forward, reached over, grabbing his own sword and tossing it down to the man. You can use a sword, lad. Yes, sir. Someone fetch a weapon for a pair of studded vests. Turned toward. Noblemen have a tradition. When two men have a dispute, they settle it with a duel. Defeat my champion and you are free to leave. And if he defeats me, asked. Then you'll be dead, said. I'm dead if I stay, said, accepting a sword from a nearby soldier. I accept the terms. Nodded, waving for some men to pull aside tables and make an open space before the high table. Men began to stand, crowding around to watch the contest. Kel, what are you doing? Ham hissed at his side. Something that needs to be done. Needs to be. That boy is no match for I trust, that's why I promoted him, but he's not that great a warrior. One of the finest swordsmen in the army. The men know this? Asked. Of course, Ham said. Call this off. Is nearly half size, he's at a disadvantage in reach, strength, and skill. He'll get slaughtered, ignored the request. He sat quietly as and hefted their weapons, a pair of soldiers tying on their leather cuirasses. When they were done, waved a hand, motioning for the battle to begin. Ham groaned. It would be a short fight. Both men had in little armor, stepped forward with confidence, making a few testing swings toward. The boy was at least competent. He blocked the blows, but he revealed a great deal about his abilities as he did so. Taking a deep breath, burned steel and iron, swung and nudged the blade to the side, giving room to escape. The boy tried a thrust but easily knocked it away. The larger warrior then attacked with a barrage, sending stumbling backward. Tried to jump out of the way of the last swing, but he was too slow. The blade fell with awful inevitability. Flared iron, stabilizing himself by pulling against a lantern bracket behind, then grabbed the iron studs on his vest. Pulled his jump, yanking the boy backward in a small arc away from, landed with a maladroit stumble as sword smashed into the stone ground. Looked up with surprise and a low rumble of amazement moved through the crowd. Growled, running forward with weapon held high. Blocked the powerful swing but knocked the boy's weapon aside with a careless sweep. Struck again and raised a hand in reflexive defense. Pushed freezing sword in, stood hand forward as if he had stopped the attacking weapon with a thought. The two stood like that for a moment, trying to force the sword forward, staring in awe at his hand. Standing up a bit, tentatively forced his hand forward. Pushed, throwing backward. The large warrior tumbled to the ground with a cry of surprise. When he rose a moment later, didn't have to riot his emotions to make him angry. He bellowed in rage, grabbing his sword in two hands and rushing toward. Some men don't know when to quit, thought as swung. Began to dodge, shoved the boy to the side, getting him out of the way. Then turned, gripping his own weapon in two hands and swinging at. Grabbed weapon in mid-arc and pulled against it forcefully, ripping the steel forward with a mighty flare of iron. The swords smashed together and its enhanced blow knocked his weapon out of his hands. There was a loud snap and the large miscreant fell to the floor, thrown completely off balance by the force of his blow. His weapon bounced to the stone floor a distance away. Stepped forward, raising his weapon over the stunned, and then he stopped. Burned iron, reaching out to grab the weapon and pull it down to force the killing blow, but resisted. Paused. This man should die, he thought angrily. On the ground, groaned quietly. Could just barely see his twisted arm, its bone shattered by the powerful strike. It was bleeding. No, thought. This is enough. He released his weapon, lowered his sword, staring down at. Then raised his hands, regarding them with wonder, his arms quivering slightly. Stood, and the crowd fell to a hush once again. Do you think I would send you against the Lord Ruler unprepared? Demanded in a loud voice. Do you think I would just send you off to die? You fight for what is just men, you fight for me. I will not leave you unaided when you go against the soldiers of the final empire. Thrust his hand into the air, holding aloft a tiny bar of metal. You've heard of this, haven't you? You know the rumors of the 11th metal? Well, I have it, and I will use it. The Lord Ruler will die. The men began to cheer. This is not our only tool, bellowed. You soldiers have power untold inside of you. You have heard of the arcane magics that the Lord Ruler uses. Well, we have some of our own. Feast, my soldiers, and don't fear the battle to come. Look forward to it. The room erupted in a riot of cheers and waved for more ale to be delivered. A couple of servants rushed forward to help from the room. When sat, Ham was frowning deeply. I don't like this, Kel. I know, said quietly. Ham was about to speak further but leaned across him. That was amazing. I didn't know. You should have told me you could pass your powers to others. Why, with these abilities, how can we possibly lose? Ham laid a hand on shoulder, pushing the man back into his seat. Eat, he ordered. Then he turned to pulling his chair closer and speaking in a low voice. You just lied to my entire army, Kel. No, Ham said quietly. I lied to my army. Ham paused, then his face darkened, sighed. It was only a partial lie. They don't need to be warriors, they just have to look threatening long enough for us to grab them. With it we can bribe the garrison and our men won't even have to fight. That's virtually the same thing as what I promised them. Ham didn't respond. Before we leave, said, I want you to select a few dozen of our most trustworthy and devoted soldiers. We'll send them back to with vows that they can't reveal where the army is, so that word of this evening can spread amongst them. So this is about your ego. Ham snapped, shook his head. Sometimes we need to do things that we find distasteful, Ham. My ego may be considerable, but this is about something else entirely. Ham sat for a moment, then turned back to his meal. He didn't eat, however. He just sat staring at the blood on the ground before the high table. Ah, Ham thought, I wish I could explain everything to you. Plots behind plots, plans beyond plans. There was always another secret. At first there were those who didn't think the deepness was a serious danger, at least not to them. However, it brought with it a blight that I have seen infect nearly every part of the land. Armies are useless before it. Great cities are laid low by its power. Crops fail and the land dies. This is the thing I fight. This is the monster I must defeat. I fear that I have taken too long. Already so much destruction has occurred that I fear for mankind's survival. Is this truly the end of the world, as many of the philosophers predict? We arrived in earlier this week, Vin Reed, and I have to say I find the countryside beautiful. The great mountains to the north, with their bald snowcaps and forested mantles, stand like watchful gods over this land of green fertility. My own lands to the south are mostly flat. I think that they might look less dreary if there were a few mountains to vary the terrain. The people here are mostly herdsmen, though timber harvesters and farmers are not uncommon. It is a pastoral land, certainly. It seems odd that a place so remarkably agrarian could have produced the prophecies and theologies upon which the entire world now relies. We picked up a group of packmen to guide us through the difficult mountain passages. Yet these are no ordinary men. The stories are apparently true. some have a remarkable ability that is most intriguing. Somehow they can store up their strength for use on the next day. Before they sleep at night, they spend an hour lying in their bedrolls, during which time they suddenly grow very frail in appearance, almost as if they had aged by half a century. Yet when they wake the next morning, they become quite muscular. Apparently their powers have something to do with the metal bracelets and earrings that they always wear. The leader of the packmen is named, and he is rather taciturn. Nevertheless, Breaks, inquisitive, as always, has promised to interrogate him in the hopes of discovering exactly how this wondrous strength storing is achieved. Tomorrow we begin the final stage of our pilgrimage, the far mountains of. There hopefully I will find peace both for myself and for our poor land. As she read her copy of the logbook, Vin was quickly coming to several decisions. First was the firm belief that she did not like reading. Saz didn't listen to her complaints, he just claimed that she hadn't practiced enough. Couldn't he see that reading was hardly as practical a skill as being able to handle a dagger or use? Still, she continued to read as per his orders, if only to stubbornly prove that she could. Many of the logbook's words were difficult to her, and she had to read in a secluded part of the mansion where she could sound out the words to herself, trying to decipher the Lord Ruler's odd style of writing. The continued reading led to her second conclusion. The Lord Ruler was far more whiny than any god had a right to be. When pages of the logbook weren't filled with boring notes about the Lord Ruler's travels, they were instead packed with internal contemplations and lengthy moralistic ramblings. Vin was beginning to wish that she'd never found the book in the first place. She sighed, settling back into her wicker chair. A cool early spring breeze blew through the lower gardens, passing over the petite fountain brook to her left. The air was comfortably moist, and the trees overhead shaded her from the afternoon sun. Being nobility, even fake nobility, certainly did have its perks. A quiet footfall sounded behind her. It was distant, but Vin had grown into the habit of burning a little bit of tin at all times. She turned, shooting a covert glance over her shoulder. "Spook," she said with surprise as Young walked down the garden path. "What are you doing here?" Spook froze, blushing. "Was he with the docs to come and be without the stay?" Vin said, "He's here too. Maybe he has news of." Spook nodded, approaching. "Weapons for the getting, giving for the time to be." Vin paused. "You lost me on that one." "We needed to drop off some more weapons," Spook said, struggling to speak without his dialect. "Storing them here for a while." "Ah," Vin said, rising and brushing off her dress. "I should go see him." Spook looked suddenly apprehensive, flushing again, and Vin cocked her head. Was there something else? With a sudden movement, Spook reached into his vest and pulled something out. Vin flared pewter in response, but the item was simply a pink and white handkerchief. Spook thrust it toward her. Vin took it hesitantly. "What's this for?" Spook flushed again, then turned and dashed away. Vin watched him go, dumbfounded. She looked down at the handkerchief. It was made of soft lace, but there didn't seem to be anything unusual about it. That is one strange boy, she thought, tucking the handkerchief inside her sleeve. She picked up her copy of the logbook, then began to work her way up the garden path. She was growing so accustomed to wearing a dress that she barely had to pay attention to keep the gown's lower layers from brushing against underbrush or stones. I guess that in itself is a valuable skill, Vin thought as she reached the mansion's garden entrance without having snagged her dress on a single branch. She pushed open the many-paned glass door and stopped the first servant she saw. "Master has arrived," she asked, using his fake name. He played the part of one of his merchant contacts inside. "Yes, my lady," the servant said. "He's in conference with Lord." Vin let the servant go. She could probably force her way into the conference, but it would look bad. Lady had no reason to attend a mercantile meeting between and Vin chewed her lower lip and thought. Saz was always telling her she had to keep up appearances. Fine, she thought, I'll wait. Maybe Saz can tell me what that crazy boy expects me to do with this handkerchief. She sought out the upper library, maintaining a pleasant ladylike smile, inwardly trying to guess what and we're talking about. Dropping off the weapons was an excuse. Wouldn't have come personally to do something so mundane. Perhaps had been delayed, or maybe had finally gotten a communication from Marsh's brother along with the other new obligator initiates should be arriving back in soon. And could have sent for me, she thought with annoyance. Often entertained guests with her uncle. She shook her head. Even though it named her a full member of the crew, the others obviously still regarded her as something of a child. They were friendly and accepting, but they didn't think to include her. It was probably unintentional, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. Light shone from the library ahead. Sure enough, Saz sat inside, translating the last group of pages from the logbook. He looked up as Vin entered, smiling and nodding respectfully. No spectacles this time either, Vin noted. Why did he wear them for that short time before? Mistress Vin, he said, rising and fetching her a chair. How are your studies of the logbook going? Vin looked down at the loosely bound pages in her hand. All right, I suppose. I don't see why I have to bother reading them. You gave copies to Kel and Breeze too, didn't you? Of course, Saz said, setting the chair down beside his desk. However, Master asked every member of the crew to read the pages. He is correct to do so, I think. The more eyes that read those words, the more likely we will be to discover the secrets hidden within them. Vin sighed slightly, smoothing her dress and seating herself. The white and blue dress was beautiful, though intended for daily use, it was only slightly less luxurious than one of her ball gowns. You must admit, Mistress, Saz said as he sat, the text is amazing. This work is a keeper's dream. Why, I'm discovering things about my culture that even I did not know. Vin nodded. I just got to the part where they reach. Hopefully the next part will contain fewer supply lists. Honestly, for an evil god of darkness, he certainly can be dull. Yes, Saz said, speaking with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Did you see what he said, how he described as a place of green fertility? Keeper legends speak of this. Is now a tundra of frozen dirt, why almost no plants can survive there. But once it was green and beautiful, like the text says. Green and beautiful, Vin thought. Why would green be beautiful? That would be like having blue or purple plants, it would just be weird. However, there was something about the logbook that made her curious, something that both Sazed and had been strangely about. I just read the part where the Lord Ruler gets some pac-men, Vin said carefully. He talked about how they grow stronger during the day because they let themselves be weak at night. Saz suddenly grew more subdued. Yes, indeed. You know something about this? Does it have to do with being a keeper? It does, Saz said, but this should remain a secret, I think. Not that you aren't worthy of trust, Mistress Vin. However, if fewer people know about keepers, then fewer rumors will be told of us. It would be best if the Lord Ruler began to believe that he had destroyed us completely, as has been his goal for the last 1,000 years. Vin shrugged. Fine. Hopefully none of the secrets wants us to discover in this text are related to the powers. If they are, I'll miss them completely. Sazed paused. Ah well, Vin said nonchalantly, flipping through the pages she hadn't read. Looks like he spends a lot of time talking about the guess I won't be able to give much input when gets back. You make a good point, Sazed said slowly. Even if you make it a bit melodramatically. Vin smiled pertly. Very well, Sazed said with a sigh. We should not have let you spend so much time with Master Breeze, I think. The men in the logbook, Vin said. They're keepers, Sazed nodded. What we now call keepers were far more common back then, perhaps even more common than mistings are among modern nobility. Our art is called, and it grants the ability to store certain physical attributes inside bits of metal. Vin frowned. You burn metals too? No, mistress, Sazed said with a shake of his head. Aren't like we don't burn away our metals, we use them as storage. Each piece of metal, dependent upon size and alloy, can store a certain physical quality. The saves up an attribute, then draws upon that reserve at a later time. Attribute? Vin asked. Like strength, Sazed nodded. In the text, the pac-men make themselves weaker during the evening, storing up strength in their bracelets for use on the next day. Vin studied Sazed's face. That's why he wears so many earrings. Yes, mistress, he said, reaching over to pull up his sleeves. Underneath his robe, he wore thick iron bracers around his upper arms. I keep some of my reserves hidden, but wearing many rings, earrings, and other items of jewelry has always been a part of culture. The Lord Ruler once tried to enforce a ban upon touching or owning any metal. In fact, he tried to make wearing metal a noble privilege rather than a one. Vin frowned. That's odd, she said. One would think that the nobility wouldn't want to wear metal, because that would make them vulnerable to. Indeed, Sazed said. However, it has long been imperial fashion to accent one's wardrobe with metal. It began, I suspect, with the Lord Ruler's desire to deny them the right to touch metal. He himself began wearing metal rings and bracelets, and the nobility always follows him in fashion. Nowadays, the most wealthy often wear metal as a symbol of power and pride. Sounds foolish, Vin said. Fashion often is, mistress, Sazed said. Regardless, the ploy failed. Many of the nobility only wear wood painted to look like metal, and they managed to weather the Lord Ruler's discontent in this area. It was simply too impractical to never let stewards handle metal. That hasn't stopped the Lord Ruler from trying to exterminate the keepers, however. He fears you, and hates us, not just but all. Sazed laid a hand on the still untranslated portion of the text. I hope to find that secret in here as well. No one remembers why the Lord Ruler persecutes the people, but I suspect that it has something to do with those pac-men. Their leader appears to be a very contrary man. The Lord Ruler often speaks of him in the narrative. He mentioned religion, Vin said. The religion, something about prophecies. Sazed shook his head. I cannot answer that question, mistress, for I don't know any more of the religion than you do. But you collect religions, Vin said. You don't know about your own. I do not, Sazed said solemnly. You see, mistress, this was why the keepers were formed. Centuries ago, my people hid away the last few. The Lord Ruler's purges of the people were growing quite violent. This was before he began the breeding program. Back then we weren't stewards or servants, we were something to be destroyed. Yet, something kept the Lord Ruler from wiping us out completely. I don't know why, perhaps he thought genocide too kind a punishment. Anyway, he successfully destroyed our religion during the first 2 centuries of his rule. The organization of keepers was formed during the next century, its members intent upon discovering that which had been lost, then remembering for the future. With Sazed nodded, rubbing his fingers across the bracer on his right arm. This one is made of copper. It allows for the storage of memories and thoughts. Each keeper carries several bracers like this, filled with knowledge, songs, stories, prayers, histories, and languages. Many keepers have a particular area of interest. Mine is religion, but we all remember the entire collection. If just one of us survives until the death of the Lord Ruler, then the world's people will be able to recover all that they have lost. He paused, then pulled down his sleeve. Well, not all that was lost. There are still things we are missing. Your own religion, Vin said quietly. You never found it, did you? Sazed shook his head. The Lord Ruler implies in this logbook that it was our prophets that led him to the Well of Ascension, but even this is new information for us. What did we believe? What or whom did we worship? Where did these prophets come from and how did they predict the future? I'm sorry. We continue to look, mistress. We will find our answers eventually, I think. Even if we do not, we will still have provided an invaluable service for mankind. Other people call us docile and servile, but we have fought him in our own way. Vin nodded. So what other things can you store? Strength and memories. Anything else? Sazed eyed her. I have said too much already, I think. You understand the mechanics of what we do. If the Lord Ruler mentions these things in his text, you will not be confused. Sight, Vin said, perking up. That's why you wore glasses for a few weeks after you rescued me. You needed to be able to see better that night when you saved me, so you used up your storage. Then you spent a few weeks with weak vision so that you could refill it. Saz didn't respond to the comment. He picked up his pen, obviously intending to turn back to his translation. Was there anything else, mistress? Yes, as a matter of fact, Vin said, pulling the handkerchief from her sleeve. Do you have any idea what this is? It appears to be a handkerchief, mistress. Vin raised a droll eyebrow. Very funny, you've spent far too long around, Sazed. I know, he said with a quiet sigh. He has corrupted me, I think. Regardless, I do not understand your question. What is distinctive about that particular handkerchief? That's what I want to know, Vin said. Spook gave it to me just a little bit ago. Ah, that makes sense then. What? Vin demanded. In noble society, mistress, a handkerchief is the traditional gift a young man gives a lady that he wishes to seriously court. Vin paused, regarding the handkerchief with shock. What, is that boy crazy? Most young men his age are somewhat crazy, I think, Sazed said with a smile. However, this is hardly unexpected. Haven't you noticed how he stares at you when you enter the room? I just thought he was creepy. What is he thinking? He's so much younger than me. The boy is 15, mistress. That only makes him 1 year your junior. 2, Vin said. I turned 17 last week. Still, he isn't really that much younger than you. Vin rolled her eyes. I don't have time for his attentions. One would think, mistress, that you would appreciate the opportunities you have. Not everyone is so fortunate. Vin paused. He's a eunuch, you fool. Sazed, I'm sorry. Sazed waved a hand. It is something I have never known enough of to miss, mistress. Perhaps I am fortunate. A life in the underground does not make it easy to raise a family. Why, poor Master Hammond has been away from his wife for months. Ham's married, of course, Sazed said. So is Master, I believe. They protect their families by separating them from underground activities, but this necessitates spending large periods of time apart. Who else? Vin asked. Breeze. Master Breeze is a bit too self-motivated for a family, I think. Master hasn't spoken of his romantic life, but I suspect that there is something painful in his past. That is not uncommon for plantation, as you might expect. Is from a plantation? Vin asked with surprise. Of course, don't you ever spend time talking with your friends, mistress? Friends, I have friends. It was an odd realization. Anyway, Sazed said, I should continue my work. I am sorry to be so dismissive, but I am nearly finished with the translation. Of course, Vin said, standing and smoothing her dress. Thank you. She found sitting in the guest study, writing quietly on a piece of paper, a pile of documents organized neatly on the desktop. He wore a standard nobleman's suit and always looked more comfortable in the clothing than the others did. Was dashing, Breeze immaculate and lavish, but he simply looked natural in the outfit. He looked up as she entered. Vin, I'm sorry, I should have sent for you. For some reason I assumed you were out. I often am these days, she said, closing the door behind her. I stayed home today. Listening to prattle over their lunches can get a bit annoying. I can imagine, said, smiling. Have a seat. Vin nodded, strolling into the room. It was a quiet place, decorated in warm colors and deep woods. It was still somewhat light outside, but already had the evening drapes drawn and was working by candlelight. Any news from Vin? Asked as she sat. No, said, setting aside his document. But that's not unexpected. He wasn't going to stay at the caves for long, so sending a messenger back would have been a bit silly, as in he might even be able to get back before a man on horseback. Either way, I suspect he'll be a few days late. This is Kel we're talking about, after all. Vin nodded, then sat quietly for a moment. She hadn't spent as much time with as she had with Sazed, or even Ham and Breeze. He seemed like a kind man, however, very stable and very clever. While most of the others contributed some kind of power to the crew, was valuable because of his simple ability to organize. When something needed to be purchased, such as Vin's dresses, saw that it got done. When a building needed to be rented, supplies procured, or a permit secured made it happen. He wasn't out front scamming noblemen fighting in the mists or recruiting soldiers. Without him, however, Vin suspected that the entire crew would fall apart. He's a nice man, she told herself. He won't mind if I ask him. Docs, what was it like living on a plantation? The plantation, Vin nodded. You grew up on one, right? You're a plantation. Yes, said, or at least I was. What was it like? I'm not sure how to answer, Vin. It was a hard life, but most live hard lives. I wasn't allowed to leave the plantation, or even go outside of the hovel community without permission. We ate more regularly than a lot of the street, but we were worked as hard as any mill worker, perhaps more. The plantations are different from the cities. Out there, every lord is his own master. Technically, the lord ruler owns them, but the noblemen rent them and are allowed to kill as many as they want. Each lord just has to make certain that his crops come in. You seem so unemotional about it, Vin said, shrugged. It's been a while since I lived there, Vin. I don't know that the plantation was overly traumatic. It was just life. We didn't know anything better. In fact, I now know that amongst plantation lords, mine was actually rather lenient. Why did you leave then? Paused. An event, he said, his voice growing almost wistful. You know that the law says that a lord can bed any woman that he wishes. Vin nodded. He just has to kill her when he's done. Or soon thereafter, said, quickly enough that she can't birth any half-breed children. The Lord took a woman you loved then, nodded. I don't talk about it much, not because I can't, but because I think it would be pointless. I'm not the only to lose a loved one to a lord's passion or even to a lord's indifference. In fact, I'll bet you'd have trouble finding who hasn't had someone they love murdered by the aristocracy. That's just the way it is. Who was she? Vin asked. A girl from the plantation. Like I said, my story isn't that original. I remember sneaking between the hovels at night to spend time with her. The entire community played along, hiding us from the taskmasters. I was supposed to be out after dark, you see. I braved the mist for the first time for her, and while many thought me foolish to go out at night, others got over their superstition and encouraged me. I think the romance inspired them. And I reminded everyone that there was something to live for. When was taken by Lord, her corpse returned the next morning for burial. Something just died in the hovels. I left that next evening. I didn't know there was a better life, but I just couldn't stay, not with family there, not with Lord watching us work. Sighed, shaking his head. Vin could finally see some emotion in his face. You know, he said, it amazes me sometimes that we even try. With everything they've done to us, the deaths, the tortures, the agonies, you'd think that we would just give up on things like hope and love. But we don't. Still fall in love, they still try to have families, and they still struggle. I mean, here we are, fighting Kel's insane little war, resisting a god we know is just going to slaughter us all. Vin sat quietly, trying to comprehend the horror of what he described. I thought you said that your lord was a kind one. Oh, he was, said. Lord rarely beat his to death, and he only purged the elderly when the population got completely out of control. He has an impeccable reputation among the nobility. You've probably seen him at some of the balls he's been in lately over the winter between planting seasons. Vin felt cold. That's horrible. How could they let a monster like that among them? Frowned, then he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desktop. Vin, they're all like that. I know that's what some of the say docs, Vin said. But the people at the balls, they aren't like that. I've met them, danced with them. Docs, a lot of them are good people. I don't think they realize how terrible things are for them. Looked at her with a strange expression. Am I really hearing this from you, Vin? Why do you think we're fighting against them? Don't you realize the things those people, all of those people, are capable of? Cruelty, perhaps, Vin said, and indifference. They aren't monsters, not all of them, not like your former plantation lord. Shook his head. You just aren't seeing well enough, Vin. A nobleman can rape and murder a woman one night, then be praised for his morality and virtue the next day. Just aren't people to them. Don't even consider it cheating when their lord sleeps with a woman. Vin trailed off, growing uncertain. This was the one area of noble culture she hadn't wanted to confront. Beatings she could perhaps forgive, but this. Shook his head. You're letting them dupe you, Vin. Things like this are less visible in the cities because of whorehouses, but the murders still happen. Some brothels use women of very poor but noble birth. Most, however, just kill off their whores periodically to keep the inquisitors placated. Vin felt a little weak. I know about the brothels, docs. My brother always threatened to sell me to one. But just because brothels exist doesn't mean that all the men go to them. There are lots of workers who don't visit the whorehouses. Noblemen are different, Vin said sternly. They're horrible creatures. Why do you think I don't complain when kills them? Why do you think I'm working with him to overthrow their government? You should ask some of those pretty boys you dance with how often they've slept with a woman they knew would be killed a short time later. They've all done it at one point or another. Vin looked down. They can't be redeemed, Vin said. He didn't seem as passionate about the topic as he just seemed. Resigned. I don't think that Kel will be happy until they're all dead. I doubt we have to go that far or even that we can, but I, for one, would be more than happy to see their society collapse. Vin sat quietly. They can't all be like that, she thought. They're so beautiful, so distinguished. Has never taken and murdered a woman, has he? I sleep but a few hours each night. We must press forward, traveling as much as we can each day, but when I finally lie down I find sleep elusive. The same thoughts that trouble me during the day are only compounded by the stillness of night. And above it all I hear the thumping sounds from above, from the mountains, drawing me closer with each beat. They say that the deaths of the brothers were a retaliation for the murder of Lord, Lady said quietly. Behind Vin's group the musicians played upon their stage, but the evening was growing late and few people danced. Lady's circle of partygoers frowned at the news. There were about 6 of them, including Vin and her companion, one a young heir to a minor house title. Really, said, houses and our allies. Why would assassinate 2 noblemen? Why indeed, said, leaning forward conspiratorially, her massive blonde bun wobbling slightly. Had never displayed much fashion sense. She was an excellent source of gossip, however. You remember when Lord was found dead in the gardens? Asked. Well, it seemed obvious that one of House enemies had killed him, but House has been petitioning for an alliance. Apparently a faction within the House thought that if something happened to inflame that they would be more willing to seek allies. You're saying that purposely killed an ally? Asked State. He scrunched up his ample brow in thought. Pat its arm. Don't worry about it too much, dear, she advised, then turned eagerly back to the conversation. Don't you see, by secretly killing Lord Hope to get the allegiance it needs, that would give it access to those canal routes through the eastern plains. But it backfired, said thoughtfully. Discovered the ruse and killed him. I danced with a couple of times at the last ball, Vin said. Now he's dead, his corpse left on the streets outside a slum. Oh, asked. Was he any good? Vin shrugged. Not very. That's all you can ask. A man is dead and you just want to know if I liked him more than you. Well, now he's dancing with the worms, said the final man in the group. Gave the quip a pity laugh, which was more than it deserved. Attempts at humor generally left something to be desired. He seemed like the type who would have been more at home with the ruffians of Screw than the noblemen of the dance hall. Of course, Doc says they're all like that underneath. Vin's conversation with still dominated her thoughts. When she'd started coming to the noblemen's balls back on that first night, the night she'd nearly been killed, she'd thought about how fake everything seemed. How had she forgotten that original impression? How had she let herself get taken in to begin admiring their poise and their splendor? Now every nobleman's arm around her waist made her cringe, as if she could feel the rot within their hearts. How many had killed? What about? He seemed like the type who would enjoy a night with the whores. But still she played along. She had finally worn her black gown this evening, somehow feeling the need to set herself apart from the other women with their bright colors and often brighter smiles. However, she couldn't avoid the others' company. Vin had finally begun to gain the confidences her crew needed. Would be delighted to know that his plan for House was working, and that wasn't the only thing she had been able to discover. She had dozens of little tidbits that would be of vital use to the crew's efforts. One such tidbit was about House Venture. The family was bunkering up for what it expected to be an extended house war. One evidence of this was the fact that it attended far fewer balls than he once had. Not that Vin minded. When he did come, he generally avoided her, and she didn't really want to talk to him anyway. Memories of what it said made her think that she might have trouble remaining civil toward. Lord asked, are you still planning on joining us for a game of tomorrow? Of course, said, didn't you promise that last time? Asked, I'll be there, said, something came up last time, and it won't come up again. Asked, you know we can't play unless we have a fourth man. If you're not going to be there, we could ask someone else. Sighed, then held up a hand, sharply gesturing to the side. The motion caught Vin's attention. She had only been half listening to the conversation. She looked to the side, and nearly jumped in shock as she saw an obligator approaching the group. So far she'd managed to avoid obligators at the balls. After her first with a high some months ago and the subsequent alerting of an inquisitor, she'd been apprehensive to even go near one. The obligator approached, smiling in a creepy sort of way. Perhaps it was the arms clasped before him, hands hidden inside the gray sleeves. Perhaps it was the tattoos around the eyes, wrinkled with the aging skin. Perhaps it was the way his eyes regarded her. It seemed like they could see through her guise. This wasn't just a nobleman, this was an obligator, eyes of the Lord Ruler, enforcer of his law. The obligator stopped at the group. His tattoos marked him as a member of the Canton of Orthodoxy, the primary bureaucratic arm of the ministry. He eyed the group, speaking in a smooth voice. Yes, pulled out a few coins. I promised to meet these two for tomorrow, he said, handing the coins to the aging obligator. It seemed like such a silly reason to call over an obligator, or at least so Vin thought. The obligator, however, didn't laugh or point out the frivolity of the demand. He simply smiled, palming the coins as deftly as any thief. I witnessed this, Lord, he said. Satisfied, asked of the other two. They nodded. The obligator turned, not giving Vin a second glance, and strolled away. She released a quiet breath, watching his form. They must know everything that happens in court, she realized. If nobility call them over to witness things this simple. The more she knew about the ministry, the more she realized how clever the Lord Ruler had been in organizing them. They witnessed every mercantile contract, and had to deal with obligators nearly every day. Only they could authorize weddings, divorces, land purchases, or ratify inheritance of titles. If an obligator hadn't witnessed an event, it hadn't happened, and if one hadn't sealed a document, then it might as well not have been written. Vin shook her head as the conversation turned to other topics. It had been a long night, and her mind was full of information to scribble down on her way back to. Excuse me, Lord, she said, laying a hand on his arm, though touching him made her shiver slightly. I think perhaps it is time for me to retire. I'll walk you to your carriage, he said. That won't be necessary, she said sweetly. I want to refresh myself and then I have to wait for my anyway. I'll just go sit down at our table. Very well, he said, nodding respectfully. Go if you must, said, but you'll never know the news I have about the ministry. Vin paused. What news? Eyes twinkled and she glanced at the disappearing obligator. The inquisitors are buzzing like insects. They've hit twice as many thieving bands these last few months as usual. They don't even take prisoners for executions, they just leave them all dead. How do you know this? Asked skeptically. He seemed so straight-backed and noble you would never know what he really was. I have my sources, said with a smile. Why the Inquisitors found another band just this afternoon, one headquartered not far from here. Vin felt a chill. They weren't that far from Clubs' shop. No, it couldn't be them, and the rest are too clever. Even without in town, they'll be safe. Cursed thieves, spat. Damn, don't know their place. Isn't the food and clothing we give enough of a theft from our pockets? It's amazing the creatures can even survive as thieves, said his young wife in her normal purring voice. I can't imagine what kind of incompetent would let himself get robbed by. Flushed, and Vin eyed him with curiosity. Rarely spoke except to make some jab against her husband. He must have been robbed himself. A scam, perhaps. Filing away the information for later investigation, Vin turned to go, a motion that put her face to face with a newcomer to the group. Shan's former betrothed was immaculate, as always. Her long auburn hair had an almost luminous sheen, and her beautiful figure only reminded Vin how scrawny she herself was. Self-important in a way that could make even a confident person uncertain, Shan was, as Vin was beginning to realize, exactly what most of the aristocracy thought was the perfect woman. The men in Vin's group nodded their heads in respect, and the women honored to have their conversation joined by one so important. Vin glanced to the side, trying to escape, but Shan was standing right before her. Shan smiled. "Ah, Lord," she said to Vin's companion, "it's a pity that your original date this evening took sick. It appears you were left with few other options." Flushed, Shan's comment expertly placing him in a difficult position. Did he defend Vin, possibly earning the ire of a very powerful woman? Or did he instead agree with Shan, thereby insulting his date? He took the coward's way out. He ignored the comment. "Lady Shan, it is a pleasure to have you join us." "Indeed," Shan said smoothly, eyes glittering with pleasure as she regarded Vin's discomfort. Cursed woman, Vin thought. It seemed that whenever Shan grew bored, she would seek out Vin and embarrass her for sport. "However," Shan said, "I am afraid I didn't come to chat. Unpleasant though it may be, I have business with the child. Will you excuse us?" "Of course, my lady," said, backing away. "Lady, thank you for your company this evening." Vin nodded to him and the others, feeling a little like a wounded animal being abandoned by the herd. She really didn't want to deal with Shan this evening. "Lady Shan," Vin said once they were alone, "I think your interest in me is unfounded. I haven't really been spending much time with lately." "I know," Shan said. "It appears I overestimated your competence, child. One would think that once you gained favor with a man so much more important than yourself, you wouldn't have let him slip away so easily." Shouldn't she be jealous? Vin thought, suppressing a cringe as she felt the inevitable touch of Shan's on her emotions. Shouldn't she hate me for taking her place? But that wasn't the noble way. Vin was nothing, a momentary diversion. Shan wasn't interested in recapturing his affection. She just wanted a way to strike back at the man who had slighted her. "A wise girl would put herself in a position where she could make use of the only advantage she has," Shan said. "If you think any other important nobleman will ever pay any attention to you, then you are mistaken. Likes to shock the court, and so naturally he chose to do so with the most homely and lumpish woman he could find. Take this opportunity, you shall not soon find another." Vin gritted her teeth against the insults and the Shan had obviously made an art out of forcing people to take whatever abuse she sought fit to deliver. "Now," Shan said, "I require information regarding certain texts has in his possession. You can read, can't you?" Vin nodded curtly. "Good," Shan said. "All you need to do is memorize the titles of his books. Don't look on the outside covers, they can be misleading. Read the first few pages, then report back to me." "And if I should instead tell what you're planning?" Shan laughed. "My dear, you don't know what I'm planning. Besides, you seem to be making some headway in court. Surely you realize that betraying me is not something you want to even contemplate." With that, Shan walked off, immediately gathering a collection of hangers-on from the surrounding nobility. Shan's soothing weakened, and Vin felt her frustration and anger rise. There had been a time when she would have simply scampered away, ego already too beat down to be bothered by Shan's insults. This night, however, she found herself wishing for a way to strike back. "Calm yourself, this is a good thing. You've become a pawn in great house plans. Most lesser nobility probably dream of such an opportunity." She sighed, retreating toward the now empty table she had shared with. The ball this evening was being held at the marvelous Keep Hastings. Its tall, round central keep was attended by 6 auxiliary towers, each set off from the main building a short distance and connected to it by walkways. All 7 towers were set with winding, curving patterns of stained glass. The ballroom was at the top of the wide central tower. Fortunately, a system of powered pulley platforms kept noble guests from having to walk all the way to the top. The ballroom itself wasn't as spectacular as some Vin had visited, just a squarish chamber with vaulted ceilings and colored glass running around the perimeter. Funny how easily one can become jaded, Vin thought. Perhaps that's how the noblemen can do such terrible things. They've been killing for so long that it doesn't unsettle them anymore. She asked a servant to go fetch saws, then sat down to rest her feet. I wish would hurry up and get back, she thought. The crew, Vin included, seemed less motivated without him around. It wasn't that she didn't want to work. Snappy wit and optimism just helped keep her moving. Vin looked up idly and her eyes caught sight of Venture standing just a short distance away, chatting with a small group of young noblemen. She froze. Part of her, the Vin part, wanted to scurry away and hide. She'd fit beneath a table, dress and all. Oddly, however, she found her side stronger. I have to talk to him, she thought, not because of Shan, but because I have to find out the truth. Was exaggerating, he had to be. When had she grown so confrontational? Even as she stood, Vin was amazed at her firm resolve. She crossed the ballroom, checking her black dress briefly as she walked. One of his companions tapped him on the shoulder, nodding toward Vin. Turned and the other 2 men. Why, he said as she paused in front of him. I arrived late, I didn't even know you were here. Liar, of course you knew. Wouldn't miss the Hastings ball. How to broach it, how to ask. You've been avoiding me, she said. Now I wouldn't say that. I've just been busy. House issues, you know. Besides, I warned you that I was rude and… He trailed off. Is everything all right? Vin realized she was sniffling slightly and she felt a tear on her cheek. Idiot, she thought, dabbing her eyes with his handkerchief. You'll ruin your makeup. You're shaking, said with concern. Here, let's go to the balcony and get you some fresh air. She let him lead her away from the sounds of music and chattering people, and they stepped into the quiet, dark air. The balcony, one of many jutting from the top of the central Hastings Tower, was empty. A single stone lantern stood as part of the railing, and some tastefully placed plants lined the corners. Mist floated in the air, prevalent as ever, though the balcony was close enough to the keep's warmth that the mist was weak. Didn't pay any attention to it. He, like most noblemen, considered fear of the mist to be a foolish superstition, which Vin supposed was right. Now, what is this about? Asked. I'll admit, I have been ignoring you. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve it. I just… Well, it seemed like you were fitting in so well that you didn't need a troublemaker like me being. Have you ever slept with a woman? Vin asked, paused, taken aback. Is that what this is all about? Who told you? Have you? Vin demanded, paused. Lord Ruler, it's true. Sit down, said, fetching her a chair. It's true, isn't it? Vin said, sitting. You've done it. He was right. You're all monsters. Laid a hand on Vin's arm, but she pulled it away, only to feel a teardrop drip down her face and stain her dress. She reached up, wiping her eyes, the handkerchief coming back colored with makeup. It happened when I was 13, said quietly. My father thought it was time that I became a man. I didn't even know they were going to kill the girl afterward. Honestly, I didn't. And after that, she demanded, growing angry. How many girls have you murdered, Venture? None. Never again. Not after I found out what had happened that first time. You expect me to believe you? I don't know, said. Look, I know that it's fashionable for the women of court to label all men brutes, but you have to believe me, we're not all like that. I was told that you are, Vin said. By whom? Country nobility. They don't know us. They're jealous because we control most of the canal systems, and they might just have a right to be. Their envy doesn't make us terrible people, however. What percentage? Vin asked. How many noblemen do these things? Maybe a third, said. I'm not sure. They aren't the types I spend my time with. She wanted to believe him, and that desire should have made her more skeptical. But looking into those eyes she had always found so honest, she found herself swayed. For the first time she could remember, she completely pushed aside whispers and simply believed. A third, she whispered. So many, but that's better than all of them. She reached up to dab her eyes and eyed her handkerchief. Who gave you that? He asked curiously. A suitor, Vin said. Is he the one who's been telling you these things about me? No, that was another, Vin said. He said that all noblemen, or rather, all noblemen were terrible people. He said that court women don't even consider it cheating when their men sleep with whores. Snorted. Your informant doesn't know women very well then. I dare you to find me one lady who isn't bothered when her husband dallies with another, or noble. Vin nodded, taking a deep breath, calming herself. She felt ridiculous, but she also felt at peace, knelt beside her chair, still obviously concerned. So, she said, your father is one of the third, flushed in the wan light, looking down. He likes all kinds of mistresses, noble, it doesn't matter to him. I still think about that night. I don't know. It wasn't your fault, she said. You were just a 13-year-old boy who was doing what his father told him. Looked away, but she had already seen the anger and guilt in his eyes. Someone needs to stop these kinds of things from happening, he said quietly, and Vin was struck by the intensity in his voice. This is a man who cares, she thought. A man like a good man. Why can't they see that? Finally sighed, standing and pulling over a chair for himself. He sat down, elbow resting against the railing, running his hand through his messy hair. Well, he noted, you probably aren't the first lady I've made cry at a ball, but you're the first one I've made cry that I sincerely care about. My gentlemanly prowess has reached new depths. Vin smiled. It's not you, she said, leaning back. It's just been a very draining few months. When I found out about these things, I just couldn't handle it all. The corruption needs to be dealt with, said. The Lord Ruler doesn't even see it. He doesn't want to. Vin nodded, then she eyed. Why exactly have you been avoiding me lately anyway? Flushed again. I just figured you had enough new friends to keep you occupied. What is that supposed to mean? I don't like a lot of the people you've been spending your time with, said. You've managed to fit very well into society, and I generally find that playing politics changes people. That's easy to say, Vin snapped. Especially when you're at the very top of the political structure, you can afford to ignore politics. Some of us aren't so fortunate. I suppose. Besides, Vin said, you play politics just as well as the rest. Or are you going to try and tell me that your initial interest in me wasn't sparked by a desire to spite your father? Held up his hands. All right, consider me suitably chastised. I was a fool and a twit. It runs in the family. Vin sighed, sitting back and feeling the cool whisper of the mists on her tear-wetted cheeks. Wasn't a monster, she believed him on that count. Perhaps she was a fool, but was having an effect on her. She was beginning to trust those around her, and there was no one she wanted to let herself trust more than Venture. And when it wasn't connected directly to, she found the horrors of the noble relationship easier to deal with. Even if a third of the noblemen were murdering women, something was probably salvageable of the society. The nobility wouldn't have to be purged, that was their tactic. Vin would have to make certain that sort of thing didn't happen no matter what bloodline one had. Lord Ruler, Vin thought, I'm starting to think like the others. It's almost like I think that we can change things. She glanced across at who sat with his back to the curling mists beyond. He looked morose. I brought out bad memories, Vin thought guiltily. No wonder he hates his father so much. She longed to do something to make him feel better. She said, drawing his attention, they're just like us. He paused. What? The plantation, Vin said. You asked me about them once. I was afraid, so I acted like a proper noblewoman, but you seemed disappointed when I didn't have more to say. He leaned forward. So you did spend time with the Vin nodded. A lot of time, too much if you ask my family. That might be why they sent me out here. I knew some of them very well, one older man in particular. He lost someone, a woman he loved, to a nobleman who wanted a pretty thing for the evening's entertainment. At your plantation, Vin shook her head quickly. He ran away and came to my father's lands. And you hid him? Asked with surprise. Runaway are supposed to be executed. I kept his secret, Vin said. I didn't know him for very long, but, well, I can promise you this. Vin stood, breathing deeply as she wiped the blood from her cheek, only to realize that her bloody arm was just making her face worse. Behind her, the soldiers called out, knocking more arrows. Vin glanced back toward the keep, bidding farewell to, then pushed herself out into the night. Other men worry whether or not they will be remembered. I have no such fears, even disregarding the prophecies. I have brought such chaos, conflict, and hope to this world that there is little chance that I will be forgotten. I worry about what they will say of me. Historians can make what they wish of the past. In 1,000 years' time, will I be remembered as the man who protected mankind from a powerful evil? Or will I be remembered as a tyrant who arrogantly tried to make himself a legend? I don't know, Klsir said, smiling as he shrugged. Breeze would make a pretty good minister of sanitation. The group chuckled, though Breeze just rolled his eyes. Honestly, I don't see why I consistently prove to be the target of you people's humor. Why must you choose the only dignified person in this crew as the butt of your mockery? Because, my dear man, Ham said, imitating Breeze's accent, you are by far the best butt we have. Oh please, Breeze said as Spook nearly collapsed to the floor with laughter. This is just getting juvenile. The teenage boy was the only one who found that comment amusing Hammond. I'm a soldier, Ham said, raising his cup. Your witty verbal attacks have no effect on me, for I'm far too dense to understand them. Chuckled, leaning back against the cupboard. One problem with working at night was that he missed the evening gatherings in Clubs' kitchen. Breeze and Ham continued their general banter. Doc sat at the end of the table, going over ledgers and reports, while Spook sat by Ham eagerly, trying his best to take part in the conversation. Club sat in his corner, overseeing, occasionally smiling, and generally enjoying his ability to give the best scowls in the room. I should be leaving, Master, Sazed said, checking the wall clock. Mistress Vin should be about ready to leave. Nodded. I should get going myself. I still have to. The outside kitchen door slammed open. Vin stood silhouetted by the dark mist, wearing nothing but her dressing undergarments, a flimsy white shirt and shorts. Both were sprayed with blood. Vin, Ham exclaimed, standing. Her cheek bore a long, thin gash, and she had a bandage tied on one forearm. I'm fine, she said wearily. What happened to your dress? Immediately demanded. You mean this? Vin asked apologetically, holding up a ripped blue mass of cloth. It got in the way. Sorry, Docs. Lord Ruler girl, Breeze said. Forget the dress. What happened to you? Vin shook her head, shutting the door. Spook blushed furiously at her outfit, and Sazed immediately moved over, checking the wound on her cheek. I think I did something bad, Vin said. I kind of killed Shan. You did what? Asked Sazed quietly, leaving the small cheek cut alone as he undid the bandage on her arm. Vin flinched slightly at Sazed's ministrations. We fought, I won. You killed a fully trained, thought with shock. You've practiced for barely 8 months. Master Hammond, Sazed requested. Would you fetch my healer's bag? Ham nodded, rising. You might want to grab her something to wear too, suggested. I think poor Spook's about to have a heart attack. What's wrong with this? Vin asked, nodding toward her clothing. It's not that much more revealing than some of the thief's clothing I've worn. Those are undergarments, Vin said. So, it's the principle of the matter, said. Young ladies do not run around in their undergarments, no matter how much those undergarments may resemble regular clothing. Vin shrugged, sitting as Sazed held a bandage to her arm. She seemed exhausted, and not just from the fighting. What else happened at that party? Where did you fight the woman? Asked. Outside Keep Venture, Vin said, looking down. I think some of the guards spotted me. Some of the nobles might have too, I'm not certain. That's going to be trouble, said, sighing. Of course, that cheek wound is going to be pretty obvious even with makeup. Honestly, don't you ever worry about what you're going to look like the day after you get into one of these fights? I was kind of focused on staying alive, Docs, Vin said. He's just complaining because he's worried about you, said as Ham returned with the bag. That's what he does. Both wounds will require immediate stitching, Mistress, Sazed said. The one on your arm hit the bone, I think. Vin nodded, and Sazed rubbed her arm with a numbing agent, then began to work. She bore it without much visible discomfort, though she obviously had her pewter flared. She looked so exhausted, thought. She was such a frail-looking thing, mostly just arms and legs. Hammond put a cloak around her shoulders, but she appeared too tired to care, and I brought her into this. Of course, she should know better than to get herself into this kind of trouble. Eventually, Sazed finished his efficient sewing, then tied a new bandage around the arm wound. he moved onto the cheek. Why would you fight her? Asked sternly. You should have run. Didn't you learn anything from your battle with the Inquisitors? I couldn't get away without turning my back on her, Vin said. Besides, she had more than me. If I hadn't attacked, she would have chased me down. I had to strike while we were equally matched. But how did you get into this in the first place? Demanded. Did she attack you? Vin glanced down at her feet. I attacked first. Why? Asked. Vin sat for a moment, saws working on her cheek. She was going to kill, she finally said, exhaled in exasperation. Venture, you risked your life, risked the plan and our lives for that fool of a boy. Vin looked up, glaring at him. Yes, what is wrong with you, girl? Asked. Venture isn't worth this. She stood angrily, saws backing away, the cloak falling the floor. He's a good man. He's a nobleman. So are you. Vin snapped. She waved a frustrated arm toward the kitchen and the crew. What do you think this is? The life of a what do any of you know about? Aristocratic suits, stalking your enemies in the night, full meals and nightcaps around the table with your friends. That's not the life of it. She took a step forward, glaring at. He blinked in surprise at the outburst. What do you know about them? She asked. When's the last time you slept in an alley, shivering in the cold rain, listening to the beggar next to you cough with a sickness you knew would kill him? When's the last time you had to lay awake at night, terrified that one of the men in your crew would try to rape you? Have you ever knelt starving, wishing you had the courage to knife the beside you just so you could take his crust of bread? Have you ever cowered before your brother as he beat you, all the time feeling thankful because at least you had someone who paid attention to you? She fell silent, puffing slightly, the staring at her. Don't talk to me about noblemen, Vin said. And don't say things about people you don't know. You're just noblemen without titles. She turned, stalking from the room, watched her go, shocked, hearing her footsteps on the stairs. He stood, dumbfounded, feeling a surprising flush of ashamed guilt, and for once found himself without anything to say. Vin didn't go to her room. She climbed to the roof, where the mists curled in the quiet, unlit night. She sat down in the corner, the rough stone lip of the flat rooftop against her nearly bare back wood beneath her. She was cold, but she didn't care. Her arm hurt a bit, but it was mostly numb. She didn't feel nearly numb enough herself. She crossed her arms, huddling down, watching the mists. She didn't know what to think, let alone what to feel. She shouldn't have exploded at, but everything that had happened. The fight's betrayal. It just left her feeling frustrated. She needed to be angry at someone. You should just be angry at yourself's voice whispered. You're the one who let them get close. Now they're all just going to leave you. She couldn't make it stop hurting. She could only sit and shiver as the tears fell, wondering how everything had collapsed so quickly. The trapdoor to the rooftop opened with a quiet creak and his head appeared. Oh, Lord Ruler, I don't want to face him now. She tried to wipe away her tears, but she only succeeded in aggravating the freshly stitched wound on her cheek. Closed the trapdoor behind him, then stood, so tall and proud, staring up at the mists. He didn't deserve the things I said. None of them did. Watching the mists is comforting, isn't it? Asked. What is it I once told you? The mists protect you, they give you power, they hide you. He looked down, then he walked over and crouched before her, holding out a cloak. There are some things you can't hide from, Vin. I know, I've tried. She accepted the cloak, then wrapped it around her shoulders. What happened tonight? He asked. What really happened? Told me that he didn't want to be with me anymore. Ah, said, moving over to sit beside her. Was this before or after you killed his former? Before, Vin said. And you still protected him? Vin nodded, sniffling quietly. I know, I'm an idiot. No more than the rest of us, said with a sigh. He looked up into the mists. I loved Mare too, even after she betrayed me. Nothing could change how I felt, and that's why it hurt so much, Vin said, remembering what he'd said before. I think I finally understand. You don't stop loving someone just because they hurt you, he said. It would certainly make things easier if you did. She started to sniffle again, and he put a fatherly arm around her. She pulled close, trying to use his warmth to push away the pain. I loved him, she whispered. I know. No, not, Vin said. He beat me over and over and over. He swore at me, he yelled at me, he told me he'd betray me. Every day I thought about how much I hated him. And I loved him, I still do. It hurts so much to think that he's gone, even though he always told me he would leave. Oh, child, said, pulling her close. I'm sorry. Everyone leaves me, she whispered. I can barely remember my mother. She tried to kill me, She heard voices in her head and they made her kill my baby sister. She was probably going to kill me next, but stopped her. Either way, she left me. After that, I clung to. He left too. I love, but he doesn't want me anymore. She looked up at. When are you going to go? When will you leave me? Looked sorrowful. Vin, I don't know this job, the plan. She searched his eyes, looking for the secrets therein. What are you hiding from me? Something that dangerous? She wiped her eyes again, pulling away from him, feeling foolish. He looked down, shaking his head. Look, now you got blood all over my nice, dirty, pretend informant's clothing. Vin smiled. At least some of it is noble blood. I got shamed pretty good. Chuckled. You're probably right about me, I don't give the nobility much of a chance, do I? Vin flushed. I shouldn't have said those things. You're good people in this plan of yours. Well, I realize what you're trying to do for the no, Vin said, shaking his head. What you said was true, we're not really, but that's good, Vin said. If you were regular, you wouldn't have the experience or courage to plan something like this. They might lack experience, said, but not courage. Our army lost, true, but they were willing, with minimal training, to charge a superior force. No, they don't lack courage, just opportunity. Then it's your position as half nobleman that has given you opportunity, and you've chosen to use that opportunity to help your half. That makes you worthy of being, if anything does. smiled. Worthy to be I like the sound of that. Regardless, perhaps I need to spend a little less time worrying about which nobleman to kill, and a little more time worrying about which peasants to help. Vin nodded, pulling the cloak close as she stared up into the mist. They protect us, give us power, hide us. She hadn't felt like she needed to hide in a long time, but now after the things she'd said below, she almost wished that she could just blow away like a wisp of mist. I need to tell him. It could mean the plan's success or failure. She took a deep breath. House Venture has a weakness. He perked up. It does, Vin nodded. They make certain the metal is harvested and delivered. It's the source of their wealth. Paused for a moment. Of course, that's how they can pay the taxes. That's why they're so powerful. He would need someone to handle things for him. Vin asked. He looked back at her. Don't do anything unless you have to. All right, frowned. I don't know that I can promise anything, Vin. I'll try and think of another way, but as things stand now, Venture has to fall. I understand. I'm glad you told me, though. She nodded, and now I've betrayed him too. There was a peace in knowing, however, that she hadn't done it out of spite. Was right. House Venture was a power that needed to be toppled. Oddly, her mention of the house seemed to bother more than it did her. He sat, staring into the mist, strangely melancholy. He reached down, absently scratching his arm. The scars, Vin thought. It isn't House Venture he's thinking about, it's the pits, her. She said, yes. His eyes still looking a bit absent as he watched the mists. I don't think that mare betrayed you, he smiled. I'm glad you think that way. No, I really mean it, Vin said. The Inquisitors were waiting for you when you got to the center of the palace, right? They were waiting for us too, shook his head. You and I fought some guards, made some noise. When Mare and I went in, we were quiet. We'd planned for a year. We were stealthy, secretive, and very careful. Someone set a trap for us. Mare wasn't right, Vin asked. They could have just sensed you coming, shook his head. We had a smoker with us. Red was his name. The Inquisitors killed him straight off. I've wondered if he was the traitor, but that just doesn't work. Red didn't even know about the infiltration until that night when we went and got him. Only Mare knew enough dates, times, objectives to have betrayed us. Besides, there's the Lord Ruler's comment. You didn't see him, Vin, smiling as he thanked Mare. There was honesty in his eye. They say the Lord Ruler doesn't lie. Why would he need to? Vin sat quietly for a moment, considering what he'd said. She said slowly, I think that Inquisitors can sense our even when we're burning copper. Impossible. I did it tonight. I punctured Shan's to locate her and the other assassins. That's how I got to in time. Frowned. You've got to be mistaken. It happened before too, Vin said. I can feel the Lord Ruler's touch on my emotions, even when I'm burning copper. And I swear that when I was hiding from that Inquisitor who was hunting me, he found me when he shouldn't have been able to. What if it's possible? What if hiding yourself by smoking isn't just a simple matter of whether or not your copper is on? What if it just depends on how strong you are? Sat thoughtfully. It could be possible, I suppose. Then Mare wouldn't have had to betray you, Vin said eagerly. Inquisitors are extremely powerful. The ones who were waiting for you, maybe they just felt you burning metals. They knew that it was trying to sneak into the palace. Then the Lord Ruler thanked her because she was the one who gave you away. She was the burning tin that led them to you. His face took on a troubled expression. He turned, sitting himself so he was directly in front of her. Do it now then, tell me what metal I'm burning. Vin closed her eyes, flaring bronze, listening, feeling as Marsh had taught her. She remembered her solitary trainings, time spent focusing on the waves breeze, ham, or spook gave off for her. She tried to pick out the fuzzing rhythm of tried to. For a moment she thought she felt something. Something very strange, a slow pulsing like a distant drum unlike any rhythm she'd felt before. But it wasn't coming from, it was distant, far away. She focused harder, trying to pick out the direction it was coming from. But suddenly as she focused harder, something else drew her attention. A more familiar rhythm coming from it was faint, difficult to feel over the pulsing of her own heartbeat. It was a bold beat and quick. She opened her eyes. Pewter, you're burning pewter. Blinked in surprise. Impossible, he whispered. Again, she closed her eyes. Tin, she said after a moment. Now steel, you changed as soon as I spoke. Bloody hell, I was right, Vin said eagerly. You can feel pulses through copper. They're quiet, but I guess you just have to focus hard enough to. Vin interrupted. Don't you think I've tried this before? You don't think that after 1,000 someone would have noticed that you could pierce I've even tried it. I focused for hours on my master, trying to sense something through his, but, Vin said, but why? It must have to do with strength, like you said. Inquisitors can push and pull harder than any regular. Perhaps they're so strong that they can overwhelm someone else's metal. But, Vin said quietly, I'm not an Inquisitor. But you're strong, he said. Stronger than you have any right to be. You killed a fool tonight. By luck, Vin said, face flushing. I just tricked her. Is nothing but tricks, Vin. No, there's something special about you. I noticed it on that first day when you shrugged off my attempts to push and pull your emotions. She flushed. It can't be that. Maybe I've just practiced with bronze more than you. I don't know, Vin said, you're still too self-effacing. You're good at this, that much is obvious. If that's why you can see through, well, I don't know, but learn to take a little pride in yourself, kid. If there's anything I can teach you, it's how to be self-confident. Vin smiled. Come on, he said, standing and holding out a hand to help her up. Sazd is going to fret all night if you don't let him finish stitching that cheek wound, and Ham's dying to hear about your battle. Good job leaving Shan's body back at Keep Venture, by the way, when House hears that she was found dead on Venture property. Vin allowed him to pull her up, but she glanced toward the trapdoor apprehensively. I don't know if I want to go down yet. How can I face them? Laughed. Oh, don't worry. If you didn't say some stupid things every once in a while, you certainly wouldn't fit in with this group. Come on. Vin hesitated, then let him lead her back down to the warmth of the kitchen. How can you read at times like this? Asked, looked up from his book. It calms me, raised an eyebrow. The young sat impatiently in the coach, tapping his fingers on the armrest. The window shades were drawn, partially to hide the light of his reading lantern, partially to keep out the mists. Though he'd never admit it, the swirling fog made him just a bit nervous. Noblemen weren't supposed to be afraid of such things, but that didn't change the fact that the deep, colliginous mist was just plain creepy. Your father is going to be livid when you get back, noted, still tapping the armrest. Shrugged, though this comment did make him a little bit nervous. Not because of his father, but because of what had happened this night. Some had apparently been spying on his meeting with his friends. What information had they gathered? Did they know about the books he'd read? Fortunately, one of them had tripped, falling through skylight. After that, it had been confusion and chaos, soldiers and running about in a semi-panic. His first thought had been for the books, the dangerous ones, the ones that if the obligators found he possessed could get him into serious trouble. So in the confusion, he dumped them all in a bag and followed down to the palace side exit. Grabbing a carriage and sneaking out of the palace grounds had been an extreme move perhaps, but it had been ridiculously easy. With the number of carriages fleeing the venture grounds, not a single person had paused to notice that himself was in the carriage with. It's probably all died down by now, told himself. People will realize that House Venture wasn't trying to attack them and that there wasn't really any danger, just some spies who got careless. He should have returned by now. However, his convenient absence from the palace gave him a perfect excuse to check on another group of spies, and this time himself had sent them. A sudden knock on the door made jump and closed his book, then opened the carriage door. Felt one of the House Venture chief spies climbed into the carriage, nodding his hawkish, mustached face respectfully to then, well, asked. Felt sat down with the keen litheness of his kind. The building is ostensibly a woodcrafter's shop, Ord. One of my men has heard of the place. It's run by one master, a carpenter of no small skill. Frowned. Why did Steward come here? We think that the shop is a front, Ord, Felt said. We've been observing it ever since the steward led us here as you ordered. However, we've had to be very careful. There are several hidden on its roof and top floors. Frowned. An odd precaution for a simple craftsman's shop, I should think. Felt nodded. That's not the half of it, Ord. We managed to sneak one of our best men up to the building itself. We don't think he was spotted, but he had a remarkably difficult time hearing what's going on inside. The windows are sealed and stuffed to keep in sound. Another odd precaution, thought. What do you think it means? He asked Felt. It's got to be an underground hideout, Ord, Felt said. And a good one. If we hadn't been watching carefully and been certain what to look for, we would never have noticed the signs. My guess is that the men inside, even though are members of a thieving crew, a very unskilled one. A thieving crew, asked, and lady too, likely, Ord, Felt said, paused. A thieving crew, he said, stunned. Why would they send one of their members to balls, to perform a scam of some sort, perhaps? Ord, Felt asked. Do you want us to break in? I've got enough men to take their entire crew. No, said, call your men back and tell no one of what you've seen this night. Yes, Ord, Felt said, climbing out of the coach. Lord Ruler said as the carriage door closed. No wonder she didn't seem like a regular noblewoman. It wasn't her rural upbringing. She's just a thief. Nodded, thoughtful, not certain what to think. You owe me an apology, said. I was right about her, eh? Perhaps, said, but in a way you were wrong about her too. She wasn't trying to spy on me, she was just trying to rob me. So, I need to think about this, said, reaching out and knocking for the carriage to start moving. He sat back as the coach began to roll back toward Keep Venture. Wasn't the person that she'd said she was. However, he'd already prepared himself for that news. Not only its words about her made him suspicious, herself hadn't accusations earlier in the night. It was obvious she had been lying to him, playing a part. He should have been furious. He realized this logically, and a piece of him did ache of betrayal. But oddly, the primary emotion he felt was one of relief. What? Asked, studying with a frown, shook his head. You've had me worrying over this for days. I felt so sick that I could barely function, all because I thought that was a traitor. But she's probably trying to scam you. Yes, said, but at least she probably isn't a spy for another house. In the face of all the intrigue, politics, and backbiting that has been going on lately, something as simple as a robbery feels slightly refreshing. It's only money. Money is kind of important to some of us. Not as important as that poor girl. All this time she must have been worrying about the scam she would have to pull on me. Sat for a moment, then he finally shook his head. Only you would be relieved to find out that someone was trying to steal from you. Need I remind you that the girl has been lying this entire time? You might have grown attached to her, but I doubt her own feelings are genuine. You may be right, admitted, but I don't know. I feel like I know this girl. Her emotions, they just seem too real, too honest to be false. Doubtful, said, shook his head. We don't have enough information to judge her yet. Felt think she's a thief, but there have to be other reasons a group like that would send someone to balls. Maybe she's just an informant, or maybe she is a thief but not one who ever intended to rob me. She spent an awful lot of time mixing with the other nobility. Why would she do that if I was her target? In fact, she spent relatively little time with me, and she never plied me for gifts." He paused, imagining his meeting as a pleasant accident, an event that had thrown a terrible twist into both of their lives. He smiled, then shook his head. "No, there's more here than we're seeing. Something about her still doesn't make sense." "I suppose," Elle said, frowning, sat upright, a sudden thought occurring to him, a thought that made his speculations about its motivation seem far less important. He said, and she fooled me, fooled us both. She acted the part of an aristocrat almost perfectly. An inexperienced aristocrat, perhaps. I had a real thief with me, said. Think of the questions I could have asked her. Questions? What kind of questions? Questions about being said. That's not the point. She fooled us. If we can't tell the difference between and a noblewoman, that means that they can't be very different from us. And if they're not that different from us, what right do we have treating them as we do? Shrugged. I don't think you're looking at this in perspective. We're in the middle of a house war. Nodded distractedly. I was so hard on her this evening. Too hard. He had wanted her to believe totally and completely that he didn't want anything more to do with her. Part of that had been genuine, for his own worries had convinced him that she couldn't be trusted. And she couldn't be, not at the moment. Either way, he'd wanted her to leave the city. He'd thought that the best thing to do was break off the relationship until the house war was through. But assuming she's really not a noblewoman, then there's no reason for her to leave. Asked, are you even paying attention to me? Looked up. I think I did something wrong tonight I wanted to get out of, but now I think I hurt her for no reason. Bloody hell, said. We're listening to our conference this night. Do you realize what could have happened? What if they'd decided to kill us rather than just spy on us? Ah, yes, you're right, said with a distracted nod. It's best if leaves anyway. Anyone close to me will be in danger during the days to come. Paused, his annoyance deepening, then he finally laughed. You're hopeless. I try my best, said, but seriously, there's no use worrying. The spies gave themselves away and likely got chased off or even captured in the chaos. We now know some of the secrets that is hiding, so we're ahead there too. It's been a very productive night. That's an optimistic way of looking at it, I guess. Once again, I try my best. Even still, he would feel more comfortable when they got back to Keep Venture. Perhaps it had been foolhardy to sneak away from the palace before hearing the details of what had happened, but hadn't exactly been thinking carefully at the time. Besides, he'd had the previously arranged meeting with Felt to attend, and the chaos had made a perfect opportunity to slip away. The carriage slowly pulled up to the Venture gates. You should go, said, slipping out of the carriage door. Take the books. Nodded, grabbing the sack, then bidding farewell as he shut the carriage door. Waited as the carriage rolled back away from the gates, then he turned and walked the rest of the way to the keep, the surprised gate guards letting him pass with ease. The grounds were still ablaze with light. Guards were already waiting for him at the front of the keep, and a group of them rushed out into the mists to meet him and surround him. My lord, your father. Yes, interrupted, sighing. I assume I'm to be taken to him immediately. Yes, my lord. Lead on then, captain. They entered through the lord's entrance on the side of the building. Lord Venture stood in his study, speaking with a group of guard officers. Could tell from the pale faces that they had received a firm scolding, perhaps even threats of beatings. They were noblemen, so Venture couldn't execute them, but he was very fond of the more brutal disciplinary forms. Lord Venture dismissed the soldiers with a sharp gesture, then turned to with hostile eyes. Frowned, watching the soldiers go. Everything all seemed a little too tense. Well, Lord Venture demanded. Well, what? Where have you been? Oh, I left, said Lord Venture, sighed. Fine. Endanger yourself if you wish, boy. In a way, it's too bad that didn't catch you. They could have saved me a great deal of frustration. Asked, frowning. What? The one that was planning to assassinate you? Lord Venture snapped, blinked in. So, it wasn't just a spying team. Oh no, Venture said, smiling somewhat wickedly. An entire assassination team sent here after you and your friends. Lord Ruler thought, realizing how foolish he had been to go out alone. I didn't expect the house war to get so dangerous so quickly, at least not for me. How do we know it was asked, gathering his wits. Our guards managed to kill her, said, as she was fleeing. Frowned, a fool killed by common soldiers. Archers, Lord Venture said, apparently they took her by surprise. And the man who fell through my skylight? Asked. Dead, Lord Venture said, broken neck. Frowned, that man was still alive when we fled. What are you hiding, father? That anyone I know? I'd say so, Lord Venture said, settling into his desk chair, not looking up. It was Shan, froze in shock. Shan, he thought, dumbfounded. They'd been engaged, and she'd never even mentioned that she was in. That probably meant she'd been a plant all along. Perhaps House had planned to have killed once a grandson was born to the house title. You're right, I can't avoid politics by ignoring it. I've been a part of it all for much longer than I assumed. His father was obviously pleased with himself. A high-profile member of House was dead on Venture grounds after trying to assassinate. With such a triumph, Lord Venture would be insufferable for days. Sighed. Did we capture any of the assassins alive then? Shook his head. One fell to the courtyard as he was trying to flee. He got away, he might have been two. We found one man dead on the roof, but we aren't sure if there were others in the team or not. He paused. What? Asked, reading the slight confusion in his father's eyes. Nothing, said, waving a dismissive hand. Some of the guards claim there was a third fighting the other two, but I doubt the reports. It wasn't one of ours. paused, a third fighting the other two. Maybe someone found out about the assassination and tried to stop it. Lord Venture snorted. Why would someone else's try to protect you? Maybe they just wanted to stop an innocent man from being murdered. Lord Venture shook his head, laughing. You are an idiot, boy, you understand that, right? Flushed, then turned away. It didn't appear that Lord Venture wanted anything more, so left. He couldn't go back to his rooms, not with the broken window and the guards, so he made his way to a guest bedroom, calling for a set to watch outside his door and balcony just in case. He prepared for bed, thinking about the conversation. His father was probably right about the third. That just wasn't the way things worked, but that's the way it should be. The way it could be, maybe. There were so many things wished he could do, but his father was healthy and young for a lord of his power. It would be decades before assumed the house title, assuming he even survived that long. He wished he could go to talk to her, explain his frustrations. She'd understand what he was thinking. For some reason, she always seemed to understand him better than others. And he couldn't get over the thought. He had so many questions, so many things he wanted to find out from her. Later, he thought as he climbed into bed. For now, focus on keeping the house together. His words to in that area hadn't been false. He needed to make certain his family survived the house war. After that, well, perhaps they could find a way to work around the lies and the scams. Though many express a resentment of, there is also envy. I have heard the packmen speak in wonder of the cathedrals with their amazing stained glass windows and broad halls. They also seem very fond of our fashion. Back in the cities, I saw that many young had traded in their furs and skins for well-tailored suits. 2 streets over from Clubs' shop, there was a building of unusual height compared with those surrounding it. It was some kind of tenement, Vin thought, a place to pack families. She'd never been inside of it, however. She dropped a coin, then shot herself up along the side of the 6-story building. She landed lightly on the rooftop, causing a figure crouching in the darkness to jump in surprise. It's just me, Vin whispered, sneaking quietly across the sloped roof. Spook smiled at her in the night. As the crew's best, he usually got the most important watches. Recently, those were the ones during the early evening. That was the time when conflict among the great houses was most likely to turn to outright fighting. Are they still going at it? Vin asked quietly, flaring her tin, scanning the city. A bright haze shone in the distance, giving the mists a strange luminescence. Spook nodded, pointing toward the light. Keep Hastings, soldiers with the attacking tonight. Vin nodded. Keep Hastings' destruction had been expected for some time. It had suffered a half-dozen raids from different houses during the last week. Allies withdrawing, finances wrecked, it was only a matter of time before it fell. Oddly, none of the houses attacked during the daytime. There was a feigned air of secrecy about the war, as if the aristocracy acknowledged the Lord Ruler's dominance and didn't want to upset him by resorting to daylight warfare. It was all handled at night beneath a cloak of mists. Wasn't the want of this, Spook said. Vin paused. Spook, could you try to speak normal? Spook nodded toward a distant, dark structure in the distance. The Lord Ruler, liking he wants the fighting. Vin nodded, was right. There hasn't been much of an outcry from the ministry or the palace regarding the house war, and the garrison is taking its time getting back to. The Lord Ruler expected the house war and intends to let it run its course. Like a wildfire left to blaze and renew a field. Except this time, as one fire died, another would start its attack on the city. Assuming Marsh can find out how to stop the Steel Inquisitors. Assuming we can take the palace. And of course assuming can find a way to deal with the Lord Ruler. Vin shook her head. She didn't want to think poorly of, but she just didn't see how it was all going to happen. The garrison wasn't back yet, but reports said it was close, perhaps only a week or 2 out. Some noble houses were falling, but there didn't seem to be the air of general chaos that had wanted. The final empire was strained, but she doubted that it would crack. However, maybe that wasn't the point. The crew had done an amazing job of instigating a house war. 3 entire great houses were no more, and the rest were seriously weakened. It would take decades for the aristocracy to recover from their own squabbling. We've done an amazing job, Vin decided. Even if we don't attack the palace, or if that attack fails, we'll have accomplished something wonderful. With Marsh's intelligence about the ministry and Saw's translation of the logbook, the rebellion would have new and useful information for future resistance. It wasn't what it hoped for. It wasn't a complete toppling of the final empire. However, it was a major victory, one that they could look to for years as a source of courage. And with a start of surprise, Vin realized that she felt proud to have been part of it. Perhaps in the future she could help start a real rebellion, one in a place where they weren't quite so beaten down. If such a place exists, Vin was beginning to understand that it wasn't just in its soothing stations that made subservient. It was everything: the obligators, the constant work in field and mill, the mindset encouraged by 1,000 years of oppression. There was a reason why rebellions were always so small. The people knew, or thought they knew, that there was no fighting against the final empire. Even Vin, who'd assumed herself a liberated thief, had believed the same. It had taken an insane, over-the-top plan to convince her otherwise. Perhaps that was why he'd set such lofty goals for the crew. He'd known that only something this challenging would make them realize in a strange way that they could resist. Spook glanced at her. Her presence still made him uncomfortable. Spook, Vin said. You know that broke off his relationship with Spook nodded, perking up slightly. But Vin said regretfully, I still love him. I'm sorry, Spook, but it's true. He looked down, deflating. It's not you, Vin said. Really, it isn't. It's just that. Well, you can't help who you love. Trust me, there are some people I really would rather not have loved. They didn't deserve it. Spook nodded. I understand. Can I still keep the handkerchief? He shrugged. Thank you, she said. It does mean a lot to me. He looked up, staring out into the mists. I'm not a fool. I knew it was not to happen. I see things, Vin. I see lots of things. She laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. I see things. An appropriate statement for a like him. You've been in for a long time, she asked. Spook nodded. Wasing the snap when I was 5, barely even remember it. And since then you've been practicing with tin. Mostly, he said. Wasing a good thing for me. Letting me see, letting me hear, letting me feel. Any tips you can pass on? Vin asked hopefully. He paused thoughtfully, sitting by the edge of the slanted rooftop, one foot dangling over the side. Tin burning, nodding about the seeing, wasing about the not seeing. Vin frowned. What do you mean? When burning, he said, everything comes, lots of everything. Distractions here, there, the power of wants, ignoring the distractions of both. If you want to be good at burning tin, she thought, translating as best she could, learn to deal with distraction. It isn't about what you see, it's about what you can ignore. Interesting, Vin said thoughtfully. Spook nodded. When looking, seeing the mist and seeing the houses and feeling the wood and hearing the rats below. Choose one and don't get distracted. Good advice, Vin said. Spook nodded as a sound thumped behind them. They both jumped and ducked down and chuckled as he walked across the rooftop. We really have to find a better way of warning people that we're coming up. Every time I visit it, I worry that I'm going to startle someone off the rooftop. Vin stood, dusting off her clothing. She wore shirt and trousers. It had been days since she'd worn a dress. She only put in token appearances at mansion, was too worried about assassins to let her stay there for long. At least we bought silence, Vin thought, annoyed at the expense. It's time, she asked, nodded. Nearly so, at least. I want to stop somewhere on the way. Vin nodded. For their second meeting, Marsh had chosen a location that he was supposedly scouting for the ministry. It was a perfect opportunity to meet, since Marsh had an excuse to be in the building all night, ostensibly seeking for any activity nearby. He would have a soother with him for a good deal of the time, but there would be an opening near the middle of the night when Marsh figured he would have a good hour alone. Not much time if he had to sneak out and back, but plenty of time for a pair of stealthy to pay him a quick visit. They bid farewell to Spook and pushed off into the night. However, they didn't travel the rooftops for long before led them down onto the street, landing and walking to conserve strength and metals. It's kind of odd, Vin thought, remembering her first night practicing with. I don't even think of the empty streets as creepy anymore. The cobblestones were slick from, and the deserted street eventually disappeared into the distant haze. It was dark, silent, and lonely. Even the war hadn't changed very much. Soldier groups, when they attacked, went in clumps, striking quickly and trying to overrun the defenses of an enemy house. Yet despite the emptiness of the nighttime city, Vin felt comfortable in it. The mists were with her. Vin said as they walked, I want to thank you. She turned to him, a tall, proud figure in a majestic mist cloak. Thank me? Why? For the things you said about Mare. I've been thinking a lot about that day, about her. I don't know if your ability to see through explains everything, but, well, given the choice, I'd rather believe that Mare didn't betray me. Vin nodded, smiling. He shook his head ruefully. It sounds foolish, doesn't it? As if, all these years, I've just been waiting for a reason to give in to self-delusion. I don't know, Vin said. Once maybe I would have thought you a fool, but, well, that's kind of what trust is, isn't it? A willful self-delusion. You have to shut out that voice that whispers about betrayal and just hope that your friends aren't going to hurt you. Chuckled. I don't think you're helping the argument any, Vin. She shrugged. Makes sense to me. Distrust is really the same thing, only on the other side. I can see how a person, given the choice between two assumptions, would choose to trust. But not you? Asked. Vin shrugged again. I don't know anymore. Hesitated. This, of yours, there's a chance that he was just trying to scare you into leaving the city, right? Perhaps he said those things for your own good. Maybe, Vin said, but there was something different about him, about the way he looked at me. He knew I was lying to him, but I don't think he realized that I was. He probably thought I was a spy from one of the other houses. Either way, he seemed honest in his desire to be rid of. Maybe you thought that because you were already convinced that he was going to leave you. Vin trailed off, glancing down at the slick ashen street as they walked. I don't know, and it's your fault, you know. I used to understand everything. Now it's all confused. Yes, we've messed you up right properly, said with a smile. You don't seem bothered by the fact. Nope, said, not a bit. Here we are. He stopped beside a large, wide building, probably another tenement. It was dark inside, couldn't afford lamp oil, and they would have put out the building's central hearth after preparing the evening meal. This? Vin asked uncertainly. Nodded, walking up to tap lightly on the door. To Vin's surprise, it opened hesitantly, a wiry face peeking out into the mists. Lord, the man said quietly. I told you I'd visit, said, smiling. Tonight seemed like a good time. Come in, the man said, pulling the door open. He stepped back, careful not to let any of the mist touch him as Vin entered. Vin had been in tenements before, but never before had they seemed so depressing. The smell of smoke and unwashed bodies was almost overpowering, and she had to extinguish her tin to keep from gagging. The wan light of a small coal stove showed a crowd of people packed together, sleeping on the floor. They kept the room swept of ash, but there was only so much they could do. Black stains still covered clothing, walls, and faces. There were few furnishings, not to mention far too few blankets to go around. I used to live like this, Vin thought with horror. The crew lairs were just as packed, sometimes more so. This was my life. People roused as they saw that they had a visitor. Had his sleeves rolled up, Vin noticed, and the scars on his arms were visible even by. They stood out starkly, running lengthwise up from his wrist past his elbows, crisscrossing and overlapping. The whispers began immediately. The survivor. He's here, the Lord of the Mists. That's a new one, Vin thought with a raised eyebrow. She stayed back as smiled, stepping forward to meet the people gathered around him with quiet excitement, reaching out to touch his arms and cloak. Others just stood and stared, watching him with reverence. I come to spread hope, said to them quietly. House Hastings fell tonight. There were murmurs of surprise and awe. I know many of you worked in the Hastings smithies and steel mills, said, and honestly I cannot say what this means for you, but it is a victory for all of us. For a time at least your men won't die before the forges or beneath the whips of Hastings taskmasters. There were murmurs through the small crowd, and one voice finally spoke the concern loud enough for Vin to hear. House Hastings is gone, who will feed us? So frightened, Vin thought. I was never like that, was I? I'll send you another shipment of food, promised. Enough to last you for a while at least. You've done so much for us, another man said. Nonsense, said. If you wish to repay me, then stand up just a little, be a little less afraid. They can be beat. By men like you, Lord, a woman whispered, but not by us. You'd be surprised, said as the crowd began to make way for parents bringing their children forward. It seemed like everyone in the room wanted their sons to meet personally. Vin watched with mixed feelings. The crew still had reservations regarding rising fame with though they kept their word and remained silent. He really does seem to care for them, Vin thought, watching pick up a small child. I don't think it's just a show. This is how he is. He loves people, but it's more like the love of a parent for a child than it is like the love of a man for his equals. Was that so wrong? He was, after all, a kind of father to He was the noble lord they always should have had. Still, Vin couldn't help feeling uncomfortable as she watched the faintly illuminated, dirty faces of those families, their eyes worshipful and reverent. Eventually bid the group farewell, telling them he had an appointment. Then he left the cramped room, stepping out into blessedly fresh air. Remained quiet as they traveled toward Marsh's new soothing station, though he did walk with a bit more of a spring in his step. Eventually, Vin had to say something. You visit them often, nodded. At least a couple of houses a night. It breaks up the monotony of my other work. Killing noblemen and spreading false rumors, Vin thought. Yes, visiting them would be a nice break. The meeting place was only a few streets away. Paused in a doorway as they approached, squinting in the dark night. Finally, he pointed at a window just faintly lit. Marsh said he'd leave a light burning if the other obligators were gone. Window or stairs? Vin asked. Stairs, said. The door should be unlocked, and the ministry owns the entire building. It will be empty. Was right on both counts. The building didn't smell musty enough to be abandoned, but the bottom few floors were obviously unused. Vin and he quickly climbed up the stairwell. Marsh should be able to tell us the ministry reaction to the house war, said as they reached the top floor. Flickered through the door at the top and he pushed it open, still speaking. Hopefully that garrison won't get back too quickly. The damage is mostly done, but I'd like the war to go on for. He froze in the doorway, blocking Vin's view. She flared pewter and tin immediately, falling to a crouch, listening for attackers. There was nothing, just silence. No, whispered, then Vin saw the trickle of dark red liquid seeping around the side of his foot. It pooled slightly, then began to drip down the first step. Oh, Lord Ruler, stumbled into the room. Vin followed, but she knew what she'd see. The corpse lay near the center of the chamber, flayed and dismembered, the head completely crushed. It was barely recognizable as human. The walls were sprayed red. Could one body really produce this much blood? It was just like before in the basement of Slayer, only with a single victim. Inquisitor, Vin whispered, heedless of the gore, stumbled to his knees beside Marsh's corpse. He raised a hand as if to touch the skinless body but remained frozen there, stunned. Vin said urgently, this was recent, the Inquisitor could still be near. He didn't move. Vin snapped, shook, looking around. His eyes met hers and lucidity returned. He stumbled to his feet. Window, Vin said, rushing across the room. She paused, however, when she saw something sitting on a small desk beside the wall. A wooden table leg tucked half hidden beneath a blank sheet of paper. Vin snatched it as reached the window. He turned back, looking over the room one last time, then jumped out into the night. Farewell, Marsh, Vin thought regretfully, following. I think that the Inquisitors suspect me. Read. The paper, a single sheet recovered from inside the table leg, was clean and white, free from the blood that stained his knees and the bottom of Vin's cloak. Continued reading as he sat at Clubs's kitchen table. I've been asking too many questions, and I know they sent at least one message to the corrupt obligator who supposedly trained me as an acolyte. I thought to seek out the secrets that the rebellion has always needed to know. How does the ministry recruit to be inquisitors? Why are inquisitors more powerful than regular? What, if any, are their weaknesses? Unfortunately, I've learned next to nothing about the inquisitors, though the politicking within the regular ministry ranks continues to amaze me. It's like the regular obligators don't even care about the world outside, except for the prestige they earn by being the most clever or successful in applying the Lord Ruler's dictates. The Inquisitors, however, are different. They are far more loyal to the Lord Ruler than the regular obligators, and this is, perhaps, part of the dissension between the two groups. Regardless, I feel that I am close. They do have a secret, a weakness, I'm sure of it. The other obligators whisper of it, though none of them know it. I fear that I've prodded too much. The Inquisitors tail me, watch me, ask after me, so I prepare this note. Perhaps my caution is unnecessary. Perhaps not. Looked up, that's all it said. Stood at the far side of the kitchen, back to the cupboard, reclining in his usual position. But there was no levity in his posture this time. He stood with arms folded, head slightly bowed. His disbelieving grief appeared to have vanished, replaced with another emotion, one Vin had sometimes seen smoldering darkly behind his eyes. Usually when he spoke of the nobility, she shivered despite herself. Standing as he was, she was suddenly aware of his clothing: dark gray, long-sleeved black shirt, charcoal trousers. In the night, the clothing was simply camouflage. In the lit room, however, the black colors made him look menacing. He stood up straight and the room grew tense. "Tell to pull out," said softly, his voice like iron. He can use the planned exit story, that of a retreat back to his family lands because of the house war, but I want him gone by tomorrow. Send a thug and a with him as protection, but tell him to abandon his canal boats one day out of the city, then return to us. Paused, then glanced at Vin and the others. Okay, Marsh knew everything, Doc said. They broke him before they killed him, that's how Inquisitors work. He let the words hang. Vin felt a chill, the lair was compromised. To the backup lair then, asked. Only you and I knew its location, nodded firmly. I want everyone out of this shop, apprentices included, in 15 minutes. I'll meet you at the backup lair in 2 days. Looked up at, frowning. 2 days, Kel, what are you planning? Strode over to the door. He threw it open, letting in the mist, then glanced back at the crew with eyes as hard as any Inquisitor's spikes. They hit me where it couldn't have hurt worse. I'm going to do likewise. Pushed himself in the darkness, feeling his way through the cramped caverns, forcing his body through cracks nearly too small. He continued downward, searching with his fingers, ignoring his numerous scrapes and cuts. Must keep going, must keep going. His remaining sanity told him that this was his last day. It had been 6 days since his last success. If he failed a 7th time, he would die. Must keep going. He couldn't see, he was too far beneath the surface to catch even a reflected glimpse of sunlight. But even without light, he could find his way. There were only 2 directions, up and down. Movements to the side were unimportant, easily disregarded. He couldn't get lost as long as he kept moving down. All the while, he quested with his fingers, seeking the telltale roughness of budding crystal. He couldn't return this time, not until he'd been successful, not until. Must keep going. His hands brushed something soft and cold as he moved. A corpse stuck rotting between 2 rocks. Moved on. Bodies weren't uncommon in the tight caverns. Some of the corpses were fresh, most were simply bones. Often wondered if the dead ones weren't really the lucky ones. Must keep going. There wasn't really time in the caverns. Usually he returned above to sleep. Though the surface held taskmasters with whips, they also had food. It was meager, barely enough to keep him alive, but it was better than the starvation that would come from staying below too long. Must keep. He froze. He lay with his torso pinched in a tight rift in the rock and had been in the process of wiggling his way through. However, his fingers, always searching even when he was barely conscious, had been feeling the walls. And they'd found something. His hand quivered with anticipation as he felt the crystal buds. Yes, that was them. They grew in a wide, circular pattern on the wall. They were small at the edges, but got gradually bigger near the center. At the direct middle of the circular pattern, the crystals curved inward, following a hollow in the wall. Here, the crystals grew long, each one having a jagged, sharp edge, like teeth lining the maw of a stone beast. Taking a breath, praying to the Lord Ruler, rammed his hand into the fist-sized circular opening. The crystals ripped his arm, tearing long, shallow gashes in his skin. He ignored the pain, forcing his arm in further up to his elbow, searching with his fingers for. There, his fingers found a small rock at the center of the pocket, a rock formed by the mysterious drippings of the crystals. A geode. He grasped it eagerly, pulling it out, ripping his arm again as he hit from the crystal-lined hole. He cradled the small rock sphere, breathing heavily with joy. Another 7 days. He would live another 7 days. Before hunger and fatigue could weaken him further, began the laborious climb back upward. He squeezed through crevasses, climbed up juttings and walls. Sometimes he had to move to the right or left until the ceiling opened up, but it always did. There were really only 2 directions, up and down. He kept a wary ear out for others. He had seen climbers killed before, slain by younger, stronger men who hoped to steal a geode. Fortunately, he met nobody. It was good. He was an older man, old enough to know that he never should have tried to steal food from his plantation lord. Perhaps he had earned his punishment. Perhaps he deserved to die in the pits of, but I won't die today, he thought, finally smelling sweet, fresh air. It was night above. He didn't care. The mists didn't bother him anymore. Even beatings didn't bother him much anymore. He was just too tired to care. Began to climb out of the crack, one of dozens in the small, flat valley known as the pits of. Then he froze. A man stood above him in the night. He was dressed in a large cloak that appeared to have been shredded to strips. The man looked quiet and powerful in his black clothing. Then he reached down, cringed. The man, however, grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the crack. Go, the man said quietly in the swirling mists. Most of the guards are dead. Gather as many prisoners as you can and escape this place. You have a geode, cringed again, pulling his hand toward his chest. Good, the stranger said. Break it open. You'll find a nugget of metal inside. It is very valuable. Sell it to the underground in whatever city you eventually find yourself. You should earn enough to live on for years. Go quickly. I don't know how long you have until an alarm is raised. Stumbled back, confused. Who are you? I am what you will soon be, the stranger said, stepping up to the rift. The ribbons of his enveloping black cloak billowed around him, mixing with the mists as he turned toward. I am a survivor. Looked down, studying the dark scar in the rock, listening as the prisoner scrambled away in the distance. And so I return, whispered. His scars burned and memories returned. Memories of months spent squeezing through cracks, of ripping his arms on crystalline knives, of seeking each day to find a geode, just one so that he could live on. Could he really go back down into those cramped, quiet depths? Could he enter the darkness again? Held up his arms, looking at the scars, still white and stark on his arms. Yes, for her dreams he could. He stepped over to the rift and forced himself to climb down inside of it. Then he burned tin. Immediately he heard a cracking sound from below. Tin illuminated the rift beneath him. Though the crack widened, it also branched, sending out twisting rifts in all directions. Part cavern, part crack. Part tunnel. He could already see his first crystalline hole, or what was left of it. The long, silvery crystals were fractured and broken. Using near crystals caused them to shatter. That was why the Lord Ruler had to use slaves and not to collect his for him. Now the real test, thought, squeezing down further into the crack. He burned iron, and immediately he saw several blue lines pointing downward toward holes. Though the holes themselves probably didn't have a geode in them, the crystals themselves gave off faint blue lines. They contained residual amounts of, focused on one of the blue lines and pulled lightly. His tin-enhanced ears heard something shatter in the crack beneath him. Smiled. Nearly 3 years before, standing over the bloody corpses of the taskmasters who had beat Mare to death, he had first noticed that he could use iron to sense where crystal pockets were. He'd barely understood his powers at the time, but even then a plan had begun to form in his mind. A plan for vengeance. That plan had evolved, growing to encompass so much more than he'd originally intended. However, one of its key parts had remained sequestered away in a corner of his mind. He could find the crystal pockets. He could shatter them using, and they were the only means of producing in the entire final empire. You tried to destroy me, pits of, he thought, climbing down further into the rift. It's time to return the favor. We are close now. Oddly, this high in the mountains, we seem to finally be free from the oppressive touch of the deepness. It has been quite a while since I knew what that was like. The lake that discovered is below us now. I can see it from the ledge. It looks even more eerie from up here with its glassy, almost metallic sheen. I almost wish I had let him take a sample of its waters. Perhaps his interest was what angered the mist creature that follows us. Perhaps that was why it decided to attack him, stabbing him with its invisible knife. Strangely, the attack comforted me. At least I know that since another has seen it, that means I'm not mad. So, that's it, Vin asked. For the plan, I mean, Ham shrugged. If the Inquisitors broke Marsh, that means they know everything, or at least they know enough. They'll know that we plan to strike the palace and that we're going to use the House War as a cover. We'll never get the Lord Ruler out of the city now, and we'll certainly never get him to send the palace guard into the city. It doesn't look good, Vin. Vin sat quietly, digesting the information. Ham sat cross-legged on the dirty floor, leaning against the bricks of the far wall. The backup lair was a dank cellar with only 3 rooms, and the air smelled of dirt and ash. Clubs's apprentices took up one room to themselves, though had sent away all of the other servants before coming to the safe house. Breeze stood by the far wall. He occasionally shot uncomfortable looks at the dirty floor and dusty stools, but then decided to remain standing. Vin didn't see why he bothered. It was going to be impossible to keep his suits clean while living in what was, essentially, a pit in the ground. Breeze wasn't the only one taking their self-imposed captivity resentfully. Vin had heard several of the apprentices grumble that they'd almost rather have been taken by the ministry. Yet during their 2 days in the cellar, everyone had stayed in the safe house except when absolutely necessary. They understood the danger. Marsh could have given the Inquisitors descriptions and aliases for each. Breeze shook his head. Perhaps it is time to pack up this operation. We tried hard, and considering the fact that our original plan, gathering the army, ended up so dreadfully, I'd say that we've done quite a marvelous job. Sighed. Well, we certainly can't live off of saved funds for much longer, especially if Kel keeps giving our money away to the... He sat beside the table that was the room's only piece of furniture, his most important ledgers, notes, and contracts organized into neat piles before him. He had been remarkably efficient at gathering every bit of paper that could have incriminated the crew or given further information about their plan. Breeze nodded. I, for one, am looking forward to a change. This has all been fun, delightful, and all of those other fulfilling emotions, but working with can be a bit draining. Vin frowned. You're not going to stay on his crew. It depends on his next job, Breeze said. We aren't like other crews you've known. We work as we please, not because we are told to. It pays for us to be very discerning in the jobs we take. The rewards are great, but so are the risks. Ham smiled, resting with his arms behind his head, completely unconcerned about the dirt. It kind of makes you wonder how we ended up on this particular job, a very high risk, very little reward. None, actually, Breeze noted. We'll never get that now. Words about altruism and working to help were all well and good, but I was always hoping that we'd still get to take a swipe at that treasury. True, said, looking up from his notes. But was it worth it anyway? The work we did, the things we accomplished? Breeze and Ham paused, then they both nodded. And that's why we stayed, said. Kel said it himself. He picked us because he knew we would try something a little different to accomplish a worthwhile goal. You're good men, even you, Breeze. Stop scowling at me. Vin smiled at the familiar banter. There was a sense of mourning regarding Marsh, but these were men who knew how to move on despite their losses. In that way, they really were like, after all, a house war, Ham said idly, smiling to himself. How many noblemen dead, do you think? Hundreds at least, said without looking up. All killed by their own greedy noble hands. I'll admit that I had my doubts about this entire fiasco, Breeze said, but the interruption in trade this will cause, not to mention the disorder in the government. Well, you're right, it was worth it. Indeed, Ham said, mimicking Breeze's stuffy voice. I'm going to miss them, Vin thought regretfully. Maybe he'll take me with him on his next job. The stairs rattled and Vin moved reflexively back into the shadows. The splintery door opened and a familiar, black-clothed form strode in. He carried his over his arm and his face looked incredibly. Vin said, stepping forward. Hello all, he said in a tired voice. I know that tiredness, Vin thought. Pewter drag, where has he been? You're late, Kel said, still not looking up from his ledgers. I strive for nothing if not consistency, said, dropping his on the floor, stretching, then sitting down. Where are Clubs and Spook? Clubs is sleeping in the back room, said. Spook went with, we figured you want him to have our best to keep a watch. Good idea, said, letting out a deep sigh and closing his eyes as he leaned against the wall. My dear man, Breeze said, you look terrible. It's not as bad as it looks. I took it easy coming back, even stopped to sleep for a few hours on the way. Yes, but where were you? Ham asked pointedly. We've been worried sick that you were out doing something, well, stupid. Actually, Breeze noted, we took it for granted that you were doing something stupid. We've just been wondering how stupid this particular event would turn out to be. So what is it? Did you assassinate the Lord, slaughter dozens of noblemen? Steal the cloak off the Lord Ruler's own back. I destroyed the pits of Sid quietly. The room fell into a stunned silence. You know, Breeze finally said, you'd think that by now we'd have learned not to underestimate him. Destroyed them, Ham asked. How do you destroy the pits if they're just a bunch of cracks in the ground? Well, I didn't actually destroy the pits themselves, explained. I just shattered the crystals that produce geodes. All of them? Asked, dumbstruck. All of them that I could find, said. And that was several hundred pockets worth. It was actually a lot easier to get around down there now that I have. Crystal? Vin asked, confused. Crystals, Vin said. They produce the geodes. I don't think anyone actually knows how that have beads at the center. Nodded. The crystals are why the Lord Ruler can't just send down to pull out the geodes. Using near the crystals makes them shatter, and it takes centuries for them to grow back. Centuries during which they won't produce, added. And so you, Vin trailed off. I pretty much ended production in the final empire for the next 300 years or so. House Venture, they're in charge of the pits. How will the Lord Ruler react when he finds out about this? You madman, Breeze said quietly, eyes open wide. Is the foundation of the imperial economy. Controlling it is one of the main ways that the Lord Ruler maintains his hold over the nobility. We may not get to his reserves, but this will eventually have the same effect. You blessed lunatic, you blessed genius, smiled Riley. I appreciate both compliments. Have the Inquisitors moved against Clubs' shop yet? Not that our watchmen have seen, said. Good, said. Maybe they didn't get Marsh to break. At the very least, maybe they don't realize that their soothing stations were compromised. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to sleep. We have a lot of planning to do tomorrow. The group paused. Planning? Dox finally asked. Kel, we were kind of thinking that we should pull out. We caused a house war and you just took out the imperial economy, with our cover and our plan compromised. Well, you can't honestly expect us to do anything more, right? Smiled, staggering to his feet and moving into the back room. We'll talk tomorrow. What do you think he's planning, Sazed? Vin asked, sitting on a stool beside the cellar's hearth as they prepared the afternoon meal. Had slept through the night and had yet to rise this afternoon. I really have no idea, mistress, Sazed replied, sipping the stew. Though this moment with the city so unbalanced does seem like the perfect opportunity to move against the final empire. Vin sat thoughtfully. I suppose we could still seize the palace, that's what Kel always wanted to do, but if the Lord Ruler has been warned, the others don't see that happening. Plus, it doesn't seem like we have enough soldiers to do much in the city. Ham and Breeze never finished their recruiting. Sazed shrugged. Maybe plans to do something about the Lord Ruler, Vin mused. Perhaps. Sazed, Vin said slowly. You collect legends right. As a keeper I collect many things, Saz said. Stories, legends, religions. When I was young, another keeper recited all of his knowledge to me so that I could store it and then add to it. Have you ever heard about this 11th metal legend that talks about? Saz paused. No, mistress, that legend was new to me when I heard of it from Master. But he swears that it's true, Vin said, and I believe him for some reason. It is very possible that there are legends I haven't heard of, Saz said. If the keepers knew everything, then why would we need to keep searching? Vin nodded, still a bit uncertain. Saz continued to stir the soup. He seemed so dignified even while performing such a menial task. He stood in his steward's robes, unconcerned with how simple a service he was performing, easily taking over for the servants the crew had dismissed. Quick footsteps sounded on the stairs and Vin perked up, sliding off her stool. Mistress, Saz asked. Someone on the stairs, Vin said, moving to the doorway. One of the apprentices, Vin thought his name was, burst into the main room. Now that was gone, had become the crew's main lookout. People are gathering in the square, said, gesturing toward the stairs. What's this? Said, entering from the other room. People in the fountain square, master, the boy said. Word on the street is that the obligators are planning more executions. Retribution for the pits, Vin thought. That didn't take long. His expression darkened. Go wake Kel. I intend to watch them, said, walking through the room dressed in simple clothing and cloak. Vin's stomach twisted. Again, you all may do as you wish, said. He looked much better after his extended rest. His exhaustion was gone, replaced with the characteristic strength Vin had come to expect from him. The executions are probably a reaction to what I did at the pits, continued. I'm going to watch those people's deaths because indirectly I caused them. It's not your fault, Kel said. It's all of our faults, said bluntly. That doesn't make what we do wrong, however. If it weren't for us, these people wouldn't have to die. I for one think that the least we can do for these people is bear witness to their passing. He pulled open the door, climbing the steps. Slowly the rest of the crew followed him, though Club, Sazed, and the apprentices remained with the safe house. Vin climbed the musty-aired steps, eventually joining the others on a grimy street in the middle of a slum. Ash fell from the sky, floating in lazily flakes. Was already walking down the street, and the rest of them, Breeze, Ham, and Vin, quickly moved to catch up with the safe house. Wasn't far from the fountain square, however paused a few streets away from their destination. Delight continued walking around them, jostling the crew. Bells rang in the distance. Kel asked, cocked his head. Vin, you hear that? She closed her eyes, then flared her tin. Focus, she thought, like Spook said. Cut through the shuffling feet and murmuring voices, hear over the doors shutting and the people breathing. Listen. Horses, she said, dampening her tin and opening her eyes, and carriages. Carts, said, turning toward the side of the street. The prisoner carts, they're coming this way. He looked up at the buildings around him, then grabbed hold of it and began to shimmy up a wall. Breeze rolled his eyes, nudging and nodding toward the front of the building, but Vin and Ham with Pewter easily followed up to the roof. There, Kel said, pointing at a street a short ways away. Vin could just barely make out a row of barred prison carts rolling toward the square. And Breeze entered the slanted rooftop through a window. Remained where he was, standing by the roof slip, staring out at the prison carts. Kel, Ham said warily. What are you thinking? We're still a short distance from the square, he said slowly. And the Inquisitors aren't riding with the prisoners. They'll come down from the palace like last time. There can't be more than 100 soldiers guarding those people. 100 men are plenty, Kel, Ham said, didn't seem to hear the words. He took another step forward, approaching up onto the roof's edge. I can stop this. I can save them. Vin stepped up beside him. Kel, there might not be many guards with the prisoners, but the fountain square is only a few blocks away. It's packed with soldiers, not to mention the Inquisitors. Ham unexpectedly didn't back her up. He turned, glancing at and breathed. Dox paused, then shrugged. Are you all crazy? Vin demanded. Wait a moment, Breeze said, squinting. No, but don't some of those prisoners look a bit too well dressed? Froze, then he cursed. Without warning, he jumped off the rooftop, dropping to the street below. Kel, Vin said. What? Then she paused, looking up in the red sunlight, watching the slowly approaching procession of carts. Through eyes, she thought that she recognized someone sitting near the front of one of the carts. Spook, what's going on? Vin demanded, dashing down the street behind. He slowed just a bit. I saw and Spook in that first cart. The ministry must have hit canal procession. The people in those cages are the servants, staff, and guards we hired to work at the mansion. The canal procession, Vin thought. The ministry must know that was a fake. Marsh broke after all. Behind them, Ham appeared out of the building and onto the street. Breeze and were slower in coming. We have to work quickly, said, picking up his pace again. Kel, Vin said, grabbing his arm. You can't save them. They're too well guarded and it's daylight in the middle of the city. You'll just get yourself killed. He paused, halting in the street, turning in Vin's grasp. He looked into her eyes, disappointed. You don't understand what this is all about, do you, Vin? You never did. I let you stop me once before on the hillside by the battlefield. Not this time. This time I can do something. He shook his arm free. You still have some things to learn about friendship, Vin. I hope someday you realize what they are. Then he took off, charging in the direction of the carts. Ham barreled past Vin, heading in a different direction, pushing his way through on their way to the square. Vin stood stupidly for a few moments, standing in the falling ashes, caught up to her. It's insanity, she mumbled. "We can't do this, Docs. We're not invincible," snorted. "We're not helpless either." Breeze puffed up behind them, pointing toward a side street. "There, we need to get me to a place where I can see the soldiers." Vin let them tow her along, suddenly feeling shame mix with her worry. He tossed away a pair of empty vials, their contents ingested. The vials sparkled in the air beside him, falling to shatter against the cobblestones. He ducked through one final alleyway, bursting out onto an eerily empty thoroughfare. The prisoner carts rolled toward him, entering a small courtyard square formed by the intersection of two streets. Each rectangular vehicle was lined with bars. Each one was packed with people who were now distinctly familiar. Servants, soldiers, housekeepers, some were rebels, many were just regular people. None of them deserved death. Too many have died already, he thought, flaring his medals. Hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, not today, no more. He dropped a coin and jumped, pushing himself through the air in a wide arc. Soldiers looked up, pointing, landed directly in their center. There was a quiet moment as the soldiers turned in surprise. Crouched amid them, bits of ash falling from the sky. Then he pushed. He flared steel with a yell, standing and pushing outward. The burst of power hurled soldiers away by their breastplates, tossing a dozen men into the air, sending them crashing into companions and walls. Men screamed, spun, pushing against a group of soldiers and sending himself flying toward a prison cart. He smashed into it, flaring his steel and grabbing the metal door with his hands. Prisoners huddled back in surprise. Ripped the door free with a burst of pewter-enhanced power, then tossed it toward a group of approaching soldiers. "Go," he told the prisoners, jumping down and landing lightly in the street. He spun, and came face to face with a tall figure wearing a brown robe, paused, stepping back as the tall form reached up, lowering his hood, revealing a pair of eyes impaled by spikes. Inquisitor smiled and heard footsteps approaching down side alleyways. Dozens, hundreds, damnation. Breeze swore as soldiers flooded the square, pulled Breeze into an alley. Vin followed them in, crouching in the shadows, listening to soldiers yelling in the crossroads outside. "What?" she demanded. "Inquisitor," Breeze said, pointing toward a robed figure standing before. "What?" said standing. "It's a trap," Vin realized with horror. Soldiers began to pile into the square, appearing from hidden side streets. "Get out of there," pushed off a fallen guard, throwing himself backward in a flip over one of the prison carts. He landed in a crouch, eyeing the new squads of soldiers. Many of them carried staves and wore no armor. The Inquisitor pushed himself through the ash-filled air, landing with a thump in front of. The creature smiled. "It's the same man, the Inquisitor from before." "Where's the girl?" the creature said quietly, ignored the question. "Why only one of you?" he demanded. The creature's smile deepened. "I won the draw," flared Pewter, dashing to the side as the Inquisitor pulled out a pair of obsidian axes. The square was quickly becoming clogged with soldiers. From inside the carts he could hear people crying out. "Lord, please," cursed quietly as the Inquisitor bore down on him. He reached out, pulling against one of the still full carts and yanking himself into the air over a group of soldiers. He landed, then dashed to the cart, intending to free its occupants. As he arrived, however, the cart shook. Glanced up just in time to see a steel-eyed monster grinning down at him from atop the vehicle. Pushed himself backward, feeling the wind of and swing beside his head. He landed smoothly, but immediately had to jump to the side as a group of soldiers attacked. As he landed, he reached out, pulling against one of the carts to anchor himself, and pulled against the fallen iron door he had thrown before. The barred door lurched into the air and crashed through the squad of soldiers. The Inquisitor attacked from behind, but jumped away. The still tumbling door careened across the cobblestones in front of him, and as he passed over it, pushed, sending himself streaking into the air. Vin was right, thought with frustration. Below, the Inquisitor watched him, trailing him with unnatural eyes. "I shouldn't have done this." Below, a group of soldiers rounded up that he had freed. "I should run, try to lose the Inquisitor. I've done it before, but he couldn't. He wouldn't, not this time. He had compromised too many times before. Even if it cost him everything else, he had to free those prisoners." And then as he began to fall, he saw a group of men charging the crossroads. They bore weapons but no uniforms. At their head ran a familiar form. "Ham, so that's where you went." "What is it?" Vin asked anxiously, craning to see into the square. Above's form plunged back toward the fight, dark cloak trailing behind. "It's one of our soldier units," said. "Ham must have fetched them." "How many?" "We kept them in patches of a couple hundred. So they'll be outnumbered." Vin stood. "I'm going out." "No, you're not," said firmly, grabbing her cloak and pulling her back. "I don't want a repeat of what happened to you last time you faced one of those monsters." "Kel will be just fine," said. "He'll just try to stall long enough for Ham to free the prisoners, then he'll run. Watch." Vin stepped back. To her side, Breeze was mumbling to himself. "Yes, you're afraid. Let's focus on that. Soothe everything else away. Leave you terrified. That's an Inquisitor and a fighting. You don't want to interfere with that." Vin glanced back toward the square where she saw a soldier drop his staff and flee. There are other ways to fight, she realized, kneeling beside Breeze. "How can I help?" Ducked back from the Inquisitor again as Ham's unit crashed into the Imperial soldiers and began cutting its way toward the prisoner carts. The attack diverted the attention of the regular soldiers, who appeared all too happy to leave, and the Inquisitor to their solitary battle. To the side could see beginning to clog the streets around the small courtyard, the fighting drawing the attention of those waiting up above at the fountain square. Could see other squads of Imperial soldiers trying to push their way toward the fight, but the thousands of crowding the streets seriously slowed their progress. The Inquisitor swung and dodged. The creature was obviously growing frustrated. To the side, a small group of Ham's men reached one of the prisoner carts and broke open its lock, freeing the prisoners. The rest of Ham's men kept the Imperial soldiers busy as the prisoners fled. Smiled, eyeing the annoyed Inquisitor. The creature growled quietly. A voice screamed, turned in shock. A well-dressed nobleman was pushing his way through the soldiers toward the center of the fighting. He carried a dueling cane and was protected by 2 beleaguered bodyguards, but he mostly avoided harm by virtue of neither side being certain of wanting to strike down a man of obvious noble blood. Venture yelled again. He turned to one of the soldiers. Who told you to raid House Convoy? Who authorized this? Great thought, keeping a wary eye on the Inquisitor. The creature regarded with a twisted, hateful expression. You just go right on hatting me, thought. I only have to hang on long enough for Ham to free the prisoners. Then I can lead you away. The Inquisitor reached out and casually beheaded a fleeing servant as she ran by. No, yelled as the corpse fell at the Inquisitor's feet. The creature grabbed another victim and raised its axe. All right, said, striding forward, pulling a pair of vials from his sash. All right, you want to fight me, come on. The creature smiled, pushing the captured woman aside and striding toward, flicked the corks off and down both vials at once, then tossed them aside. Metals flared in his chest, burning alongside his rage. His brother dead, his wife dead, family, friends, and heroes, all dead. You push me to seek revenge, he thought. Well, you shall have it. Paused a few feet in front of the Inquisitor. Fists clenched, he flared his steel in a massive push. Around him, people were thrown back by their metal as they were hit by the awesome, invisible wave of power. The square, packed with Imperial soldiers, prisoners, and rebels, opened up in a small pocket around and the Inquisitor. Let's do it then, said. I never wanted to be feared. If I regret one thing, it is the fear I have caused. Fear is the tool of tyrants. Unfortunately, when the fate of the world is in question, you use whatever tools are available. Dead and dying men collapsed to the cobblestones, crowded the roads, prisoners cried out, calling his name. Heat from a smoky sun burned the streets, and ash fell from the sky, dashed forward, flaring pewter and whipping out his daggers. He burned, as did the Inquisitor, and they both probably had enough to last for an extended fight. Slashed twice in the hot air, striking at the Inquisitor, his arms a blur. The creature dodged amid an insane vortex of shadows, then swung an axe. Jumped, pewter lending his leap in human height, and passed just over the swinging weapon. He reached out and pushed against a group of fighting soldiers behind him, throwing himself forward. He planted both feet in the Inquisitor's face and kicked off, flipping backward in the air. The Inquisitor stumbled. As fell, he pulled on a soldier, yanking himself backward. The soldier was pulled off his feet by the force of and he began to streak toward. Both men flew in the air, flared iron, pulling against a patch of soldiers to his right while still pulling against the single soldier. The result was a pivot. Flew to the side, and the soldier, held as if by tether to his body, swung in a wide arc like a ball on a chain. The unfortunate soldier crashed into the stumbling Inquisitor, smashing them both into the bars of an empty prison cart. The soldier toppled unconscious to the ground. The Inquisitor bounced off the iron cage, falling to its hands and knees. A line of blood ran down the creature's face across its eye tattoos, but it looked up, smiling. It didn't seem the least bit dizzy as it stood, landed, cursing quietly to himself. With an incredible burst of speed, the Inquisitor grabbed the empty prison cell by a pair of bars, then ripped the entire thing free of the cartwheels. Bloody hell, the creature spun and hurled the massive iron cage at who stood only a few feet away. There was no time to dodge. A building stood right behind him. If he pushed himself back, he'd be crushed. The cage crashed toward him and he jumped, using it to guide his body through the open doorway of the spinning cage. He twisted within the cell, pushing outward in all directions, holding himself in the metal cage's exact center as it smashed into the wall, then bounced free. The cage rolled, then began to skid across the ground. Let himself drop, landing on the underside of the roof as the cage slowly slid to a halt. Through the bars, he could see the Inquisitor watching him amid a sea of fighting soldiers, its body surrounded by a twisting, dashing, moving cloud of images. The Inquisitor nodded its head to in a slight sign of respect, pushed out with a yell, flaring pewter to keep from crushing himself. The cage exploded, the metal top flipping into the air, the bars ripping free and bursting outward. Pulled the bars behind him and pushed the ones in front of him, sending a stream of metal shooting toward the Inquisitor. The creature raised a hand, expertly dividing the large missiles, however followed the bars with his own body, shooting himself toward the Inquisitor with a... The Inquisitor pulled himself to the side, using an unfortunate soldier as an anchor. The man cried out as he was wrenched away from his duel, but he choked off as the Inquisitor jumped, pushing against the soldier and crushing the man to the ground. The Inquisitor shot into the air, slowed himself with a push against a group of soldiers tracking the Inquisitor. Behind him, the top of the cage crashed back to the ground, throwing up chips of stone. blasted against it and hurled himself upward after the Inquisitor. Flakes of ash streaked past him. Ahead, the Inquisitor turned, pulling against something below. The creature switched directions immediately, instead hurling toward head-on collision. Bad idea for the guy without spikes in his head. Frantically pulled against a soldier, lurching downward as the Inquisitor passed diagonally overhead. Flared pewter, then crashed into the soldier he had pulled up toward him. The two of them spun in midair. Fortunately, the soldier wasn't one of Ham's. "Sorry, friend," said conversationally, pushing himself to the side. The soldier shot away, eventually smashing into the side of a building as used him to soar over the battlefield. Below, Ham's main squad had finally reached the last prison cart. Unfortunately, several more groups of Imperial soldiers had pushed their way through the gawking crowds. One of them was a large team of archers armed with obsidian-tipped arrows, Cursed letting himself fall. The archers set up, obviously preparing to fire straight into the fighting crowd. They would kill some of their own soldiers, but the brunt of their attack would be borne by the fleeing prisoners. Dropped to the cobblestones, he reached to the side, pulling against some discarded bars from the cage he had destroyed. They flew toward him. The archers drew, but he could see their shadows. Released the bars and pushed himself to the side just slightly, allowing the bars to fly between the archers and the fleeing prisoners. The archers fired. Grabbed the bars, flaring both steel and iron, pushing against one tip of each bar and pulling against the opposite tip. The bars lurched in the air, immediately beginning to spin like furious lunatic windmills. Most of the flying arrows were sprayed to the side by the spinning rods of iron. The bars clanged to the ground amid the scattered, discarded arrows. The archers stood stupefied as jumped to the side again, then pulled lightly on the bars, flipping them up into the air in front of him. He pushed, sending the bars crashing toward the archers. He turned away as men screamed and died, his eyes seeking his true foe. Where's that creature hiding? He looked into a scene of chaos. Men fought, ran, fled, and died, each one bearing a prophetic shadow to his eyes. In this case, however, the shadows effectively doubled the number of people moving on the battlefield and only served to increase the sense of confusion. More and more soldiers were arriving. Many of Ham's men were down, most of the rest were retreating. Fortunately, they could simply discard their armor and blend into the crowds. Was more worried about that last prisoner cart, the one with an spook in it. The trajectory at which Ham's group had entered the battle had required them to move up the line of carts, back to front. Trying to get to first would have required passing by the 5 other carts, leaving their people still trapped. Ham obviously didn't intend to leave until Spook and were free. And where Ham fought, the rebel soldiers held. There was a reason we're also called thugs. There was no subtlety to their fighting, no clever. Ham simply attacked with raw strength and speed, throwing enemy soldiers out of his way, laying waste to their ranks, leading his squad of 50 men toward the final prison cart. As they reached it, Ham stepped back to fight off a group of enemy soldiers as one of his men broke the cart's lock. Smiled with pride, eyes still searching for the Inquisitor. His men were few, but the enemy soldiers seemed visibly unsettled by the rebels' determination. His men fought with passion. Despite their other numerous hindrances, they still had this one advantage. This is what happens when you finally convince them to fight. This is what hides within them all. It's just so hard to release. Exited the cart, then stepped to the side, watching as his servants rushed free from their cage. Suddenly, a well-dressed figure burst from the melee, grabbing by the front of his suit. "Where's Venture?" demanded, his desperate voice carrying to tin-enhanced ears. Which cage was she in? "Kid, you're really starting to annoy me," thought, pushing himself a path through the soldiers as he ran toward the cart. The Inquisitor appeared, leaping out from behind a pile of soldiers. It landed on top of the cage, shaking the entire structure, an obsidian axe grasped in each hand. The creature met its eyes and smiled, then dropped from the top of the cage and buried an axe in its back. The jerked, eyes opening wide, the Inquisitor turned toward next. Wasn't certain if the creature recognized the boy. Perhaps the Inquisitor thought to be a member of his family. Perhaps it didn't care, paused for just a moment. The Inquisitor raised his axe to strike. She loves him. Flared steel within, stoking it, raging it until his chest burned like themselves. He blasted against the soldiers behind him, throwing dozens of them backward and streaked toward the Inquisitor. He crashed into the creature as it began to swing. The discarded axe clicked against the stones a few feet away. Gripped the Inquisitor by its neck as the two hit the ground, then he began to squeeze with pewter-enhanced muscles. The Inquisitor reached up, grabbing his hands, desperately trying to force them apart. Marsh was right, thought through the chaos. It fears for its life. It can be killed. The Inquisitor gasped raggedly, the metal protruding from its eyes just inches from his face. To his side saw Venture stumble back. "The girl is fine," said through gritted teeth. "She wasn't on the barges." Go, paused uncertainly, then one of his bodyguards finally appeared. The boy let himself get dragged away. "Can't believe I just saved a nobleman," thought, struggling to choke the Inquisitor. "You'd better appreciate this, girl." Slowly, with straining muscles, the Inquisitor forced his hands apart. The creature began to smile again. "They're so strong." The Inquisitor pushed back, then pulled against a soldier, yanking itself in a skidding motion across the cobblestones. The Inquisitor hit a corpse and flipped backward up to its feet. Its neck was red from his grip, bits of flesh torn by his fingernails, but it smiled still. Pushed against a soldier, flipping himself up as well. To his side he saw leaning against the cart, caught the size and nodded slightly, dropped to the ground with a sigh, axe in his back. Ham yelled over the crowd, "Go." Told him, "Is dead." Ham glanced at its body, then nodded. He turned to his men, calling orders. "Survivor," a rasping voice said. Spun. The Inquisitor strode forward, stepping with Pewter's lithe power surrounded by a haze of shadows. "Survivor of," it said. "You promised me a fight. Must I kill more?" Flared his metals. "I never said we were done." Then he smiled. He was worried, he was pained, but he was also exhilarated. All of his life there had been a piece of him that had wished to stand and fight. He'd always wanted to see if he could take an Inquisitor. Vin stood, trying desperately to see over the crowd. "What?" asked. "I thought I saw." "Here, that sounds a bit ridiculous, don't you think?" Vin flushed. "Probably. Regardless, I'm going to try and get a better view." She grabbed the side of the alleyway. "Be careful," Doc said. "If that Inquisitor sees you." Vin nodded, scrambling up the bricks. Once she got high enough, she scanned the intersection for familiar figures. Was nowhere to be seen. One of the carts, the one off of which the Inquisitor had ripped the cage, lay on its side. Horses stomped about, hedged in by the fighting and the crowds. "What do you see?" Docs called up. "Is down," Vin said, squinting and burning tin. "Looks like an axe in his back." "That may or may not be fatal for him," said cryptically. "I don't know a lot about." "What about the prisoners?" Docs called. "They're all free," Vin said. "The cages are empty." "Docs, there are a lot of out there." It looked like the entire population from the Fountain Square had crowded down to the small intersection. The area was in a small depression, and Vin could see thousands of packing the streets, sloping upward in all directions. "Ham's free," Vin said. "I don't see him, alive or dead, anywhere." "Spook's gone too." "And Kel?" asked urgently. Vin paused. "He's still fighting the Inquisitor," flared his Pewter, punching the Inquisitor, careful to avoid the flat discs of metal sticking out the front of its eyes. The creature stumbled and buried his fist in its stomach. The Inquisitor growled and slapped across the face, throwing him down with one blow. Shook his head. "What does it take to kill this thing?" he thought, pushing himself up to his feet, backing away. The Inquisitor strode forward. Some of the soldiers were trying to search the crowd for Ham and his men, but many just stood still. A fight between two powerful was something whispered about, but never seen. Soldier and peasant stood dumbfounded, watching the battle with awe. "He's stronger than I am," acknowledged, watching the Inquisitor warily. But strength isn't everything. Reached out, grabbing smaller metal sources and pulling them away from their owners. Metal caps, fine steel swords, coin pouches, daggers. He threw them at the Inquisitor, carefully manipulating and kept his burning so that each item he controlled would have a fanning multitude of images in the Inquisitor's eyes. The Inquisitor cursed quietly as it deflected the swarming bits of metal. However, just used the Inquisitor's own pushes against it, pulling each item back, whipping them around at the creature. The Inquisitor blasted outward, pushing against all the items at once and let them go. As soon as the Inquisitor stopped pushing, however, pulled his weapons back. The Imperial soldiers formed a ring, watching warily. Used them, pushing against breastplates, lurching himself back and forth in the air. The quick changes in position let him move constantly, disorienting the Inquisitor, allowing him to push his different flying pieces of metal where he wanted them. "Keep an eye on my belt buckle," asked, wobbling slightly as he clung to the bricks beside Vin. "If I fall off, give me a pull to slow the fall, eh?" Vin nodded, but she wasn't paying much attention to Docs. She was watching. "He's incredible," lurched back and forth in the air, his feet never touching the ground. Bits of metal buzzed around him, responding to his pushes and pulls. He controlled them with such skill one would have thought they were living things. The Inquisitor slapped them away with a fury, but was obviously having trouble keeping track of them all. "I underestimated," Vin thought. "I assumed that he was less skilled than the Mistings because he'd spread himself too thin. But that wasn't it at all. This is his specialty, pushing and pulling with expert control. And iron and steel are the metals he personally trained me in." Maybe he understood all along. Spun and flew amid a maelstrom of metal. Every time something hit the ground, he flicked it back up. The items always flew in straight lines, but he kept moving, pushing himself around, keeping them in the air, periodically shooting them at the Inquisitor. The creature spun, confused. It tried to push itself upward, but shot several larger pieces of metal over the creature's head, and it had to push against them, throwing off its jump. An iron bar hit the Inquisitor in the face. The creature stumbled, blood marring the tattoos on the side of its face. A steel helmet struck it in the side, tossing it backward. Began to shoot pieces of metal quickly, feeling his rage and anger mount. "Were you the one who killed Marsh?" he yelled, not bothering to listen for an answer. "Were you there when I was condemned years ago?" The Inquisitor raised a warding hand, pushing away the next swarm of metals. It limped backward, putting its back against the overturned wooden cart. Heard the creature growl, and a sudden push of strength washed through the crowd, toppling soldiers, causing metal weapons to shoot away. "Let them go." He dashed forward, rushing the disoriented Inquisitor, scooping up a loose cobblestone. The creature turned toward him and yelled, swinging the cobblestone, his strength fueled almost more by rage than by pewter. He hit the Inquisitor square in the eyes. The creature's head snapped back, smacking against the bottom of the overturned cart. Struck again, yelling, repeatedly smashing his cobblestone into the creature's face. The Inquisitor howled in pain, reaching hands for, moving as if to jump forward. Then it suddenly jerked to a stop, its head stuck against the cart's wood. The spiked tips that jutted from the back of its skull had been pounded into the wood by its attack. Smiled as the creature screamed in rage, struggling to pull its head free from the wood. Turned to the side, seeking an item he had seen on the ground a few moments before. He kicked over a corpse, snatching the obsidian axe off the ground, its rough-chipped blade glittering in the red sunlight. "I'm glad you talked me into this," he said quietly. Then he swung with a two-handed blow, slamming through the Inquisitor's neck and into the wood behind. The Inquisitor's body slumped to the cobblestones. The head remained where it was, staring out with its eerie, tattooed, unnatural gaze pinned to the wood by its own spikes. Turned to face the crowd, suddenly feeling incredibly. His body ached from dozens of bruises and cuts, and he didn't even know when his cloak had ripped free. He faced the soldiers defiantly, however, his arms plainly visible. "The survivor of," one whispered. "He killed an Inquisitor," said another, and then the chanting began. The surrounding streets began to scream his name. The soldiers looked around, realizing with horror that they were surrounded. The peasants began to press in and could feel their anger and hope. "Maybe this doesn't have to go the way I assumed," thought triumphantly. "Maybe I don't have." Then it hit. Like a cloud moving before the sun, like a sudden storm on a quiet night, like a pair of fingers snuffing a candle. An oppressive hand stifled the budding emotions. The people cringed and their cries died out. The fire had built within them was too new, so close, he thought. Up ahead a single black carriage crested the hill and began to move down from the fountain square. The Lord Ruler had arrived. Vin nearly lost her grip as the wave of depression hit her. She flared her copper, but as always she could still slightly feel the Lord Ruler's oppressive hand. "Lord Ruler," said, though Vin couldn't tell if it was a curse or an observation. That had been packed into view. The fight somehow managed to make room for the dark carriage. It rolled down a corridor of people toward the corpse-littered square. Soldiers pulled back and stepped away from the fallen cart, moving out to face the oncoming carriage. "What is he doing?" Vin asked, turning toward who had propped himself up on a small outcropping. "Why doesn't he run? This is no Inquisitor. This isn't something to fight." "This is it," Vin said, awed. "This is what he's been waiting for. A chance to face the Lord Ruler, a chance to prove those legends of his." Vin turned back toward the square. The carriage rolled to a stop. "But," she said quietly, "the 11th medal, did he bring it? He must have." Always said that the Lord Ruler was his task, Vin thought. He let the rest of us work on the nobility, the garrison, and the ministry. But this, always planned to do this himself. The Lord Ruler stepped from his carriage and Vin leaned forward, burning tin. He looked like a man. He was dressed in a black and white uniform, somewhat like a nobleman's suit, but far more exaggerated. The coat reached all the way to his feet and trailed behind him as he walked. His vest wasn't colored, but a pure black, though it was accented with brilliant white markings. As Vin had heard, his fingers glittered with rings, the symbol of his power. "I'm so much stronger than you," the rings proclaimed, "that it doesn't matter if I wear metal." Handsome, with jet black hair and pale skin, the Lord Ruler was tall, thin, and confident. And he was young, younger than Vin would have expected, even younger than. He strode across the square, avoiding corpses, his soldiers pulling back and forcing the away. Suddenly a small group of figures burst through the line of soldiers. They wore the mismatched armor of rebels, and the man leading them looked just a bit familiar. He was one of Ham's thugs. "For my wife," the thug said, holding up a spear and charging. "For Lord," yelled the other four. "Oh no," Vin thought. The Lord Ruler, however, ignored the men. The lead rebel bellowed in defiance, then rammed his spear through the Lord Ruler's chest. The Lord Ruler just continued to walk, passing the soldier, spear sticking all the way through his body. The rebel paused, then grabbed a spear from one of his friends and drove this one through the Lord Ruler's back. Again the Lord Ruler ignored the men, as if they and their weapons were completely beneath his contempt. The lead rebel stumbled back, then spun as his friends began to scream under an Inquisitor's axe. He joined them shortly, and the Inquisitor stood above the corpses for a moment, hacking gleefully. The Lord Ruler continued forward, two spears sticking as if unnoticed from his body, stood waiting. He looked ragged in his ripped clothing, yet he was proud. He didn't bend or bow beneath the weight of the Lord Ruler's soothing. The Lord Ruler stopped a few feet away, one of the spears nearly touching his chest. Black ash fell lightly around the two men, bits of it curling and blowing in the faint wind. The square fell horribly silent. Even the Inquisitor stopped his gruesome work. Vin leaned forward, clinging precariously to the rough brickwork. "Do something, use the metal." The Lord Ruler glanced at the Inquisitor that had killed. "Those are very hard to replace." His accented voice carried easily to Vin's ears. Even from a distance she could see smile. "I killed you once," the Lord Ruler said, turning back to. "You tried," replied his voice loud and firm, carrying across the square. "But you can't kill me, Lord Tyrant. I represent that thing you've never been able to kill, no matter how hard you try. I am hope." The Lord Ruler snorted in disdain. He raised a casual arm, then backhanded with a blow so powerful that Vin could hear the crack resound through the square. Lurched and spun, spraying blood as he fell. "No," Vin screamed. The Lord Ruler ripped one of the spears from his own body, then slammed it down through his chest. "Let the executions begin," he said, turning toward his carriage and ripping out the second spear, then tossing it aside. Chaos followed. Prompted by the Inquisitor, the soldiers turned and attacked the crowd. Other inquisitors appeared from the square above, riding black horses, ebony axes glistening in the afternoon light. Vin ignored it all. She screamed. His body lay where it had fallen, spear jutting from his chest, scarlet blood pooling around him. No, 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 she jumped from the building, pushing against some people and throwing herself over the massacre. She landed in the center of the oddly empty square, Lord Ruler gone, inquisitors busy killing. She scrambled to side. There was almost nothing remaining of the left side of his face. The right side, however, still smiled faintly, single dead eye staring up into the red-black sky. Bits of ash fell lightly on his face. No, Vin said, tears streaming down her face. She prodded his body, feeling for a pulse. There was none. You said you couldn't be killed, she cried. What of your plans? What of the 11th metal? What of me? He didn't move. Vin had trouble seeing through the tears. It's impossible. He always said we aren't invincible. But that meant me, not him, not he was invincible. He should have been. Someone grabbed her and she squirmed, crying out. Time to go, kid, Ham said. He paused, looking at, assuring for himself that the was dead. Then he towed her away. Vin continued to struggle weakly, but she was growing numb. In the back of her mind, she heard his voice. See, I told you he would leave you. I warned you. I promised you. The end of Part 4. Part 5. BLAVRSNA. Forgotten World. I know what will happen if I make the wrong choice. I must be strong. I must not take the power for myself, for I have seen what will happen if I do. To work with me, KLSIR had said, I only ask that you promise one thing, to trust me. Vin hung in the mist, immobile. It flowed around her like a quiet stream, above, ahead, to the sides, and beneath. Mist all around her. Trust me, Vin, he'd said. You trusted me enough to jump off the wall, and I caught you. You're going to have to trust me this time, too. I'll catch you, I'll catch you. It was as if she were nowhere. Among and of the mist, how she it didn't think, didn't worry, didn't hurt. I trusted you, she thought. I actually did, but you let me fall. You promised that your crews had no betrayals. What of this? What of your betrayal? She hung, her tin extinguished to let her better see the mists. They were slightly wet, cool upon her skin, like the tears of a dead man. Why does it matter anymore? She thought, staring upward. Why does anything matter? What was it you said to me that I never really understood, that I still needed to learn about friendship? What about you? You didn't even fight him. He stood there again in her mind. The Lord Ruler struck him down with a disdainful blow. The survivor had died like any other man. Is this why you were so hesitant to promise that you wouldn't abandon me? She wished she could just go, float away, become mist. She'd once wished for freedom and then had assumed she'd found it. She'd been wrong. This wasn't freedom, this grief, this hole within her. It was the same as before when had abandoned her. What was the difference? At least had been honest. He'd always promised that he would leave, had led her along, telling her to trust and to love, but had always been the truthful one. I don't want to do this anymore, she whispered to the mists. Can't you just take me? The mists gave no answer. They continued to spin playfully, uncaring, always changing, yet somehow always the same. Mistress, called an uncertain voice from below. Mistress, is that you up there? Vin sighed, burning tin, then extinguishing steel and letting herself drop. Her fluttered as she fell through the mist. She landed quietly on the rooftop above their safe house. Saz stood a short distance away, beside the steel ladder that the lookouts had been using to get atop the building. Yes, she asked tiredly, reaching out to pull up the 3 coins she'd been using as anchors to stabilize her like the legs of a tripod. One of them was twisted and bent, the same coin she had gotten into a pushing match over so many months ago. I'm sorry, mistress, Saz said. I simply wondered where you had gone, she shrugged. It is a strangely quiet night, I think, Saz said. A mournful night. Hundreds had been massacred following death, and hundreds more had been trampled during the rush to escape. I wonder if his death even meant anything, she said quietly. We probably saved a lot fewer than were killed. Slain by evil men, mistress. Ham often asks if there even is such a thing as evil. Master Hammond likes to ask questions, Saz said, but even he doesn't question the answers. There are evil men, just as there are good men. Vin shook her head. I was wrong about, he wasn't a good man, he was just a liar. He never had a plan for defeating the Lord Ruler. Perhaps, Saz said, or perhaps he never had an opportunity to fulfill that plan. Perhaps we just don't understand the plan. You sound like you still believe in him. Vin turned and walked to the edge of the flat-topped roof, staring out over the quiet, shadowy city. I do, mistress, Saz said. How can you? Saz shook his head, walking over to stand beside her. Belief isn't simply a thing for fair times and bright days, I think. What is belief, what is faith, if you don't continue in it after failure? Vin frowned. Anyone can believe in someone or something that always succeeds, mistress, but failure, now that is hard to believe in, certainly and truly. Difficult enough to have value, I think. Vin shook her head. Doesn't deserve it. You don't mean that, mistress, Saz said calmly. You're angry because of what happened, you hurt. Oh, I mean it, Vin said, feeling a tear on her cheek. He doesn't deserve our belief, he never did. To think differently, their legends about him are growing quickly. I shall have to return here soon and collect them. Vin frowned. You would gather stories about, of course, Saz said. I collect all religions, Vin snorted. This is no religion we're talking about, Saz, this is. I disagree, he is certainly a religious figure to the, but we knew him, Vin said. He was no prophet or god, he was just a man. So many of them are, I think, Saz said quietly. Vin just shook her head. They stood there for a moment watching the night. What of the others? She finally asked. They are discussing what to do next, Saz said. I believe it has been decided that they will leave separately and seek refuge in other towns. And you? I must travel north to my homeland, to the place of the keepers, so that I can share the knowledge that I possess. I must tell my brethren and sisters of the logbook, especially the words regarding our ancestor, the man named. There is much to learn in this story, I think. He paused, then glanced at her. This is not a journey I can take with another, mistress. The places of the keepers must remain secret, even from, of course. Vin thought. Of course he'd go too. I will return, he promised. Sure you will, just like all of the others have. The crew had made her feel needed for a time, but she'd always known it would end. It was time to go back to the streets, time to be alone again. Mistress, Saz said slowly. Do you hear that? She shrugged, but there was something. Voices. Vin frowned, walking to the other side of the building. They grew louder, becoming easily distinct even without tin. She peered over the side of the rooftop. A group of men, perhaps 10 in number, stood in the street below. A thieving crew, Vin wondered as Saz joined her. The group's numbers were swelling as more timidly left their dwellings. Come, said a man who stood at the front of the group. Fear not the mist. Didn't the survivor name himself Lord of the Mists? Did he not say that we have nothing to fear from them? Indeed, they will protect us, give us safety, give us power even. As more and more left their homes without obvious repercussion, the group began to swell even further. Go get the others, Vin said. Good idea, Saz said, moving quickly to the ladder. Your friends, your children, your fathers, your mothers, wives, and lovers, the man said, lighting a lantern and holding it up. They lie dead in the street not a half hour from here. The Lord Ruler doesn't even have the decency to clean up his slaughter. The crowd began to mutter in agreement. Even when the cleaning occurs, the man said, will it be the Lord Ruler's hands that dig the graves? No, it will be our hands. Lord spoke of this. Lord, several men agreed. The group was getting large now, being joined by women and youths. Clanking on the ladder announced Ham's arrival. He was joined shortly by Saz, then Breeze, Spook, and even Clubs. Lord, proclaimed the man below. Others lit torches, brightening the mists. Lord fought for us today. He slew an immortal inquisitor. The crowd grumbled in assent. But then he died. Someone yelled, silence. And what did we do to help him? The leader asked. Many of us were there, thousands of us. Did we help? No, we waited and watched, even as he fought for us. We stood dumbly and let him fall. We watched him die. Or did we? What did the survivor say? That the Lord Ruler could never really kill him? Is the Lord of the Mists? Is he not with us now? Vin turned to the others. Ham was watching carefully, but Breeze just shrugged. The man's obviously insane, a religious nut. I tell you, friends, screamed the man below. The crowd was still growing, more and more torches being lit. I tell you the truth, Lord appeared to me this very night. He said that he would always be with us. Will we let him down again? No, came the reply. Breeze shook his head. I didn't think they had it in them. Too bad it's such a small. What's that? Dox asked. Vin turned, frowning. There was a pocket of light in the distance, like torches lit in the mists. Another one appeared to the east near a slum. A third appeared, then a fourth. In a matter of moments it seemed like the entire city was glowing. You insane genius, whispered. What? Clubs asked, frowning. We missed it, Dox said. The army, the nobility. That wasn't the job was planning. This was his job. Our crew was never supposed to topple the final empire. We were too small. An entire city's population, however. You're saying he did this on purpose? Breeze asked. He always asked me the same question, Saz said from behind. He always asked what gave religion so much power. Each time I answered him the same. Saz looked at them, cocking his head. I told him that it was because their believers had something they felt passionate about. Something or someone. But why not tell us? Breeze asked. Because he knew, Doc said quietly. He knew something we would never agree to. He knew that he would have to die. Breeze shook his head. I don't buy it. Why even bother with us then? He could have done this on his own. Why even bother? Docs, Vin said, turning. Where's that warehouse rented? The one where he held his informant meetings. Paused. Not far away, actually. 2 streets down. He said he wanted it to be near the bolt lair. Show me, Vin said, scrambling over the side of the building. The gathered continued to yell, each cry louder than the one before. The entire street blazed with light, flickering torches turning the mist into a brilliant haze. Led her down the street, the rest of the crew trailing behind. The warehouse was a large, run-down structure squatting disconsolately in the slum's industrial section. Vin walked up to it, then flared pewter and smashed off the lock. The door slowly swung open, held up a lantern, and its light revealed sparkling piles of metal. Weapons, swords, axes, staves, and helmets glittered in the light, an incredible silvery horde. The crew stared at the room in wonder. This is the reason, Vin said quietly. He needed the front to buy weapons in such numbers. He knew his rebellion would need these if they were going to succeed in taking the city. Why gather an army then? Ham said. Was it just a front too? I guess, Vin said. Wrong, a voice said, echoing through the cavernous warehouse. There was so much more to it than that. The crew jumped and Vin flared her metals, until she recognized the voice. Held his lantern higher. Show yourself, creature. A figure moved in the far back of the warehouse, staying to shadow. However, when it spoke, its voice was unmistakable. He needed the army to provide a corps of trained men for the rebellion. That part of his plan was hampered by events. That was only one bit of why he needed you, however. The noble houses needed to fall to leave a void in the political structure. The garrison needed to leave the town so that they wouldn't be slaughtered. He planned this all from the start, Ham said with wonder. Knew that the wouldn't rise up. They'd been beaten down for so long, trained to think that the Lord Ruler owned both their bodies and their souls. He understood that they would never rebel, not unless he gave them a new god. Yes, said, stepping forward. The light glittered off his face and Vin gasped in surprise. She screamed. Ham grabbed her shoulder. Careful, child, it's not him. The creature looked at her. It wore his face, but the eyes, they were different. The face didn't bear his characteristic smile. It seemed hollow, dead. I apologize, it said. This was to be my part in the plan and is the reason originally contracted with me. I was to take his bones once he was dead, then appear to his followers to give them faith and strength. What are you? Vin asked with horror. Looked at her and then his face shimmered, becoming transparent. She could see his bones through the gelatinous skin. It reminded her of the creature said, its skin losing its transparency. That has grown up, you might say. Vin turned away in revulsion, remembering the creatures she had seen in the mist. Scavengers had said, creatures that digested the bodies of the dead, stealing their skeletons and images. The legends are even more true than I thought. You were part of this plan too, they said. All of you, you ask why he needed a crew. He needed men of virtue, men who could learn to worry more for the people than for coin. He put you before armies and crowds, letting you practice leadership. He was using you, but he was also training you. The creature looked to Breeze then Ham. Bureaucrat, politician, general. For a new nation to be born, it will need men of your individual talents. They nodded to a large sheet of paper affixed to a table a short distance away. That is for you to follow. I have other business to be about. It turned as if to leave, then paused beside Vin, turning toward her with its disturbingly like face. Yet the creature itself wasn't like, or it seemed passionless. They held up a small pouch. He asked me to give you this. It dropped the pouch into her hand, then continued on, the crew giving it a wide berth as it left the warehouse. Breeze started toward the table first, but Hammond beat him to it. Vin looked down at the bag. She was afraid to see what it contained. She hurried forward, joining the crew. The sheet was a map of the city, apparently from the one Marsh had sent. Written at the top were some words. My friends, you have a lot of work to do and you must do it quickly. You must organize and distribute the weapons in this warehouse. Then you must do the same in 2 others like it located in the other slums. There are horses in a side room for ease of travel. Once you distribute the weapons, you must secure the city gates and subdue the remaining members of the garrison. Breeze, your team will do this. March on the garrison first so that you can take the gates in peace. There are 4 great houses that retain a strong military presence in the city. I have marked them on the map. Ham, your team will deal with these. We don't want an armed force other than our own inside the city. Remain behind while the initial strikes happen. More and more will come to the warehouses once word gets out. Breeze and Ham's armies will include the troops we have trained, as well as augmentations, I hope from the gathering in the streets. You will need to make certain that the regular get their weapons, so that clubs can lead the assault on the palace itself. The soothing stations should already be gone. Delivered the proper order to our assassin teams before he came to get you to bring you here. If you have time, send some of Ham's thugs to check out those stations. Breeze, your own soothers will be needed amongst the to encourage them to bravery. I think that's everything. It was a fun job, wasn't it? When you remember me, please remember that. Remember to smile. Now move quickly. May you rule in wisdom. The map had the city divided with the various divisions labeled with various names. Vin noticed that she along with Sazd were left out. I'll go back to that group we left by our house, Clubs said in a grumbling voice. Bring them here to get weapons. He began to hobble away. Clubs, Ham said, turning. No offense, but why did he include you as an army leader? What do you know of warfare? Clubs snorted, then lifted up his trouser leg, showing the long, twisting scar that ran up the side of his calf and thigh, obviously the source of his limp. Where do you think I got this? He said, then began to move away. Ham turned back with wonder. I don't believe this is happening. Breeze shook his head. And I assumed that I knew something about manipulating people. This is amazing. The economy is on the verge of collapsing, and the nobility that survive will soon be at open warfare on the countryside. Kel showed us how to kill inquisitors. We'll just need to pull down the others and behead them. As for the Lord Ruler, eyes turned on Vin. She looked down at the pouch in her hand and pulled it open. A smaller sack, obviously filled with beads, fell into her hand. It was followed by a small bar of metal wrapped in a sheet of paper. The 11th metal. Vin unwrapped the paper. Vin, it read, your original duty tonight was going to be to assassinate the high noblemen remaining in the city. But well, you convinced me that maybe they should live. I could never figure out how this blasted metal was supposed to work. It's safe to burn, it won't kill you, but it doesn't appear to do anything useful. If you're reading this, then I failed to figure out how to use it when I faced the Lord Ruler. I don't think it matters. The people needed something to believe in, and this was the only way to give it to them. Please don't be angry at me for abandoning you. I was given an extension on life. I should have died in Mayor's place years ago. I was ready for this. The others will need you. You're there now. You'll have to protect them in the months to come. The nobility will send assassins against our fledgling kingdom's rulers. Farewell. I'll tell Mayor about you. She always wanted a daughter. What does it say, Vin? Ham asked. Says that he doesn't know how the 11th metal works. He's sorry, he wasn't certain how to defeat the Lord Ruler. We've got an entire city full of people to fight him, Doc said. I seriously doubt he can kill us all. If we can't destroy him, we'll just tie him up and toss him in a dungeon. The others nodded. All right, said Breezenham, you need to get to those other warehouses and begin giving out weapons. Spook, go fetch the apprentices. We'll need them to run messages. Let's go. Everyone scattered. Soon the they had seen earlier burst into the warehouse, holding their torches high, looking in awe at the wealth of weaponry. Worked efficiently, ordering some of the newcomers to be distributors, sending others to go gather their friends and family. Men began to gear up, gathering weapons. Everyone was busy except for Vin. She looked up at Sazed, who smiled at her. Sometimes we just have to wait long enough, mistress, he said. Then we find out why exactly it was that we kept believing. There's a saying that Master was fond of. There's always another secret, Vin whispered. But everyone has something to do except me. I was originally supposed to go assassinate noblemen, but Kel doesn't want me to do that anymore. They have to be neutralized, Sazed said, but not necessarily murdered. Perhaps your place was simply to show that fact. Vin shook her head. No, I have to do more. She gripped the empty pouch, frustrated. Something crinkled inside of it. She looked down, opening the pouch and noticing a piece of paper that she hadn't seen before. She pulled it out and unfolded it delicately. It was the drawing that had shown her, the picture of a flower. Mare had always kept it with her, dreaming of a future where the sun wasn't red, where plants were green. Vin looked up. Bureaucrat, politician, soldier. There's something else that every kingdom needs. A good assassin. She turned, pulling out a vial of metal and drinking its contents, using the liquid to wash down a couple beads of. She walked over to the pile of weapons, picking up a small bundle of arrows. They had stone heads. She began breaking the heads off, leaving about a half-inch of wood attached to them, discarding the fletched shafts. Mistress, Sazed asked with concern. Vin walked past him, searching through the armaments. She found what she wanted in a shirt-like piece of armor, constructed from large rings of interlocking metal. She had a handful of these free with a dagger and pewter-enhanced fingers. Mistress, what are you doing? Vin walked over to a trunk beside the table, within which she had seen a large collection of powdered metals. She filled her pouch with several handfuls of pewter dust. I'm worried about the Lord Ruler, she said, taking a file from the box and scraping off a few flakes of the 11th metal. She paused, eyeing the unfamiliar silvery metal, then swallowed the flakes with a gulp from her flask. She put a couple more flakes in one of her backup metal vials. Surely the rebellion can deal with him, Sazed said. He's not so strong without all of his servants, I think. You're wrong, Vin said, rising and walking toward the door. He's strong. Couldn't feel him, not like I can. He didn't know. Where are you going? Sazed asked behind her. Vin paused in the doorway, turning, mist curling around her. Inside the palace complex, there is a chamber protected by soldiers and inquisitors. Tried to get into it twice. She turned back toward the dark mists. Tonight, I'm going to find out what's inside of it. I have decided that I am thankful for hatred. It does me well to remember that there are those who abhor me. My place is not to seek popularity or love. My place is to ensure mankind's survival. Vin WLKD quietly toward KREDIK Shah. The sky behind her burned, the mists reflecting and diffusing the light of 1,000 torches. It was like a radiant dome over the city. The light was yellow, the color had always said the sun should be. 4 nervous guards waited at the same palace doorway that she had attacked before. They watched her approach. Vin stepped slowly, quietly on the mist-wetted stones, her rustling solemnly. One of the guards lowered a spear at her and Vin stopped right in front of him. I know you, she said quietly. You endured the mills, the mines, and the forges. You knew that someday they would kill you and leave your families to starve, so you went to the Lord Ruler, guilty but determined, and joined his guards. The 4 men glanced at each other, confused. The light behind me comes from a massive rebellion, she said. The entire city is rising up against the Lord Ruler. I don't blame you men for your choices, but a time of change is coming. Those rebels could use your training and your knowledge. Go to them. They gather in the Square of the Survivor. The Square of the Survivor, a soldier asked. The place where the survivor of was killed earlier today. The 4 men exchanged looks, uncertain. Vin rioted their emotions slightly. You don't have to live with the guilt anymore. Finally, one of the men stepped forward and ripped the symbol off his uniform, then strode determinedly into the night. The other 3 paused, then followed, leaving Vin with an open entrance to the palace. Vin walked down the corridor, eventually passing the same guard chamber as before. She strode inside, stepping past a group of chatting guards without hurting any of them, and entered the hallway beyond. Behind her, the guards shook off their surprise and called out in alarm. They burst into the corridor, but Vin jumped and pushed against the lantern brackets, hurling herself down the hallway. The men's voices grew distant. Even running, they wouldn't be able to keep up with her. She reached the end of the corridor, then let herself drop lightly to the ground, enveloping cloak falling around her body. She continued her resolute, unhurried pace. There was no reason to run, they'd be waiting for her anyway. She passed through the archway, stepping into the dome-roofed central chamber. Silver murals lined the walls, braziers burned in the corners, the floor was in ebony marble, and 2 inquisitors stood blocking her path. Vin strode quietly through the room, approaching the building within a building that was her goal. "We search all this time," said an inquisitor in his grinding voice, "and you come to us a second time." Vin stopped, standing about 20 feet in front of the pair. They loomed, each of them nearly 2 feet taller than she, smiling and confident. Vin burned, then whipped her hands from beneath her cloak, tossing a double handful of arrowheads into the air. She flared steel, pushing powerfully against the rings of metal wrapped loosely around the arrowhead's broken hafts. The missiles shot forward, ripping across the room. The lead inquisitor chuckled, raising a hand and pushing disdainfully against the missiles. His push ripped the unattached rings free from the hafts, shooting the bits of metal backward. The arrowheads themselves, however, continued forward, no longer pushed from behind but still carried by a deadly momentum. The inquisitor opened his mouth in surprise as 24 arrowheads struck him. Several punched completely through his flesh, continuing on a snap against the stone wall behind him. Several others struck his companion in the legs. The lead inquisitor jerked, spasming as he collapsed. The other growled, staying on his feet but wobbling a bit on the weakened leg. Vin dashed forward, flaring her pewter. The remaining inquisitor moved to block her, but she reached inside her cloak and threw out a large handful of pewter dust. The inquisitor stopped, confused. To his eyes he would see nothing but a mess of blue lines, each one leading to a speck of metal. With so many sources of metal concentrated in one place, the lines would be virtually blinding. The inquisitor spun, angry, as Vin dashed past him. He pushed against the dust, blowing it away, but as he did so, Vin whipped out a glass dagger and flipped it toward him. In the confusing mess of blue lines and shadows, he missed noticing the dagger, and it took him square in the thigh. He fell, cursing in a crackly voice. Good thing that worked, Vin thought, leaping over the groaning body of the first inquisitor. Wasn't sure about those eyes of theirs. She threw her weight against the door, flaring pewter and tossing up another handful of dust to keep the remaining inquisitor from targeting any metals on her body. She didn't turn back to fight the two further, not with the trouble one of the creatures had given. Her goal this infiltration was to kill, but to gather information, then run. Vin burst into the building within a building, nearly tripping on a rug made from some exotic fur. She frowned, scanning the chamber urgently, searching for whatever the Lord Ruler hid inside of it. It has to be here, she thought desperately. The clue to defeating him, the way to win this battle. She was counting on the Inquisitors being distracted by their wounds long enough for her to search out the Lord Ruler's secret and escape. The room had only one exit, the entrance she'd come through, and a hearth burned in the center of the chamber. The walls were decorated with odd trappings, furs hung from most places, the pelts dyed in strange patterns. There were a few old paintings, their colors faded, their canvases yellowed. Vin searched quickly, urgently looking for anything that could prove to be a weapon against the Lord Ruler. Unfortunately, she saw nothing useful. The room felt foreign but unremarkable. In fact, it had a comfortable, like a study or den. It was packed full of strange objects and decorations, like the horns of some foreign beast and a strange pair of shoes with very wide, flat bottoms. It was the room of a pack rat, a place to keep memories of the past. She jumped as something moved near the center of the room. A pivoting chair stood by the hearth, and it spun slowly, revealing the wizened old man who sat in it. Bald with liver-spotted skin, he appeared to be in his 70s. He wore rich, dark clothing, and he frowned angrily at Vin. That's it, Vin thought. I failed. There's nothing here. Time to get out. Just as she was spinning to dash away, however, rough hands grabbed her from behind. She cursed, struggling as she glanced down at the Inquisitor's bloodied leg. Even with pewter, he shouldn't have been able to walk on it. She tried to twist away, but the Inquisitor had her in a powerful grasp. What is this? The old man demanded, standing. I'm sorry, Lord Ruler, the Inquisitor said deferentially. Lord Ruler, but I saw him. He was a young man. Kill her, the old man said, waving his hand. My lord, the Inquisitor said, this child is of special interest. Might I keep her for a time? What special interest? The Lord Ruler said, sighing as he sat again. We wish to petition you, Lord Ruler, said the Inquisitor, regarding the canton of orthodoxy. This again, the Lord Ruler said wearily. Please, my lord, said the Inquisitor. Vin continued to struggle, flaring her pewter. The Inquisitor pinned her arms to her sides, however, and her backward kicking did very little good. He's so strong, she thought with frustration, and then she remembered it. The 11th metal, its power sitting within her, forming an unfamiliar reserve. She looked up, glaring at the old man. This had better work. She burned the 11th metal. Nothing happened. Vin struggled in frustration, her heart sinking. And then she saw him. Another man standing right beside the Lord Ruler. Where had he come from? She hadn't seen him enter. He had a full beard and wore a thick woolen outfit with a fur-lined cloak. It wasn't rich clothing, but it was well constructed. He stood quietly, seeming content. He smiled happily. Vin cocked her head. There was something familiar about the man. His features looked very similar to those of the man who had killed. However, this man was older and more alive. Vin turned to the side. There was another unfamiliar man beside her, a young nobleman. He was a merchant from the looks of his suit, and a very wealthy one at that. What is going on? The 11th metal burned out. Both newcomers vanished like ghosts. Very well, said the elderly Lord Ruler, sighing. I agree to your request. We will meet in several hours' time. Has already requested a gathering to discuss matters outside the palace. Ah, said the second Inquisitor. Yes. It will be good for him to be there. Good indeed. Vin continued to squirm as the Inquisitor pushed her to the ground, then lifted his hand, gripping something she couldn't see. He swung, and pain flashed through her head. Despite her pewter, all went black. Found his father in the north entryway, a smaller, less daunting entrance to Keep Venture, though only when compared with the majestic Grand Hall. "What's going on?" demanded, pulling on his suit coat, his hair disheveled from sleep. Lord Venture stood with his guard captains, and soldiers and servants scattered through the white and brown hallway, rushing about with an air of apprehensive fright. Lord Venture ignored his question, calling for a messenger to ride for the East River docks. "Father, what's happening?" Repeated. "Rebellion," Lord Venture snapped. "What?" thought as Lord Venture waved for another group of soldiers to approach. Impossible. A rebellion in itself. It was unthinkable. They didn't have the disposition to try such a bold move. They were just... he thought, you have to stop thinking like other noblemen. You have to open your eyes. The garrison was gone, off to slaughter a different group of rebels. They had been forced to watch those gruesome executions weeks ago, not to mention the slaughter that had come this day. They had been stressed to the point of breaking, predicted this, realized. So did half a dozen other political theorists. They said that the final empire couldn't last forever. God at its head or not, the people would someday rise up. It's finally happening. I'm living through it, and I'm on the wrong side. Why the ask? We're leaving the city, Lord Venture said tersely. Abandon the keep? Asked. Where's the honor in that? Lord Venture snorted. This isn't about bravery, boy. It's about survival. Those are attacking the main gates, slaughtering the remnants of the garrison. I have no intention of waiting until they come for noble heads. Lord Venture shook his head. We were leaving anyway. Something happened at the pits a few days ago. The Lord Ruler isn't going to be happy when he discovers it. He stepped back, waving over his lead narrowboat captain. Rebellion, thought, still a little numb. What was it that warned in his writings? That when a real rebellion finally came, that would slaughter wantonly, that every nobleman's life would be forfeit. He predicted that the rebellion would die out quickly, but that it would leave piles of corpses in its wake. Thousands of deaths, tens of thousands. Well, boy, Lord Venture demanded, go and organize your things. I'm not going, surprised himself by saying. Lord Venture frowned. What? Looked up. I'm not going, father. Oh, you're going, Lord Venture said, eyeing with one of his glares. Looked into those eyes that were angry not because they cared for safety, but because dared defy them. And strangely didn't feel the least bit cowed. Someone has to stop this. The rebellion could do some good, but only if they don't insist on slaughtering their allies. And that's what the nobility should be, their allies against the Lord Ruler. He's our enemy too. Father, I'm serious, said. I'm going to stay. Bloody hell, boy, must you insist on mocking me. This isn't about balls or luncheons, father. It's about something more important. Lord Venture paused. No flippant comments, no buffoonery. Shook his head. Suddenly Lord Venture smiled. Stay then, boy, that's a good idea. Someone should maintain our presence here while I go rally our forces. Yes, a very good idea. Paused, frowning slightly at the smile in his father's eyes. The father is setting me up to fall in his place, and even if the Lord Ruler doesn't kill me, father assumes I'll die in the rebellion. Either way, he's rid of me. I'm really not very good at this, am I? Lord Venture laughed to himself, turning. At least leave me some soldiers, said. You can have most of them, Lord Venture said. It will be hard enough to get one boat out in this mess. Good luck, boy. Say hello to the Lord Ruler in my absence. He laughed again, moving toward his stallion, which was saddled and outside. Stood in the hall, and suddenly he was the focus of attention. Nervous guards and servants, realizing that they'd been abandoned, turned to with desperate eyes. I'm in charge, thought with shock. Now what? Outside, he could see the mists flaring with the light of burning fires. Several of the guards were yelling about an approaching mob of walked to the open doorway, staring out into the chaos. The hall grew quiet behind him. Terrified people, realizing the extent of their danger, stood for a long moment. Then he spun. Captain, he said, gather your forces and the remaining servants. Don't leave anyone behind, then march to Keep. Keep, my lord. It's more defensible, said. Plus, both of us have too few soldiers. Separated, we'll be destroyed. Together, we might be able to stand. We'll offer our men to thee in exchange for protecting our people. But, my lord, the soldier said, thee are your enemies. Nodded. Yes, but someone needs to make the first overture. Now get moving. The man saluted, then rushed into motion. Oh, and captain, said. The soldier paused. Pick out 5 of your best soldiers to be my honor guard. I'll be leaving you in charge, those 5, and I have another mission. My lord, the captain asked with confusion. What mission? Turn back toward the mists. We're going to go turn ourselves in. Vin awoke to wetness. She coughed, then groaned, feeling a sharp pain in the back of her skull. She opened dizzy eyes, blinking away the water that had been thrown on her, and immediately burned pewter and tin, bringing herself completely awake. A pair of rough hands hoisted her into the air. She coughed as the Inquisitor shoved something into her mouth. Swallow, he ordered, twisting her arm. Vin cried out, trying without success to resist the pain. Eventually she gave in and swallowed the bit of metal. Now burn it, the Inquisitor ordered, twisting harder. Vin resisted nonetheless, sensing the unfamiliar metal reserve within her. The Inquisitor could be trying to get her to burn a useless metal, one that would make her sick or worse, kill her. But there are easier ways to kill a captive, she thought in agony. Her arm hurt so much that it felt like it would twist free. Finally, Vin relented, burning the metal. Immediately, all of her other metal reserves vanished. Good, the Inquisitor said, dropping her to the ground. The stones were wet, pooled with a bucket full of water. The Inquisitor turned, leaving the cell and slamming its barred door, then he disappeared through a doorway on the other side of the room. Vin crawled to her knees, massaging her arm, trying to sort out what was going on. My metals. She searched desperately inside, but she found nothing. She couldn't feel any metals, not even the one she had ingested moments before. What was it? A 12th metal, perhaps wasn't as limited as in the others had always assured her. She took a few deep breaths, climbing to her knees, calming herself. There was something pushing against her, the Lord Ruler's presence. She could feel it, though it wasn't as powerful as it had been earlier when he had killed. Still, she didn't have copper to burn. She had no way to hide from the Lord Ruler's powerful, almost omnipotent hand. She felt depression twisting her, telling her to just lie down, to give up. No, she thought, I have to get out, I have to stay strong. She forced herself to stand and inspect her surroundings. Her prison was more like a cage than a cell. It had bars running along 3 of the 4 sides, and it contained no furniture, not even a sleeping mat. There were 2 other cell cages in the room, one to either side of her. She had been stripped, they had only left her with her undergarments. The move was probably to make certain that she didn't have any hidden metals. She glanced around the room. It was long and thin and had stark stone walls. A stool sat in one corner, but the room was otherwise empty. If I could find just a bit of metal. She began to search. Instinctively, she tried to burn iron, expecting the blue lines to appear, but of course she had no iron to burn. She shook her head at the foolish move, but it was simply a sign of how much she'd come to rely on her. She felt blinded. She couldn't burn tin to listen for voices. She couldn't burn pewter to strengthen her against the pain of her hurting arm and head. She couldn't burn bronze to search for nearby. Nothing. She had nothing. You functioned without before, she told herself sternly. You can do it now. Even so, she searched the bare floor of her cell, hoping for the chance existence of a discarded pin or nail. She found nothing, so she turned her attention to the bars. However, she couldn't think of a way to get off even a flake of the iron. So much metal here, she thought with frustration, and I can't use any of it. She sat back on the ground, huddling up against the stone wall, shivering quietly in her damp clothing. It was still dark outside. The room's window casually allowed in a few trails of mist. What had happened with the rebellion? What about her friends? She thought that the mists outside looked a bit brighter than usual. Torchlight in the night. Without tin, her senses were too weak to tell. What was I thinking? She thought with despair. Did I presume to succeed where it had failed? He knew that the 11th metal was useless. It had done something true, but it certainly hadn't killed the Lord Ruler. She sat thinking, trying to figure out what had happened. There had been an odd familiarity about the things the 11th metal had shown her, not because of the way the visions had appeared, but because of the way Vin had felt when burning the metal. Gold. The moment when I burned the 11th metal felt like that time when had me burn gold. Could it be that the 11th metal wasn't really 11th at all? Golden had always seemed oddly paired to Vin. All of the other metals came in pairs that were similar, a base metal, then its alloy, each doing opposite things. Iron pulled, steel pushed, zinc pulled, brass pushed. It made sense, all except for in gold. What if the 11th metal was really an alloy of or of gold? It would mean that gold and aren't paired. They do 2 different things. Similar but different. They're like the other metals, which were grouped into larger bases of 4. There were the physical metals, iron, steel, tin, and pewter. The mental metals, bronze, copper, zinc, and brass. There were the metals, gold in its alloy and in its alloy. That means there's another metal. One that hasn't been discovered, probably because in gold are too valuable to forge into different alloys. But what good was the knowledge? Her 11th metal was probably just a paired opposite of gold. The metal had told her was the most useless of them all. Gold had shown Vin herself, or at least a different version of her that had felt real enough to touch. But it had simply been a vision of what she could have become had the past been different. The 11th metal had done something similar. Instead of showing Vin's own past, it had shown her similar images from other people. And that told her nothing. What difference did it make what the Lord Ruler could have been? It was the current man, the tyrant that ruled the final empire, that she had to defeat. A figure appeared in the doorway, an inquisitor dressed in a black robe, the hood up. His face was shadowed, but his spike heads jutted from the front of the cowl. It is time, he said. Another inquisitor waited in the doorway as the first creature pulled out a set of keys and moved to open Vin's door. Vin tensed. The door clicked and she sprang to her feet, scrambling forward. Have I always been this slow without pewter? She thought with horror. The inquisitor snatched her arm as she passed, his motions unconcerned, almost casual, and she could see why. His hands moved supernaturally quickly, making her seem even more sluggish by comparison. The inquisitor pulled her up, twisting her and easily holding her. He smiled with an evil grin, his face pocked with scars that looked like arrowhead wounds, she thought with shock, but healed already. How can it be? She struggled, but her weak body was no match for the inquisitor's strength. The creature carried her toward the doorway, and the second inquisitor stepped back, regarding her with spikes that peeked out from beneath its cowl. Though the inquisitor who carried her was smiling, this second one had a flat line of a mouth. Vin spat at the second Inquisitor as she passed, her spittle smacking it right on one of its spike heads. Her captor carried her out of the chamber and through a narrow hallway. She cried out for help, knowing that her screams in the middle of Shaw itself would be useless. At least she succeeded in annoying the Inquisitor, for he twisted her arm. "Quiet," he said as she grunted in pain. Vin fell silent, instead focusing on their location. They were probably in one of the lower sections of the palace. The hallways were too long to be in a tower or spire. The decorations were lavish, but the rooms looked unused. The carpets were pristine, the furniture unmarked by scuff or scratch. She had the feeling that the murals were rarely seen, even by those who often passed through the chambers. Eventually, the Inquisitors entered a stairwell and began to climb. One of the spires, she thought. With each climbing step, Vin could feel the Lord Ruler getting closer. His mere presence dampened her emotions, stealing her willpower, making her numb to everything but lonely depression. She sagged in the Inquisitor's grip, no longer struggling. It took all of her energy to simply resist the Lord Ruler's pressure on her soul. After a short time in the tunnel-like stairwell, the Inquisitors carried her out into a large circular room. And despite the power of the Lord Ruler's soothing, despite her visits to noble keeps, Vin took just a brief moment to stare at her surroundings. They were majestic like none she'd ever seen. The room was shaped like a massive, stocky cylinder. The wall, there was only one, running in a wide circle, was made entirely of glass. Lit by fires from behind, the room glowed with spectral light. The glass was colored, though it didn't depict any specific scene. Instead, it seemed crafted from a single sheet, the colors blown and melded together in long, thin trails. Like mist, she thought with wonder, colorful streams of mist running in a circle around the entire room. The Lord Ruler sat in an elevated throne in the very center of the room. He wasn't the old Lord Ruler, this was the younger version, the handsome man who had killed, some kind of imposter. "No, I can feel him, just as I could feel the one before. They're the same man. Can he change how he looks then, appearing young when he wishes to put forth a pretty face?" A small group of gray-robed, eye-tattooed obligators stood conversing on the far side of the room. 7 Inquisitors stood waiting, like a row of shadows with iron eyes. That made 9 of them in all, counting the 2 that had escorted Vin. Her scar-faced captor delivered her to one of the others, who held her with a similarly inescapable grip. "Let us be on with this," said the Lord Ruler. A regular obligator stepped forward, bowing. With a chill, she realized that she recognized him. "Lord," she thought, eyeing the thin, balding man. "My father, my lord," said, "forgive me, but I do not understand. We have already discussed this matter." "The Inquisitors say they have more to add," the Lord Ruler said in a tired voice. Eyed Vin, frowning in confusion. "He doesn't know who I am," she thought. "He never knew he was a father." "My lord," said, turning away from her. "Look outside your window. Do we not have better things to discuss? The entire city is in rebellion. Torches light up the night, and they dare go out into the mists. They blaspheme in riots, attacking the keeps of the nobility." "Let them," the Lord Ruler said in an uncaring voice. He seemed so worn. He sat strongly on his throne, but there was still a weariness to his posture and his voice. "But my lord," said, "the great houses are falling." The Lord Ruler waved a dismissive hand. "It is good for them to get purged every century or so. It fosters instability, keeps the aristocracy from growing too confident. Usually I let them kill each other in one of their foolish wars, but these riots will work. And if they come to the palace, then I will deal with them," the Lord Ruler said softly. "You will not question this further." "Yes, my lord," said, bowing and backing away. "Now," the Lord Ruler said, turning to the Inquisitors. "What is it you wish to present?" The Inquisitor stepped forward. "Lord Ruler, we wish to petition that leadership of your ministry be taken from these men and granted to the Inquisitors instead." "We have discussed this," the Lord Ruler said. "You and your brothers are needed for more important tasks. You are too valuable to waste on simple administration." "But," the Inquisitor said, "by allowing common men to rule your ministry, you have unwittingly allowed corruption and vice to enter the very heart of your holy palace." "Idle claims," spat. "You say such things often, but you never offer any proof." Turned slowly, his eerie smile lit by the twisting, colored windowlight. Vin shivered. That smile was nearly as unsettling as the Lord Ruler's soothing. "Proof?" asked. "Why, tell me, Lord, do you recognize that girl?" "Bah, of course not." Said with a wave of his hand. "What does a girl have to do with the government of the ministry?" "Everything," said, turning to Vin. "Oh yes, everything. Tell the Lord Ruler who your father is, child." Vin tried to squirm, but the Lord Ruler's was so oppressive, the Inquisitor's hands were so strong. "I don't know," she managed to say through gritted teeth. The Lord Ruler perked up slightly, turning toward her, leaning forward. "You cannot lie to the Lord Ruler, child," said in a quiet, rasping voice. "He has lived for centuries and has learned to use like no mortal man. He can see things in the way your heart beats and can read your emotions in your eyes. He can sense the moment when you lie. He knows. Oh yes, he knows." "I never knew my father," Vin said stubbornly. If the Inquisitor wanted to know something, then keeping it a secret seemed like a good idea. "I'm just a street urchin." A street urchin asked. "Why, that's interesting, isn't it?" The Lord paused, his frown deepening. The Lord Ruler stood slowly, walking down the steps of his dais toward Vin. Yes, my lord said, you felt her earlier. You know that she is a full and amazingly powerful one. Yet she claims to have grown up on the street. What noble house would have abandoned such a child? Why, for her to have such strength, she must be of an extremely pure line. At least, one of her parents must have been from a very pure line. What are you implying? Demanded Paling. The Lord Ruler ignored them both. He strode through the streaming colors of the reflective floor, then stopped right in front of Vin. So close, she thought. His soothing was so strong that she couldn't even feel terror. All she felt was the deep, overpowering, horrible sorrow. The Lord Ruler reached out with delicate hands, taking her by the cheeks, tilting her face up to look into his eyes. Who is your father, girl? He asked quietly. Despair twisted inside of her. Grief, pain, a desire to die. The Lord Ruler held her face close to his own, looking into her eyes. In that moment she knew the truth. She could see a piece of him. She could sense his power. His godlike power. He wasn't worried about the rebellion. Why would he have to worry? If he wished, he could slaughter every person in the city by himself. Vin knew it to be the truth. It might take him time, but he could kill forever tirelessly. He need fear no rebellion. He never needed to. Had made a terrible, terrible mistake. Your father, child, the Lord Ruler prompted, his demand like a physical weight upon her soul. Vin spoke despite herself. My brother told me that my father was that man over there. The Lord, tears rolled down her cheeks, though when the Lord Ruler turned from her, she couldn't quite remember why she had been crying. It's a lie, my lord, said, backing away. What does she know? She's just a silly child. Tell me truthfully, the Lord Ruler said, walking slowly toward the obligator. Have you ever bedded a woman? The obligator paused. I followed the law. Each time I had them slain afterward. You lie, the Lord Ruler said, as if surprised. You're uncertain. Was visibly shaking. I think I got them all, my lord. There was one I may have been too lax with. I didn't know she was at first. The soldier I sent to kill her was too lenient, and he let her go, but I found her eventually. Tell me, the Lord Ruler said, did this woman bear any children? The room fell silent. Yes, my lord, the High said. The Lord Ruler closed his eyes, sighing. He turned back toward his throne. He is yours, he said to the inquisitors. Immediately, 6 inquisitors dashed across the room, howling in joy, pulling obsidian knives from sheaths beneath their robes. Raised his arms, crying out as the inquisitors fell on him, exulting in their brutality. Blood flew as they plunged their daggers over and over again into the dying man. The other obligators backed away, looking on in horror. Remained behind, smiling as he watched the massacre, as did the inquisitor who was Vin's captor. One other inquisitor remained back as well, though Vin didn't know why. Your point is proven, the Lord Ruler said, sitting wearily on his throne. It seems that I have trusted too much in the obedience of mankind. I did not make a mistake. I have never made a mistake. However, it is time for a change. Gather the High and bring them here, rouse them from their beds if need be. They will witness as I grant the Canton of Inquisition command and authority over the ministry. Smile deepened. The half-breed child will be destroyed. Of course, my lord said, though there are some questions I wish to ask her first. She was part of a team of mistings, if she can help us locate the others. Very well, the Lord Ruler said. That is your duty, after all. Is there anything more beautiful than the sun? I often watch it rise, for my restless sleep usually awakens me before dawn. Each time I see its calm yellow light peeking above the horizon, I grow a little more determined, a little more hopeful. In a way, it is the thing that has kept me going all this time. KLSIR, you cursed lunatic, thought, scribbling notes on the table map. Why do you always just saunter away, leaving me to handle your messes? However, he knew his frustration wasn't real. It was simply a way of keeping himself from focusing on Kel's death. It worked. As part in the plan, the vision, the charismatic leadership was finished. Now it was his turn. He took his original strategy and modified it. He was careful to keep the chaos at a manageable level, rationing the best equipment to the men who seemed the most stable. He sent contingents to capture points of interest, food and water deposits, before general rioting could steal them. In short, he did what he always did. He made dreams become reality. A disturbance came from the front of the room and looked up as a messenger rushed in. The man immediately sought out at the center of the warehouse. What news? Asked as the man approached. The messenger shook his head. He was a young man in an imperial uniform, though he had removed the jacket to make himself look less obtrusive. I'm sorry, sir, the man said quietly. None of the guards have seen her come out and, well, one claimed he saw her being carried toward the palace dungeons. Can you get her out? Asked the soldier, paled. Until just a short time before had been one of the Lord Ruler's own men. In truth, wasn't even certain how much he trusted the man. Yet the soldier, as a former palace guardsman, could get into places that other could not. His former allies didn't know he'd switched sides. Assuming he really has switched sides, thought, but, well, things were moving too quickly now for self-doubt, had decided to use this man. He'd have to trust his initial instincts. Well, repeated, shook his head. There was an inquisitor holding her captive, sir. I couldn't free her. I wouldn't have the authority. I don't. Sighed, damn fool girl, he thought. She should have had better sense than this. Must have rubbed off on her. He waved the soldier away, then looked up as Hammond walked in, a large sword with a broken hilt resting on his shoulder. It's done, Ham said. Keep just fell. Looks like he's still holding, however. Nodded. We'll need your men at the palace soon. The sooner we break in there, the better chance we have of saving Vin. However, his instincts told him that they'd be too late to help her. The main forces would take hours to gather and organize. He wanted to attack the palace with all of their armies in tandem. The truth was he just couldn't afford to spare men on a rescue operation at the moment. Would probably have gone after her but wouldn't let himself do something that brash. As he always said, someone on the crew needed to be realistic. The palace was not a place to attack without substantial preparation. Vin's failure proved that much. She'd just have to look after herself for the moment. I'll get my men ready, Ham said, nodding as he tossed his sword aside. I'm going to need a new sword, though, sighed. You thugs, always breaking things. Go see what you can find, then. Ham moved off. If you see Sazed, called, tell him that. Paused, his attention drawn by a group of rebels who marched into the room, pulling a bound prisoner with a cloth sack on his head. What is this? Demanded. One of the rebels elbowed his captive. I think he's someone important, Ord. Came to us unarmed, asked to be brought to you, promised us gold if we did it. Raised an eyebrow. The grunt pulled off the hood, revealing Venture, blinked in surprise. You, looked around. He was apprehensive, obviously, but held himself well, all things considered. Have we met? Not exactly, said Blast. I don't have time for captives right now. Still, the son of the Venture was going to need leverage with the powerful nobility when the fighting was over. I've come to offer you a truce, Venture said. Excuse me, asked. House Venture will not resist you, said, and I can probably talk the rest of the nobility into listening as well. They're frightened, there's no need to slaughter them. Snorted, I can't exactly leave hostile armed forces in the city. If you destroy the nobility, you won't be able to hold on for very long, said. We control the economy, the empire will collapse without us. That is kind of the point of this all, said. Look, I don't have time. You must hear me out, Venture said desperately. If you start your rebellion with chaos and bloodshed, you'll lose it. I've studied these things. I know what I'm talking about. When the momentum of your initial conflict runs out, the people will start looking for other things to destroy. They'll turn on themselves. You must keep control of your armies. Paused. Venture was supposed to be a fool and a fop, but now he just seemed earnest. I'll help you, said. Leave the noblemen's keeps alone and focus your efforts on the ministry and the Lord Ruler. They're your real enemies. Look, said, I'll pull our armies away from Keep Venture. There's probably no need to fight them now that I sent my soldiers to Keep, said. Pull your men away from all the nobility. They're not going to attack your flanks. They'll just hole up in their mansions and worry. He's probably right about that. We'll consider, trailed off, noticing that wasn't paying attention to him anymore. Blasted hard man to have a conversation with, was staring at Hammond, who had returned with a new sword, frowned, then his eyes opened wide. I know you, you were the one who rescued Lord's servants from the executions, turned back to suddenly eager. Do you know then, she'll tell you to listen to me, shared a look with Ham. What? Asked. Vin said. She went into the palace a few hours back. I'm sorry, lad, she's probably in the Lord Ruler's dungeons right now, assuming she's even still alive. Tossed Vin back into her cell. She hit the ground hard and rolled, her loose undershirt twisting around her, her head knocking against the cell's back wall. The Inquisitor smiled, slamming the door. Thank you very much, he said through the bars. You just helped us achieve something that has been a long time in coming. Vin glared up at him, the effects of the Lord Ruler's soothing weaker now. It is unfortunate that isn't here, said. He chased your brother for years, swearing that had fathered a half-breed. Poor, if only the Lord Ruler had left the survivor to us so that we could have had revenge. He looked over at her, shaking his spike-eyed head. Ah well, he was vindicated in the end. The rest of us believed your brother, but even then he wasn't convinced, and he found you in the end. My brother, Vin said, scrambling to her feet. He sold me out, sold you out, said. He died promising us that you had starved to death years ago. He screamed at night and day beneath the hands of ministry torturers. It is very hard to hold out against the pains of an Inquisitor's torture, something you shall soon discover. He smiled. But first let me show you something. A group of guards dragged a naked, bound figure into the room. Bruised and bleeding, the man stumbled to the stone floor as they pushed him into the cell beside Vin's. Sazed, Vin cried, rushing to the bars. He lay groggily as the soldiers tied his hands and feet to a small metal ring set into the stone floor. He had been beaten so severely that he barely seemed conscious, and he was completely naked. Vin turned away from his nudity, but not before she saw the place between his legs, a simple, empty scar where his manhood should have been. All stewards are eunuchs, he had told her. That wound wasn't new, but the bruises, cuts, and scrapes were fresh. We found him sneaking into the palace after you, said. Apparently he feared for your safety. What have you done to him? She asked quietly. Oh, very little, so far, said. Now you may wonder why I spoke to you of your brother. Perhaps you think me a fool for admitting that your brother's mind snapped before we drew out his secret. But you see, I am not so much a fool that I will not admit a mistake. We should have drawn out your brother's torture, made him suffer longer. That was an error indeed. He smiled wickedly, nodding to Sazed. We won't make that mistake again, child. No, this time we're going to try a different tactic. We're going to let you watch us torture, though. We're going to be very careful, making certain his pain is lasting and quite vibrant. When you tell us what we want to know, we'll stop. Vin shivered in horror. No, please. Oh, yes, said. Why don't you take some time to think about what we're going to do to him? The Lord Ruler has commanded my presence. I need to go and receive formal leadership of the ministry. We'll begin when I return. He turned, black robe sweeping the ground. The guards followed, likely taking positions in the guard chamber just outside the room. "Oh, Sazed," Vin said, sinking to her knees beside the bars of her cage. "Now, mistress," Sazed said in a surprisingly lucid voice. "What did we tell you about running around in your undergarments? Why, if master were here, he would scold you for certain." Vin looked up, shocked. Sazed was smiling at her. "Sazed," she said quietly, glancing in the direction the guards had gone. "You're awake, very awake," he said. His calm, strong voice was a stark contrast to his bruised body. "I'm sorry, Sazed," she said. "Why did you follow me? You should have stayed back and let me be stupid on my own." He turned a bruised head toward her, one eye swollen but the other looking into her eyes. "Mistress," he said solemnly, "I vowed to master that I would see to your safety. The oath of it is not something given lightly. But you should have known you'd be captured," she said, looking down in shame. "Of course I knew, mistress," he said. "Why, how else was I going to get them to bring me to you?" Vin looked up. "Bring you to me?" "Yes, mistress, there's one thing that the ministry and my own people have in common, I think. They both underestimate the things that we can accomplish." He closed his eyes, and then his body changed. It seemed to deflate, the muscles growing weak and scrawny, the flesh hanging loosely on his bones. "Sazed," Vin cried out, pushing herself against the bars, trying to reach. "It is all right, mistress," he said in a faint, frighteningly weak voice. "I just need a moment to gather my strength." "Gather my strength?" Vin paused, lowering her hand, watching Sazed for a few minutes. Could it be? He looked so weak, as if his strength, his very muscles, were being drawn away. And perhaps, stored somewhere. Sazed's eyes snapped open. His body returned to normal, then his muscles continued to grow, becoming large and powerful, growing bigger even than Ham's. Sazed smiled at her from a head sitting atop a beefy, muscular neck, then he easily snapped his bindings. He stood, a massive, inhumanly muscular man, so different from the lanky, quiet scholar she had known. The Lord Ruler spoke of their strength in his logbook, she thought with wonder. He said the man lifted a boulder by himself and threw it out of their way. "But they took all of your jewelry," Vin said. "Where did you hide the metal?" Sazed smiled, grabbing the bars separating their cages. "I took a hint from you, mistress. I swallowed it." With that, he ripped the bars free. She ran into the cage, embracing him. "Thank you." "Of course," he said, gently pushing her aside, then slamming a massive palm against the door to his cell, breaking the lock, sending the door crashing open. "Quickly now, mistress," Sazed said. "We must get you to safety." The two guards who had thrown Sazed into the chamber appeared in the doorway a second later. They froze, staring up at the massive beast who stood in place of the weak man they had beat. Sazed jumped forward, holding one of the bars from Vin's cage. His, however, had obviously given him strength, only no speed. He stepped with a lumbering gait, and the guards dashed away, crying for help. "Come now, mistress," Sazed said, tossing aside the bar. "My strength will not last long. The metal I swallowed wasn't large enough to hold much of a charge." Even as he spoke, he began to shrink. Vin moved past him, scrambling out of the room. The guard chamber beyond was quite small, set with only a pair of chairs. Beneath one, however, she found a cloak rolled around one of the guards' evening meals. Vin shook the cloak free, tossing it to Sazed. "Thank you, mistress," he said. She nodded, moving to the doorway and peeking out. The larger room outside was empty, and had two hallways leading off of it, one going right, one extending into the distance across from her. The wall to her left was lined with wooden trunks, and the center of the room held a large table. Vin shivered as she saw the dried blood and the set of sharp instruments lying in a row on the table's side. "This is where we'll both end up if we don't move quickly," she thought, waving Sazed forward. She froze mid-step as a group of soldiers appeared in the far hallway, led by one of the guards from before. Vin cursed quietly. She would have heard them earlier if she did tin. Vin glanced backward. Sazed was hobbling through the guard chamber. His strength was gone, and the soldiers had obviously beaten him soundly before tossing him into the cell. He could barely walk. "Go, mistress," he said, waving her forward. "Run. You still have some things to learn about friendship," Vin's voice whispered in her mind. "I hope someday you realize what they are." "I can't leave him, I won't." Vin dashed toward the soldiers. She swiped a pair of torturing knives from the table, their bright, polished steel glistening between her fingers. She jumped atop the table, then leapt off of it toward the oncoming soldiers. She had but she flew true anyway, her months of practice helping despite her lack of medals. She slammed a knife into a surprised soldier's neck as she fell. She hit the ground harder than she had expected, but managed to scramble away from a second soldier who cursed and swung at her. The sword clanged against the stone behind her. Vin spun, slashing another soldier across the thighs. He stumbled back in pain. Too many, she thought. There were at least 24 of them. She tried to jump for a third soldier, but another man swung his quarterstaff, slamming the weapon into Vin's side. She grunted in pain, dropping her knife as she was thrown to the side. No Peter strengthened her against the fall, and she hit the hard stones with a crack, rolling to a dazed stop beside the wall. She struggled unsuccessfully to rise. To her side, she could barely make out Sazed collapsing as his body grew suddenly weak. He was trying to store up strength again. He wouldn't have enough time. The soldiers would be on him soon. At least I tried, she thought as she heard another group of soldiers charging down the rightmost hallway. At least I didn't abandon him, I think that's what meant. A familiar voice cried. Vin looked up with shock as 6 soldiers burst into the room, wore a nobleman's suit a little ill-fitting and carried a dueling cane. Vin asked, dumbfounded. Are you all right? He said with concern, stepping toward her. Then he noticed the ministry soldiers. They seemed a bit confused to be confronted by a nobleman, but they still had superior numbers. I'm taking the girl with me, said. His words were brave, but he was obviously no soldier. He carried only a nobleman's dueling cane as a weapon, and he wore no armor. 5 of the men with him wore venture red men from Skeep. One, however, the one who had been leading them as they charged into the room, wore a palace guard's uniform. Vin realized that she recognized him just vaguely. His uniform jacket was missing the symbol on its shoulder. The man from before, she thought, stupefied, the one I convinced to change sides. The lead ministry soldier apparently made his decision. He waved curtly, ignoring's command, and the soldiers began to edge around the room, moving to surround Band. You have to go, said urgently, raising his dueling cane. Come, mistress, Saz said, reaching her side, moving to lift her to her feet. We can't abandon them, Vin said. We have to. But you came for me. We have to do the same for Saz shook his head. That was different, child. I knew I had a chance to save you. You cannot help here. There is beauty and compassion, but one must learn wisdom too. She allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. Soldiers, obediently moving to block off the ministry soldiers, stood at their front, obviously determined to fight. There has to be another way, Vin thought with despair. There has to. And then she saw it sitting discarded in one of the trunks along the wall. A familiar strip of gray cloth, one single tassel hanging over the trunk's side. She pulled free of Sazed as the ministry soldiers attacked, cried out behind her, and weapons rang. Vin threw the top pieces of cloth, her trousers and shirt, out of the trunk. And there at the bottom lay her. She closed her eyes and reached into the side cloak pocket. Her fingers found a single glass vial, cork still in place. She pulled the vial out, spinning toward the battle. The ministry soldiers had retreated slightly. 2 of their members lay wounded on the floor, but 3 of S's men were down. The small size of the room had fortunately kept S's men from being surrounded at first. Stood sweating, a cut in his arm, his dueling cane cracked and splintered. He grabbed the sword from the man he had felled, holding the weapon in unpracticed hands, staring down a much larger force. I was wrong about that one, mistress, Saz said softly. I apologize, Vin smiled. Then she flipped the cork free from her vial and downed the metals in one gulp. Wells of power exploded within her. Fires blazed, metals raging, and strength returned to her weakened, tired body like a dawning sun. Pains became trivial, dizziness disappeared, the room became brighter, the stones more real beneath her toes. The soldiers attacked again and raised his sword in a determined but unhopeful posture. He seemed utterly shocked when Vin flew through the air over his head. She landed amid the soldiers, blasting outward with it. The soldiers on either side of her smashed into the walls. One man swung a quarterstaff at her, and she slapped it away with a disdainful hand, then smashed a fist into his face, spinning his head back with a crack. She caught the quarterstaff as it fell, spinning, slamming it into the head of the soldier attacking. The staff exploded, and she let it drop with the corpse. The soldiers at the back began to yell, turning and dashing away as she pushed 2 more groups of men into the walls. The final soldier left in the room turned, surprised, as Vin pulled his metal cap to her hands. She pushed it back at him, smashing it into his chest and anchoring herself from behind. The soldier flew down the hallway toward his fleeing companions, crashing into them. Vin breathed out in excitement, standing with tense muscles amidst the groaning men. I can. See how would get addicted to this? Asked, stupefied. Vin jumped up, grabbing him in a joyful embrace, hanging onto him tightly and burying her face into his shoulder. You came back, she whispered. You came back, you came back, you came back. Yes, and I see that that's rather interesting. You know, it's generally common courtesy to tell one's friends about things like that. Sorry, she mumbled, still holding on to him. Well, yes, he said, sounding very distracted. What happened to your clothes? They're on the floor over there, she said, looking up at him. How did you find me? Your friend, one master, told me that you'd been captured in the palace. And well, this fine gentleman here, Captain, I believe his name is, happens to be a palace soldier, and he knew the way here. With his help, and as a nobleman of some rank, I was able to get into the building without much problem, and then we heard screaming down this hallway. And yes, do you think you could go put your clothes on? This is kind of distracting. She smiled up at him. You found me, for all the good it did, he said wryly. It doesn't look like you needed our help very much. That doesn't matter, she said. You came back. No one's ever come back before. Looked down at her, frowning slightly. Sazed approached, carrying Vin's clothing and cloak. Mistress, we need to leave. Nodded. It's not safe anywhere in the city. They're rebelling. He paused, looking at her. But you probably already know that. Vin nodded, finally letting go of him. I helped start it, but you're right about the danger. Go with Sazed, he's known by many of the rebel leaders. They won't hurt you as long as he vouches for you. And Sazed both frowned as Vin pulled on her trousers. In the pocket, she found her mother's earring. She put it back on. Go with Sazed, asked. But what about you? Vin pulled on her loose overshirt, then she glanced upward, sensing through the stone, feeling him up above. He was there, too powerful. Now, having faced him directly, she was certain of his strength. The rebellion was doomed as long as he lived. I have another task, she said, taking the from Sazed. You think you can defeat him, mistress? Saz said. I have to try, she said. The 11th metal worked. I saw something, was convinced it would provide the secret. But the Lord Ruler, mistress, died to start this rebellion, Vin said firmly. I have to see that it succeeds. This is my part, Saz. Didn't know what it was, but I do. I have to stop the Lord Ruler. The Lord Ruler asked with shock. No, he's immortal. Vin reached over, grabbing his head and pulling him down to kiss her. Your family delivered it to the Lord Ruler. Do you know where he keeps it? Yes, he said with confusion. He keeps the beads in a treasury building just east of here, but you have to get that. The new government is going to need that wealth and power if it's going to keep from getting conquered by the first nobleman who can raise an army. No, said shaking his head. I have to get you to safety. She smiled at him, then turned to Saz, then nodded to her. Not going to tell me not to go, she asked. No, he said quietly. I fear that you are right, mistress. If the Lord Ruler is not defeated, well, I will not stop you. I will bid you, however, good luck. I will come to help you once I see young venture to safety. Vin nodded, smiled at the apprehensive, then looked up, toward the dark force waiting above, pulsing with a tired depression. She burned copper, pushing aside the Lord Ruler's soothing, said quietly. She turned back to him. Don't worry, she said. I think I know how to kill him. Such are my fears as I scribble with an ice-crusted pen on the eve before the world is reborn. Watches hatting me. The cavern lies above, pulsing. My fingers quiver, not from the cold. Tomorrow it will end. Vin pushed herself through the air above Shaw. Spires and towers rose around her like the shadowed tines of some phantom monster lurking below. Dark, straight, and ominous. For some reason they made her think of lying dead in the street, an obsidian-tipped spear jutting from his chest. The mist spun and swirled as she blew through them. They were still thick, but Tin let her see a faint glistening on the horizon. Morning was near. Below her a greater light was building. Vin caught hold of a thin spire, letting her momentum spin her around the slick metal, giving her a sweeping view of the area. Thousands of torches burned in the night, mixing and merging like luminescent insects. They were organized in great waves, converging on the palace. The palace guard doesn't have a chance against such a force, she thought, but by fighting its way into the palace the army will seal its own doom. She turned to the side, the mist-wetted spire cold beneath her fingers. The last time she had jumped through the spires of Shaw, she had been bleeding and semi-conscious. Sazd had arrived to save her, but he wouldn't be able to help this time. A short distance away, she could see the throne tower. It wasn't difficult to spot. A ring of blazing bonfires illuminated its outside, lighting its single stained glass window to those inside. She could feel him inside. She waited for a few moments, hoping perhaps that she might be able to attack after the Inquisitors had left the room. Believed that the 11th metal was the key, she thought. She had one idea. It would work. It had to. As of this moment, the Lord Ruler proclaimed in a loud voice, the Canton of Inquisition is granted organizational dominance of the ministry. Inquiries once addressed should now go to. The throne room fell silent, the collection of high-ranking obligators dumbfounded by the night's events. The Lord Ruler waved a hand, indicating that the meeting was finished. Finally, he raised his head, his ice spikes throbbing as always, bringing him pain. But this evening it was the pain of joy. The Inquisitors had been waiting for 2 centuries, carefully politicking, subtly encouraging corruption and dissension among the regular obligators. And finally it had worked. The Inquisitors would no longer bow before the dictates of inferior men. He turned and smiled toward the group of ministry priests, knowing full well the discomfort the gaze of an inquisitor could cause. He couldn't see any more, not as he once had, but he had been given something better. A command of so subtle, so detailed, that he could make out the world around him with startling accuracy. Almost everything had metal in it, water, stone, glass, even human bodies. These metals were too diffuse to be affected by, indeed, most couldn't even sense them. With his inquisitor's eyes, however, could see the iron lines of these things. The blue threads were fine, nearly invisible, but they outlined the world for him. The obligators before him were a shuffling mass of blues, their emotions, discomfort, anger, and fear showing in their postures. Discomfort, anger, and fear, so sweet all three. Smile widened despite his fatigue. He had been awake for too long. Living as an inquisitor drained the body, and he had to rest often. His brethren were already shuffling from the room, heading toward their rest chambers, which lay intentionally close to the throne room. They would sleep immediately. With the executions earlier in the day and the excitement of the night, they would be extremely fatigued. However, stayed behind as both inquisitors and obligators left. Soon only he and the Lord Ruler remained, standing in a room lit by 5 massive braziers. The external bonfires slowly went out, extinguished by servants, leaving the glass panorama dark and black. You finally have what you want, the Lord Ruler said quietly. Perhaps now I can have peace in this matter. Yes, Lord Ruler said, bowing. I think that. A strange sound snapped in the air, a soft click. Looked up, frowning as a small disc of metal bounced across the floor, eventually rolling to a stop against his foot. He picked up the coin, then looked up at the massive window, noting the small hole broken through it. What, dozens more coins zipped through the window, scattering it with holes. Metallic clinks and tinkling glass rang in the air, stepped back in surprise. The entire southern section of the window shattered, blasting inward. the glass weakened by coins to the point that a soaring body could break through. Shards of colorful glass spun in the air, spraying before a small figure clad in a fluttering and carrying a pair of glittering black daggers. The girl landed in a crouch, skidding a short distance on the bits of glass, mist billowing through the opening behind her. It curled forward, drawn by her, swirling around her body. She crouched for just a moment in the mist, as if she were some herald of the night itself. Then she sprang forward, dashing directly toward the Lord Ruler. Vin burned the 11th metal. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared as it had before, forming as if out of mist to stand on the dais beside the throne. Vin ignored the Inquisitor. The creature, fortunately, reacted slowly. She was halfway up the dais steps before it thought to chase her. The Lord Ruler, however, sat quietly, watching her with a barely interested expression. 2 spears through the chest didn't even bother him, Vin thought as she leapt the last bit of distance up to the top of the dais. He has nothing to fear from my daggers, which was why she didn't intend to attack him with them. Instead, she raised her weapons and plunged directly toward the past self's heart. Her daggers hit and passed right through the man as if he weren't there. Vin stumbled forward, skidding directly through the image, nearly slipping off the dais. She spun, slicing at the image again. Again her daggers passed through it harmlessly. It didn't even waver or distort. My gold image, she thought in frustration. I was able to touch that. Why can't I touch this? It obviously didn't work the same way. The shadow stood still, completely oblivious of her attacks. She thought that maybe if she killed the past version of the Lord Ruler, his current form would die as well. Unfortunately, the past self appeared to be just as insubstantial as in shadow. She had failed. Crashed into her, his powerful Inquisitor's grip grabbing her at the shoulders, his momentum carrying her off the dais. They tumbled down the back steps. Vin grunted, flaring pewter. I'm not the same powerless girl you held prisoner just a short time ago, she thought with determination, kicking him upward as they hit the ground behind the throne. The Inquisitor grunted, her kick tossing him into the air and ripping his grip free of her shoulders. Her came off in his hands, but she flipped to her feet and scrambled away. Inquisitors, the Lord Ruler bellowed, standing. Come to me, Vin cried out, the powerful voice striking pain in her tin-enhanced ears. I have to get out of here, she thought, stumbling. I'll need to come up with a different way to kill him. Tackled her again from behind. This time he got his arms wrapped completely around her and he squeezed. Vin cried out in pain, flaring her pewter, pushing back, but forced her to her feet. He dexterously wrapped one arm around her throat while pinning her own arms behind her back with his other. She fought angrily, squirming and struggling, but his grip was tight. She tried throwing them both back with a sudden against it, but the anchor was too weak and barely stumbled. His grip held. The Lord Ruler chuckled as he sat back down on his throne. You'll have little success against Child. He was a soldier many years ago. He knows how to hold a person so that they can't break his grip no matter how strong they may be. Vin continued to struggle, gasping for breath. The Lord Ruler's words proved true, however. She tried ramming her head back against, but he was ready for this. She could hear him in her ear, his quick breathing almost passionate as he choked her. In the reflection on the window, she could see the door behind them open. Another Inquisitor strode into the room, his spikes gleaming in the distorted reflection, his dark robe ruffling. That's it, she thought in a surreal moment, watching the mists on the ground before her creeping through the shattered window wall flowing across the floor. Oddly, they didn't curl around her as they usually did, as if something were pushing them away. To Vin, it seemed a final testament to her defeat. I'm sorry, I've failed you. The second Inquisitor stepped up beside his companion. Then he reached out and grabbed something at its back. There was a ripping sound. Vin dropped immediately to the ground, gasping for breath. She rolled, pewter allowing her to recover quickly, stood above her, teetering. Then he toppled limply to the side, sprawling to the ground. The second Inquisitor stood behind him, holding what appeared to be a large metal spike, just like the ones in the Inquisitor's eyes. Vin glanced towards his mobile body. The back of his robe had been ripped, exposing a bloody hole right between the shoulder blades, a hole big enough for a metal spike. Face was pale, lifeless. Another spike, Vin thought with wonder. The other Inquisitor pulled it out of his back and he died. That's the secret. What? The Lord Ruler bellowed, standing, the sudden motion tossing his throne backwards. The stone chair toppled down the steps, chipping and cracking the marble. Betrayal from one of my own. The new Inquisitor dashed toward the Lord Ruler. As he ran, his robe cowl fell back, giving Vin a view of his bald head. There was something familiar about the newcomer's face, despite the spike heads coming out the front and the gruesome spike tips jutting from the back of his skull. Despite the bald head and the unfamiliar clothing, the man looked a little like, no, she realized, not Marsh. Marsh took the dais steps in twos, moving with an Inquisitor's supernatural speed. Vin struggled to her feet, shrugging off the effects of her near choking. Her surprise, however, was more difficult to dismiss. Marsh was alive. Marsh was an Inquisitor. The Inquisitors weren't investigating him because they suspected him. They intended to recruit him, and now he looked like he intended to fight the Lord Ruler. I've got to help, perhaps. Perhaps he knows the secret to killing the Lord Ruler. He figured out how to kill Inquisitors after all. Marsh reached the top of the dais. Inquisitors, the Lord Ruler yelled. Come to, the Lord Ruler froze, noticing something sitting just outside the door. A small group of steel spikes, just like the one Marsh had pulled from his back, lay piled on the floor. There looked to be about 7 of them. Marsh smiled, the expression looking eerily like one of smirks. Vin reached the bottom of the dais and pushed herself off a coin, throwing herself up toward the top of the platform. The awesome, full power of the Lord Ruler's fury hit her halfway up. The depression, the anger-fueled asphyxiation of her soul pushed through her copper, hitting her like a physical force. She flared copper, gasping slightly, but wasn't completely able to push the Lord Ruler off of her emotions. Marsh stumbled slightly, and the Lord Ruler swung a backhand much like the one that had killed. Fortunately, Marsh recovered in time to duck. He spun around the Lord Ruler, reaching up to grab the back of the Emperor's black suit. Marsh yanked, ripping the cloth open along the back seam. Marsh froze, his spike-eyed expression unreadable. The Lord Ruler spun, slamming his elbow into Marsh's stomach, throwing the Inquisitor across the room. As the Lord Ruler turned, Vin could see what Marsh had seen. Nothing, a normal if muscular back. Unlike the Inquisitors, the Lord Ruler didn't have a spike driven through his spine. Oh, Marsh. Vin thought with a sinking depression. It had been a clever idea, far more clever than Vin's foolish attempt with the 11th medal, however it had proven equally faulty. Marsh finally hit the ground, his head cracking, then slid across the floor until he ran into the far wall. He lay slumped against the massive window, immobile. Marsh, she cried, jumping and pushing herself toward him. However, as she flew, the Lord raised his hand absently. Vin felt a powerful something crash into her. It felt like a slamming against the metals inside her stomach, but of course it couldn't have been that. Had promised that no could affect metals that were inside of someone's body, but he had also said that no could affect the emotions of a person who was burning copper. Discarded coins shot away from the Lord Ruler, streaking across the floor. The doors wrenched free from their mountings, shattering and breaking away from the room. Incredibly, bits of colored glass even quivered and slid away from the dais. And Vin was tossed to the side, the metals in her stomach threatening to rip free from her body. She slammed to the ground, the blow knocking her nearly unconscious. She lay in a daze, addled, confused, able to think of only one thing. Such power! Clicks sounded as the Lord Ruler walked down his dais. He moved quietly, ripping off his torn suit coat and shirt, leaving himself bare from the waist up save for the jewelry sparkling on his fingers and wrists. Several thin bracelets, she noticed, pierced the skin of his upper arms. Clever, she thought, struggling to her feet, keeps them from being pushed or pulled. The Lord Ruler shook his head regretfully, his steps kicking up trails in the cool mist that poured across the floor from the broken window. He looked so strong, his torso erupting with muscles, his face handsome. She could feel the power of his snapping at her emotions, barely held back by her copper. What did you think, child? The Lord Ruler asked quietly. To defeat me, am I some common Inquisitor, my powers endowed fabrications? Vin flared pewter. She then turned and dashed away, intending to grab Marsh's body and break through the glass at the other side of the room. But then he was there, moving with a speed as if to make the fury of a tornado's wind seem sluggish. Even within a full pewter flare, Vin couldn't outrun him. He almost seemed casual as he reached out, grabbing her shoulder and yanking her backward. He flung her like a doll, tossing her toward one of the room's massive support pillars. Vin quested desperately for an anchor, but he had blown all of the metal out of the room. Except, she pulled on one of the Lord Ruler's own bracelets, ones that didn't pierce his skin. He immediately whipped his arm upward, throwing off her pull, making her spin maladroitly in the air. He slammed her with another of his powerful pushes, blasting her backward. Metals in her stomach wrenched, glass quivered, and her mother's earring ripped free of her ear. She tried to spin and hit feet first, but she crashed into a stone pillar at a terrible speed and pewter failed her. She heard a sickening snap and a spear of pain shot up her right leg. She collapsed to the ground. She didn't have the will to look, but the agony from her torso told her that her leg jutted from beneath her body, broken at an awkward angle. The Lord Ruler shook his head. No, Vin realized, he didn't worry about wearing jewelry. Considering his abilities and strength, a man would have to be foolish, as Vin had been, to try and use the Lord Ruler's jewelry as an anchor. It had only let him control her jumps. He stepped forward, feet clicking against broken glass. You think this is the first time someone has tried to kill me, child? I've survived burnings and beheadings. I've been stabbed and sliced, crushed and dismembered. I was even flayed once near the beginning. He turned toward Marsh, shaking his head. Strangely, Vin's earlier impression of the Lord Ruler returned. He looked tired, exhausted even. Not his body, it was still muscular, it was just his air. She tried to climb to her feet, using the stone pillar for stability. I am God, he said, so different from the humble man in the logbook. God cannot be killed, he said. God cannot be overthrown. Your rebellion, you think I haven't seen its like before. You think I haven't destroyed entire armies on my own. What will it take before you people stop questioning? How many centuries must I prove myself before you idiots see the truth? How many of you must I kill? Vin cried out as she twisted her leg the wrong way. She flared pewter, but tears came to her eyes anyway. She was running out of metals. Her pewter would be gone soon, and there was no way she would be able to remain conscious without it. She slumped against the pillar, the Lord Ruler's pressing against her. The pain in her leg throbbed. He's just too strong, she thought with despair. He's right, he is God. What were we thinking? How dare you? The Lord Ruler asked, picking up Marsh's limp body with a bejeweled hand. Marsh groaned slightly, trying to lift his head. How dare you? The Lord Ruler demanded again. After what I gave you, I made you superior to regular men. I made you dominant. Vin's head snapped up. Through the haze of pain and hopelessness, something triggered a memory inside of her. He keeps saying that his people should be dominant. She reached within, feeling her last little bit of 11th metal reserve. She burned it, looking through eyes as the Lord Ruler held Marsh in a one-handed grip. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared next to him. A man in a fur cloak and heavy boots, a man with a full beard and strong muscles. Not an aristocrat or a tyrant. Not a hero or even a warrior. A man dressed for life in the cold mountains, a herdsman or perhaps a packman. Vin whispered. The Lord Ruler spun toward her in. Vin said again, "That's your name, isn't it? You aren't the man who wrote the logbook. You're not the hero that was sent to protect the people. You're his servant, the packman who hated him." She paused for a moment. You killed him," she whispered. "That's what happened that night. That's why the logbook stopped so suddenly. You killed the hero and took his place. You went into the cavern in his stead and you claimed the power for yourself, but instead of saving the world, you took control of it. You know nothing," he bellowed, still holding Marsh's limp body in one hand. "You know nothing of that. You hated him," Vin said. "You thought that it should have been the hero. You couldn't stand the fact that he, a man from the country that had oppressed yours, was fulfilling your own legends." The Lord Ruler lifted a hand, and Vin suddenly felt an impossible weight press against her, pushing the metals in her stomach and in her body, threatening to crush her back against the pillar. She cried out, flaring her last bit of pewter, struggling to remain conscious. Mists curled around her, creeping through the broken window and across the floor. Outside, through the broken window, she could hear something ringing faintly in the air. It sounded like cheering, yells of joy, thousands in chorus. It sounded almost like they were cheering her on. What does it matter, she thought. I know the Lord Ruler's secret, but what does it tell me? That he was a packman, a servant. She looked through dazed eyes and again saw the pair of bracelets glittering on the Lord Ruler's upper arms. Bracelets made of metal, bracelets that pierced his skin in places. So that they couldn't be affected by. Why do that? He supposedly wore metal as a sign of bravado. He wasn't worried about people pulling or pushing against his metals, or that was what he claimed. But what if all the other metals he wore, the rings, the bracelets, the fashion that had made its way to the nobility, were simply a distraction to keep people from focusing on this one pair of bracers twisting around the upper arms? Could it really be that easy, she thought as the Lord Ruler's weight threatened to crush her. Her pewter was nearly gone, she could barely think, yet she burned iron. The Lord Ruler could pierce, she could too, they were the same somehow. If he could affect metals inside of a person's body, then she could as well. She flared the iron. Blue lines appeared pointing to the Lord Ruler's rings and bracelets, all of them but the ones on his upper arms, piercing his skin. Then stoked her iron, concentrating, pushing it as hard as she could. She kept her pewter flared, struggling to keep from being crushed, and she knew somehow that she was no longer breathing. The force pushing against her was too strong. She couldn't get her chest to go up and down. Mist spun around her, dancing because of her. She was dying, she knew it. She could barely even feel the pain anymore. She was being crushed, suffocated. She drew upon the mist. 2 new lines appeared. She screamed, pulling with a strength she had never known before. She flared her iron higher and higher, the Lord Ruler's own push giving her the leverage she needed to pull against his bracelets. Anger, desperation, and agony mixed within her, and the pull became her only focus. Her pewter ran out. He killed, the bracelets ripped free. The Lord Ruler cried out in pain, a faint, distant sound to Vin's ears. The weight suddenly released her, and she dropped to the floor, gasping, her vision swimming. The bloody bracelets hit the ground, released from her grip, skidding across the marble to land before her. She looked up, using tin to clear her vision. Lord Ruler stood where he had been before, his eyes widening with terror, his arms bloodied. He dropped Marsh to the ground, rushing toward her in the mangled bracelets. However, with her last bit of strength, pewter gone, Vin pushed on the bracelets, shooting them past the Lord Ruler. He spun in horror, watching the bracelets fly out the broken. In the distance, the sun broke the horizon. The bracelets dropped in front of its red light, sparkling for a moment before plunging down into the city. No. The Lord Ruler screamed, stepping toward the window. His muscles grew limp, deflating as Sazed's had. He turned back toward Vin, angry, but his face was no longer that of a young man. His youthful features matured. He stepped toward the window. His hair grayed and wrinkles formed around his eyes like tiny webs. His next step was feeble. He began to shake with the burden of old age, his back stooping, his skin sagging, his hair growing limp. Then he collapsed to the floor. Vin leaned back, her mind fuzzing from the pain. She lay there for a time she couldn't think. "Mistress," a voice said, and then Sazed was at her side, his brow wet with sweat. He reached over and poured something down her throat, and she swallowed. Her body knew what to do. She reflexively flared pewter, strengthening her body. She flared tin, and the sudden increase of sensitivity shocked her awake. She gasped, looking up at Sazed's concerned face. "Careful, mistress," he said, inspecting her leg. "The bone is fractured, though it appears only in one place." "Marsh," she said, exhausted. "See to Marsh." "Marsh?" Sazed asked. Then he saw the Inquisitor stirring slightly on the floor a distance away. "By the forgotten gods," Sazed said, moving to Marsh's side. Marsh groaned, sitting up. He cradled his stomach with one arm. "What is that?" Vin glanced at the withered form on the ground a short distance away. "It's him, the Lord Ruler. He's dead." Sazed frowned curiously, standing. Wore a brown robe and had brought a simple wooden spear with him. Vin shook her head at the thought of such a pitiful weapon facing the creature that had nearly killed her and Marsh. Of course, in a way we were all just as useless. We should be dead, not the Lord Ruler. I pulled his bracelets off. Why can I do things like he can? Why am I different? Mistress, Sazed said slowly. He's not dead, I think he's still alive. What? Vin asked, frowning. She could barely think at the moment. There would be time to sort out her questions later. Sazed was right, the aged figure wasn't dead. Actually, it was moving pitifully on the floor, crawling toward the broken window, toward where his bracelets had gone. Marsh stumbled to his feet, waving away Sazed's ministrations. I will heal quickly, see to the girl. Help me up, Vin said. Mistress, Sazed said disapprovingly. Please, Sazed, he sighed, handing her the wooden spear. Here, lean on this. She took it, and he helped her to her feet. Vin leaned on the shaft, hobbling with Marsh and Sazed toward the Lord Ruler. The crawling figure reached the edge of the room, overlooking the city through the shattered window. Vin's footsteps crackled on broken glass. People cheered again below, though she couldn't see them nor see what they were cheering about.